Content summary. Redemption Cloud raising sweet pet 1v1 on her mobile device. Yu Jinha unexpectedly find a Nezha nurturing game, where the character Nezha exhibits a touch of rebelliousness, yet evokes a deep sense of sympathy due to his woeful existence, marked by solitude and suffering. Yu Jinha, feeling compassion for her digital offspring, resorts to incessant monetary investment. Nezha, wrongfully imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower, believes he is destined to endure endless torment. Just as he contemplates a mutual demise with his enemies, he encounters his little celestial being, who rescues him from the mire. As fate would have it, the game becomes unresponsive. In a twist of serendipity, Yu Jinha finds herself transported to a wondrous realm. It is common knowledge that the war god Lingjiang harbors an affection for a moonlit figure he adored for a decade, who mysteriously vanished years prior. To her astonishment, Yu Jinha discovers she shares the same name as the war god's lost love, a remarkable honor, until she lays eyes upon the so-called war god Lingjiang. Ah, my dear, you have indeed risen. Chapter 1. I cannot escape. Do you feel empty? Do you feel lonely? Do you feel isolated? Do you long for companionship in the stillness of the night? Download the Companion for Life app now and embark on your nurturing journey. Inside a luxurious villa, Yu Jinha sits alone in a spacious living room, her boredom manifesting as she fiddles with her phone, scrutinizing the link displayed, her brow furrowed in confusion. What nonsense is this? Have scams descended to such lowly depths? Without hesitation, she clicks cancel download and tosses her phone aside. However, contrary to her wishes, the device suddenly illuminates, revealing the words installation successful. What on earth? Yu Jinha stares at the now glowing screen, suspecting it to be infected by a virus, and prepares to delete the app. Suddenly, the screen darkens, unveiling a foreboding tower. The graphics are realistic, the atmosphere terrifying. Yu Jinha nearly hurls her phone across the room, bewildered by this grotesque creation. Then, amidst the darkness of the tower, a solitary glimmer of color emerges. In a corner stands a young boy, a Q version of Nezha, ensnared by a celestial circle with tangled hair and wounds adorning his face. He leans against the wall, on the verge of collapse, yet his gaze remains sharp, surveying his surroundings. Yu Jinha instantly forgets her intent to uninstall. The adorable yet pitiful Nezha stirs her emotions, leading her heart to oscillate with his plight. Who could be so heartless as to design Nezha's character in such a tragic manner? Dark clouds loom closer, eyeing him with malevolence. Ha ha ha, you can no longer resist. This lotus root shall soon be mine. Perish, and your suffering will end. No one cares for you anymore. Cease your resistance. Surrender your body to me, and I shall avenge you. The resolute Nezha stands firm, wielding his celestial cloth to repel the encroaching darkness. He grips the cloth tightly, his gaze fierce. If not for the constraints of the Demon Lock Tower suppressing his powers, even the Dragon King would tremble before him. Yet now, he smiles softly, a flicker of pride igniting in his eyes. How dare they covet his physique? Even in death, he vows to take the Demon Lock Tower down with him, ensuring none within escape. Regrettably, he cannot take those outside along for the ride. A lotus seal materializes upon his brow, his eyes exuding a casual disdain. If you desire it, come and take it. Yu Jinha furiously taps the screen. You shall not bully my Nezha. Inside the screen, Nezha struggles against the dark forces, unable to prevail, and Yu Jinha's heart races with frustration, wishing to leap into the phone to assist. Isn't this a scam app? How dare they use my precious Nezha as a pawn? If they have the audacity to attack, let them come for my wallet. The dark forces intensify their assault, and the young boy is thrown about, unable to withstand the onslaught. Yu Jinha's heart aches, her pulse quickening as emotions surge within her. Your darling faces imminent peril. Please tap the screen to aid your child. At last, the scam's true intent reveals itself. Yu Jinha, without a second thought, clicks. The phone immediately generates a payment page for 18,888 yuan. Her mind jolts back to clarity. What kind of scam begins with such an exorbitant sum? No way, absolutely not. What madness is this? What a worthless game. She tosses the phone aside, collapsing onto the sofa, gazing up at the colorful balloons adorning the ceiling, leaping with joy. For today marks her 18th birthday, and the room is aglow with colorful lights. The doorbell rings, and Yu Jinha rushes to answer. Surely it is her parents returning. At the doorstep lies a grand cake. What about my birthday gift? I want to unwrap it. This is her first grand birthday celebration. How delightful. Behind the cake emerges the nanny. Yu Jinha feels a flicker of disappointment, glancing at the time. Only 10 minutes until 6. A mere tardiness. She can accept that. This is a gift prepared by her father and mother. Yujinha eagerly accepts it, hastily unwrapping the present. Dressed in her fluffy pajamas, her excitement flushes her cheeks, and her slender fingers deftly untie the ribbon. In that moment, a phone call interrupts. There's a significant deal today. Your parents may not return. Silence envelopes the room, and Yujinha freezes, releasing her grip as the gift tumbles to the ground, a diamond necklace spilling out. A surge of anger ignites within her, a force with no outlet. They promised to celebrate her birthday, yet they lied. Today is her 18th birthday. Were they not adamant about their attendance? If they could not come, they should not have made promises, allowing her to build expectations only to let her down. They swore they would not miss it, claiming to have scheduled their commitment a month in advance, emphasizing its importance. All lies. Deceit, deceit, deceit. All of it is deception. The phone screen suddenly lights up. She quickly grabs it, yet it is not a message from her parents. Disappointment washes over her momentarily. Your darling is on the brink of death. You are his only hope. The image of the Q version, Nezha, flashes in her mind. Without her intervention, he would soon succumb to the dark forces. Do you only care for money? Is wealth truly paramount? She reopens the app. Nezha lies on the ground, delirious, his complexion pale, his frail body curled up. A dark force suddenly crashes into him, sending his weak form flying. Yujin's heart aches instantly. Do not harm my Nezha. How do I recharge? Where's the payment option? Hurry and reveal yourself. Finally, she spots the hidden recharge button in the top left corner, swiftly entering her password without hesitation. Success. The surrounding dark forces dissipate, forming an invisible barrier around her Nezha, rendering him untouchable by any malevolent entities. Her Nezha is alive. What a relief. Yujinha joyfully clutches her phone. In the lower right corner of the game, a note reads that time flows at 10 times the normal rate. Nezha slowly opens his eyes, his Q version head bobbing as he curiously surveys his surroundings, as if sensing the presence of a helper. The adorable Q version boy, despite wearing tattered clothes stained with blood, cannot conceal his exquisite visage. She gently taps his head. A speech bubble appears above his head. It hurts. Ah, how delightful. A tuft of hair atop the little one's head bobbed in rhythm with the bubbles, as he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Yuzin was equally thrilled. The game was astonishingly realistic, complete with interactive elements, prompting her to poke the little one gently on the head. The bubble responded, "How annoying. Go away. So adorable. How could there be such a charming protagonist in a game? Who are you exactly?" The chibi version of Nezha spoke with clarity, yet his cute visage left Yuzin utterly smitten. She longed to pinch his cheeks. "Who are you?" Nezha remained vigilant, wary of his surroundings, questioning who might be stirring trouble and what their intentions were. He gazed at his palms, recalling that he had prepared to perish alongside the demon suppression tower. Yet this person had managed to quell the chaos. This unexpected arrival was not to thwart his demise with the tower. Rather, they sought to protect him. His heart raced violently as Nezha lifted his gaze, unable to discern anything. Who could it be? Why? Where? He was engulfed in uncertainty. A pang of bitterness swelled within him. His heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. After all this time, the first to assist him was a complete stranger, an individual of unknown identity. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this person was truly safeguarding him, or if they harbored intentions akin to the dark mist that sought his lotus root body. Chapter 2. You are too melodious. Yuzin was utterly exhausted, surprised that playing a game could be so draining. Should she fail to nurture her little one, she would undoubtedly dismantle the game company's headquarters. At that moment, a notification popped up on her phone, startling her. She feared another request for payment. Instead, it revealed the little one's backstory. Nezha had encountered a dragon clan that hunted humans, and in saving a human, he had slain the dragon. However, this act ignited a conflict between the two clans, leading to his imprisonment within the demon suppression tower. Inside, various monsters engaged in relentless combat. Even while sleeping, one had to remain vigilant. A moment's lapse could render one as nourishment for another. The tower was perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, with no sense of time, living day by day in obscurity. Outside the tower, the two clans thrived in harmony, branding Nezha, who was confined within, as a scourge disrupting their peace. Now 17, Nezha had spent 2 years in the tower, his body frail, resembling a delicate piece of paper, easily toppled by the wind. This was no scourge, but rather a pitiful soul. Yuzhen opened the shop, only to find nothing in this wretched nurturing game. To be safe, she equipped the little one with 2 shields. With a yawn, she bid the game good night before setting her phone aside. Before she could drift into slumber, her phone vibrated, shaking her from her drowsiness. Your little one is in grave danger. Yuzhen jolted upright, instantly alert. She quickly opened her phone. The screen displayed the little one lying on the ground, covered in blood. Only one night had passed. Who had dared to harm her little one? The shields were gone. Nezha lay unconscious. She clicked to view the battle information, which filled the screen with identical warnings. Demon Suppression Tower Attack 0.001. The imprisoned creatures within the tower were slowly being eroded day by day. Inevitably, they would succumb to death unless they found a way to escape. Yuzhen had no time to seek an exit. The health bar dwindled to 0.002. Failure was imminent. Desperately, she scoured for a solution, flipping to the last page of the shop, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a potion. Without hesitation, she clicked to purchase. The cost was 100 renminbi. To her surprise, she found it quite reasonable, almost a bargain. Without a second thought, she entered her password. The little one's health plummeted to 0.001. In a moment of panic, her hand trembled, entering a wrong digit. Oh no, don't die. If you do, I will tear down the game company. She re-entered the password, successfully logging in. The health bar surged dramatically to 60. Yuzhen felt as though the 100 had been worth every cent. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Upgraded to level 2, unlocking basic voice communication features. Upgrade rewards have been issued. What voice? Hello? Hello? Yuzhen tentatively called out. Then she remembered. She hadn't enabled voice permissions. How could the little one respond? Just as she relaxed, the little one's health began to dwindle again. If they did not escape the Demon Suppression Tower, death was inevitable. She clicked on the tower's main gate. Another notification popped up. Unexplored area. Please complete main quests. She tapped furiously. Unexplored area. Please follow instructions. Unexplored. Unexplored. Yuzhen tapped incessantly. Breaking Sky Hammer available. She clicked to view the hammer's features, which stated it could unlock unexplored areas. In other words, it could open the Demon Suppression Tower's door. She approached the tower's entrance. With a resounding clang, the door echoed. Could it be? It truly could open. Nezha was also startled by the thunderous noise, the door vibrating from the impact. Gradually, he regained consciousness, having not appeared at all during these days. Regardless of his injuries, his shield had never manifested. He believed he had been forsaken by this person. Yet now, they sought to open the door for him. At that moment, a surge of dark mist surged toward him. He was pushed aside, and a transparent shield formed around him. Once again, it was given by them. Do not bully him. If you have the capability, cover my wallet. Nezha paused, as if he had heard a voice. A gentle, lively female voice resonated. Poor little one, why are you hurt again? Was she referring to him? Little one? Such an unusual term of endearment. Poor child, wait for me to rescue you. A smile crept onto Nezha's lips. In the next instant, dark mist collided with him, and he was thrust backward along with the shield. Indeed, he could not afford to be distracted. He hurled his Chinko in circle, smashing the dark mist to smithereens. How audacious to attempt a sneak attack. At that moment, the door emitted a tremendous sound. Nezha was astounded. He knew she was formidable, but he hadn't anticipated her intent to open the door. How could this be? No one had ever opened the Demon Suppression Tower before. The door opened. It truly opened. Nezha's heart raced wildly, as if caught in a dream, utterly incredulous. The sunlight was blinding, heralding the arrival of spring. It is hard to recall the last time I gazed upon the outside world. Nezha lifted his foot, stepping onto the verdant grass, and upon his departure from the demon's ceiling tower, the grand door locked itself automatically. At last he was free. Wow, what an adorable little deity. Yuzhen clutched her phone, fervently capturing screenshots of the breathtaking scenery. The graphics were so vivid and enchanting. In that moment, she felt the game was worth every penny. How much did the heavenly hammer cost again? 100,000, right? What? 100,000? Why not just steal it? Damn, what a ridiculous hammer. Ah, my money. Yuzhen slammed her fist onto the table. She exited the game. She vowed to abstain from spending. After having breakfast, Yuzhen returned to her room, gazing at the app on her phone, unable to resist tapping it open once more. This insatiable game, though it lacked humanity, left her beloved companion innocent. Without her, how could Nezha survive? If I cannot quit, then I shall not. From a decision to abstain from the game to reopening it, a mere 5 minutes had elapsed. Yet within the game, 50 minutes had passed. Then she beheld her cherished companion lying on the ground. What? What could possibly happen in 5 minutes? How could he have fainted again? She tapped Nezha's body, and a bubble appeared. This is... Yuan exhaled in relief. He was merely asleep. Having been inside the demon ceiling tower for 2 years, he had never dared to sleep too soundly. This was likely the best slumber he had enjoyed in ages. Yuan stared at the screen when she overheard voices nearby. There was some commotion at the demon ceiling tower just now. Could something have gone awry? What nonsense are you imagining? The demon ceiling tower fell from the heavenly realm. Even if the heavens collapsed, it would remain unscathed. But it houses that wretched being. Rest assured, once inside the demon ceiling tower, there is no escape. Soon, they spotted Nezha's figure. Ah, Nezha, run. Chapter 3. You are so pitiful. Nezha furrowed his brow, on the verge of awakening. Yuan gazed at the silhouettes of the two individuals, blaming them for disturbing his dear one's slumber. How infuriating, to bully my poor child. With a forceful jab at the screen, the two figures unexpectedly tumbled. Yuan felt a surge of delight. Could he now interact with others beyond his cherished one? As Nezha slowly opened his eyes, the pain from his wounds surged forth, overwhelming him with agony and itchiness from head to toe. Had she referred to him? In his recollection, they were united. Why were they together? What could be the reason for the celestial being's selection of him? Nezha pondered, recalling that the most frequently uttered word regarding him was pitiful. It was his misery that led to her choosing him. If one day he were no longer pitiable, would she abandon him? The little deity had rescued him countless times and even allowed him to leave the demon locking tower. His initial thoughts had been utterly excessive. An apology was due. How could a being of her caliber possibly regard his frail form? The words of contrition danced on his tongue, yet Nezha closed his eyes, unable to voice them. Nezha, oh Nezha, after all that the little deity has done, you cannot even muster an apology. What else can you possibly do? He exhaled deeply, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Nezha burst forth, help. Someone's coming. Another figure rushed past. The commotion was too loud, prompting Yuan to lift his gaze away from the phone. It seemed his dear one had spoken, though he could not decipher the words. Nezha, do not resist. Nezha stood frozen, as a throng of soldiers surged forth. The guards of Chintang Pass emerged, encircling him. Nezha smirked coldly, raising an eyebrow. What now? What have I done this time? Am I to return to the demon locking tower? Nezha, you remain unrepentant. The voice struck Nezha like a bolt, sending a familiar chill racing up his spine. The soldiers parted, revealing Lingjiang, the commander of Chintang Pass, and his biological father, the very man who had thrust him into the demon locking tower. 2 years had passed while he languished within the confines of that prison. His fate unknown. Why should he be the one to suffer while they enjoyed their lives outside? It was not his fault. Yet not a soul was willing to believe him. 2 years. 2 years in the demon locking tower. They all reveled outside, convinced that the calamity 2 years prior had been instigated by him. Is it frozen? Why can't I poke it? Nezha suddenly regained clarity. The demon locking tower still lay in Lingjiang's grasp. Should he act now, he would surely be overpowered, risking yet another imprisonment. He lifted his chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance, his lips curling into a semblance of a smile. What crime have I committed? The original accord between the demon and human clans permitted his entrance into the demon locking tower, without any stipulation of time. Even if he emerged now, there was no justification for re-imprisoning him. Your disposition is rather sinister. Releasing you is permissible, provided you entrust the Qianquan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk to my custody. Lingjiang stands resolutely at the forefront, confronting you. Very well, Nezha is currently devoid of sufficient power. Surrender the Hunyuan Silk and the Qianquan Circle, and we shall seek an opportunity to reclaim them later. Lingjiang accepts them with both hands, turning to pass them to the soldiers behind him. You may reside in your former quarters, yet you shall only be permitted to venture out with my consent. Wang Cheng, escort him back. Lingjiang furrows his brow, displaying evident distress. Nezha comprehends his concerns, worrying about how to confine him once more within the demon lock tower. A throng of dozens accompanies him, encircled closely as they return to his previous dwelling. Yuan observes the encirclement of his companion, feeling as though his heart is ablaze. Nezha has only just emerged from the demon lock tower, his body not yet restored, and doubts arise among the onlookers. He has done nothing wrong. Suddenly, Wang Cheng, standing at the front, halts his advance, raising a spear to thrust toward Nezha's throat. Yuan instinctively presses against the spear's tip. The spear grazes Nezha's throat. A cold sweat breaks upon her. Is this a game of nurturing, or is it truly a matter of survival? Wang Cheng, tall and wiry, grins mischievously. So, you truly lack power. I thought you were jesting with us. Yu Jinhe feels an urge to chastise. Wang Cheng's intent was to test Nezha's abilities. But did he have to resort to such brutal measures? Without power, do you wish to slay me? Nezha halts, querying with apparent nonchalance. How could that be? You are the son of the general. If any harm were to befall you, it should be by Lingjiang himself. Yu Jinhe anticipates his next words. No one desires Nezha's emergence. Presently, Chuntang Pass is peaceful and prosperous. None can predict the turmoil Nezha's return might incite. They have arrived. Nezha stands at the entrance, frail and helpless. Wang Cheng looms threateningly before him, flanked by dozens of soldiers supporting him. Yu Jinhe's anger surges. As Wang Cheng prepares to depart, she forcefully jabs at his back. Suddenly, with a splash, Wang Cheng tumbles into the lotus pond outside. Who pushed me? Zhao Xin glances at Nezha, harboring doubts. No, it cannot be him. He has just exited the demon lock tower and possesses no power. Moreover, the force applied was gentle. Unlike Nezha's typical strikes, which, based on his knowledge of Nezha, would be lethal. If not Nezha, then it must be someone else. He will settle the score with them later. Back in his chamber, Nezha is filled with unease. Within the demon lock tower, he was alone. And the little deity may have sought him out of desperation. Now that they are free, with so many present, she might choose to seek another. From earlier until now, she has remained silent. Has she departed once more? The more he contemplates, the more anxious he grows. She has always been one to come and go as she pleases, having appeared once before, then abruptly vanished for several days. Perhaps she has simply grown weary of the game. If she chooses to leave, so be it. Who cares? The world is vast, and love can wander wherever it wishes. Does it hurt, little one? Not at all. Nezha replied instantly, a sudden joy swelling within him, his heart racing with exhilaration. He knew she would not leave. The tone of his response was icy yet laced with pride, but to Yu Jinhe, it sounded like a playful tease. Can we converse now? What an advanced game. She marveled. Wait, she doesn't have recording permissions. How does the game recognize her voice? Little one, Yu Jinhe tentatively inquired. The Nezha on the screen turned his head, emitting a soft, adorable mm. It was truly possible to communicate. Little one's voice was melodious and paired with his avatar. He was irresistibly charming. Yet, with such a grievous wound, how could he not feel pain? She opened the shop, only to find the medicinal page shrouded in darkness. This was hardly nurturing. She had to voice her complaint. A pop-up appeared on her phone. Medicinal items unlock after level 5. You can use coins to unlock them early. So it was merely a matter of spending money. Yu Jinhe promptly purchased 5 healing elixirs. Only 500? Who do they think they are? She retrieved one from her inventory and placed it beside Nezha. He immediately reached for it. For me? The elixir suddenly floated up, and before Nezha could comprehend, it was swallowed whole. Time seemed to freeze as her heart raced uncontrollably. Remarkable. He was entirely oblivious to the traces of magic. How did she achieve this? Was this the power of a deity? The elixir bore no bitterness. Instead, it had a hint of sweetness. The effects were miraculous. His wounds vanished in an instant. Nezha watched in astonishment as his injuries healed, even old scars fading away. He felt no discomfort or pain, as though he had returned to a previous state of well-being. Night had fallen, and Nezha lay on the bed, a nearly transparent shield enveloping him, a gift from her. The thought quickened her heartbeat. She must still be watching. After ensuring Nezha was asleep, Yu Jinhe calculated the time. In-game time flowed tenfold compared to the outside world. She eagerly searched for related strategies, desperate to uncover what lay ahead for little one. To her astonishment, she found no information regarding nurturing him online. This couldn't be possible. She immediately dialed her father's company assistant. Help me find a software. After a brief wait, the unexpected result was revealed. The software did not exist. Chapter 4. How pretentious. But who was deducting money from her bank card? Yu Jinhe pulled up her transaction history and discovered the sender was Nezha. How bizarre. She switched back to the game interface, where little one lay peacefully asleep. She pointed her finger at Nezha's face, and the little deity opened his eyes just a crack. Feigning ignorance of the situation, the corners of his mouth curled upwards as he nestled deeper into the quilt, continuing to pretend he was asleep. How could a game feel so real? It was impossible. She was a staunch materialist. Surely, it must be a result of excessive gaming. Despite being a fraudulent software, the little one remained innocent, and she was determined to care for him. No one could bully her little one, absolutely no one. Yu Jinhe turned the camera, catching sight of a tall building through the window, the tallest in Chuntang Pass. It had to be the residence of Lingjiang. Humph. Yu Jinhe gritted her teeth. Nezha had never slept soundly in the demon locking tower, yet here he was, in the best place to rest. What a ridiculous game. where anyone could easily bully her little one. Unable to reach Lingjiang, she vented her frustration by tapping on her phone screen. She pressed on the rooftop again and again, until suddenly, a lantern fell down. What on earth? Had she somehow interacted with the building inside the game? She found it hard to believe and shook the distant lantern, but this time there was no response. How intricate. The building grew brighter. A red glow rising from the bottom. Yuzin's hand froze. Could she be so unlucky? The flames in the screen surged. It dawned on her that the lantern she had just shaken had triggered a fire. Surely, Lingjiang wouldn't perish, right? Panic set in for a moment. But she quickly steadied herself. It was just a game. What was there to fear? Besides, he was the general of Qiantang. Nothing would happen to him. What a ridiculous game, taking it so seriously. She might as well check on her little Nezha. In the game, it was still dark. Nezha lay there with his eyes closed, completely restless, sensing a faint gaze upon him. Was the little deity watching him? Though the little deity treated him well, he couldn't rely on her forever. After leaving the demon locking tower, his body was slowly recovering, and he needed to retrieve the Hunyuan sash and the Qianquan circle as soon as possible. Lingjiang, like the humans, was blind to the truth. The Hunyuan sash would be easier to find, but the Qianquan circle would be more challenging to replicate. Nezha sat up. It was the dead of night, and the guards were lax. An opportune moment. Yuzin noticed he had awakened and perked up. Little one, are you awake? Her voice trembled slightly, sounding light and filled with uncertainty, as if she had something to hide. Not knowing how to address her, Nezha cautiously inquired, "What should I call you?" "Just call me caretaker," she replied. Nezha was puzzled. Uncertain of the meaning behind such a title, it did not sound particularly endearing. Did the little deity not wish to share her name? He approached the window, surveying the outside. The guard stood motionless at the door, intently watching the room. Nezha smiled, planning to ponder how to escape. But then he suddenly halted. There was a trace of demonic energy emanating from the guards. Why was that? Why does the guard of Qiantang Pass exude a sinister aura? Even in this era of harmonious coexistence between humans and demons, such a presence should not exist among the guards. Lost in contemplation, the outside commotion suddenly erupts with cries of alarm. Fire! Help! In that instant, he realizes why the little deity had appeared so anxious. It was indeed due to mischief. Nezha, lowering his head, lets out a soft, hoarse chuckle. A fire. Do you comprehend the situation? I think. It might be my doing, comes the timid admission. This direct confession stuns Nezha. Even deception eludes him. He understands that the little deity is acting out of concern for him, and he feels gratitude for that. A fire. Hurry, extinguish it. Another call rings out for the guards. But what can Nezha do? He feels utterly powerless, rendered ineffective. A tremor runs through Yuzin's heart. Once, Nezha feared neither heaven nor earth, unmatched by any foe, taking on great demons with ease. Now, even a mere guard speaks of him in such a manner. She finds this disheartening, let alone Nezha himself. Do not listen. We are the strongest. Of course, a bubble pops above Zai Zai's head, accompanied by a soft voice. Melting Yuzin's heart. Zai Zai is so understanding, so obedient, it evokes a pang of tenderness. It is still night in the game, and Yuzin assumes Zai Zai cannot sleep. She prepares to find a sleep aid for him, only to discover Zai standing by the window, pushing it open. Zai, what do you intend to do? I want to retrieve the Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silk. At that moment, a notification pops up on her phone. Beginner task. Retrieve the Hunyuan silk and Qianquan circle. As Wang Ma passes by, she casually inquires, "Are you preparing anything for the gathering in a few days?" "No need," Yuzin replies. Having just graduated high school and initially not planning to attend, it was only due to her homeroom teacher mentioning the distribution of diplomas that she decided to go. Looking back at her phone, she sees Zai has already dashed out of the residence, arriving at the blacksmith shop. In the dead of night, the blacksmith is fast asleep. Hearing Zai conversing with someone, Nezha feels a twinge of disappointment. Naturally, even deities have their divine friends. Approaching the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, he raises his foot to kick the door open, but suddenly hesitates, glancing upwards to see the little deity still watching him. He lowers his foot and gently knocks on the door. Who is it? After a moment, the blacksmith does not respond, and with a surge of force, Nezha inadvertently causes the door to fall. Will the little deity think me too rough? The little deity's voice floats over. The quality of this door is rather poor. Indeed. Nezha nods affirmatively. He steps inside and sees the blacksmith resting on the bed. This is the finest blacksmith in Qiantang Pass, the only one capable of forging items akin to the Qianquan circle. As he lifts the blacksmith's blanket, his heart abruptly halts. This man is none other than the one he once saved. To rescue him, he had slain that dragon, which led to his confinement in the demon lock tower. Grasping the blacksmith's neck, He leans in for a closer look. It's him. Nezha? The blacksmith awoke in a daze, suddenly jolted by a vivid realization. Nezha. A fire of fury ignited within Nezha as past scenes resurfaced, the events of that fateful day seeming as near as yesterday. It was all because of this individual. The root of his anguish, a person so utterly ordinary. After the incident, he had taken the blacksmith to Chuntang Pass to seek clarity. Only this man could vindicate him. He had hoped for the truth to emerge, to restore his honor. I shall ask you once more. Was it not to save you that I acted? No, came the reply. I merely passed by. You were the one who slayed the dragon. This is all you're doing. Nezha remembered their words with haunting clarity, echoing like a curse, leading him to believe during his 2 years in the demon ceiling tower that he had indeed sought trouble by confronting that monster. The blacksmith suddenly recalled that Nezha was now merely an ordinary person. What are you doing here? Do you dare to inform Lordly? Nezha suppressed his rage. Gripping the blacksmith's neck with force, he gazed upwards at the ceiling, where the little deity continued to observe him. Calm yourself. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly, allowing the fury within to dissipate, gradually finding peace. His voice, hoarse and strained, sought to suppress his ire. Will you not create the Chinquan circle? Why should I? You ought to reconsider your position. It was you who sought to slay that dragon, bearing no relation to me. This is all your fault. The blacksmith, a massive figure weighing 300 pounds, caused the ground to tremble with his slightest movement. Not do it. Chapter 5. I am frightened to death. Get lost. Do not delay my sleep. The blacksmith's words had barely escaped his lips when he was abruptly thrust to the ground, as if struck by an unseen force. Cubs, strike him. I'll hold him down. Hurry. The voice of the little deity resonated with anger. Quickly, I can barely contain him. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? The blacksmith struggled against his bonds. With the heft of 300 pounds, his thrashing shook the very earth. Nezha wore a cold smirk, delivering a gentle kick, snapping a sound that sent the blacksmith clutching his thigh in agony, his complexion turning pale as he opened his mouth to scream. Nezha swiftly shoved a teacup into his mouth. Is it truly that painful? You only brushed against him lightly. Indeed, how convincing, Nezha remarked. His eyes icy as he crouched before the blacksmith, steadying his arm. Can you create the Chinquan circle? The blacksmith's eyes widened in terror, nodding fervently. Incoherent sounds escaping his throat. Yes, I can. How long will it take? Nezha assisted him to his feet and seated him in a chair. 7 days? 3 days. Very well, I shall return in 3 days, Nezha replied calmly, turning to depart. Meanwhile, Yuzhinha remained incensed, for that blacksmith was the root of all troubles. And how could the cub forgive him so easily? He even helped him to his feet. Even within a game, one ought to deliver a proper thrashing. Alas, this game could not be played outside Nezha's realm. Otherwise, she would have stealthily delivered 180 punches to him. Yet now she could only seethe in helpless fury, bullied by dark forces within the demon-locked tower and subjected to the whims of ordinary mortals here. What a pitiable creature she was. She accessed Nezha's health bar, which had restored to 80 during this time, sparing him from imminent peril. Below it lay a blue bar inscribed with the word mana. Quite substantial, indeed, 30 years of cultivation. Yet, the little one still struggled against the blacksmith. Surely, the system must be malfunctioning, for such a high health bar could not be bested by a mere blacksmith. Continuing like this was not a viable solution. Yuzhin opened the shop and discovered a potion that promised to enhance 3 years of cultivation. This was perfect. She eagerly presented the elixir to Nezha's lips. He opened his mouth, and the potion vanished, absorbed into his being. The mana bar surged to 33 years of cultivation. Little one, do you feel anything? Yuzhin inquired with curiosity. Nothing. A bubble appeared above the little one's head, accompanied by a voice. Yuzhin felt an urge to pinch his cheek. She wondered if this game offered any plush dolls of its characters. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the phone screen. Yuzhin gasped, nearly dropping her device. What's wrong? Are you okay? She adjusted the screen, anxiously observing Nezha within. The miniature figure halted, his small face serious and vigilant of his surroundings. Yuzhin found herself distracted. The character design was truly impressive. Another shadow raced past, sending a shiver down her spine, and she immediately cast a shield around Nezha. What was this? Its speed was blinding, rendering it indistinguishable. In an instant, a dark figure loomed before the phone, adorned with several long tails, slender legs, ribs protruding beyond muscle, serrated teeth, and bulging eyes. Yuzhin broke into a cold sweat, the phone slipping from her grasp. How could such a terrifying creature exist in a nurturing game? The game developers must be some sort of lunatics to have designed such absurd monstrosities. Yuzhin recognized the game's art style was realistic, but she had not anticipated that the monsters would be so vividly portrayed. Just as she retrieved her phone, a creature emerged, its crimson eyes fixed directly on her. Oh, Allah! Though she was neither particularly bold nor excessively timid, this monster was alarmingly lifelike, as if it might leap through the screen at any moment. Well, little one, may you navigate the remaining path with fortitude. It's a demon. Are you afraid? Yuzhen bent to pick up her phone, her hands trembling as she placed it back on the table, unable to bear looking at the screen. Her voice faltered. Of course, I'm not afraid. Rest for now. It will be all right shortly. The little one continued to reassure her. Yuzhen dared not glance away. If he could not prevail, he must call upon her. She could still provide him with shields. Nezha lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the little deity absent, he could finally unleash his full power without restraint. He flexed his wrists and ankles, producing a crisp sound, and with a provocative gesture, beckoned at the monsters on the wall. Countless dark creatures surged forth like a tidal wave. Nezha remained steadfast, a hint of a smirk gracing his thin lips, as crimson lotus flames erupted behind him, momentarily engulfing the heavens and the earth. Only the wails of the monsters and the crackling of the flames remained, a barrier silencing all sounds within this realm. He stood upon the rooftop, his gaze sharp, cradling a flame-lit lotus in his hand. As his fingers closed, the fiery bloom extinguished, and with a calm demeanor, he declared, easily vanquished. Yuzhen could not hear the sound of her phone, tentatively reaching for it. She found herself alone with Zai Zai. Where had those monsters gone? As she unlocked her phone, the darkness revealed only Zai Zai. They passed by, he seemed pleased. Yuzhen noticed the crimson lotus mark on his forehead had deepened. Leaning closer to the screen, she suddenly spotted a shadow in the corner. At first, she thought it was a small dog, but the longer she looked, the less it resembled one. Zooming in, she gasped. What was that? A black claw wriggled, 5 fingers grasping at the air erratically, with singed edges hinting at something that had burned. Yuzhen's breath hitched, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. For the first time, she despised her excellent memory. She set down her phone, pressing her forehead in distress. This was revolting, and she felt as though her phone had become tainted. No, wait. Hadn't Zai Zai said the monsters had fled? What was this? Could Zai Zai be deceiving her? She abruptly lifted her head, recalling her earlier gaming experience within the monster ensnaring tower, where, despite the onslaught of dark energy, Zai Zai had never conceded defeat. Unlike now, where he offered no resistance, resembling a pitiful little lamb. She observed the blue mana bar. If the game hadn't lagged, then Zai Zai was indeed tricking her. Could the characters in the game lie? A storm of emotions surged within Yuzhen. This game was exquisitely detailed, far too realistic to be mere fabrication. Yet, she was more concerned about why Zai Zai would deceive her. Upon Nezha's return to the mansion, Yuzhen tapped his head lightly. Did you slay the monsters? Zai Zai tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry. She tapped his head again, urging, don't lie to me. Nezha, tucked under the covers, spoke with a hint of pride. I did. Why deceive me? Yuzhen pondered the reasoning, contemplating that perhaps it was merely to keep her engaged, to extract more money. After all, securing a wealthy client was a chance to maximize earnings. You enjoy this side of me, Nezha confidently asserted. The room fell silent, as if it were inhabited by someone forgotten by the world. Liking someone requires no justification. It is as effortless as a casual remark from Yuzhen. What is there to question about having an affinity for game characters? She may also admire protagonists from anime, cherishing numerous characters. Really? A jolt surged through Yuzhen's heart, and she could not suppress the urge to curse. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a game character had seen right through her. Why invest such intricacy in crafting a character if such skill could not be employed for greater success? Kai Kai stood upon the bed, resembling a delicate doll, arms defiantly crossed. Despite her soft voice, she feigned an icy demeanor. From now on, you may choose only me. Do not seek another. Chapter 6. Hey, are you anxious? Yuzhen downed a large glass of ice water. This game had transcended her limits. It felt unnervingly real. As if she were conversing with an actual person. She understood how Nezha felt. Upon emerging from the demon-subduing tower, he would undoubtedly be cautious and cherish the moment. If she were to depart, Kai Kai would truly have nothing left. I shall remain by your side. Regardless of who you are, whether the obedient Kai Kai or the proud one, I will always accompany you. In the game, Nezha faced the wall, his heart struck by a metaphorical stone. Each word from the little fairy fell upon him like exploding fireworks. She declared that she would not leave. If you deceive me, I shall find you, and I will cast the new person you cherish into the sea. No deceit. Nezha felt at ease, leaning against the bedpost, glancing upward. Just as he began to feel joy, he heard the little fairy chuckle. You cannot find me. What does that mean? Nothing. Nezha pressed his lips together. It had always been her decision between them. She could come and go as she pleased. He could not possibly be unable to find her. As long as there existed a place in this world, he would surely discover it. Where are you? Nezha inquired nonchalantly, yet his ears were keenly attentive. After a long silence, the little fairy remained mute. Nezha ground his teeth in frustration. If she chose not to speak, he would not be bothered to listen anyway. She seemed to know everything, yet said nothing. A wave of irritation washed over Nezha. He did not even know the little fairy's name. If you are in distress, tell me, and I will assist you. The little fairy did not respond immediately. After an extended pause, he finally heard a faint reply. All right. She was not to be trusted. After all, she was a fairy capable of anything. He did not even know her name. Always referring to her as the little fairy. He must remember to inquire about her title next time. In the following days, all remained tranquil, and Nezha found no opportunity to venture outside. The little fairy did not appear either. He was aware that the little fairy would vanish for a few days at intervals. Yet he could not help but feel anxious. The little fairy promised she would not abandon him, and he believed she would keep her word. Standing by the window, he gazed at the clouds in the sky, wondering if the little fairy was among them. As Yuan awoke from her slumber, her first instinct was to open the game and check on her beloved companion, ensuring its safety before she could fully relax. Slipping on her slippers, she made her way to the living room in search of water, only to be captivated by a magnificent red box adorned with three-dimensional cloud patterns resting on the table. What is this, Wang Ma? She inquired. I'm not sure, Mississippi. It was already here when I opened the door this morning. I thought it might be a gift for you, Wang Ma replied. Placing her cup down, Yuan marveled at the beauty of the box. As she approached, the lights atop the box suddenly illuminated, twinkling like stars suspended in midair. Isn't technology so advanced nowadays? She mused, reflecting on her 3 years of high school. Not in isolation, but seemingly out of touch with the rapid evolution of the world. Miss, the items you purchase are truly exquisite, Wang Ma exclaimed. Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. And as her palm made contact with the surface of the box, the surrounding stars shone even brighter, causing her heart to race. Upon opening the box, she discovered a vibrant red silk ribbon resting atop, its brilliance interwoven with golden glimmers. Having seen many splendid things before, she couldn't help but exclaim, how beautiful. Gently lifting the ribbon, she uncovered a golden ring beneath it. Isn't this the Qinkuan ring and the Hongtian silk from Nezha? She pondered, contemplating whether this was a promotional item from the game. After investing so much, had the company finally decided to reward her with a premium gift? The Qinkuan ring felt substantial, fitting perfectly around her wrist. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The return address on the package could lead her to the company. Wang Ma, where's the packaging? Oh dear, miss, I could never open your belongings. That box was just like this when I found it this morning, Wang Ma replied. No packaging? Could it be that the courier opened it? Yuan rushed to the security room to review the morning's surveillance footage, determined to trace the fraudulent company. However, as she scrutinized the monitor, she noticed nothing at the entrance. Moments later, the feed abruptly glitched, losing signal at a critical juncture. Why does this always happen? Yuan fumed, exasperated by the poor quality of surveillance in such an expansive villa community. Just then, the screen flickered back to life, revealing the scene once more. The box had indeed appeared at the entrance. Yuan slammed her head onto the table, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. What a coincidence it was that the surveillance malfunctioned just as the delivery was made, and the packaging had gone missing. Her spirits sank. Having finally found a lead to her companion, she was now at a loss. Resigned, she turned to her phone, seeking solace from her cherished companion. You're here. Nezha in the game exclaimed excitedly, leaping from his chair. Where on earth are you? Yuan sighed wearily, contemplating the excessive investment required by the company. Surely, they would face scrutiny. What if Nezha's data were erased in the process? She had promised to stay by his side. Nezha appeared somewhat puzzled. A bubble forming above his head, questioning her. Yuan could not resist poking him. He was simply too adorable, and she longed for a life-size doll. What has transpired in recent days? Leaving the guardroom, Yuan prepared to return to her quarters. You are unhappy, Nezha asserted confidently. Have you encountered trouble? Met with adversaries? Is someone bullying you? Who is it? Where are you? I shall come to your aid. Tell me how I can find you. The little one anxiously paced back and forth, causing the entire house to tremble, dust cascading from the ceiling. Even in moments of anger, the tiny figure appeared exceptionally endearing. Yet it was evident that the little one was on the verge of breaking through the screen. Yuan halted, letting out a deep sigh. The little one could discern the emotions in her tone and communicate without barriers. If only the little one were a proper game. I am fine, Yuan replied. Just as she returned to her room, her phone suddenly erupting with noise. The guards at Qintang Pass surrounded Nezha's chamber, archers poised to strike. Nezha, surrender the Rui Jingu Bang and the Hunyuan ribbon. Li Jing stood at the forefront, sword in hand, glaring at the door. Yuzin's anger flared. The Rui Jingu Bang and the Hunyuan ribbon had been taken by Li Jing, and now he sought to blame Nezha. Why not seek his lost possessions himself? I did not take them. Nezha defended himself as he stood in the center of the room, the door wide open. You are still lying. If you did not take them, how could the Hunyuan ribbon and Rui Jingu Bang be lost? Surrender the Hunyuan ribbon, or I will confine you to the demon locking tower immediately. Nezha offered a brief smile, closing his eyes to refrain from further argument. The guards advanced, his small figure both stubborn and pitiable. Do you believe me? Nezha whispered, as if hope had fled. No more excuses. Hand over the Rui Jingu Bang and the Hunyuan ribbon. Li Jing unsheathed his sword, and the guards prepared to attack. I believe you. Yuzin understood that Nezha was speaking to her. Whatever you say, I believe in you. Yuzin murmured softly. The little one on the screen looked up in shock, eyes glistening, appearing as though they might shatter. Yuzin felt a pang of sorrow. She realized that the little one truly had no one else but her. I will always believe in you. Nezha, you still refuse to repent. Li Jing suddenly produced the demon locking tower. Chapter 7. I am truly unfortunate. In the game, Nezha was without weapons, his small form hiding behind the door, utterly defenseless. In a state of panic, Yuzin equipped him with several shields, managing to withstand the initial wave of the demon locking tower's assault. She set her phone down, her hands weary and unable to lift further. Perhaps this game should pivot towards combat. All this nurturing is decidedly off topic. Being chased day after day, the shield shattered, and Nezha's body was hurled by the demon locking tower, crashing violently against the wall. Li Jing retracted the demon locking tower. Nezha, you have only been confined in the demon locking tower for 2 years, and you have lost your powers. How could you possibly withstand a blow from the demon locking tower? Stand up. The fury of the fishing pillow river finds no outlet. The demon lock tower belongs to him. Does he not comprehend what the demon lock tower entails? What does it mean to have merely lost one's cultivation? Does he truly believe it is merely a 2-year confinement? The demon lock tower incessantly drains Nezha's life day and night. Had she not opened the door, Nezha would have long since perished. As long as you enter the demon lock tower and temper your disposition over the years, I shall release you, Li Jing continued. Nezha scoffed, rising to wipe the blood from his lips. If you wish to strike, then strike. Spare me your words. Since you show no remorse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The fishing pillow river had never encountered such obstinacy. He trusted everyone, yet not Nezha. How did that fire not consume him? As the fishing pillow river shielded Nezha, she jabbed at Li Jing, who remained entirely unresponsive. Why was the game still lagging? Wasn't it possible to interact with the characters inside before? Why not now? Hang in there, dear. The fishing pillow river searched desperately for a solution. The marketplace offered only basic medicines. The broken heaven hammer from last time was also unavailable. If this continued, Nezha would again be imprisoned in the demon lock tower. Frantically, the fishing pillow river tapped around, hoping to trigger a plot point. Any minor character might become a turning point. Her fingers danced from the top to the bottom of the screen. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. Plot not unlocked. The fishing pillow river awaited the next line. The pop-up vanished, replaced by another. Unlock the plot early. Please pay 888 yuan. She knew it. This wretched game could not change its essence. Without hesitation, the fishing pillow river input her password, successfully completing the transaction. At that moment, a minor character rushed over to Li Jing. My lord, the king has sent someone. Li Jing frowned, accepting the demon lock tower. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave but paused midway, glaring at Nezha. Increase the guard, maintain strict surveillance. We cannot allow anything to escape. Yes, the fishing pillow river breathed a sigh of relief. At last, there was no immediate danger. She checked Nezha's health bar, which still showed 82. No danger to life. She gently pressed Nezha's face. I am fine, Nezha said, moving to the bedside, clutching his chest, and laboriously lying down. What happened to the universe ring and the chaos silk? The fishing pillow river was equally ignorant of the plot. Do not divine artifacts recognize their masters? Why not try summoning them? The little figure nodded solemnly, closing his eyes as a red glow enveloped the surroundings. The fishing pillow river couldn't help but chuckle at his serious demeanor, reminiscent of an adult. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a thunderclap. A tempest brewed. Thunder on a clear day? It seemed rain was imminent, and she still had a gathering to attend. The fishing pillow river exited the bedroom and leaned over the railing in the corridor, calling out, Aunt Wong, prepare the car for me. I need to leave in half an hour. Understood, Mississippi. Within the confines of the screen, the child opens their eyes, furrowing their brow in distress, feeling as though they are no longer part of this world. Fear not, for we shall certainly find a solution. Yu Jinhe is entirely untroubled in a pay-to-win game. As long as the child remains alive, every problem can be resolved with wealth. Unbeknownst to her, she has begun to regard the child within the game as a real person. She picks up the exquisite Qianquan ring gifted by the game company, its surroundings adorned with delightful trinkets. As she places it upon her wrist, a gentle glow seems to emanate from it. "Miss, the car is ready," the attendant announces. Yu Jinhe, clutching her phone, notices the screen is lit, revealing Nezha seated by the bedside, gazing in her direction. "What are you looking at? Can you truly comprehend my words?" She muses. Of course. The child eagerly wishes to validate something. Nezha, having overheard, realizes she is conversing with others. Even deities have companions. And he is not alone in his possessions. Upon receiving her diploma, Yu Jinhe departs. As dusk descends, she settles into the back seat of the car, leaning against the window, her gaze falling upon a street vendor selling an array of small dolls. "Wait a moment," she instructs. The driver halts by the roadside, and as she disembarks, the vendor hastily gathers their wares and retreats into a narrow alley. She sprints to catch up, calling out, "Wait, I wish to purchase something." The vendor, riding an electric scooter, speeds away, prompting Yu Jinhe to chase after them for a short distance. "Don't leave. Are you truly abandoning such a sale?" She leans against her knees, gasping for breath, only to look up and find the street deserted. Disheartened, she decides to return, hoping to find an opportunity to buy the child's doll from the game company. Suddenly, her phone vibrates. A message from the game appears. "Your child is facing a crisis." Yu Jinhe swiftly opens the game, realizing that Li Jing has come once more to trouble the child. How utterly vexing. Why can't he believe that if the child were to obtain the yuan scarf and the Qianquan ring, they would surely acknowledge it? "Nezha, did you slay the demon in Chintang Pass?" She recalls the monstrous figure from that fateful night. "It was I," Nezha replies decisively, catching Yu Jinhe unprepared as he confesses before she can shield him. "It was indeed you. And yet you claim you did not steal the yuan scarf and Qianquan ring." Li Jing states with an expression of certainty, brandishing the demon suppression tower, ready to subdue once more. Yu Jinhe flails about, hastily deploying shields. "Ah, child, do not confess so quickly. I cannot keep up." The demon suppression tower strikes, shattering all her shields in an instant. Hundreds of dollars vanish in the blink of an eye. With her head bowed, she trudges forward, continuously summoning shields, when suddenly, darkness envelopes her at the alley's end. Two figures sporting baseball caps materialize abruptly. A chill runs down Yu Jinhe's spine, her limbs growing cold. What dreadful luck she has encountered. One of them speaks. Their voice gravelly, "Hand over your phone and money." Yu Jinhe takes a cautious step back. What a misfortune it is to find herself in a robbery. "Empty your pockets." Yu Jinhe pulled out her bank card and handed it over before turning to flee. They only sought money. Once they obtained it, she believed they would not harm her. However, after just a couple of strides, a hand seized her wrist from behind, nearly dislocating it, causing her to drop her phone onto the ground. A sudden, forceful shove sent her back crashing against the wall. "Oh, still playing games? What is this, Nezha? How childish." He held her phone and bank card, preparing to leave. Yu Jinhe watched their figures fade away. The absence of any information about Zai Zai on the internet meant they had severed all contact permanently. The promise of eternal companionship now felt unattainable. No, Zai Zai was still waiting for her. Yu Jinhe dashed forward, grasping the assailant's arm, her wrist adorned with the Qianquan ring slipping down. "Give me back my phone. Don't make trouble for me." He spun around and forcefully pushed her away. His palm brushed against the Qianquan ring on her wrist, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted, plunging Yu Jinhe into a realm of obscurity. As if she were in a different dimension, her heart raced, and everything went dark as she lost consciousness. Chapter 8. I have a fiery little one report. The Qianquan ring and the yuan silk have been located. Right behind the screen, in the forbidden area. Li Jing furrowed his brow, gazing at Nezha, waving to retract the demon locking tower. "Since you have returned everything, I shall let you go this time, but rest assured, I will personally imprison you in the demon locking tower next time." Nezha had no inclination to heed his words. His sole thought was of the little deity in distress. Li Jing shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped Nezha would realize his mistakes upon returning, but it seemed he remained unrepentant. With that, Li Jing departed with his entourage. In the courtyard, Nezha stood alone, unable to hear the voice of the little deity any longer. This time felt different. Something must have happened to her. Just moments ago, she had been casting a protective shield around him. What had that man done to her that rendered her suddenly silent? "Are you all right? What happened?" Never had Nezha felt such a deep loathing for his own impotence. He was oblivious to the whereabouts of the little deity or the trouble she faced. Where could he possibly find her? Alone in the room, surrounded by an eerie silence, he pondered his next move. Could he reach the heavens to locate her? The words of others rang painfully true. He truly was a worthless being. The little deity had done so much, yet he was unable to assist her in any way. His magical energy swirled restlessly within him, and suddenly, the solid wooden table behind him exploded, causing the entire room to tremble. Those who harmed her deserved death. He deserved death. Outside, the guards, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly reported upwards. When Yu Jinhe regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital, with only Wang Ma by her side. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Miss, how are you? Yu Jinhe shook her head. Where's my phone? She lifted the pillow, but it was nowhere to be found. Was her phone truly lost? What about Zai Zai? Miss, your belongings are here, Wang Ma said, handing over a bag. Yu Jinhe found her phone at the bottom of the bag, swiftly opening a game to discover a furious little creature, clearly agitated. The creature resembled a deflated balloon, suddenly drooping yet feigning indifference. Where have you been? Have you encountered some trouble? Has someone bullied you? Do not attempt to deceive me. I have heard everything. The creature was remarkable. How could she possibly be bullied? Yu Jinhe attempted to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through her back, causing her to gasp. You are still deceiving me. Little Nezha appeared ready to erupt. Just a minor inconvenience. Fret not, Yu Jinhe reassured, accepting the pain relief medication that Wang Ma offered. It was her first experience with such an injury, suffering significant pain. Although there were no bandages or IVs, the abrasions were extensive, measuring at least the length of a finger. She glanced in the bathroom mirror and saw the swelling. How infuriating. Wang Ma, have they caught the culprits? Yu Jinhe inquired. Yes, but what? She pressed, gritting her teeth at the thought of her severe injuries. She was determined to ensure they faced retribution and understood that she was not to be trifled with. She yearned to find those two individuals, to deliver a few solid kicks, ensuring their wounds were far worse than her own. However, upon discovering them, she learned that the two had perished. Yu Jinhe was taken aback. Dead. Their actions were reprehensible, but she had never wished for their demise. Wrongdoings should incur punishment. Yet she had never confronted the concept of death. It was perplexing and absurd. Dead? Wang Ma informed her that she had been found in an alleyway alongside the two deceased. Why had no police come to seek her out? Where is my mother? She is at the police station. Will she come? Yu Jinhe asked tentatively, having sustained injuries. Surely she would want to see her. No, she is handling matters and has a project to oversee. Yu Jinhe pressed her lips together, realizing that her work took precedence. She could only converse with the little creature. In the game, Nezha remained motionless, eyes closed, refusing to look at her. Was he angered? Yu Jinhe gently tapped his head. Not at all. All right. This was an accident. There will not be a next time, she promised. Nezha opened his eyes. You are a deity. What can I say? I cannot assist you. I do not even know your name. Yu Jinhe, she replied. Little Nezha slightly parted his lips, turned away, and murmured, I understand. Although you are a deity, one must observe boundaries. There are realms beyond the heavens. Little one, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Nezha abruptly lifted his head. He had not finished speaking when she vanished. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Just moments ago, he had been elated to learn her name, and now she was gone. The Fisherman's Pillow River, what a lovely name it bears. What does it resemble? Is it akin to a delicate little fish? Initially, he sought merely to learn the name of the little celestial being, but upon discovering her name, his curiosity deepened. He yearned to behold her visage. With knowledge of her appearance, his desires would surely multiply. Approaching the wall, he struck it with a powerful fist, dislodging a perfectly smooth stone. Gathering his magical essence at his fingertips, he inscribed upon the stone, Fisherman's Pillow River, I long to meet you. He placed the stone beneath his pillow, covering it with a blanket, and lay down as if nothing were amiss. He sensed that both the Universe Ring and the Celestial Silk resided within Chintang Pass, though the Universe Ring seemed somewhat askew. Had it claimed a life? Nezha grew solemn. The Celestial Silk and Universe Ring obeyed his commands. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, there were many he wished to eliminate, yet he was unable to do so. Why had the Universe Ring acted? Or had it acted? Lost in thought, he pondered the recent unexpected developments, most of which were fortuitous. His palm rested upon the stone. Ever since the little celestial being's emergence, all matters associated with her had been favorable. The Universe Ring had returned, and he sought an opportunity to procure a counterfeit Universe Ring from the blacksmith shop, while the little celestial being was still absent. In the event that he encountered a monster along the way, she might become frightened. Despite her formidable prowess, She seemed to harbor a deep fear of unsightly creatures. His magical powers had partially restored. Evading the guards and departing from this place would pose no challenge. Soon, he found himself outside the blacksmith shop. Just as he prepared to enter, a shrill cry pierced the air. It was a monster. He dashed inside, only to find a lizard demon perched atop the blacksmith. How could there be a monster within Chintang Pass? The blacksmith was pinned down, and the lizard creature gaped its maw, ready to strike. Nezha, help me. Please, save me. I promise to reveal the truth this time. Save me. I will serve you faithfully. I acknowledge my wrongs. Nezha stood frozen in place, contemplating that had he not rescued the blacksmith initially, none of this chaos would have unfolded. The lizard demon hesitated, fearing Nezha's intervention. Nezha scoffed, "Why should I save you? If you do not help me, Lordly will not spare you." With a swift bite, the lizard sank its teeth into the blacksmith's head, eliciting a dreadful scream. "If I save you, you will not spare me either." Nezha dismissed the thoughts of others. Their opinions mattered little to him. The lizard forcefully crushed the blacksmith's skull. Unperturbed, Nezha finally spotted the universe ring in the corner. Noting the slight difference from the genuine article, it would suffice to deceive Lingjiang. Suddenly, she has arrived. Nezha abruptly raised his head, unleashing a magical strike that struck the lizard demon, ending its life in an instant, its corpse collapsing atop the blacksmith. He hastily tore a piece of cloth and tossed it over the bodies, concealing the grim scene. Nezha raised his gaze to the void, a hint of concern shadowing his expression. Chapter 9. This world is indeed real. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted with the unsettling image of a shattered head. On the journey home from the hospital, Yuan lay despondently in the back seat of the car. Naturally, she was frightened. The contents of her phone seemed all too real, nauseating her to the point of losing her appetite. The driver, suspecting she was car sick, rolled down the window. He cautiously glanced at her. Her complexion was pallid, her voice barely above a whisper. "Miss, the master mentioned you've been spending too much time gaming lately, which is detrimental to your eyes." "Oh." The driver fell silent. Yuan resumed her trance. Recently, this game had bestowed upon her an abundance of surprises. Raising creatures, survival, moments of peril, and devouring. What else could possibly occur? Initially, she had merely intended to engage in a simple nurturing game, feeding the little ones and dressing them up. Yet, Yuan sighed silently, lamenting the capriciousness of fate. It was all right. Even a brawling nurturing game could be equally thrilling. The little creature had safely returned to its chamber, its gaze evasive, appearing somewhat guilty. Yuan comfortingly ruffled its head. She sat up, noticing the bag beside her contained her belongings from the incident. Where was the Qianquan circle? The material of the Qianquan circle was unique. It was not crafted from gold, and even a passerby would not dare to pick it up in the presence of two deceased individuals, fearing trouble. How could it have gone missing? She checked again. Oh, and her bank card was lost as well, but that was insignificant. Yuan pressed her forehead, feeling a slight headache. She needed time to process. The Qianquan circle and the misting silk had manifested in the game, yet hers was lost. It felt far too coincidental. Could it be that the game had recruited two extras to enhance the experience? She dialed a number. "Help me find a software. You must assist me in locating it." After the call, she glanced at the game once more, shivering at the sight of the little creature wielding the Qianquan circle. Coincidence. It had to be coincidence. It was impossible. Trust in science. One must believe in science. The driver dropped her off at home and departed. She tapped the game icon, discovering the little creature had stealthily infiltrated forbidden territory. Within the game, Nezha, bearing a counterfeit Qianquan circle and misting silk, tumbled into the room. After reverting to his original form, he prepared to leave when suddenly, he stepped on something at his feet, producing a crisp sound. He bent down to inspect it. It was a square object, feeling both hard and soft, adorned with intricate patterns. "Hey, turn it over. Let me see," Nezha instructed, albeit not fully comprehending. Yet he complied with the little deity's request. "It's me." Nezha frowned, listening to the little deity utter a string of incomprehensible words. Was this object truly precious? How could the bank card end up in your possession? Nezha tightened his grip, recognizing that this was the artifact of a minor deity. No wonder it felt so enchanting. Its surface smooth and exquisite. It was indeed a treasure from the divine realm. Was it a gift for me? How could it possibly be in your possession? The minor deity did not deny it, which implied it was indeed a gift to him. Nezha cradled it in his palm, striving to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, and stealthily exited the forbidden grounds. Once the minor deity had departed, Nezha sensed the gaze upon him dissipate. He left quietly, glancing at the sky while clutching the card. This was the first time the minor deity had bestowed a gift upon him. Did this signify that he held a different place in her heart? The name of the minor deity lingered on his tongue, swirling momentarily before being swallowed back. Such a name was not one that could be uttered by an ordinary person. He wondered which realm she governed, how many followers she had, and whether she would mind if there was one more. In the villa, within her room, Yujinha languished on the sofa. Establishing a materialistic world demanded 18 years. Yet its collapse could occur in an instant. She stared at her phone screen, grappling with a surreal sensation. Is this real? Not merely a game. She tousled her hair in frustration. How could a game suddenly transmute into reality? Her mind felt like mush. How could this be? Nezha was real, Chintang Pass was real, and even the Qianquan Circle was real. Help! What a catastrophic event this is, heavens! This was even more outrageous than encountering a talking dog on her way out. It had initially seemed like a simple game, yet now it intertwined with the fabric of reality. At that moment, a call came through. It was her father's assistant. Miss, regarding that software, we have found no information. Should we delve deeper? No need to search any further. An entity that does not exist in this world cannot be found, no matter how hard you look. She was just an ordinary person, at most a wealthy one. To involve her in matters of another world was an overestimation of her capabilities. Previously, she had perceived it as a game, allowing her to meddle in the lives of others without restraint. However, now the world felt tangible. As an outsider, Yujinha was uncertain if she could intervene in the affairs of Chintang Pass. In another realm, at Chintang Pass, Nezha had not seen the minor deity for quite some time. The longer the absence stretched, the more anxious he became. It was the first time she had not visited him for such an extended period. He meticulously recalled that day. Indeed, she had appeared somewhat flustered, yet in his excitement. He had overlooked her emotional state. Where had she gone? As time dragged on, her absence weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Li Jing had surrounded the courtyard with his men. Nezha, I never thought you would remain so unrepentant. Leaning against the doorframe, Nezha pondered over the multitude of recent actions he had taken, uncertain of which one Li Jing was referring to. The minor deity's absence had rendered him exceedingly bored. Was it the collapse of the attic, the fire in the library, or the breach of the guard camp? You dare to exterminate demons within the city. Nezha was taken aback, albeit only slightly, uncertain of when the little deity would make an appearance. Li Jing, do you not recall the purpose of Chintang Pass? Li Jing gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought. To vanquish evil. Are you now punishing me for slaying demons on your behalf? Nezha laughed in anger, finding the situation even more absurd than 2 years prior, when Li Jing had sought to quell the wrath of the demon race. Li Jing shook his head. In this era of harmony between humans and demons, your reckless actions disrupt the delicate balance, warranting punishment. Nezha even began to doubt the authenticity of the man before him. Harmony between our races? How ludicrous. At that moment, the demon-locking tower suddenly materialized, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Nezha shuddered as flames of the lotus burst forth beneath him. A vast shadow loomed overhead, leaving him breathless. He looked up at the sky, finding it empty. The little deity had not appeared this time. She truly does not intend to save me. Is the power of your demon-locking tower so limited? Nezha strained to maintain his composure, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Li Jing furrowed his brow. I must first confine you within the tower to quell the fury of the demon race. Nezha, this is for your own good. For my own good? Nezha struggled to contain the rage within him, flames beginning to flicker. How absurd. Even now, Li Jing perceives the tower merely as a prison. A biting wind emanated from the base of the tower, extinguishing Nezha's flames, rendering his limbs rigid and immobile, as though frozen in ice. The tower had subdued him. Nezha, I hope this time you can genuinely reflect upon your actions. Li Jing turned to leave. Li Jing. Nezha's voice pierced the air. He supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath as the tower loomed closer. Every joint creaked under the pressure. Unable to withstand the weight of the tower, he knelt on one knee. His insides felt as though they were being crushed. She truly has departed. Nezha lifted his gaze. The sky was clear, just as it had always been. She is gone. He summoned the magic within him, burning his life essence to call forth the Hunyuan silk and the Qianquan circle. A radiant beam of light interposed itself between him and the tower. She has arrived. Chapter 10. You still look quite good. Li Jing retracted the tower, his expression grave as he called out, which esteemed being is present. Nezha corrected him, address her as a deity. Li Jing frowned at him, incredulous that a deity would protect this rebellious child. Nezha, since you refuse to enter the tower, I shall have no choice but to surrender you to the demon race. Unfazed, Nezha felt a peculiar itch in his heart as he touched the card in his pocket. His power had nearly been restored. He merely needed a few more days to regain his former strength. When that time came, not even the Grand Supreme Elder Lord would pose a challenge. Li Jing sighed, and shook his head. In this manner, you will inevitably pay the price. Nezha smirked. Have I ever feared? Li Jing was utterly disheartened, gazing at the sky as if contemplating something profound. Nezha felt an ominous premonition. He knew Li Jing all too well. Li Jing regarded him as a detritus of the world, unworthy of any good fortune. Indeed, do you not comprehend whom you are protecting? Li Jing finally spoke. In an instant, Nezha transported himself before Li Jing, flames of lotus blossoming around him. Having indulged in atrocities since childhood, committing every conceivable evil, how could you, as a celestial being, be so blind to the distinction between good and evil? Li Jing, with righteous indignation, brandished his sword, as if ready to execute divine justice at any moment. Nezha's pupils constricted into pinpricks, a dark crimson surging beneath his gaze. He could scarcely believe that Li Jing truly wished to sever his bond with the little deity. It was the little deity who had chosen him. How could Li Jing dare to take her away? Behind Nezha, the flames surged uncontrollably. Li Jing's body was seemingly thrust back by an immense force, landing squarely on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He rose again, bowing respectfully, imploring the elder to reconsider and not to aid in tyranny. Once more, he was forcefully pushed down. Nezha's fury dissipated instantaneously. The little deity was the one pushing Li Jing, trusting only him and rejecting the words of others. The elder was resolute in his obstinacy, and Li Jing was again toppled, this time with greater force, as if deeply dissatisfied with his words. Elder. Li Jing clasped his fists and bowed. Suddenly, a barrier materialized before the onlookers, causing Li Jing to step back in astonishment. The guards were equally astounded. Was this truly a celestial being? How remarkable! I am witnessing a divine presence. Mother, your son has achieved greatness. Yet, how could a celestial stand with Nezha? Is this truly a deity? The barrier abruptly expanded, transforming into a room containing hammers and tongs. How could a blacksmith's chamber be here? Then, a lizard-like demon appeared. One guard screamed and fled in a panic, while the remaining guards struggled to suppress their mounting fear, which ultimately breached their defenses, causing others to scatter in terror. Li Jing kicked one aside, declaring, "Stop! Who dares to move?" The remaining guards stood frozen, suddenly realizing that the lizard demon seemed oblivious to their presence. Li Jing gripped his sword tightly, recognizing that this was an illusion. The scene displayed the circumstances of the blacksmith's demise on that fateful day. The guards fixated on the projection, exclaiming in disbelief, "Heavens! We have encountered a true celestial being. What manner of phenomenon is this? Capable of recreating events from that day? Did the lizard demon strike first? Thus, Nezha sought vengeance? How could a celestial speak on Nezha's behalf?" This was Li Jing's first encounter with such a vision, leaving him profoundly shocked, though he quickly subdued his emotions. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Nezha had not instigated the conflict. Rather, it was the lizard who had slain the blacksmith first. "Elder, I have wronged Nezha this time." The celestial being remained unresponsive, and Li Jing furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter could not simply be resolved with an apology. Since the deity had not taken the initiative to slay the demon, he decided to lift Nezha's house arrest. From this moment forth, he could traverse Chuntang Pass like an ordinary citizen. This time, the immortal gently tapped his shoulder, and Li Jing understood that this incident was now behind them. Before departing, he glanced back at Nezha, aware of his character. With the support of the celestial, he feared Nezha would become even more reckless. He gazed anxiously at the sky, let out a heavy sigh, and turned to leave. Wang Cheng trailed behind, casting a furtive glance at Nezha before sneering and withdrawing. The courtyard emptied, and Nezha was now safe. Yuzhenhe curiously stared at the game, an alternate realm. The graphics were intricate, with an exceptionally high resolution, and the characters were exquisitely crafted. Only something genuinely real could be rendered with such realism. Yuzhenhe felt embarrassed to directly poke the little one's head. After all, this was Nezha, the one who could vanquish great demons with a single punch, nearly toppling Chuntang Pass. "Why haven't you come to find me these past few days?" An angry emoji blossomed in Nezha's thought bubble. Yuzhenhe frowned and flicked his forehead lightly with her finger. "How can you speak to me like that? Even if it is Nezha, you are still the little one I have painstakingly raised." His temper was truly something else. Nezha rubbed his head, sulking. "You haven't visited in ages." Yuzhenhe found his tone unbearable, resembling a pitiful little toy. All right, I admit my fault." She still struggled to accept that her phone was a conduit to another world. The miniature version of Nezha was adorable. She wondered what the real Nezha looked like. He must be equally charming. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. "Beginner task completed, rewards distributed." Yuzhenhe opened her inventory to find a small box. Upon opening it, She discovered several pills for healing and enhancing cultivation. She consumed all the cultivation pills at once. On the screen, Nezha's cultivation surged upward until it plateaued at 40 years. There was also a small chest. What could this be? She clicked to open it. Another notification emerged. Realistic version graphics. Would you like to download? The real little one? Yuzhinha eagerly clicked to confirm the download, excited to see what the genuine little one looked like. Surely, he couldn't be as adorable as his animated counterpart. She wondered if she would still have the heart to pinch his cheeks then. The phone processed for a moment before abruptly switching from the game interface to the payment page. A prompt appeared. Please enter payment password. Yuzhinha exclaimed. 1888. How inexpensive. She had expected a sum in the tens of thousands, but was pleasantly surprised by the modest price. Without hesitation, she proceeded to make the payment. Suddenly, the phone screen went black. Before Yuzhinha could panic, the screen illuminated once more. The diminutive figure had vanished. The camera panned upward, first revealing slender legs, elegantly shaped in a relaxed posture. Ascending further, a rose-colored top came into view, accentuating sharp collarbones and a delicately sculpted chin. Lips painted a vivid crimson, and eyes piercing with intensity. How striking. Truly, a visage that perfectly aligns with her aesthetic sensibilities. Yuzhinha longed to lean closer to her phone, magnifying the details for a thorough examination. Suddenly, a bubble emerged above the figure's head, containing a miniature person. Hands on hips, with flames flickering atop their head, clearly irate. The figure remained silent. Was this an expression of their emotions? Time flowed differently above and below. The days prior had been exhausting, and after a long slumber, there was no need for anger. Yuzhinha tentatively suggested, have you rested well? The tiny figure atop the head began to frantically scurry about. Did you rest well? Indeed. Yuzhinha repositioned the screen to view him from behind, and unexpectedly spotted a bun tucked away in the corner. How did a bun end up here? She poked it, and it rolled away like a stone. Previously, it had been the guards delivering meals to Nezha. How did this bun come to be? While I was away, did they allow you to eat this? Nezha glanced at the bun, his long fingers resting on the table. No. His voice had transformed into a melodious tone. How delightful. Chapter 11. I currently lack the courage to play with bones. However, Yuzhinha immediately discerned he was lying. She accessed the shop and purchased every edible item within, declaring, eat. On the screen, the table was filled with an abundance of delectable offerings, their aromas wafting enticingly. Nezha had never encountered such fragrant food before, feeling somewhat bewildered. As if caught in a dream. Is all this for me? Just say what you desire. You are under my care. If you wish for the stars above, I shall pluck them for you. In the future, whatever you desire, simply ask. With me around, you need not fear. She treated him with boundless generosity, as if without limits. She was also remarkably strong, strong enough that he could not catch up to her. A profound yearning burgeoned within Nezha. He longed to see her. He yearned to know her appearance, to feel her presence. An insatiable desire to uncover all that was connected to her. Just a little longer. Once he became powerful, he would undoubtedly pursue her. He would ascend to the heavenly realm on his own merits and behold the little deity. He would reach the heavens. Just wait for him. It would be soon. That evening, Nezha played with a small card, contemplating how he could reach the heavenly realm. Is it truly splendid there? Here, there are no monsters. So you need not fear being ambushed. If given the chance, I shall bring you to play. Do you like it? The little deity did not respond immediately. Nezha waited, possessing ample patience. After what felt like an eternity, he finally heard her softly say, I do. Nezha sat upon his bed, mulling over the little deity's words. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. How peculiar. In this place, who could possibly be knocking? Nezha, the master has acknowledged his wrongdoing today and has sent me to offer you an apology. It is Wang Chung. He arrived bearing 2 sumptuous dishes, far more lavish than before. Nezha, slightly perturbed, remarked that Wang Chung could not possibly be here to apologize, as Li Jing would never allow such a thing. Wang Chung hesitated, struggling to find his words. Nezha furrowed his brow, growing increasingly impatient as he awaited Wang Cheng's response. Speak, he urged. Because. Wang Chung gritted his teeth. In a fit of frustration, Nezha struck the door with a punch, shattering it into fragments. 3-2. It is because of the deities. You have divine beings backing you, hoping you will speak favorably before them. Nezha's fist halted before Wang Chung. Then he forcefully pushed him out. Wang Chung tumbled down the steps, landing headfirst into the lotus pond below, before scrambling away in a panic. However, the food remained. Nezha picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of green vegetable, and snorted derisively. Child, there is something in the food. Don't eat, don't eat, don't eat. I am aware. Nezha discarded a small portion, feigning that he had consumed it. Yu Jinhe pointed at the screen, noting that the dish was nearly blackened, undoubtedly tainted. Suddenly, an analysis popped up on the screen, Ming grass. Yu Jinhe gasped in surprise, realizing that it had not cost her anything this time. She clicked on the name of the grass, revealing its functional analysis. Source, Demon Realm. Function, induces deep sleep. Nezha scoffed, suddenly inspired by a clever idea. That night, 2 guards stealthily infiltrated Nezha's chamber, gazing at the figure on the bed. They exchanged a knowing smile, wielding their wooden clubs, and struck down forcefully. The figure beneath the covers cried out, causing the guards to pause momentarily. One whispered, "That voice doesn't sound like Nezha. Who else could it be? Hurry, or the effect of the drug will dissipate." The 2 guards bundled the figure and the bedding into a sack, hoisting it away. Outside the walls of Chintang Pass, the guards carefully carried the sack, which began to writhe with increasing intensity. "Be still," one guard snapped impatiently. The struggles grew more vigorous, and as they finally reached their destination, they hurled the sack to the ground. The occupant seemed to be dazed. "Surely he is not dead? Foolish. How could we possibly kill Nezha?" At that moment, low growls echoed from the woods, prompting the 2 to turn and flee in a panic. A colossal lizard approached, biting into the sack. "MMPH." The captive cried out in agony. The lizard grimaced, shaking its head violently and spitting out blood before transforming into a humanoid form. What a dreadful taste. The sack tore open, revealing its occupant. Wang Chung emerged. The lizard suddenly lunged at him, tearing away the cloth from his mouth. "What are you doing here?" "My lord, it was all Nezha's doing. He knocked me out and left me in his chamber. He is truly cunning." Wang Chung knelt on the ground, bowing his head in submission. The lizard struck the tree with a furious blow. The Li residence was no ordinary place. Entry was utterly impossible, and not a trace of Nezha could be found. "You worthless fool, I shall devour you first." Wang Chung continued to bow repeatedly, tears and snot mingling in a messy stream. Suddenly, he lurched forward, the gaping maw of the lizard mere inches from his face, its slimy drool splattering upon him. An overwhelming stench assailing his senses. "I have an idea. I know what to do." The lizard halted, gazing at him intently. Li Jing had lifted Nezha's confinement. He would undoubtedly emerge, and at that moment, we would lie in wait upon his path. The lizard lowered its head, studying him, and then burst into laughter, tossing him to the ground. Wang Chung barely escaped with his life, gasping for breath. "You are somewhat useful. From now on, keep me informed of matters concerning Chintang Pass. Once I obtain Nezha's lotus root body and become a great demon, I shall appoint you as the commander of Chintang Pass." "Thank you, my lord, thank you," Wang Chung replied, slowly retreating. After gaining some distance, he drew his sword and struck the tree forcefully. What a pathetic lizard demon. Just a mere reptile, unable to defeat even Nezha. "Bah. Once I become the commander of Chintang, you will be the first I strike down." The lizard demon's inability to conquer Nezha indicated it would seek out other demons. It paused, then turned toward the territory of the opposing demon clan. In a villa, within a study, Yu Jinhe opened his computer, where he was researching Nezha's historical background. However, the accounts were ancient, with over 300 versions detailing his true identity. And other aspects were equally elusive. Most information available online consisted of later embellishments. Yu Jinhe leaned back in his chair, feeling overwhelmed. "Do you like this?" He glanced at his phone, where Nezha held a necklace-like object, though its beads were made of bones. She currently had no penchant for bone jewelry. "Not to your liking?" Nezha said nothing, but the little figure above his head seemed to be on the verge of tears. "Of course I like it," Yu Jinhe exclaimed. "Oh." Nezha hung his head. As Yu Jinhe rotated the screen, he caught a glimpse of the corner of Nezha's mouth and discreetly handed over money to the vendor, casually placing the necklace in his pocket as if nothing had occurred, and continued on his way. From Yu Jinhe's perspective, following behind him, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within. Perhaps this nurturing game was indeed a success. Suddenly, a group of children dashed forward, shouting loudly, "Nezha, how dare you show your face here?" A stone was hurled in his direction, and the children stuck out their tongues, taunting, "Ha! Ha! You have no powers now. Worthless, worthless. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have died. Why are you still alive?" Another stone flew through the air, but Yu Jinhe pointed, deflecting it away. "Why don't you go die? You are the one who deserves to perish the most." Chapter 12. I am truly furious. Yu Jinhe was boiling with rage. What right did these little brats have to bully him? Where were their parents? They ought to take them home for a proper lesson. On the screen, Nezha clutched 2 children, hurling them onto the rooftop. The children lay there, sobbing uncontrollably, pleading, "Let me down. I want to go down." The houses along the roadside were not particularly tall, yet posed a challenge for the children. Terrified and trembling, they cried so hard they could scarcely catch their breath. Nezha stood below, arms crossed, when another child approached, a little girl. "Nezha, I truly regret ever meeting you," she exclaimed. This little girl recognized Nezha. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared on the phone screen, detailing the history between the girl and Nezha. Nezha stood still, his impatience palpable as he inquired, "What is it?" 2 years prior, she had been a mere 3-year-old, and at that time, no one stood by his side in Chintang Pass. Anyone who encountered him would hurl insults. Only she, unaware of adult matters, had sneaked over to keep him company. When he lay wounded, nursing his injuries in a corner, she was the only one who came to him. "It was I who brought you soup when you were on the brink of death, yet you killed my parents and forgot me," cried by he. Nezha gently closed his eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, thank you for the soup and the bone-dissolving powder within it. Had it not been for the contents of that soup, how could I have lost all my powers during the fierce battle against the demon realm?" Ambushed by the demon locking tower, Nezha approached her, his tranquil gaze concealing a tempest beneath. He had trusted no one back then. Believing that a mere child understood nothing, she was just a child. A moment's relaxation had led to his downfall. By he, eyes wide with fear, retreated, bursting into tears. "You're deceiving me. You're framing me. Is that so?" Nezha replied with a soft laugh. A child cannot conceal secrets. She may not have known what was in the bowl. At that time, she too was manipulated by her parents. "So, is it wrong that I killed your parents?" Bai he sobbed loudly. "You are a villain. You should have died long ago." Nezha's expression darkened abruptly, and suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. A sharp blade emerged, slicing through Bai He's hair and striking a pillar. "There are demons," Nezha warned, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He seized Bai He's arm, swiftly evading danger. And upon confirming their safety, he released her grip. Bai He pointed an accusing finger at Nezha, her cries irritating. "It's you. You still want to kill me." "It is not I," Nezha replied calmly. A crowd began to gather, some lifting Bai He, while others climbed onto the rooftop to rescue the 2 children. "Nezha, do you still wish to commit murder in the streets? She's just a child. Do you really intend to kill a child? Are you even human? You do not deserve to be from Chintang Pass." "No," Nezha retorted. "She is just a child and can still lie. What reason does she have to deceive? She has claimed you wish to kill her, yet you continue to argue. Look around. Who here would believe your words?" "I do. I believe you. I'm no longer sad." Nezha, of course, remained unmoved by the sentiments of the crowd. However, he suddenly realized that, regardless of what others said, she invariably believed him. Always standing by his side, unwavering in her loyalty, the little celestial favored him. "Nezha, how dare you laugh? Hurry, go find Lord Li." A man dashed off towards Chintang Pass. Yet, scarcely had he taken a few steps when his countenance turned ashen. "What are you doing? Why haven't you sought out Lord Li?" urged those around him. As the crowd followed his gaze, a colossal lizard, flicking its elongated tongue, approached with deliberate slowness. "Ah, a monster! Help! A monster! Save me!" Nezha remained rooted to the spot as he heard the little celestial inquire. "Do you wish to save them? Do you desire for me to intervene?" Nezha observed as the lizard extended its long tongue, ensnaring a person and swallowing them whole. The remaining onlookers fled in panic. "It is all well. Do as you please." The little celestial's voice trembled slightly. Nezha chuckled lightly. Even celestial beings feared monsters. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of relief, grateful that the celestial was not by his side, for the sight of such numerous fiends would surely frighten her. A man fell to his knees before Nezha, pleading, "Nezha, please save me. I implore you. Your father is the general of Chintang Pass. You cannot stand idly by. I was wrong. I should not have wronged you. Please, I beg you. I have children at home. If I do not return, they will surely starve. The youngest has just been born. He is innocent." Nezha's expression hardened as he lightly tugged. "Innocent? What of my own innocence?" Having taken but a few steps, a lizard materialized suddenly, its tongue darting towards him, imbued with demonic energy. Nezha had an epiphany. This pack of lizards came for him, targeting ordinary people merely to lower his guard. It was no coincidence they appeared precisely alongside him. Flames ignited between Nezha and the lizard, severing its tongue. The creature writhed in agony, and upon realizing it could not defeat Nezha, it turned to flee. The roadside was filled with cries of despair. Nezha observed quietly. A faint voice reached his ears. "Thank you, Nezha." Nezha paused, only then realizing the gratitude was directed towards him. How peculiar. Moments ago they had berated him, and now they expressed thanks, a true testament to their fickleness. "Child, does it not pain you to be so wronged? Why should it trouble me? They are themselves, and I am myself." Though he professed indifference, Yujinha felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Nezha was not inherently this way. Initially, he had tirelessly sought to clarify, to assert his innocence. Li Jing did not believe him, nor did the very people of Chintang Pass he once protected. It was not that he did not care, rather. When unable to alter another's perception, one could only choose to be indifferent. Yu Jinhe fervently amassed a substantial sum, converting it entirely into medicinal elixirs of cultivation. Placing them before Nezha. Nezha reached out, cradling the elixirs in his palm. These are excellent for emergencies, but in everyday matters, one must rely on oneself. Is that so? Yu Jinhe, lacking understanding of the intricacies of cultivation, believed that merely enhancing one's cultivation was sufficient. At that moment, a notification appeared on her phone screen. Beginner task, clarify the truth and restore Nezha's innocence. Previously, when she explained the matter concerning the blacksmith, Yu Jinhe had purchased a reflection pearl, and now she opened the shop once more to acquire another. The reflection pearl indicated, due to the passage of time, one must travel to Yunling Mountain to retrieve the images. Yunling Mountain was the very site where Nezha had slain the dragon to save the blacksmith. Meanwhile, the lizard, in a panic, fled to the outskirts of Chintang Pass. Wang Cheng had been waiting there for some time, congratulating his lord for acquiring Nezha's lotus root body, certain that a breakthrough to becoming a great demon was imminent. Suddenly, the lizard's tail whipped back with force, sending Wang Cheng flying. Fool! Nezha has regained so much power. Why did you not inform me? What? I thought Nezha had only recovered a little. He couldn't even defeat the lizard lord. I truly did not know about this. It seemed a different strategy was required. The lizard transformed into human form, sitting beneath a tree to recuperate. My lord, I have a revelation. I have heard of a mountain that possesses treasures capable of swiftly enhancing cultivation. What is it called? What is it called? The lizard tightened its grip around Wang Cheng's neck, demanding, think quickly, what is its name? In a state of panic, Wang Cheng stammered, I think. Yunling Mountain. Chapter 13. So many demons at the foot of Yunling Mountain. Life flourished vibrantly. Yu Jinhe enthusiastically captured screenshots, each frame worthy of becoming a screensaver. For the scenery was simply exquisite. She had never encountered such breathtaking mountains before. Back when I slayed that dragon here, its blood infused the mountain with demonic energy, thus attracting many fiends. Yu Jinhe's hand froze. So, the beauty of this mountain stemmed from the absorption of the blood of demons. She hastily deleted the screenshots, finding the thought quite terrifying. The entire mountain was a battlefield, and the reflection pearl began to whirl, revealing the scenes from that time. This was the Nezha she remembered. Formidable and unyielding. Each strike was executed with both abandon and precision. The Hunyuan silk enveloped the sky, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless. As Nezha advanced, more images were captured by the reflection pearl, with only a final fragment remaining. This pertained to the spot where the dragon initially attacked the blacksmith. This is it, Yu Jinhe exclaimed. Nezha halted his steps. The reflection pearl spun in the air. Growing bored, Yu Jinhe shifted her phone around, only to suddenly notice a cave not far away. Faint growls emanated from within. A golden eagle descended in a graceful spiral, landing at the cave's entrance. Casting a glance back at Nezha before entering, Yu Jinhe was mesmerized, realizing that the lair of the golden eagle demon was nestled within the mountain. Indeed, given the size of demons, it was quite fortunate to find a suitable cave. The golden eagle shimmered with a golden aura. She finally beheld a genuine demon and gazed a moment longer. Do you fancy it? The voice of Nezha echoed through the mobile device, processed and transformed, and immediately, Yu Jinhe sensed his anger. How could this be? The Nezha on the screen cast a calm glance at the golden eagle and then composedly remarked, the feathers are quite exquisite. If it weren't for the little figure of anger perched atop his head, Yu Jinhe might have thought he was completely unfazed. Nevertheless, no matter how beautiful the feathers were, they could not compare to his charm. The little figure's face suddenly flushed. Nezha sat upon a tree stump, lowering his head to conceal himself, yet the little figure above had already betrayed his emotions. The little figure in the bubble suddenly leaped with joy. Yu Jinhe couldn't help but smile. It turned out that the little figure's excitement mirrored Nezha's own desires. As the recording orb concluded, Nezha began his descent down the mountain. Yu Jinhe suddenly noticed a patch of soft earth leading from the foot of the mountain to its summit, as if something had burrowed through. With numerous demons residing atop the mountain, it could very well be a rat. Yu Jinhe paid it no mind as Nezha leaped over the mound of dirt. The screen abruptly darkened, accompanied by a blood-curdling cry and the fierce rush of golden claws. What was that? It was the golden eagle. In an instant, a fiery lotus flame appeared, and though the golden eagle swiftly evaded, it was still struck. Nezha, return my demon core. The golden eagle lay with its wings sprawled on the ground. Yu Jinhe, frustrated, slammed the table. The demon core was lost, and what business did she have with Nezha? He hadn't taken it. On the screen, Nezha appeared indifferent to the situation, while the little figure above remained motionless. Just as she prepared to release the recording orb, the golden eagle charged forward. Nezha quickly raised the universe ring to intercept, and the golden eagle collapsed, barely clinging to life. Nezha, you! The golden eagle exclaimed, speechless with rage. Nezha, unfazed and unhurried, bent down to collect the golden eagle's feathers, causing the little figure to brighten with joy once more. Selecting several striking feathers, Nezha turned towards the screen and inquired, "What do you think?" "Not bad," Yuan replied softly. At that moment, a vast shadow loomed across the sky, as a multitude of winged creatures descended upon them. Yuan gasped. There were so many demons. Was it not too many? Run. Yet Nezha brandished the heavenly silk, conjuring a protective barrier. A mere swarm of ants is no concern, he declared. Yuan pursed her lips. Not long ago, Nezha had been bullied by the lowest of demons within the demon lock tower. Now, uttering such words, she found it hard to believe, fearing he might be boasting. The impending battle was palpable, with the heavenly silk stirring the vortex in the sky. The birds spun in dizzying circles, disoriented, as if a rain of birds were falling. Yuan felt as though she were witnessing the Nezha from before his confinement in the demon lock tower, unrestrained and vibrant. Nezha, the demon clan has refrained from striking against the human race for the past 2 years, since you have chosen to act against us. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The leader of the Golden Eagle clan, an elder with even more vibrant and dazzling golden feathers, proclaimed. Finally, Yuan found the opportunity to release the contents of the recording orb. Fortunately, from the foot of the mountain to its summit, everything can be discovered, including the unnoticed entities that creep from beneath the earth. What of it? Who knows if it was sent by you? The chief of the Golden Eagle tribe adamantly refused to acknowledge the truth, insisting that the inner elixir had been pilfered by Nezha. Such obstinacy was utterly unreasonable. Yuan, filled with indignation, relentlessly prodded the chief, yet the force he exerted was insufficient to sway Lingjiang. It was still too paltry for a demon. On the screen, Nezha was acutely aware of the little deity's thoughts, but the situation was far from straightforward. He raised the universe ring, and all the birds retreated in unison, fearful of being struck. The universe ring, however, soared beyond the encirclement, leaving a trace upon the ground as it departed with the stolen inner elixir. If one were to follow that trail, the perpetrator could be uncovered. Nezha, do you still seek reinforcements? Do you truly believe the people of Chintang Pass would aid you? The chief of the Golden Eagle erupted into laughter. Emerging from the demon suppression tower, you dare to thieve from our kind? It seems you have a death wish. Currently, he possessed only the cloud silk, yet he reassured himself. Who can overpower Nezha? My lotus form is but a mere finger. With a command from the chief, all the birds began to whirl at an alarming speed, while the larger birds awaited their moment to strike. Like a tornado, Nezha became the eye of the storm, their velocity so swift that they were oblivious to the next assault's origin. The cloud silk shielded him from most attacks, but a few managed to slip through, only to be intercepted by the little deity's barrier. The chief of the Golden Eagle concentrated, suddenly vanishing, descending from above Nezha as the cloud silk was still entangled with the ordinary birds, and the little deity's shield would likely not endure much longer. With one less universe ring, Nezha's combat power was halved. The chief's strike would be formidable, one he might find difficult to withstand. In the blink of an eye, the chief was upon him. Nezha crossed his arms, ready to counter. Suddenly, a metallic clash echoed as the eagle's talons collided with the universe ring, sending a tremor through its claws. The chief collapsed, gritting his teeth, astonished at Nezha's formidable prowess. As he lifted his head, he discovered a lizard demon ensnared by the universe ring, clutching the very inner elixir that had gone missing. I've captured the thieving demon. Will this restore my innocence? The chief of the Golden Eagle scrutinized both Nezha and the lizard. The latter belonged to their kin, making it implausible for it to conspire with Nezha. I believe you. The inner elixir was not stolen by you. The chief rose, pointing at the corpse of the Golden Eagle. However, for the murder of my kin, should it not be a life for a life? Chapter 14. Clarification is not clarification. Yuan witnessed the lifeless Golden Eagle. Moments ago, it had merely fainted, and Nezha had not even had the opportunity to slay it. It was not Nezha, but rather the Golden Eagle tribe itself that had turned against its own. The lotus form, indeed, that was their sole desire. They cared not for justification. Even if the truth were revealed, they would seek another pretext. Following the successful endeavor, they could still grandly proclaim it as an act of righteousness, to rid the world of evils and leave a mark in history. Yuan gently caressed Nezha's hair. realizing that to accomplish his mission and unveil the truth of the past, it was not a matter of acquiring a mystical orb, but rather the manifestation of true strength. Simultaneously, flames roared skyward, and the misty tapestry, akin to a soaring dragon, deftly maneuvered around obstacles, ensnaring the Golden Eagle clan leader tightly. The cries of the birds echoed in despair, gradually silencing, leaving only the sound of crackling flames. Nezha stood before the Golden Eagle clan leader, looking down upon him. Did I take your golden core? No. The Golden Eagle struggled against his bindings, yet the misty tapestry only tightened its grip. Nezha bent down, grasped the most radiant feather on the eagle's wing, and forcefully plucked it away. No, I took it, Nezha declared, placing his hand upon the eagle's head and seizing the golden core. The Golden Eagle writhed in agony. With a firm squeeze, Nezha shattered the golden core, the demonic energy surging through his arm into his body, clashing with his own magical essence. Are you all right? The demonic power rampaged within him. He was not a demon and could neither contain nor absorb such energy. It seemed that he could not cultivate using a demon's golden core, and thus, he expelled the energy from his body. Without the golden core, the Golden Eagle would soon revert to an ordinary creature. Nezha stowed away the universe ring and turned to exit, as the avian inhabitants of the mountain cautiously minimized their movements, fearful of inciting Nezha's wrath. A sparrow cautiously approached the Golden Eagle clan leader. Observing that Nezha paid him no mind, it lunged toward the leader, with a scout leading the charge. The surrounding birds surged forward. The flesh of the Golden Eagle clan leader was a considerable boon for the demon kin. The leader, still alive, was violently torn apart, their cries echoing in anguish. Moments later, flames erupted behind Nezha. The easily ignitable feathers ensured that none of the bird demons could escape, a blaze illuminating the sky. Yuan could not help but lower her voice. The sounds were too harrowing, sending shivers down her spine. Feeling a bit peckish, she ventured into the kitchen for a snack. Wang Ma emerged, cradling a small yellow chick. Where did this come from? Yuan inquired as she discovered a small piece of cake in the refrigerator. It emerged from an egg. The chef forgot to refrigerate it yesterday, and lo and behold, this morning there was a chick. I'm at a loss for what to do with it, Wang Ma explained, the tiny chick chirping innocently in her palm. Unsure of how to proceed, she found herself torn. She could neither discard it nor keep it, especially since the chef would not know how to cook with it. Give it to me, Yuan offered, recognizing that Wang Ma had no intention of raising it, and she had the time to care for it. Accepting the chick, it curled up in her hand like a soft ball, utterly adorable. She stroked its downy feathers, delighting in their softness and comfort. Returning to her room, she sought out a box to place the chick inside. Nezha, having heard the chick's call at once, was preparing to rest in his room, clutching the Golden Eagle's feather when the sound captured his attention. You have a pet? Yes, a little chick. It's quite charming. Charming, is it? Nezha mused, gripping the feather of the Golden Eagle. He was well aware of the little deity's disposition. She was inherently kind. Such was her nature that had it been otherwise, she would not have taken notice of him in the first place. Suddenly, a wave of vexation surged within Nezha. Were there not numerous admirers like him surrounding her? Clenching his hand, he snapped the feather of the Golden Eagle. You are not as charming as you think, the little deity's voice chimed with a hint of mirth. In an instant, his turbulent emotions dissipated, leaving Nezha in a daze, pondering who truly cared. He picked up the Golden Eagle's feather with both hands and tucked it beneath his pillow, placing it alongside the stone inscribed with the little deity's name. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings had already been laid bare. At that moment, the tiny figure above him was rolling about in delight. After the little deity's comment, Nezha found himself insomniac until the midnight hour. By dawn, he was still asleep. Feeling something nudge him, Nezha jolted awake. Why is your face suddenly flushed? He abruptly recalled that the little deity had been beside him while he slept. Did that mean she was also there when he bathed? Have you always been here? Fear not. I can avert my gaze when you prefer privacy, she replied. No, that is not what I meant. Nezha anxiously attempted to clarify, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately reddening his own face. It was then that he heard her laughter. Nezha, the Lord requests your presence. The guards outside have delivered the message. The smile on Nezha's face vanished in an instant. What was inevitable had come to pass. In the great hall, several formidable demons occupied their seats. Lingjiang, you previously dispatched a dragon offspring, and now you've annihilated the entire Golden Eagle clan. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? The speaker was an elder tiger spirit, one of the left protectors under the Demon King. Honorable protector, I beseech you to inform the Demon King that I shall certainly provide an account once the investigation is complete. Lingjiang responded with a bow. The left protector suddenly lunged forward. You claim to investigate? If it takes a year or two, where shall the demon clan's honor reside? Li Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. What do you propose, my lord? 3 days. In 3 days, I shall come to claim Nezha's life. The protector warned sternly. When Nezha arrived, the protector was preparing to depart with a throng of demons. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment as they brushed past one another. Rebellious child. You wretched traitor. Li Jing unsheathed his sword, charging at him. Nezha sidestepped, grasping the sword's blade with bare hands, flames igniting as they began to sear. The blade became scorching hot, yet Li Jing did not relent, both parties locked in a stalemate. Nezha raised an eyebrow, eager to see just how long Li Jing could endure. Suddenly, the sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed. Someone had launched a surprise attack. He evaded to the side, and Li Jing seized the opportunity to retreat a couple of steps. The assailant was from the royal city. You claim I killed the golden eagle? Nezha strode directly to the innermost seat, pouring himself a cup of water and another for the little deity beside him, glancing in her direction to signify it was for her. Thank you, darling. Who else could it be but you? Li Jing, filled with indignation, pointed at him, and with a commanding voice, summoned the guards from outside. Let me show you how things transpired, Nezha chuckled softly. The Shadow Pearl was ineffective against the demon clan. But Li Jing was different. He was obstinate and inflexible, clinging steadfastly to his own version of righteousness. As the Shadow Pearl spun, the scene from that time gradually unfolded, and Li Jing's expression transformed into one of increasing astonishment, though his anger remained unabated. The vision only captured the moments leading up to the encounter with the golden eagle, omitting the appearances of the heavenly silk and the universe ring. Observing the myriad shifts in Li Jing's countenance, Nezha found it hard to discern any grounds for rebuke. Even if this matter initially had nothing to do with you, you should not have taken action against the leader of the Golden Eagle clan. Oh, are you suggesting that if they strike me, I must simply endure it? Nezha retorted with a cold laugh, undeniably resembling his father. You are merely grasping at straws. Li Jing glared fiercely. Think what you will. Nezha waved his hand dismissively, for in any case, the blame would fall upon him as he stood and made his way outside. Wang Sheng furtively glanced at Nezha, then cast a wary look at Li Jing, slipping away in silence. My lord. The left guardian shot a sidelong glance. Li Jing had already discerned the truth. He might not assist you. So what? The left guardian regarded Nezha with disdain, viewing him as insignificant amidst the demon clan's tyranny. I have my methods. Chapter 15. I encountered the extraordinary in the room. Nezha sat atop the table, resting his chin in his hands. Upon hearing the little celestial being ask, Are you afraid? He responded nonchalantly, There is nothing to fear. They were unaware of how much of his power had been restored, nor did they know that the universe ring and heavenly silk were in his possession. Years ago, the demon clan, along with Li Jing, had used bone-transforming powder to imprison him in the demon suppression tower. Regardless of the scheming, victory would ultimately be his in 3 days. After 2 long years, he was finally poised to teach the demon clan a lesson. Yuzhenhe observed the tiny figure in the bubble above Nezha's head, the little being seated on the ground with flames flickering atop its head, flailing its arms in the air. How adorable. Such a charming little creature. How could Li Jing not trust him? Yuzhenhe raised her hand and poked at the bubble. The little being leaped up, attempting to grasp her finger, only to nearly tumble down. Be careful. Though aware that Nezha's emotions were being externalized, she still felt a pang of concern. What? Nezha inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, Yuzhenhe replied, deciding not to disclose this amusing little thing to Nezha, for he would only conceal his feelings. Suddenly, a distinct black mist began to spread from one side of the window. Yuzhenhe thought she might be mistaken and rubbed her eyes. Something's wrong. You need to get out now, she urged. Nezha approached the door and pulled forcefully, only to find it locked from the outside. The same was true for the window. Prior to their battle with the demon clan, they had received the bone-transforming powder. Now, on the eve of yet another battle, Yuzhenhe knew without guessing that it was that same substance again. The black mist spread rapidly, soon encircling Nezha. Cubs, why aren't you escaping? Yuzhenhe urged. The window was sealed, yet it could not hinder him, for he was Nezha, the one who could vanquish demons with a mere punch. I have a plan, Nezha declared. Since they wished for him to succumb to the bone-melting powder, it would be wise to lull them into complacency. Yuzhen concurred, noting that the shield could effectively block the dark energy. After a considerable interval, the bone-melting powder in the room finally dissipated. Nezha remained silent, and Yuzhen recognized his discontent. The little figure atop his head was bouncing about, ablaze with fury. The entire bubble was filled with flames, a testament to Nezha's volatile temper, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. She gently comforted the little creature, as Li Jing might be unaware of the situation. On the screen, Nezha held a plate, and flames suddenly erupted in his hand before he clenched his fist, extinguishing the fire. Yuzin tenderly patted him again. The little yellow chick was also in the room. Yuzin had brought it into play during the day. It climbed up her arm and gently pecked at the phone screen. Is he beside you? Who? Yuzin quickly realized he was referring to the chick. For reasons unknown, her instincts urged her not to speak the truth. No, there is no such thing. The chick seemed to understand, lightly pecking her. Had she known, she would have refrained from keeping it. One Nezha was sufficient. He is your pet. No, Yuzin retorted, incredulous that anyone would keep a chicken as a pet. So, do you care for him every day? Do you sleep beside him? No, what sort of logic is that? The little figure above Nezha's head rapidly turned red, swelling with indignation, on the verge of bursting. No, no, no. Someone helps me take care of him, Yuzin hastily explained. Gradually, the figure calmed, transforming into an adorable, well-behaved baby. Yuzin understood the source of his ire. It was akin to a child questioning if they were the best friend, seeking affirmation of their status. Such inquiries were made repeatedly. In that moment, the most effective reassurance was, rest assured, I only care for you. Nezha's expression remained impassive, while the little figure above him cheered exuberantly. Yuzin could not help but stifle a laugh. Miss, has the list for the upcoming graduation banquet been finalized? Madam has been pressing for it, Wang Ma announced, entering with a platter of fruit. Yuzin had completely forgotten about this matter. She opened the document and glanced at it briefly, recognizing none of the names. What input could she possibly offer? It seemed merely a means to foster a sense of involvement for her as a family member. No objections. You may proceed with the invitations, Yuzin replied, accepting the fruit and taking a bite. Yuzin savored a slice of watermelon, its juices plentiful, inadvertently dripping onto her phone's screen. As she turned to seek a tissue, upon glancing back, she found the little chick fixated on the watermelon juice, pecking at it eagerly. When Yuzin returned with the tissue, the chick had vanished. Where could it have gone? She crouched down to peer beneath the bed, yet found nothing. Where could it be hiding? Yuzin treaded carefully, apprehensive of stepping on it. Little chick, come out, she called softly. Usually astute, the chick would not venture into corners unbidden, yet today it eluded her grasp. After searching thoroughly and feeling fatigued, she sat on the bed and picked up her phone, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a tender yellow chick on the screen. Goodness! How did it get there? Nezha, still pondering the matter of the little celestial being, wondered about the nature of a graduation banquet and whether she should host one. Suddenly, a chick plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on her head. Who is there? Nezha exclaimed, gripping the chick by its neck, realizing it was merely a common fowl. The pet of the little celestial being. She had expected some divine creature, but it turned out to be just an ordinary chicken. She had always held a fondness for the delicate and weak. Releasing her grip, the chick fell to the ground, flapping its wings and darting toward Nezha's calves, attempting to scratch at her. Want to go back? Nezha seized it and tossed it onto the table, regarding it coldly. The chick's beady eyes fixated on her. In a dream, it pecked again, pushing Nezha to her limits. Grasping its wings, she tucked it into the blanket, but suddenly froze. If the chick had arrived, could the little celestial being also make an appearance? Yuzin was baffled by how it had gotten in. She had merely seen it touch her phone before disappearing. Would she ever be able to use her phone again? Keeping her distance, she extended a finger, squinting as she slowly reached out to touch it. Just as her finger was about to make contact, she recoiled sharply, breathing heavily. What if she truly entered? She lacked any magical powers, and with so many monsters around, it could indeed be fatal. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated that perhaps the chick's entrance was merely a coincidence. But what if it wasn't? She picked up a pen and tossed it toward the phone. The fountain pen bounced on the screen before settling down. It hadn't passed through, and she exhaled in relief. Tentatively, she extended her finger again, gently tapping the phone's surface. Chapter 16. The Great Heist at Shintang Pass. When Yuzin opened her eyes again, she was still in her bedroom. She released a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Had she been transported directly into the game, she would have truly perished. I haven't even named it yet. Could you suggest one? On the screen, Nezha stood up, and the little chick soared into the air, darting toward him. Let us call it Dogdan, she declared. The little celestial being remained silent, but Nezha added, a silly name is easy to care for. The dog rushed towards him, and Nezha sneered. He had not yet reached the depths of being bullied by a mere chicken. With a swift motion, he seized the creature and flung it into the courtyard through the window. Realizing that the little deity was observing him, he remarked, there's grass in the yard. It shall surely delight her. If she can venture there, it proves that a passage exists. Perhaps I might too. Outside, the dog appeared quite agitated. But Nezha feigned indifference. The little deity had implied she could come, yet had not expressed a desire to do so. All right, I understand. As night fell, the little deity had departed, and the incessant clucking of the chicken outside began to irritate him. Nezha reclined on his bed, running his fingers over a stone inscribed with the little deity's name. Would she come? An intense yearning to see her emerged within him. They had known each other for several months, yet he knew nothing of her. He longed to behold her visage. He retrieved a small card, and a smiling face surfaced in his mind. What might she look like? The desire to see her was overwhelming. Outside, a torrential rain fell, shrouding Chintang Pass in darkness. He stood by the window, the sky teeming with demons that encircled Chintang Pass, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, one demon glanced in his direction before vanishing into the throng. 3 days swiftly passed, and the demons readied themselves for action. Nezha perched atop the city gate of Chintang Pass. Leading the demon tribe was the left guardian. Lingjiang, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have taken Nezha, and from this day forth, the human and demon races shall remain unconnected. The left guardian transformed his hand into a claw, advancing towards Nezha. My lord, please allow me to explain. It was the golden eagle who falsely accused Nezha. I implore you to withdraw your forces, Lingjiang said respectfully. On the rooftop, Nezha scoffed. Lingjiang remained as foolish as ever, truly believing they sought justice. You claim it to be so? Why should I trust you? My lord, I can attest that this time Nezha is indeed innocent. Nezha awaited silently as the left guardian drew closer. Clang. The left guardian's claw collided with the Qianquan circle, producing a jarring sound. The misty silk followed closely, obediently shielding Nezha. Lingjiang was taken aback. Nezha, how could the Qianquan circle and misty silk be in your possession? Lingjiang, you still ask for my trust. Yet you have bestowed both the Qianquan circle and misty silk upon him. Trust you for what? Lingjiang, in a state of panic, exclaimed, My lord, please discern. It was Nezha who stole them, and it has nothing to do with Chintang Pass. The left guardian, unfazed, retorted, What of weapons? Nezha possesses no magic. I witnessed him ingest the bone-dissolving powder with my own eyes. Demons, heed my command. Attack. The left guardian pointed his sword at Nezha, launching a full-scale assault. Suddenly, flames erupted among the demons. No, Nezha did not consume the bone-dissolving powder. How could he still possess power? Tricked, he swiftly retreated, seeking to escape. With the Qianquan circle and misty silk in his possession, Nezha's odds were insurmountably greater. Though the left guardian was brazen, he was aware of Nezha's capabilities. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the mysterious sky silk took the initiative, and he hurriedly prepared to defend himself. Surrounding little demons charged forward, bearing their fangs, while the Qianquan circle transformed into countless phantoms, effectively barring their advance. The left guardian quickly found himself exhausted, not anticipating that Nezha's magical power would recover so swiftly. He could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. With a forceful swing, he was cast heavily to the ground. Lingjiang, your son is truly formidable, he remarked. Lingjiang approached swiftly. Wang Cheng arrived at the left guardian's side before him, assisting him to his feet and whispering in his ear, My lord. Lingjiang holds Chintang Pass dear. If we threaten him with this, he will certainly aid us. The left guardian chuckled, but as the mysterious sky silk moved, he trembled in fear. Lingjiang, I have heard that your demon-suppressing tower can subdue Nezha. Lingjiang replied gravely, My lord, this matter does not involve Nezha. I shall not intervene. Very well, if you refuse to assist me. The left guardian suddenly revealed his true form, baring his fangs at the nearby citizens. Then I shall draw upon the power of the people of Chintang Pass. No, my lord. Lingjiang rushed forward, standing resolutely before the city gates. Consider this carefully. The fate of the citizens of Chintang Pass rests upon your shoulders. The left guardian smiled, raising his hand, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that caused a nearby building to collapse, eliciting the cries of children from within. My lord, the people are innocent, regardless of the circumstances. Lingjiang insisted, positioning himself defiantly at the gates. The mysterious sky silk caught up, while the left guardian charged toward Chintang Pass, claws raised, as the frightened citizens scattered in panic. I agree, Lingjiang gasped, bending over, struggling for breath, his hands supporting the demon-suppressing tower. Yuan observed the situation, appalled by their shamelessness in bullying the innocent. The child was entangled with other powerful demons, leaving little energy to address this crisis. Yuan pushed against the demon-suppressing tower, yet it would not budge. After a moment of fruitless effort, she suddenly realized that the demon-suppressing tower was unlike ordinary objects. She opened the store, finding it filled with elixirs and food, truly transformed into necessities for a nurturing game. She desired to cultivate, but the cultivation was meant for the plot, not mere items. Desperate plots, nurturing items. How could she manage such a contradiction? Nezha, watch your back. Yuzhenhe could only warn him. Minor concern. The Qianquan circle swiftly launched toward Lingjiang, colliding with the demon-suppressing tower and emitting a blinding radiance. The tower suppressed him, but as long as focus was maintained and defense was steady, there was no need for fear. Yuzhenhe watched anxiously. Previously, she might have marveled at the game's effects, but now her sole concern was for Nezha. She remained silent, fearful of distracting him. The demon-suppressing tower floated above Nezha, casting an immense pressure that caused some little demons to flee in terror. Nezha braced himself, the figure above him appearing equally grave. Yuzhenhe worried alongside him. Relieved that there were ample healing elixirs, after Nezha sustained injuries, she immediately administered one. The two sides remained evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, shrouding the sun with ominous clouds. Yuzhenhe felt an unsettling premonition. Nezha, today, I shall uphold the heavenly mandate. Who is this? What are his intentions? My lord, the Demon King. The left guardian knelt before him, proclaiming, congratulations on concluding your seclusion, having transcended to the semi-divine realm. Yuzhenhe could not discern the true form of the Demon King. Abruptly, the Demon King raised his hand, and countless stone-like entities manifested in the sky, hurtling towards Chintang Pass. The gates of Chintang Pass collapsed with a thunderous roar, while the buildings within crumbled under the assault, reducing to mere ruins. The citizens trapped inside had no chance to escape, succumbing to the debris. Young and strong individuals ran into the streets, believing they had evaded disaster, only to be struck down by falling stones. Nezha was simultaneously contending with the left guardian and the demon suppression tower, managing to hold his ground. Yet the Demon King's onslaught caught him off guard. The Qianquan circle crashed to the ground, and the Hunyuan silk shattered into fragments. The demon suppression tower loomed ever closer, causing Yuzhenhe's heart to skip a beat. Chapter 17. Where am I running to? The immense pressure rendered Nezha breathless. He never anticipated that within 2 years, the Demon King would ascend to the semi-divine realm. Demons are born with innate power, yet many remain stagnant for millennia due to limitations in their cultivation. His rapid advancement to semi-divinity likely involved some malevolent practices. No wonder he covets Nezha's lotus root form. Nezha, your Hunyuan silk is gone. Will you not surrender? The Demon King taunted. Nezha spread his arms, the Qianquan circle returning to his grasp, and disdainfully raised his gaze. Do you think I relied solely on external forces to defeat you? The Demon King laughed heartily. What an arrogant child. Other lesser demons joined in the laughter. The left guardian flew to the side of the Demon King, declaring, my lord, this Nezha recently annihilated the Golden Eagle clan. He must not be spared. Indeed. Slay Nezha. Hail, my lord the Demon King, invincible. At that moment, the broken fragments of the Hunyuan silk suspended in midair emitted a faint glow, and before the astonished eyes of all, they reverted to their original form. How can this be? Am I blind? Gasped a small demon in shock. I have never heard of a weapon that can restore itself. Did Nezha employ an illusion? I heard he has celestial beings around him. Is it true? The Demon King was aware of this rumor, but dismissed it. If Nezha truly had divine assistance, why did they not manifest years ago? It was merely the citizens of Chintang Pass spreading tales. Which celestial being is present? I too am on the verge of entering the divine realm, and we may meet often in the future. I hope you will hand Nezha over to me, and when I ascend, I shall bestow you with great gifts. The Demon King warily surveyed his surroundings, his demonic power poised for an attack. He held his thoughts in contempt. What celestial being? Whoever can defeat him would merely be a stepping stone to his ascension. Celestial beings, the finest materials for cultivation. Nezha caught a glimpse of his thoughts, and, in an instant, the Qianquan circle surged towards the Demon King. Flames engulfed the lotus, erupting violently. How dare he? How dare he even contemplate such a thing? Nezha's sudden assault caught the Demon King off guard, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. He rushed forward, landing a powerful blow to the Demon King's face. How dare such filth exist? Just then, Lingjiang appeared, trembling as he gripped his sword with both hands. Nezha halted, the tip of Lingjiang's blade aimed at his throat. Nezha, I know you did not steal the golden elixir from the Golden Eagle, yet you have annihilated its clan. The demon tribe demands an explanation. You must accompany them. He had never imagined Lingjiang would stand against him, resenting his stubbornness and lamenting his lack of wisdom. Yet, it was astonishing that even now, Lingjiang remained oblivious to the truth. Behind them, the citizens scurried in chaos, the stones raining down like a torrential downpour, accompanied by anguished cries. Do you believe that by surrendering me to the demon tribe, they will relent? Nezha lacked the strength to explain. Resisting the demon clan alone was exhausting. leaving no energy for further discourse. What they have always desired is you. If you simply go with them, Lingjiang's voice trembled. For a brief moment, Nezha was distracted, and the Demon King surged into the air once more, his ferocity greater than before, unleashing a barrage of stones. Nezha exerted all his strength to withstand it, but the magical silk tore once again, the little immortal repairing it yet again. No matter how many times it was mended, it would inevitably tear. Leaning against the city wall, Nezha's magical energy could be replenished, but his physical strength was utterly depleted. The little immortal had not lied. She had promised to stay by his side until the end, and she truly had. Nezha closed his eyes as the chaotic magic within him surged erratically. His body on the verge of exploding, cracks appearing in his skin. The Demon King, suddenly alarmed, realized Nezha's perilous state. Quick! He is about to burst. The Demon King dashed forward with all his might, determined to stop Nezha, for if he failed, all the demons would perish alongside him. Meanwhile, Yuan frantically clicked on the shield, but to no avail. This rudimentary defense was ineffective against even the weakest of demons. The items in the shop remained unchanged. The same few relics as before. Yuan scrolled to the end, unable to find anything useful. On the screen, Nezha's blue magic bar rapidly ascended, nearing 200. A sense of dread washed over Yuan. Even without training, she sensed that this rapid increase was unnatural. What to do? Stay calm, Nezha. There must be another way. There must be a solution. Yuan frantically tapped the screen shop, recalling how the breaker hammer had once emerged in a similar fashion. Nezha's cultivation continued to rise. What was he planning to do? Do not panic, Nezha. If you do not stop this, I will never come to see you again. I mean it. Her eyelashes grew heavy with moisture, and in an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a dam breaking. If only she could believe this was merely a game. A failed strategy to be set aside for future studies, life, and work. But she knew better. She watched helplessly as he approached destruction. Outside, a deafening thunderclap echoed, the ominous clouds seemingly touching the ground. A bolt of lightning surged upward, piercing the heavens. Before the Fish Pillow River, a blinding light suddenly flared. The Demon King instantly materialized before Nezha, his formidable demonic power transforming into a protective barrier. Lingjiang, why do you hesitate to act? The demon locking tower began to descend slowly. Nezha's eyes abruptly opened, his entire being felt as if it were ablaze, the wild magic within him collapsing chaotically. The demons roared in excitement, while the common folk fled in terror. The oppressive aura of the demon-locking tower intensified, nearly suffocating him. His internal magic reached a critical point, and a torrent of fiery lotus blossoms engulfed the sky, painting it crimson. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared on the horizon, intertwining with the red flames, gradually spreading outward. Nezha remained indifferent, but as the white light enveloped him, the tumultuous magic within him abruptly ceased. The all-consuming flames vanished in an instant. The demon-locking tower hung motionless in the air, as if obstructed by an unseen force. All the stones returned to the Demon King. Nezha looked up, somewhat bewildered, and beheld a figure radiating white light suspended in the sky. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest, struggling to contain his excitement. The Demon King unleashed his power once more. Yet he merely witnessed the white figure stir slightly, and all the stones surged violently toward the Demon King. She triumphed over him. In an instant, the demonic horde disintegrated, scattering in all directions. The celestial beings manifested. Indeed, they had come. The deities had arrived to vanquish demons and evil. Save us, rescue Chintang Pass. Celestial being, help us, cried out someone, rushing forward, only to be obstructed by a cosmic ring that appeared before him. Nezha could not discern her visage nor hear her voice. Yet he instinctively knew it was she. The radiance gradually descended, touching the ground, and the human silhouette became increasingly distinct, revealing a remarkably delicate face. Nezha's heart raced. His eyes felt dry. She had elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Tilting her head slightly, as if she had seen a ghost, she exclaimed, Nezha? Chapter 18. I have found Nezha. Thank you, divine being. This is my tribute to you. I hope you will accept it. I beseech the celestial being to bless my family with peace. Fish Pillow River wore a black and white dress adorned with an array of colorful embellishments, reminiscent of shooting stars. When she came to her senses, she found herself surrounded by a circle of kneeling people. Outside the crowd lay the bodies of demons, remnants of shattered walls. She could scarcely believe it. Taking a step back, wondering if this was merely a dream. Suddenly, her footing faltered, and she looked down to see a demon with snake-like eyes and a tiger's maw. Her heart skipped a beat, and she retreated hastily. It's all right. Do not fear, A hand shielded her. I am not afraid. Fish Pillow River retorted. Then turned to see who it was. First, she noticed the red lotus mark, and then a remarkably handsome face. It was Nezha. After knowing him for so long, they were finally meeting for the first time. This person was real, truly tangible. The warmth radiating from Nezha's arm penetrated through his clothing, seeping into her back. Why had he fallen silent? Gazing directly at him felt markedly different from observing a screen. From this angle, Nezha wore a stern expression, as if someone owed him a debt. Indeed, everyone in Chintang Pass, along with the demon clan, owed him. Raising her gaze, the little figure remained. Wait, why was there only a head left? She swiftly retreated, creating distance, only to discover the little figure rolling atop his head, twisting his body like a pretzel. Hands reaching out toward her. Yuzhen understood. He desired a hug, but she declined. What was the divine title of this celestial being? Lingjiang approached the common folk, remembering to pay his respects first. Upon seeing him, Yuzhen felt a surge of anger, lifting her chin defiantly. Is my name something you can just hear? Lingjiang was taken aback. What had he done? A moment of introspection ensued. Yuzhen turned toward Nezha. Her long skirt was cumbersome. She was unaccustomed to it and feared stumbling before the crowd, which would ruin her reputation. As she took a step forward, she discovered that the skirt floated gracefully on its own. Had she truly become a celestial? Her foul mood dissipated in an instant. The dress was indeed beautiful, sparkling like the stars, and she adored it. Sir, I thank you on behalf of the people of Chintang Pass. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Lingjiang, shall do my utmost, Lingjiang declared, following behind. There's no need, Yuzhen retorted angrily. Lingjiang wished to plead further, but Nezha obstructed him. In an instant, Lingjiang comprehended the reason for the Celestial's ire. His alliance with the demon clan had oppressed Nezha. I was thoughtless earlier, he admitted. Then apologize, Yuzhen insisted. Her words astonished both men. The townsfolk at the city gate followed her with rapt attention, eager to behold the Celestial for a while longer. The guards were clearing the aftermath and glanced over as well. Lingjiang, with his imposing stature, was notoriously resolute. Demanding his apology was more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Since he refused to speak, I shall take my leave, Yuzhen declared, pulling Nezha away. She had no destination in mind. The area was rife with monsters, and whether they could defend themselves was another matter entirely, but primarily, they were frightfully grotesque. Behind them, Lingjiang remained rooted in place, surrounded by the townspeople. Sir Li, how can you send the Celestial away after she has come so far? What will become of us in Chintang Pass? They implored. The Celestial was invited by Nezha. You have erred by allying with the demon clan against him. They continued. What shall we do when the demon clan returns? It seemed Lingjiang had come to a realization. He approached Yuzhen. I was in the wrong. Yuzhen paused, turning back. And then, I wrongfully accused Nezha, he confessed. Yuzhen nodded, reluctantly acquiescing. For how could 2 years of grievances be resolved so simply? Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. She was uncertain how she had arrived here, or if she could return. Surely, one cannot truly expect to spend the latter half of their life in Chintang Pass. She masquerades as a celestial being, a ruse that may hold for a fleeting moment. Yet inevitably, the truth shall be revealed with the passage of time. How can one possibly return? Nezha discreetly observes the little celestial being, astonished that she has genuinely arrived. This is no mere dream, but reality itself. An immediate wave of guilt washes over him. The items in his room remain hidden. Yet he wonders if the little celestial will perceive his thoughts as impure. Suddenly, he hears the voices of Wang Cheng and Lingjiang conversing behind him. Wang Cheng, grasping Lingjiang's sword, questions, how can you be so certain she is a celestial and not a demon? If a demon were to disguise itself as a deity, deceiving us and then wreaking havoc in the city, what would become of the innocent populace? Just because she claims to be a celestial, does that make her one? Wang Cheng, while it is one thing to speak ill of him in Lingjiang's presence, it is quite another to slander the little celestial. Nezha rushes forward. The Qianquan circle poised at Wang Cheng's throat. Wang Cheng trembles in fear, pleading, my lord, save me. Nezha. Lingjiang, initially believing Nezha might reconsider, now watches as he descends into villainy once more, brazenly committing acts of wrongdoing even before the celestial. Despite her presence, he feels compelled to act justly. Drawing his sword, Lingjiang prepares to intervene. Nezha stands firm, entirely unsurprised by Lingjiang's actions. Even if he feigns an apology, he will invariably attribute blame to Nezha when faced with adversity. What are you doing? The little celestial interjects, placing herself before him. A flicker of hope ignites within Nezha. Today is different, for there is someone standing by his side. He is not alone. In full view of the public, he dares to strike Wang Cheng. Does the celestial not perceive this? Li Jing asserts with righteous indignation. He is a spy. Nezha, initially unwilling to explain, contemplates the violence. If the little celestial has become involved, he shall ensure her involvement is justified. Does she truly place her faith in him so easily? Li Jing grits his teeth. If not him, then whom should she trust? You? Yu Xinhe chuckles lightly, remarking that Li Jing has been deceived by demons time and again, showing no sign of growth. Nezha has committed numerous wrongs. Why do you extend your trust to him? Li Jing retorts. Yu Xinhe, having endured much, cannot contain himself any longer. Nezha, who is typically reserved and avoids lengthy explanations, allows these accusations to be cast upon him without concern. I must inquire, he challenges, as his biological father. Why do you not believe in him? Li Jing, momentarily at a loss for words, is struck by indignation. Yu Xinhe's spirits lift further as he turns to Nezha, saying, do as you wish, I shall impede him. Nezha, though silent, feels a sense of grievance. Yu Xinhe glances back, curious about the little figure above his head. Upon turning, he is met with the sight of the little being dancing with wild abandon. How can Nezha appear more jubilant than she? With that, Nezha retracts the Qiankuan circle, unleashing a flame directly towards Wang Cheng. In an instant, Wang Cheng writhes in agony upon the ground, crying out, my lord, save me. I am wronged. Quick, bring water. Li Jing exclaims in distress. Nezha, with disdain, dismisses him. How could ordinary water possibly extinguish his flames? Li Jing commanded that water be poured upon Wang Cheng, yet the flames only intensified. Divine being, you are indeed a celestial entity. How can you stand idly by as Nezha commits malevolent acts? Are you not concerned about the potential impact on your Dao heart? Nezha's expression turned icy in an instant. Being wronged was one matter, but seizing a sword with a swift motion, he thrust it directly into Wang Cheng's body. When the sword was withdrawn, a demonic golden core fell out. Stunned, Li Jing recoiled. Wang Cheng, who had been by his side for decades, was, astonishingly, a spy for the demon clan. Chapter 19. I am not a celestial being. The origin of the golden core was unknown, yet typically, such cores would not venture into the realm of humanity. The sheer number of demons present had failed to detect a golden core here, leading to but one conclusion. It was willingly bestowed upon Wang Cheng by the demon clan. Wang Cheng, you have betrayed Chintang Pass. Li Jing seethed, raising his sword. My lord, I acknowledge my faults. Spare me, I beg you. I can no longer endure this pain. Before he could finish his plea, Li Jing's sword descended. Yu Xinhe trembled, acutely aware that Wang Cheng had perished before her very eyes. Having harmed the citizens of Chintang Pass and wronged Nezha, he deserved his fate. Yet, she did not anticipate it occurring so swiftly. Yu Xinhe felt a tautness throughout her being, fully cognizant that this realm diverged from her own. In the courtyard, the guards escorted Yu Xinhe to a chamber. Divine being, you shall reside here temporarily. My lord will arrange for a new residence for you by tomorrow. There is no need for such trouble, she replied, uncertain of how long she might remain. Perhaps upon awakening, she would find herself returned home. Once the guards departed, Yu Xinhe raised her hand, and a blue barrier appeared before her, a reflection of her mobile screen. To her surprise, she could still use her phone here, albeit without internet access to contact her family. Fortunately, the game interface remained intact, and the items in the shop were still available. She noticed a text message, a notification from her bank regarding a deduction. Curiously, she opened it. Her account had a substantial balance, and only when exceeding a certain amount would she receive a notification. Then, she beheld an innumerable string of digits. Heavens, how could I have spent so much? The timing coincided with her arrival in this world. It turned out that she had purchased her passage. With a gentle tap on the screen, she closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, she found herself still in this realm. Subsequently, Yu Xinhe noticed a white progress bar beneath Nezha's health and mana bars. Surely, it could not be that she must wait for the progress bar to fill before returning. The bar remained stationary. How long would this take? Then, a prompt appeared on the screen. Primary task, clarification of facts completed. Rewards being dispersed, shop updated. Yu Xinhe eagerly opened the shop, discovering new weapons and unfamiliar items, finally moving beyond mere basic potions. The shields had also increased in strength. This, at least, was a piece of good news. However, the stale odor in the room made it difficult for her to breathe. As Yu Xinhe sought to catch her breath by opening the window, she was abruptly met with the sight of a colossal creature lunging towards her. Its elongated teeth were even longer than her fingers, and its tail was the size of a small human. What an enormous rat! In an instant, Nezha rushed to her side, positioning himself protectively in front of her, while the magical silk from beneath the bed ensnared the rodent. Is this a rat demon? So massive? Yu Jinhe dared not approach. The creature appeared capable of severing a human neck with ease. Nezha, puzzled, witnessed the silk constrict the rat's neck before casting it aside. What was that? Yu Jinhe had never encountered anything of such magnitude. It had been mere inches from her face, almost brushing against her. Just an ordinary rat. Have you never seen one? You mean one larger than a human, nearly 3 meters long including its tail, and capable of devouring people. Just an ordinary rat? What manner of world is this? Yu Jinhe swiftly activated a blue virtual barrier, noticing that the white bar on the display moved only slightly. At this pace, how long would she remain here? Are you afraid of rats? Nezha closed the window and inspected the room, finding no anomalies. Yu Jinhe reassured herself that she was not afraid. Do even deities fear rats? Nezha retrieved a blanket from the cupboard and spread it over the bed. I am not a deity, Yu Jinhe declared. You are, Nezha replied, his expression tinged with displeasure. Yu Jinhe sighed lightly, insisting, I truly am not. Merely an ordinary person, albeit a wealthy one. You saved me, thus you are. Nezha's voice boomed, inadvertently tearing the bedsheet. Yu Jinhe was determined to alter his perception. Once the citizens of Chuntang Pass discovered the truth, she would need Nezha's support. And she couldn't keep the truth from him. I possess no magical powers. You do. You do. Nezha insisted stubbornly. Yu Jinhe found it challenging to explain. Although she hailed from another realm, it was not a paradise. Nezha, his tiny figure turned away from her, displayed unmistakable anger. All right, I am. He then muttered under his breath, not. Nezha, unable to counter her, fell silent. Without magical powers, how can one be a deity? Do not call me a deity in the future, Yu Jinhe declared firmly. Besides, it sounds rather peculiar. Nezha remained silent, visibly unconvinced. After a considerable time, Yu Jinhe heard Nezha state, a deity without magical powers is still a deity. Such a stubborn child. Overwhelmed by the day's shocks, Yu Jinhe felt fatigued. Very well. If you say so, then so be it. Once Nezha departed, Yu Jinhe lay down, yearning for sleep. Despite the blanket being laid in 2 layers, she could still feel the hardness of the bed beneath her. As she settled onto the mattress, the sheets grazed her arm, instantly causing it to redden. What fabric is this, sandpaper? The blanket had been placed there for far too long. She wondered if something had burrowed inside, as a faint odor of decaying flesh lingered. Is this truly what humans sleep upon? She yearned for her velvet sheets, desired Wang Ma, and longed for an air-conditioned room. As Yu Jinhe turned over in bed, a dark object suddenly fell from above, startling her into jumping out of bed. It turned out to be merely a clod of dirt from the ceiling. Here, even the houses shed dirt. Such a delightful surprise. Thankfully, it was not a cockroach the size of a hand. Yu Jinhe's heart sank into despair. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, causing her heart to race. At this late hour, could it be a monster? It's me, Nezha has returned. Yu Jinhe rushed over. I'll take you somewhere else. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she replied, You've said it yourself. I am a deity. How can a deity cling to such trifles? Nezha pursed his lips and simply led her outside. In the courtyard, the magical silken ribbon unexpectedly wrapped around her waist, lifting her off the ground. The entire Chuntang Pass lay beneath her, shrouded in darkness. Yu Jinhe shut her eyes, only opening them when her feet touched solid ground. Before her spread a sky full of twinkling stars, beneath her a bottomless abyss. Where's this? The star-picking terrace, Nezha replied. What? Yu Jinhe leaned over the railing to peer down into the abyss, unable to see the bottom. This is the closest place to the heavenly court, Nezha explained. Yu Jinhe was perplexed. It was built for the purpose of praying to the heavenly court, to bless the people with peace, Nezha continued. So, this was why Nezha had brought her here, to allow her to approach the so-called heavenly court. Yu Jinhe reclined on a small cushion, marveling at the stars above, so beautiful, so bright, in various hues, and she could even see the Milky Way. I really like it. Indeed, Nezha replied, seated beside her, his celestial attire resting next to him. As splendid as the starry sky. The little deity soon fell asleep. Nezha knelt on one knee, studying her closely by starlight. Her skin was fair, unlike anyone from their realm. He gently lifted the hem of her garment. She was a deity, his deity alone. He too was a little deity, her sole believer. Chapter 20. The uncontrolled flame. Why don't you also worship the deity? Let us all keep each other company. It is said that this deity is formidable. Even the demon king cannot contend with her. However, her name escapes me. I can only mold a clay effigy in her likeness. This morning, it was already made. Her name is Chun He Jun, bestowed by a master from the West, truly remarkable. When the plaque was hung, the sky turned as red as blood. As Yu Jinhe passed by, she was unaware of their conversation, only catching the tail end. which seemed to mention the early dawn and a gentle reminder that it might rain later, urging everyone to return home early. Once they departed, the remaining few exchanged glances. And one person gasped sharply, collapsing straight down. Did she just speak to me? Did she just speak to me? Hurry. I must return to inform my father to gather the quilts. Rain is approaching. Just then, someone passed by and, overhearing his words, scoffed. Rain? With such a blazing sun? Have you lost your mind? Do not be so ungrateful. It is said by the immortal that it will rain. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? The divine being is indeed formidable, but do you truly believe she has control over the rain? Only someone as foolish as you would accept such nonsense. Nezha has already led the fisherman away. He did not hear the voices of those behind him, his brow furrowed, oblivious to his surroundings. He walked on in silence. Along this path, he encountered several newly constructed temples, all dedicated to her. Since the monsters retreated yesterday, merely a night has passed. How could they have built so many in such a short time? Now, the entire Chintang Pass is filled with her followers. His presence is of no consequence. The crowd surged forth, offering their devotion to the little deity, jostling him about. Nezha pressed his lips into a thin line, relieved as the throng finally thinned. He exhaled, only to have a clod of mud roll towards him. Hey, little brother, could you retrieve the head of Lord Chinha for me? Nezha glanced down at the filthy clod, its appearance appalling, and with a scowl addressed the craftsman. Make a new one. The craftsman, startled by Nezha's presence and the sight of the immortal beside him, was rendered speechless. As the crowd continued to diminish, another temple appeared by the roadside, seemingly erected hastily the previous night, yet it stood empty. As the fisherman attempted to leave, Nezha abruptly entered. Did you not express your disdain for my temple? The fisherman hurried to follow, struggling to keep pace with Nezha's swift strides. I do not dislike it. Nezha paused, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. What is the matter? At that moment, Nezha suddenly entered alone and shut the door behind him. The fisherman nearly had the door slammed on her, trapped outside. She raised her hand to knock. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from the gap in the door, and the entire temple exploded, the tremendous force shaking its very foundations. The fisherman stood frozen, as flames quickly spread around her. The mysterious sky ribbon appeared, wrapping around her waist and pulling her away. How could this explosion occur? Nezha is still inside. She broke free from the ribbon and rushed back. The small temple could not withstand the overwhelming force, crumbling around her as flames cascaded from the rooftop. Nezha stood amidst the chaos, seemingly engulfed in fire. Come here. The fisherman's heart steadied, knowing Nezha was unafraid of flames. This heat was but a trivial matter for him. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss. The flames surrounding her were emanating from Nezha himself. What are you doing? She cautiously stepped forward. No, this is not Nezha. Indeed, it was Nezha, but a version of him lost in delirium, unable to control his powers. Do not move. The fisherman inhaled deeply, ready to advance. Just as she took a step, a ring of fire flared up beneath her feet, halting her advance. Startled, she thought, does he truly not recognize me? The guards of Chintang Pass had surrounded the area. Li Jing hastened to the scene, recognizing that this situation could not persist. Since Nezha's arrival, things had been amiss. The trouble lay within the temple, yet entry was currently impossible. The flames grew ever more ferocious, gradually engulfing the homes of the nearby villagers. Li Jing furrowed his brow. Aware of Nezha's formidable powers, no one in Chintang Pass could rival him. If his magic spiraled out of control once, it could certainly do so again. What he sought was to eliminate future threats entirely. The optimal solution was the demon locking tower. Nezha's presence in Chintang Pass was ultimately a liability. As Yu Jinha contemplated a resolution, her fury surged upon witnessing Li Jing produce the demon locking tower. What do you intend to do? She demanded. Li Jing commenced his usual grandiloquent rhetoric, bowing with utmost respect. I am the general of Chintang, and I cannot allow the people to suffer. I am unable to comply. Yu Jinha had no desire to hear his words. Did this mean Nezha was to be forsaken? The common folk were human, and so was Nezha, innocent, as were they all. She would not harm another, yet could not sacrifice Nezha for the sake of others. He is my son. I hold the authority here. Li Jing, dragging the demon locking tower, gazed at the towering inferno ahead. As Nezha's father, he had granted him life and could just as easily take it away. Should I commend your selflessness? Yu Jinha was taken aback by his words. No wonder he had apologized yesterday, claiming Nezha had been wronged, yet failed to mention that he should not barter Nezha's safety for the well-being of Chintang's citizens. Since he emerged from my womb, this body is mine to command. Yu Jinha, infuriated, seized a guard's sword, ready to strike. He is his own being, and this is none of your concern. What of Li Jing? What of the general of Chintang? This is maddening. The guard obstructed her path. Calm yourself. We must remain composed. The priority is Nezha. The longer we delay, the more perilous his situation becomes. Yu Zhenhe had no time to argue with Li Jing. Do not attempt to impose your chaotic notions upon me. If you can find Nezha within the demon locking tower today, I shall ensure you share his fate. She recalled that Nezha's abnormal behavior had only surfaced after entering this place. There had to be something amiss here. The area surrounding the temple was too open to conceal anything. The only plausible location was within the temple itself. Yet, the flames surrounded it, and each step closer intensified the inferno 100-fold. She was no true deity. If she ventured forward, she would surely be reduced to ashes. Activating a virtual screen, she accessed the shop and selected a shield. This time, she had a target. Shield usage, player, Nezha. Yu Zhenhe purchased two, one for herself and one for Nezha. The flames indeed diminished. She advanced toward the room, but villagers rushed forward to obstruct her. You cannot go in. Nezha is in a delirious state. It is far too dangerous. Even if you are a deity, Nezha's flames are not to be trifled with. They are. Oh, I cannot even articulate it. Even a god could be burned. The river of Yuzhen felt a sense of clarity as she donned two more shields, the temperature dropping slightly. No matter, she had a plan. The room was sweltering, sweat soaking her attire. In the corner of the house, a prototype bead was quietly ablaze. As Yuzhen reached out, she exclaimed, "Ouch, that is hot." Grabbing a nearby stick, she attempted to strike it but could not reach. The heat was overwhelming, and suddenly, the shields vanished. In this realm, one could rely solely on demonic power or magical energy. To remove the bead, she would need something different. What exactly was magical energy? She gazed down at the bead, and suddenly, a layer of white light enveloped her hand. What was this? As she extended her hand to touch the bead, she realized, do I possess magical energy? Chapter 21. I must seal the demon tower. Yuzhen felt detached from the surrounding heat. So this was the power of magic. Tentatively, she touched the flames, and they were no longer scorching. Remarkable. Get out, get out. Nezha, regaining his senses, struggled against the ground. Yuzhen sensed the flames shrinking. Hold on a little longer. I will find a way. Get out. Nezha's voice was weak, teetering on the brink of collapse. No, I cannot leave you here. Nezha turned to flee. Anywhere but here, determined to avoid endangering her. Nezha, wait. The flames intensified, revealing that Nezha's magical energy was rapidly depleting. Without magic, the fire continued to grow, consuming Nezha's life force. The crimson life bar dwindled. If this continued, Nezha would be in peril. To extinguish Nezha's flames, water was the most effective remedy. Yes, if only there were water. A drop of icy liquid fell upon her forehead. Yuzhen gasped in astonishment. Had it started to rain? Could it be? What a coincidence. Torrential rain pelted the flames, hissing as it met the fire. The divine was at work. She was indeed a deity. In such a brief span, she had saved me twice. Henceforth, I shall place my faith in her. Not even the mightiest deity could alter this. When the goddess decrees rain, rain shall fall. Do you now believe? Unlike ordinary folk, Li Jing and the guards of Chuntang knew that Nezha's flames were extraordinary, not something that common rain could extinguish. Furrowing his brow, Li Jing gazed at the sky. Moments ago it had been bright and sunny, and now, miraculously, it began to pour, truly, a divine intervention. Nezha, having exhausted all his energy, gradually regained his senses, bending over to catch his breath. Fully aware of everything that had just transpired, including Li Jing and her words. How are you? She inquired, her eyes filled with concern. I'm all right, Nezha replied. But my energy is depleted. I have no strength left to walk. The rain is so heavy that the little deity is nearly soaked through. He extended his hand above her to shield her from the raindrops. You shouldn't have to do this. Seeing Nezha in such a weakened state, Yuzhen procured several elixirs. Together, they departed. In the room, Yu Zhenhe took a deep draught of water. Where did the demon locking tower come from? Nezha leaned against the table, his gaze fixed intently upon her. I heard it was given by the heavenly court. Shall we sneak into the demon locking tower tonight? Yu Zhenhe suddenly proposed. Nezha chuckled. The tower belonged to him, and he could reclaim it at any moment. Oh, Yu Zhenhe sighed, resting her head on the table. She had forgotten that in this world, treasures recognize their masters, a troublesome affair indeed. Li Jing could threaten Nezha with the demon locking tower at any time, and Yu Zhenhe had long since grown weary of it. She opened her messages and saw a notification about a deduction. What now? Why is money being deducted every day? At this rate, her family's fortune would surely dwindle. Yu Zhenhe noted the item being charged, magical power expenditure. It turned out to be a purchase of magical abilities. She then opened the shop and bought an encyclopedia seeking information about the Demon Locking Tower. The basic information read, Demon Locking Tower obeys the commands of the Guardian Beast. Current Guardian Beast, none. I have a solution, Yuzhenhe exclaimed. The Demon Locking Tower has no Guardian Beast. If we can find one, it will heed our commands. Nezha initially thought her earlier suggestion of stealing the tower was merely to comfort him, but he was surprised to discover she was genuinely contemplating a plan for it. The Demon Locking Tower was a divine artifact from the Heavenly Court, and he had often pondered how to enhance his magical power to withstand it. He had never considered this approach. She truly was omnipotent, a celestial being surpassing all in the Heavenly Court. If we speak of guardian beasts, I have heard of one, the Chilan beast at the peak of the snowy mountain, Nezha remarked. The Chilan, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, is a creature of both demon and non-demon, cherished by righteous individuals as a steed and companion. It would not be tainted by the evils within the Demon Locking Tower. This was ultimately his own matter. She had already offered him immense assistance. What are you thinking about? Yuzhenhe inquired, glancing at the small figure above Nezha's head, who seemed on the verge of pulling out his own hair, clearly troubled. The snowy mountain is too cold. You should return, Nezha suggested. Yuzhenhe wished she could return as well, but as she observed the progress bar, it had barely advanced 1/10. She thought, do I not want to go back? It's simply impossible. Furthermore, contemplating her parents, whom she rarely saw throughout the year, she realized there was no one she particularly longed to meet. Yet here, in this realm of monsters, life was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person. If Chintang Pass had luxurious marble villas and pure silk goose-down comforters, devoid of monsters, she would undoubtedly stay. Yuzhenhe shook her head vigorously, dispelling such dreams. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. Intermediate task, obtain the Demon Locking Tower. She relished every task the game presented, as if receiving rewards without effort. She opened the shop to check for warm clothing and discovered an additional item in her backpack, a reward for completing a task. It was an icon of a small house. And as Yuzhenhe reached out, the scene before her suddenly illuminated. In an instant, she found herself in a villa, complete with a living room, bedroom, and kitchen. Even the refrigerator stocked with an abundance of food. The rewards she received were of exceptional quality. And Yuzhenhe was quite pleased as she retrieved an apple from the fridge. Suddenly, she remembered that Nezha was unaware of her presence here. Closing her eyes, she concentrated. Wishing to return, the surroundings shifted once more, and she reappeared in Nezha's room. Where did you go? Nezha exclaimed, his eyes red. Moments ago, she had vanished abruptly, and he had feared that a monster had appeared before him to abscond with the little deity. In that brief span, he had prepared to confront the creature in its lair, ready for a fierce battle. Everything is fine, Yuzhenhe reassured him, gently patting the top of his head, which felt as prickly as she had imagined. Nezha circled around her, inspecting her closely. Yuzhenhe suddenly grasped his hand, and in an instant, they were transported into the room together. She had truly managed to bring Nezha inside. Is this your home? Nezha asked, astonished. Sort of, Yuzhenhe replied, leading him to the guest room. They intended to venture to the snow mountain, and it was unwise to stay there overnight. This place would prove to be quite useful. Nezha sat on the bed, utterly shocked. No wonder she had trouble sleeping in Chintang Pass. This bed felt smooth and comfortable to the touch. Everything was so convenient. And there was even a mirror nearby that appeared as though a real person could step out of it. How marvelous. You should reside here from now on, Yuzhenhe suggested. No way. Nezha instinctively declined, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of gifts she had bestowed upon him, each of which he felt incapable of repaying. This was the first time Yuzhenhe had faced refusal from him, and within her curiosity simmered a hint of frustration. All right, she conceded. The house contained food and some basic necessities. They would not require anything beyond that. After leaving the house, Yuzhenhe recalled the red beads. Do you recognize these? She inquired. Nezha shook his head, perplexed. They felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered them. Yuzhenhe leaned closer, inhaling the delightful fragrance. Do not eat them, Nezha cautioned. I am merely observing, Yuzhenhe replied, as the aroma intensified, reminiscent of the fresh scent of grass after rain, mingled with a touch of sweetness. I'm hungry, she murmured, closing her eyes to avoid temptation, and tossed the beads into the house. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 22. I came to the snow mountain to chill. They departed late at night, without disturbing anyone. At the summit of the snow mountain, Yuzhenhe was clad in her original attire, feeling no chill whatsoever. Your magical powers can keep you warm, Nezha remarked. Is that so? Yuzhenhe replied, reclining in the snow. Since she possessed magical abilities, she ought to practice more. With that thought, she closed her eyes and rolled over, sliding swiftly down the mountainside. Wait. Slow down, Nezha called, hurrying to catch up. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yu Jinhe attempted to halt, but her powers were uncontrollable, sending a flurry of snow flying around her. Nezha finally caught up. Yu Jinhe brushed the snow off herself. Why act so mature at such a young age? Go play. Nezha sighed and imitated her, rolling on the ground twice before standing up to indicate he was done playing. Forget it, Yu Jinhe said, rising to walk forward. With her eyes gleaming mischievously, she seized the opportunity to pounce on Nezha when he was distracted. To her astonishment, Nezha allowed himself to be tackled. Why didn't you dodge? Yu Jinhe laughed. You are a deity. How could I dare to evade? That's good to know. Exhausted from play, Yu Jinhe lay on the ground, gazing at the sky. The area was sparsely populated, devoid of any monsters. Living here could indeed be pleasant. Suddenly, an enormous shadow loomed before them, and the mountain they had just slid down began to stir. The ground rolled, and countless snowflakes cascaded down. She gasped in surprise. What is this? Nezha swiftly whipped out the magic silk, binding it around her waist to whisk her away from danger. As Yu Jinhe caught a glimpse of the mountain's true form, she realized it was a gigantic rabbit. No wonder they hadn't encountered any monsters after entering the snowy mountains. A formidable beast was lurking nearby. Hurry, Nezha urged, using the magic silk to first send her to safety before turning back to confront the creature alone. The rabbit leapt high, landing right in front of Yu Jinhe, baring its sharp teeth and letting out a thunderous roar. The earth trembled as countless snowflakes hurtled towards them. Nezha shielded her, the universe ring forming layers to fend off the rabbit's assault. He managed to block most of the attack, but a few snowflakes still struck his face. Yu Jinhe stood behind him, fists clasped, contemplating the use of her powers. She silently chanted, send it back, and then waved her hand. A beam of white light surged towards the rabbit. Uncertain of her abilities, she feared that if she missed, she might provoke the creature further, rendering her efforts futile. The white light pierced through Nezha's universe ring and struck the rabbit's head, vanishing without a trace. Nezha, bracing against the wind and snow, turned his head and said, It's all right. Your powers may be ineffective against monsters. Perhaps. Yu Jinhe felt a twinge of reluctance. Standing behind Nezha, she thought that if she had powers now, she couldn't afford to appear weak. If the rabbit became enraged, she could always retreat to her home. Just as she was preparing to strike, the storm ceased. The rabbit collapsed, transforming into a human-sized creature. Nezha gazed at the rabbit in astonishment and then at her, instantly comprehending what she had meant about lacking powers. In the heavenly realm, all deities possessed abilities, and she had assumed she was powerless. But to the monsters here, her very breath and every move were lethal attacks. Deities were unlike mortals. She was the mightiest of all deities, though she was unaware of it. Did I do that? Yu Jinhe questioned in disbelief. Had she known her powers could wield such strength, she would not have feared any monster. Nezha remarked, tugging at the rabbit's ear to ascertain if it was truly incapacitated. Is it really this powerful? Frost demon, dwelling year-round in the snow-capped mountains, remains unseen by human eyes. Upon its manifestation, an unprecedented chill, seldom encountered in a century, descends upon the land, truly formidable. Nezha unsheaths a dagger and glances back at her, dragging the lifeless body of a rabbit away into the distance. Where are you going? Yu Jinhe prepares to follow. Wait for me, Nezha states, positioning the Muntian Ling to block her path. After a brief interval, Nezha returns, bearing a rabbit pelt and a golden demon core, presenting them before her. Yu Jinhe surmises that these items may be extraordinary. This is for you, Nezha proclaims, pressing them into her hands. Yu Jinhe recalls how Nezha had been unable to absorb the golden core of a golden eagle, realizing these items hold no value for him either. Casually, she tosses them into a corner of the room. As dusk approaches, the initial thrill of arriving at the snow-capped mountains has long since faded for Yu Jinhe. She plans to retreat to her quarters for rest once they traverse this mountain. Tired? Nezha inquires, holding a white fruit he had plucked during their journey at noon. The snow lotus fruit, known to enhance cultivation, is a first encounter for him. A gentle stream of magical energy flows from his fingertips into his body. Even an ordinary person consuming one could experience revival. What is this? Yu Jinhe samples a bite, finding it sweet and tangy, reminiscent of an unripe apple. The snow lotus fruit is not as exceptional as your own, yet its flavor is distinct, Nezha remarks. Once Yu Jinhe finishes, she notes that despite the frigid environment, the fruit remains warm. One wonders how long he contemplated before presenting it. If you are weary, rest, Nezha suggests. Yu Jinhe wishes to endure a little longer. Settling upon a snow mound where, ahead, an iceberg seems to manifest. Rubbing her eyes, she confirms it truly is an iceberg. The entire structure appears transparent. That's south the place, Nezha exclaims. The iceberg features a fissure, allowing only a sideways passage. After traversing an indeterminate distance, Yuzhenhe discovers an open space within. The interior of the iceberg reflects light in every direction, dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, she notices that this brilliant ice surface casts no reflections. This is no ordinary ice. A voice unexpectedly emanates from behind, an elder's laughter ringing out. Nezha brandishes the Qianquan circle, remaining vigilant. Ha ha ha, stop searching, you will not find me. Yuzhenhe cannot discern the source of the voice, placing a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder. It's all right. Nezha retracts the Muntian Ling. This ice can reveal true forms. Yet it is my first encounter with someone like you, who cannot be reflected, the elder continues. Nezha, standing steadfastly beside Yuzhenhe, scoffs at the remark. How many people do you expect to see within an iceberg? What do you know? Even if deities were to arrive, they would be reflected, unless they are fundamentally not of this realm. This statement rings true. Yuzhenhe ponders, acknowledging the iceberg indeed possesses some logic. Eagerly, she pulls Nezha closer. With a firm tug, Nezha leans against her, and a shadow of a lotus flower appears on the ice's surface, its petals of vibrant red. How wondrous! She stepped aside, allowing Nezha to stand in the center. At that moment, Yuzhenhe's heart skipped a beat. The beautiful lotus, adorned with yellow stamens and red petals, was captivating. However, it was only half of a whole. The demon clan desires your lotus root form. Did they not seize half of it 2 years ago? Yuzhenhe asked anxiously. No. Nezha replied calmly. You don't seem very urgent, Yuzhenhe remarked, just as she noticed the little figure above Nezha's head exploding in a frenzy. Oh, he's angry. But he plays it cool. Chapter 23. He slipped away. Nezha tapped the icy surface, his gaze serene, and said softly, if someone else took it, can't we just retrieve it? The little figure above his head threw punches in frustration, soaring into the air. All right, let us go get it back, Yuzhenhe declared. The demon clan had always coveted Nezha's lotus root form, and Yuzhenhe surmised it was certainly in the demon king's possession. No wonder it had nearly ascended to immortality the last time it appeared. It had stolen half of the lotus root. No rush, Nezha replied quietly. Clearly concerned, yet maintaining his composure. Yuzhenhe observed the little figure above his head, which had grown exhausted and collapsed in a bubble, too drained to continue its fury. Our first priority is to locate the Qilin and acquire the demon locking tower. Otherwise, when we confront the demon clan, Li Jing might emerge to cause trouble again. Excuse me, how should I address you? Yuzhenhe inquired. Just call me Immortal Spirit, came the reply. How long have you been here? Yuzhenhe asked again. Since the dawn of creation, since chaos dissipated, I have existed here. Such antiquity? There appears to be hope. Do you know of the Qilin? The Immortal Spirit remained silent. Yuzhenhe scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Nezha stood before her once more, still grasping the Qianquan circle. The entire ice mountain trembled gently. Yuzhenhe panicked and swiftly conjured 2 shields. Of course, I know, but what? Nezha pressed, his brow furrowed and voice stern. But it is right behind you. Yuzhenhe turned, and the ice mountain shook violently, sending countless ice chunks tumbling down. Nezha hurled the Hunyuan silk, scattering the falling ice. He understood that such obstacles were trivial for a minor deity. Ahead, a passage emerged within the ice mountain. At the end of the passage lay a blue egg. Is it still an egg? Yuzhenhe struggled to remain composed. They had prepared thoroughly, never anticipating that the Qilin beast was merely an egg. Is this permissible? Entrusting an egg as the guardian beast of the demon locking tower? Its bloodline is Qilin. It simply cannot contend with the demons within the tower. I will assist it in battle when the time comes, Nezha stated, his gaze fixed on the passage. This was a corridor within the ice mountain. And beneath the transparent ice, dark forms emerged. Upon witnessing this, Nezha finally felt at ease. The Qilin, being an ancient divine beast, would surely not be easily obtained. On either side of the corridor, it seemed likely that guardian beasts awaited. A multitude, formidable in strength. Let us proceed. Yuzhenhe took a step forward. Nezha grasped the hem of her garment, declaring, I shall go alone. Why? Yuzhenhe inquired. I cannot depend on you for everything. Why not? She retorted, the offspring I nurture, even if transformed into humans, will be well cared for. Very well, it is too late today. We shall venture forth tomorrow, Nezha replied. In the snow-capped mountains, divine spirits lingered. They retraced their steps, leaving the mountains behind and returning home. Exhausted, Yuzhenhe collapsed onto the bed. How delightful, she mused, contemplating the task of explaining the room's contents to Nezha. With her eyes closed, slumber swiftly overtook her. Nezha approached, tucking her in. To manipulate another's magical instrument, 2 prerequisites must be met, a chant and equivalent magical prowess. The little deity possessed no incantations for her spells. Furthermore, to depart from this place, her power was essential. Nezha knelt beside the bed, his fingers inching closer. Merely touching her would suffice to borrow her strength. His heart raced, as if it were lodged in his throat. And just before contact, he withdrew hastily. What was he contemplating? To disrespect the little deity while she slumbered? He exited the room in haste, his heart pounding more violently than ever before, leaving his emotions in turmoil. He flipped his palm, revealing a flickering flame. This surge of emotion overwhelmed him, rendering him unrestrained. If only there were a demon here, a brawl would suffice to alleviate his distress. Leaning against the wall, he inhaled deeply. The entire house exuded warmth and comfort, imbued with a unique fragrance. Yet within this abode, he felt an unquenchable fury with no outlet. If only he could escape. Clenching his fist, he extinguished the flame. Suddenly, light pierced his thoughts. She trusted him to such an extent that she allowed him to control her magical instrument. Nezha turned and ventured into the icy mountain. She had aided him immensely. The demon-sealing tower was constructed for his sake. It was entirely his affair. He could no longer permit the little deity to face danger. Even if these perils seemed trivial to her, it was unacceptable. He must strengthen himself swiftly. He could not remain under the little deity as protection indefinitely. Have you returned? Why are you alone? Is one person insufficient? Nezha scoffed, having never held a favorable impression of this individual from the outset. This journey is perilous. You are alone. What is your intent? He stated bluntly. Ha ha ha, you see through me. This path is simple yet complex. Even if one cannot traverse it, death is not imminent. Merely eternal entrapment alongside me. I have dwelt here for millennia, seeking companionship. Surely that is not too much to ask? Though you may be unlikable, you are better than solitude. He continued, now that you understand, will you still pursue the chilan egg? If you value silence. Nezha, without waiting for the words to finish, brandished the cosmic ring and charged forward. Upon entering the passage, the ice on either side shattered. Countless bats surged forth, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries. In an instant, Nezha was engulfed in irritation, that inexplicable emotion mingling with his current state. He raised his hand, unleashing a burst of flames that instantly transformed the bats into water. Was this all they could do? He swiftly approached the chilan egg, cradling it in his hands, ready to return. Yet, he found that the water from the melted bats coalesced once more, morphing into a colossal bat. With a cold smirk, Nezha unleashed another wave of fire. No matter how large the bat was, it was still composed of ice, and soon it reverted back to water. As Nezha prepared to step forward, the surface of the water transformed into a mirror, allowing him to walk upon it while clutching the chilan egg. Beneath the mirror, a half-bloomed lotus flower appeared clearly. You cannot escape. Stay here with me. Dream on. Nezha exclaimed, raising the cosmic ring and striking down forcefully, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form in the center of the mirror, which then turned into an abyss of darkness. In the depths of the blackness, stars twinkled faintly. Nezha felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a voice whispering in his ear, "Lotus root is the finest material." Suddenly, he felt a knife pierce his body, as if attempting to cleave him in two. The anguish was unparalleled, surpassing even the worst of earthly sufferings. Why? Why must he endure such trials? Why do these extraordinary tribulations, seldom faced by ordinary individuals, befall him one after another? If those outside are so malevolent, perhaps it would be better to remain here. Nezha shook his head vehemently. No, I must remain vigilant. It appeared that the passage was not merely an assault by bats, but rather a test of fortitude. Chapter 24. He succeeded. The little deity awaited him. If he could not escape, she would surely come to his aid. He could not allow her to be trapped here, for she hailed from the heavenly court and should not be burdened by his predicament, confined to this minuscule realm. Nezha pondered intently. This was an icy expanse, most likely capable of ensnaring the heart and soul through the eyes. He closed his eyes, and indeed, it proved effective. Additionally, with the bats still present, Nezha plugged his ears. Unable to hear the sounds, he held the chilan egg in one hand while steadying himself on the ice. To his surprise, he found that his sword possessed such formidable power. What should he do now? William, though proud, felt an inkling of curiosity regarding the stone. Yet he had no desire to claim his servant's possession. He wished to avoid the inevitable teasing from Misha, who would surely proclaim, "William, dear brother, has taken the gem of the horseman's son, Tony." Shaking his head, he executed a dive, once more traversing the azure smoke to land before Zhang Xinyu and Yi Chun. Under the eloquent persuasion of Yi Jinghong, Sun Yuchuan dispatched individuals to Juyao Mountain to heal the injured. In the grand hall of Yuan Gate, Zhao Su stood beside Yi Jinghong. Just as one plants lilies Tang Tang also produced an acre of spiritual land, establishing a peach orchard behind the villas of the assembly. Do not mention the convictions of Zhuo Yinqing, who has triumphed over the likes of Jin Wu, Feng Yu, and Feng Tsungui, the paragon of Yunhuang City. Indeed, the most peculiar martial beliefs exist. At this moment, Gray found himself exhaling a sigh of relief, his steel teeth clenched as he withdrew each crossbow bolt from his body. A raucous laughter erupted from the Royal Academy's VIP section, belonging to none other than Di Kuei, the chief commander of the Earth Dragon Knights of the Southern Ming Empire. One wonders if this blood clan is capable of speech. They resemble the zombies of the Qing dynasty, uttering sounds akin to beasts. Meanwhile, Yang Fan wore a sly grin as he vanished into the lightning's embrace. The dim yellow light, after enduring a sustained assault, gradually disintegrated into countless yellow specks, cascading in all directions. Any place touched by them began to decay instantly. Submerged in the frigid spirit river, vitality slowly ebbed away. Perhaps she had entirely lost faith in life, allowing the last flicker of hope within her to dissipate, patiently awaiting the arrival of true eternity. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air, and Lieutenant Malafiev instantly became alert. Turning his gaze, he indeed spotted the messenger of his regiment appearing at the front line of the offensive. Simultaneously, around 40 to 50 intact 30 and 35 battle chariots emerged from the reserve position, rumbling over the frontline trench. It is precisely because one wishes for a life filled solely with happiness and gentle tones that they respect the privacy of others, honor their lives, and uphold their choices. Those who depart have found a better belonging, while those I wish to escape from are those from whom I need to steadfastly protect my ideal life. Thus, such a virtual film still imparts an intense sense of realism, immersing one fully. The only drawback is that the virtual characters often fall into stereotypes, failing to convey the most intricate of emotional dramas. It appears that Ongrel shares his intention, lying in wait near the teleportation array, hoping to seize an opportunity to snatch from those who have captured the witch's pet. The moon demon had previously stated her desire to witness the technique Liao Dongfeng had just employed against the heartbeat. While Liao Dongfeng believed this technique could not be triggered under the enemy's preparedness, if the enemy were to decipher it, the consequences would be dire, potentially costing him the chance of victory. The shared resilience and defensive capabilities against physical attacks of the elemental body, in contrast, hold little significance. How could battles between wizards possibly lack elemental assaults? In truth, she had countless words to share with him. How could 2 decades of longing be encapsulated within a mere letter? Chapter 25. I come to save him outside Chintang Pass. Yu Jinhe arrived at Yunling Mountain. She recalled the scenery was quite splendid here. Dog Dan followed closely behind her, a chicken wandering about. Atop the mountain, Yu Jinhe employed a bit of magic, climbing a tree to gaze in the direction of Chintang Pass. Where could Nezha be? With only Li Jing and a demon ensnaring tower at Chintang Pass, there should not be any significant issues. Under the tree, Dog Dan barked incessantly. A chicken crowed. However, Gu Xinxin did not join in the revelry, but merely sipped delicately from her pomegranate juice. She discreetly wiped her mouth with a napkin, surreptitiously disposing of the juice within it, and neatly folded the napkin before setting it aside. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Jiang Jiu felt a chill sweep over her from behind, prompting her to turn around immediately. Furthermore, as he needed to take a month off from his studies, Feng Zai resolved to dedicate all his knowledge from the past month to practical experiments, aiming to elevate his foundational experimental skills to level 4, so that during the subsequent 3 months of semi-detachment, he could engage in more experimental operations. Chief, where exactly are the specific limits? Zhou Qing needed to clarify this matter to ascertain the extent to which he could act. He was aware that Li Yanbei was undoubtedly dead, surrounded by 4 formidable opponents. Li was no Shimen Shueishue, and without any bodyguards, his fate was sealed. If you wish to prevent your son from dying, have Gu Mingyin come to the back mountain of Qixia Temple. The time is tonight at midnight. As he walked, Yin Yinshin felt countless gazes upon him, rendering him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yuan, having consumed his medicinal pill, gradually regained his composure. At that moment, witnessing his formidable senior sister being effortlessly defeated stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. He rose, fastening the buttons of his coat, and as his tall and elegant figure exited the private room, the nearby waitstaff found it impossible to look away. Were it not for Ding Qingfeng, who appeared equally formidable, a testament to the elite training of a top martial arts family, Daoist Yu Xiao might have directly employed the soul-capturing technique against Ding Baiyun during the day within the cabin. Fortunately, after Li Yuran exited through the secret door of the bar, she called him, and upon hearing her account, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Through Jiang Yu's introduction, she sought several lawyers, but upon learning she was embroiled in a lawsuit with Yilin, they immediately declined her case. Lan Xiaoxiao gazed steadily at Fu Shijun for several seconds. The warmth of concern enveloped her heart. The malevolent spirit doll remained silent, quietly observing Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled, opening the trading channel to exchange some temporarily useless resources for high-energy food and water. This statement acted like a dam, repressing the resentment that had been surging from Jiang Ning. If everyone united with a common purpose, with over 40 top-tier experts, they need not fear this elemental leader. After all, it is the elemental creature's inherent lack of intelligence that constitutes their true weakness. If players devised reasonable tactical arrangements, these elemental monsters would indeed prove insufficient. Given the sweltering weather, neither vegetarian nor meat dishes could be preserved for long. Just when Gu Mian, who should have been on the verge of defeat, suddenly scoffed, tilting her head back with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. After draining a jug of wine, Yin Qingyu found himself surprisingly more lucid. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was running short, and he leaped down from the windowsill, slowly traversing the 9th floor in search of a way to dissolve the celestial golden fishing line. Sun Mei, astonished, was not only surprised but also taken aback. It was indeed peculiar that such an event should occur to Hisu. In the night, through blurred, tear-filled eyes, Chen Mohan discerned the enlarged, handsome visage before her. Illuminated by the dim light, the man's eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Chapter 26. I rescued him within the demon locking tower. Nezha's body collided with the wall before collapsing heavily to the ground. Kid, if you wish to fight me, you might as well wait for 2 lifetimes. The celestial spirit raised a hand, an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Even the tower could not contain it. Nezha stood up, wiped the blood from his face, and chuckled lightly. It's not over yet. The celestial spirit waved casually, sending him crashing back to his original position. Aren't you afraid of death? Nezha stood again. Han Gorong merely curled her lips in disdain, departing without a second thought for Yushuming. Since the last battle, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been recuperating in her sanctuary, finally nearing recovery today. Sun Wukong, aware of the gravity of the situation, made his way directly to the Thunder Sound Temple to seek an audience with Shakyamuni. Reporting the matter at hand, before receiving any directives, he sensed a rapid approach of danger and promptly instructed Icarus to employ absolute defense to shield the entire governor's residence, narrowly preventing a cataclysmic beam of light from breaching their defenses. Remembering the days when the 3 of them shared a bond akin to siblings, it was undeniable that Nala had approached her sister with ulterior motives back then, almost committing a grievous error. The path of reconstructing the great Tao was fraught with peril, particularly after attaining the status of a quasi-saint. The risks multiplied manifold, leaving no room for carelessness. Yet, the Grand Elder remained obstinately silent, meditating in place, attuned to the subtlety of his surroundings, while other disciples, not directly involved, continued their pursuits as if nothing had transpired. Water and fire adhered to the principles of the Tao, lacking prowess in close combat. Their companion spirit treasure, the Qingyu gourd, was equally unfit for such encounters. As the battle commenced, water and fire swiftly retreated while summoning the Qingyu gourd, which hovered above his head, with torrents of water and fire energy cascading forth, forming a sea of clouds above. This system governed countless worlds within this multiverse, intervening and adjusting as necessary to ensure a smoother progression of history, sometimes necessitating powerful corrections. Wang Shangyun possessed a slender waist. Despite donning a shirt, it was evident that there was not an ounce of excess flesh, her form flat and advantageous, with curves that radiated an endless allure, particularly accentuated by a natural fragrance reminiscent of lilies that wafted from her, invigorating all who inhaled it. Enough of the clamor. Bear in mind that Xiong Ti's life is still in our hands, Qian Long stated earnestly, his words imbued with a palpable sense of menace. Yet, for reasons unknown, the players felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through their veins, as if their bodies were brimming with strength. To serve under such a distinguished general is undoubtedly a source of immense pride. Long Moshuan felt a sense of confusion, pondering when and where his relationship with Lung Yuru had devolved into a dynamic defined solely by mutual harm as a means of expressing their care for one another. He reminisced about the beauty of their initial acquaintance and longed for the warmth of Lung Yuru's gentle smile, rather than the sharp barbs of her present sarcasm. Although Lu Yu's tutoring of Meng Yueying might have seemed like a last-minute effort, Meng Yueying, possessing a solid foundation, managed to barely pass the assessment arranged by Fenggu Academy. Now, she has officially become a student of Fenggu Academy. The military vehicle escorting Jiang Zibing departed slowly, surrounded by protective vehicles, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach. This marked the first occasion that Naga, the deity, referred to Lingjiang as my lord, despite the initial threat to her life and later extension of it by Lingjiang. She had never addressed him in such a manner, often assisting him more in the capacity of a friend. The ground began to tremble violently, leading people to believe a severe earthquake had occurred. In their fear, they rushed toward what they perceived as a safe area. However, Zheng Daxi was also suppressing Jiang Beish, which intriguingly aligned with Zhou Ziyan's intentions. While Zhou Ziyan was unwilling to become Zheng Daxi's pawn and shield, it did not preclude the possibility of collaboration between them. As for Guan Yu's various expressions, Dianwei remained completely indifferent. He disregarded Guan Yu entirely and appeared before Zhang Fei's bed. Although Jianggan felt helpless, he found himself unable to act at that moment. Zhou Yu and the generals of Jiangdong persistently sought him out for toasts, and Jianggan, feeling compelled to comply, drank to excess until deep into the night, leaving Zhou Yu and the Jiangdong generals in a state of inebriation. Ren amiably patted Ma Qian a few times, commending him for his commendable work under General Peng, clearly indicating that Ren had acquired new information. In the evening, as it was time to prepare the medicinal concoction, Yu Fiwen observed Shun Tianyi engaged in discussion with Ying, stealthily slipping into the pharmacy, unaware that Shun Tianyi had already quietly positioned himself outside the window. Initially, Amulin sought an excuse to depart, but upon witnessing the expression of Empress Dan Dung, she found her words stuck in her throat, unable to voice them. Yu Xinyu was not one to revel in the spectacle. However, given the proximity of this location to her factory, any unrest here could potentially impact her business. The elderly spectators were taken aback by the astonishing transformation of the ground, as the soil rose to form a monstrous head, completely defying their expectations. Suddenly, a young man appeared, and Mo Ran turned to the unfamiliar figure standing in the hall. The man, handsome though not as striking as Jiang Junqing, possessed an air of elegance. His gaze subtly shifted toward Mo Ran. Xiaohe furrowed her brows, still struggling to acclimate to their mutual flattery. Yet she profoundly understood that the act of bestowing praise upon others and graciously accepting compliments should not be influenced by one's appearance. After dinner, Li Hao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having been on the go since dawn, he now lay on the sofa, too exhausted even to wiggle his toes. Upon hearing this, the courier finally relaxed his mind, stepping outside and closing the door behind him. Chapter 27. Though I may not triumph, I have succeeded. Nezha focused intently. Nezha, leave the other little demons to me, Li Jing commanded. Nezha cast a glance before dashing forward once more. After a while, the figure of the little deity appeared, prompting Nezha to exhale in relief. The Demon King's power was comparable to his own. If Li Jing were to revert to his previous self, he would be at a disadvantage without the demon locking tower. The two sides clashed. Nezha halted, acutely sensing the Demon King's presence. Yet, he refrained from speaking. That old woman indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. With a bowl of mysterious water and an incantation, she had miraculously saved him. Instead of rushing home, he had chosen to stay at the fisherman's abode. It must be a call from my elder brother, undoubtedly concerning my sister-in-law. Had it not been for Yi Hui's call, I would have been en route to the detention center. Brother, I appreciate it. Just leave him here. I have him tied up, and he certainly won't escape, Li Wuxi said to the man behind the third brother, who held a knife to his neck. As they descended, Ziyu and Baiming Changfeng noticed that the iron rope had yet to snap, and they immediately surged upwards along it. She had instructed Zhou Chuanji not to allow anyone to touch the company's funds, nor to inform her about her sister-in-law's misappropriation of the company's 138 million loan. What nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you been seeking a nanny all along? She retorted. Is it that you feel pained? That it strikes a chord within you? While her thoughts wandered, Qingqi maintained a fade of agreement. Today is indeed rather warm, she remarked, picking up a handkerchief to dab her forehead gently. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. In an instant, the courtyard of the Qin residence erupted in a cacophony of jubilant noise, enveloping the entire estate in a vibrant uproar. The leader of the hidden clan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, disregarding Feng Wuxin's attack as he recklessly lunged towards Yanxiang. The two souls of Fu'er, upon hearing the call of Tianqing, slowly opened their eyes. Upon seeing Tianqing's pale visage, they instinctively grasped the arm closest to them. The items from the previous section of the trade consisted of locally sourced specialties, visible and purchasable only to players within that region, while the universally applicable portion was accessible to all who opened the trading panel. Damn it, if only I could contact the edge of Long Night. Lindemann mused as he lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a deep, invigorating sip. In truth, Upon hearing that the pirate fleet was no less formidable than the Purple Cloud Gang, he was already engulfed in despair. The leader, surpassing level 100, did not instill fear in him. With the silver-armored corpse at his side, he felt reassured. However, the sheer magnitude of the fleet was insurmountable. Even a rented warship would be reduced to splinters in mere moments. Wei Qihong casually took the wine cup from her hand and set it aside, turning back to rest both hands on her shoulders. "What troubles you?" he inquired softly, noticing the clear red imprint on her face. "What's wrong? Yanggu, are you all right?" She suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, pondering whether, in her absence, Song Yang and the others had engaged in a confrontation with Zhou He or Dian, resulting in injuries. Just then, the seemingly dazed Tong Bao Xingjun launched a full-force assault on Su Tang, hands weaving intricate talismans, a flash of cold light illuminating the scene. Su Tang suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping her body. However, should this lady Yusa catch the eye of the prince, the situation would be entirely different. Even if she were to arrive on horseback to formally greet him, no one would dare to contest the matter, as it was a marriage decreed by the emperor himself. "You, despite your inability to let go of familial matters, feign nonchalance," remarked the two brothers as they rode and chatted leisurely, soon arriving at the 10-mile pavilion. "Mr. Shun, what did you say about Jiu Bingwei earlier?" The voice of Ming Ji Jiu Bingwei was low and hoarse, evoking a distinctly uncomfortable sensation, which oddly complemented his appearance. Chapter 28, I am a normal person. What of the money she spent? No, Yuzhen, he felt somewhat dazed. The game had vanished. Yet the money remained. The events that transpired felt like a dream, save for the recent lotus, which confirmed that her prior experiences were not mere figments of imagination. She suddenly touched her neck and breathed a sigh of relief. The demon ceiling tower was still there, unharmed. Her hand moved upward slightly, revealing a blue virtual screen. The game page, the spell page. It seemed that these wildmen's sacred artifacts had been stolen, and they believed us to be the culprits. Which is why they came seeking us. Had it not been for you, Director, fortuitously nearby, we would have been in dire straits today, Arian remarked with a wry smile. Ricardo, are you in charge of the technology? Can you assist him in rectifying these flaws? Yang Cheng inquired. By Ming, he could also disregard our top 10 merchant alliances. He aspired to establish a trading house and become a magnate within a year. After 2 days of silence, Wang Fulin of the Ningbo gang spoke for the first time. Moreover, to sever our business, all it takes is to cut off maritime routes, and we would suffer a tremendous blow. The demon lord looked on, puzzled, observing the ineffective struggle between Xiao Chun and his companion, his brows furrowing in impatience. No wonder Lord Alf had come. It turned out that Augusta was in distress. These strong individuals who submitted to the will of fate, governed by Alf, were well aware of the bond between Augusta and Alf. A few players, Lin Jie's eyes flickered. Perhaps eliminating players was the solution? Wait. Lin Jie glanced at the War God's secret technique. If his hypothesis held true, would that not imply that Jillian could alter the quest flow of the War God's secret technique? After the cup competition, Liverpool hurriedly returned to England, triumphing over Birmingham in the League Cup and advancing smoothly to the semi-finals. However, the relentless back-and-forth journey left Liverpool somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, following their League Cup match, they were granted 4 days of respite. The nature of the second general department was well understood by Tai Zhongshan, who immediately elevated the matter to an utmost significance, signaling to Yuxing before stepping out of the alert zone to establish a temporary defensive task. This situation was untenable. He was bound to be killed by Li Qinghua eventually. Observing the tearful beauty before him pleading for mercy, Hui Yuanjin could no longer endure it. With a sudden approach, the grave sea abyss closed in, utilizing the moment of distraction caused by the coffin being cast aside to strike at Yu Huan's crown with his axe. And so what? We are here in search of the Yijin sect, yet you waste time here. I truly wonder if you are a practitioner. Which cultivator spends their days in such frivolity as you do? Zhu Yenna remarked coolly. Allow me to introduce the 2 newly arrived junior disciples. This is Jun Yixiao, and this is Gong Buping. I trust you will offer them ample care and guidance moving forward. Subsequently, Elder Zheng recounted the recent events. Uncertain of his intentions, she did not refuse, allowing him to lead her into the dazzling jewelry store. Principal Song exchanged a glance with Qi Shueshan, who promptly poured a glass of water for the 3 of them and did the same for himself before taking a seat. At Wan Chongwu's side, Wu Yu approached. The Tian and Tong families were both prominent clans of the Shui County, and the identities of the 2 heads of families were naturally esteemed. 5 days passed within the formation, while merely half a day elapsed outside. The 4 had fully adapted and convened together during the 2 daylight hours. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did not conspire. It is this treacherous maid who colluded with outsiders to frame me, the gentle concubine pleaded as she knelt beside Xiao Changke, grasping at his garment in desperate supplication. Buzz. The middle-aged man casually summoned a shield that appeared before him, dismissing Xue Feng's assault without a glance. Chapter 29. Have I revealed myself? Yu Xinhe activated the screen, and Nezha immediately noticed her gaze. Today is my birthday, Nezha proclaimed. She had forgotten. Having accompanied Nezha for over a month, it had already been more than a year for him. Happy birthday, Yu Xinhe whispered, leaning against the restroom door. A notification appeared on the screen. The task of acquiring the Demon Lock Tower has been completed, and rewards have been distributed. After rummaging through for a while, Yu Xinhe only found merchants. He seized several leaves of the Luo Yun plant, consuming them all, crushing them fiercely to extract their juice, spitting out the residue. The liquid was bitter, yet in comparison to the bitterness within Su Ming's heart, it hardly mattered. The once illustrious deities of the celestial realm trembled under such terrifying shock, involuntarily retreating, their faces still bearing expressions of astonishment. Only then did he rise, exiting the room and entering a sealed chamber with walls coated in lead paint. If the recent defeat of the formidable figure on the battlefield has already left the crowd in shock, the fall of the Heavenly Might sect's leader is akin to the shattering of their innermost beliefs, spreading an unprecedented terror deep within their hearts. To them, beings such as Tsang Yin and He, who were once regarded as unattainable existences, Su Ming's spirit stirred, although he had lost a fragment of his consciousness. He did not hesitate to once again project his awareness, following the black-robed man's cultivation directly towards the white ring. This was a moment of transformation, an opportunity, a rare chance that ordinary people could scarcely encounter. At this moment, the energy of the raging flames had morphed from mere fiery might into something far more brutal and frenzied, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Another item that caught Yu Yang's eye was the ancient giant ape, a battle beast of equivalent strength to the celestial tier. Apologies, he felt a recent awakening within himself, causing some changes in his body. He was also aware of his current state, adding a remark to avoid any misunderstanding. Dr. Bu, boss Yu. Yu and Gu Shifeng gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that their leader was also an ability user. Why had they only just discovered this? In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, everything is dictated by the powerful, and the vanquished are left with only the fate of being devoured. Zhang Tianlin's gaze was completely captivated by a particular watch among dozens he had examined. This was the type he desired, understated yet instantly recognizable to those with discerning taste. Seated in a luxury vehicle, Zhang Tianlin retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and coughed violently after taking a puff. That kick was indeed substantial. He inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling violently within his lungs, and then exhaled slowly, his lungs quivering as he expelled all harmful substances from his body. Among the prominent officials of Jiangsu City, almost all were die-hard loyalists. Seeing Jiang Lu's resolute determination, Robinson and others had no choice but to comply, while Xian and the others could only sigh deeply. The black-robed skeleton gazed at the whirling vortex of stars approaching with a sudden change in expression, daring not to show any sign of negligence as he recited the incantation anew. Similarly, Alex clenched his palm, and a long sword gleaming with azure light materialized in his grip, swirling with wind and emitting an astonishing aura, seemingly no weaker than Welzai's sword. With Mo Bai's cultivation, dispatching a dozen guards was well within his capabilities, and in just a few moments, he had subdued Qi Ran. At the instant Gray closed his eyes. The Tai Edan furnace, which had been left solitary on the ground, trembled imperceptibly. As anticipated, someone from the Medicine King Valley behind Huang Zuwei had arrived. His visit to the Rejuvenation Hall served as a warning to Ning Chuan that should he fail to keep his appointment, he could strike at Li Qinghe and others at any moment. Others might mistake the figures for creatures like the Bai Yuan mountain rabbit. But Li Gongfu knew they were actually notable individuals, once the most prominent wealthy merchants in Hangzhou and successful officials in the capital. Chapter 30. I have a friend. Hey, Xiao Zhao, investigate when that image was released. Father Yu sat restlessly, untouched by coffee, entirely devoid of drowsiness. Despite the late hour, Xiao Zhao exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly sending over the materials. Unfortunately, the result was the least favorable. The image in question had just been restored, and this news outlet rushed to publish it for the sake of garnering attention. Upon careful reflection, Father Yu wondered if it was the unexpected mention of Fishing Pillow River that led to his momentary lapse in judgment. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the other party had merely suggested a future meal together, yet he had hastily inquired about their preferences, perhaps revealing his feelings too overtly. Zhongsheng's gaze turned icy in an instant. His demeanor embodied the phrase to sever one's fortune is akin to slaying one's kin. When Xing did not call for him, perhaps he was genuinely asleep after a night spent guarding against numerous lizards and crocodiles. She had been carried away from their residence by Song Mian, whose steady strides, with a slight jolt, resembled a cradle's gentle sway, allowing Yun Xiangxiang to drift back into slumber as he placed her in the vehicle. "There, my friends." Yun Xiangxiang spoke in French to the individual responsible for overseeing matters akin to a steward. In such a grand estate, unless constructed by the production team or pieced together for filming, it was virtually unattainable. He was now beset by misfortune, as those in authority were aware of his situation and determined to leverage his military rank as collateral. In the 1960s, Gu Xunshuan's family still relied on a traditional stove. Gu Weian, unfamiliar with such matters, sought to assist Mo by acting on his own accord. He gathered firewood, mistakenly believing that starting a fire was a simple task. To his dismay, the endeavor culminated in a smoke-filled room. The Xianhua auction house, established by the royal household of Xianhua County, boasted a formidable background, and the items auctioned there were of considerably higher quality than those at ordinary auction houses. Consequently, not only would the competing factions be affected, but even those not participating might also face repercussions. Is there any response to that person? Observing Beiyu, who remained on high alert, Yuning leapt onto the windowsill, releasing her true energy to signal her intention to take over the watch. As the chaotic will dissipated, a wordless monument emerged, opening the space and enveloping the entire realm beyond, where time appeared abundant, allowing Chu Yun to immerse himself in the world's alchemy without concern. Everything here remained unchanged, seemingly identical to previous encounters. Thus, what exactly had gone awry? This one do. Nevertheless, regardless of how Luo Ying resisted, Han Yi effortlessly lifted her into his vehicle, driving her to the hospital. Sitting in Han Yi's car, Luo Ying suddenly perceived that this man was not as she had envisioned, heartless and arrogant. Lung Hanyi's expression darkened, and he unleashed his full power, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire star domain. Though he had not frequently displayed his formidable strength in front of many, those who arrived here were by no means ordinary. They could all sense the danger emanating from Chu Yun. Is the effect of a joyful occasion truly this potent? Can a frail individual transform into a vigorous lover overnight? No, no, no. Judging by the fierce skirmish on the bed, it appears the count exceeds 7 encounters. The individual extracted each item for inspection, only to be met by others who remarked that these had already been purchased, merely a futile endeavor to look. What transpired then? Luo Ying frowned deeply, imparting lessons as she always did, yet unexpectedly, upon uttering a few words, Luo Xin burst into tears. In truth, one should have anticipated today's events. Ultimately, they were inescapable. Luo Yihuan sighed softly. Upon hearing Tang Feng's words, Nangong Qingyi felt a surge of anger rise within her. How dare he declare himself unwell? The first time Tang Feng encountered her, he claimed she was pregnant, and now he had the audacity to berate himself for being ill. Chapter 31. I must be hallucinating. Nezha closed his eyes in contemplation. It is entirely normal for a little deity to feel concern when alone. Moreover, that individual referred to as Wang Ma had spoken with utmost respect, unlike the current person whose words seemed to announce something significant to the little deity. His worries were entirely reasonable, devoid of any other underlying cause. Meanwhile, Yu Jinhe sat in the living room, seeking an opportunity to escape this place. Opposite her were her father and the director. A group of wealthy spectators in Jinling widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in disbelief. Ding Jiehui and Guoziang had become quite intimate. However, from Su Qingzhou's observations, it appeared that Ding Jiehui regarded Guoziang more as a buddy with whom everything could be discussed, but romance was off the table. Alas, our 2 martial arts schools have many disciples to support, and the pharmacy in Panlong Town is perpetually short on supplies, hindering the disciples' progress and causing their masters to grow anxious. Look, your iron-clothed sect has so few disciples, yet you monopolize a significant portion of the pharmacy's resources, receiving large shipments of medicinal materials. This is rather inappropriate. As the conversation unfolded, a few other practitioners stealthily released a rope-like object that burrowed silently into the ground. Inching towards Su Chen's feet, Jean Nanjun envisioned a scene of a bald, tattooed man performing a boy band dance, which elicited a stifled chuckle. He resolved to have Wu He perform at the next gathering. What a fool. Tang Lily seethed with gritted teeth. She had demanded 100 million from Su Chen, which he refused, yet now he was donating 200 million. How outrageous. Although the court might impose a fine, it would likely be minimal, given that his intentions were not profit-driven. I recall a time when you consumed 2 bowls of rice and a large cup of milk tea, didn't I? Su Qingzhou assisted her in recollection. When Su Qin finally drew him from the illusion, the leader of the assassins appeared dazed, taking a moment to regain his senses. Despite Chengming currently possessing an abundance of pills, they were the result of numerous trials to achieve successful production. Me? Huh. I once resided in a cave atop a mountain. You may call me the caveman. The young man raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ren Fei. Upon seeing him awake, Yi Shi was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Brother Jean, you are awake. How wonderful. Brother Jean, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault," she said, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. The city, the regional champions, stood just 2 hurdles away from advancement. In truth, it was not a remarkable achievement. However, amidst the myriad youth training teams of JD that had faltered and failed, the Royal Clan's youth training program had triumphed consistently, thus gaining a modicum of prestige. As consciousness began to blur, Ho Bufan realized this was his final opportunity, and a wild thought flashed through his mind. Finding the apartment quite satisfactory, he conferred with his cousin-in-law and decided to purchase the property from Mrs. Warren after 4 months of tenancy. The total price was approximately 250,000, funded by an advance on 8 years of bonuses from Lin Yilong. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Even those who had been engaged in raucous games of cards and dice fell silent, as if the slightest sound could shatter the stillness. While he had seen provocations that disrupted gatherings, he had never witnessed disruption in such a manner. Zhou Shiji treated Yang Su well, yet when it came to matters of military strength and financial support, he might not be of much assistance. However, he could communicate with Du Si Chu Xian, striving to connect with the Ministry of Military Affairs and Provincial Finances. Yang Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed, mentioned the incident where his subordinate had angered the governor. Earlier in the morning, a Fei had spoken highly of a CAF run by his potential match in the nearby town of Qingxiang, where one could enjoy sandwiches and chicken salad. Upon learning of the official connection and that it was introduced by Fong Tianfeng, Ali immediately smiled and approached, dutifully offering an introduction. Although she had developed a substantial understanding of this man's prowess as a sorcerer, Loli Lin did not naively believe she could survive as a subject of magical research, akin to the ancestors of the Tosaka family. Thus, she genuinely accepted her fate, prepared to be a plaything, and became Li Lin's disciple. These two were extraordinary men. With a shared smile, their fervent bond deepened further. Suddenly, an unprecedented radiance illuminated Su Shishir's face, as if she had shattered some shackles and cages, breathing forth newfound vitality. The truck behind seemed affected by a mysterious force, gradually slowing down. Those behind, fearing a collision, began to decelerate as well. At first, Song Jia's body was quite rigid, but she leaned softly against Fong Tianfeng, like a bundle of cotton, to the extent that she could barely hold the chalkboard eraser, lacking the strength to wipe the board. Linger was certainly not a burden. She had to be included, for Grandpa adored listening to her stories. The old man, Goulet, spoke as if his words were a decree, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a spot was reserved for her. The flying dragon, upon realizing that Ouyang had vanished without a trace, dared to reveal a look of resentment and spat fiercely on the ground, the saliva tinged with blood. Hearing Rose's words, Lin Xiaoxiao felt greatly relieved, for before their departure, the two had meticulously informed Fong Hao of the locations where they buried the black box and the titanium alloy knife shield. Upon entering the barn, they intended to check if the items were still there, but now witnessing the current situation, it was evident that Fong Hao had effortlessly taken them away. Lily had never been subjected to such a piercing gaze before. A heavy weight settled in her heart as she hurriedly gestured to explain, only to find herself utterly silenced, for a massive hand had crushed her throat. Zhou Bimao, Tu Min, Su Jihao, and Su Yuanhang were merely her sworn enemies among many others who had exchanged harsh words and harbored mutual disdain. Greed knows no bounds. Lin Fan, who had been fretting over his recent dismissal, was now fixated on the position of general manager. An advertisement is set to air next Thursday at 8 o'clock, featuring a live auction on Douyu, where the bidding price will directly impact the player's future earnings. Xiao Yanfan felt a twinge of anxiety, but managed to maintain composure, uncertain if the prescription he brought was indeed the one mentioned by Yao Nian. In Chapter 32, I acquired a real-life doll. She seemed to witness the toy Nezha stir slightly. Truly intoxicated, Yuzhenhe drowsily closed his eyes. On the table, Nezha spotted the little deity on the bed and rushed over. However, as he took his first step, his body felt restrained, and he inadvertently lunged forward. Tumbling off the table, Nezha, feeling slightly dazed, sat up to see his form. Every wild wolf was indeed fierce and relentless. Despite the chaos among the cavalry and the risk of being kicked by a horse, these wolves adeptly evaded the iron hooves with precision, delivering sudden, brutal bites that left the horses in agony. Upon returning to Linu City, Lu Tianhao assigned Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to recruit strong men among the refugees and train infantry, while Elbu remained stationed at the military camp to defend the city. After hearing Yuan Shao's words, Lu Tianhao found them perplexing. You did not bring me along when I was in the clouds, yet now that I am thriving in Zhongshan, you decide to involve me? This tale lacks credibility. After 8 days of absence, Zhu Ke subtly reminded him that Emperor Xian had summoned her into the palace, where she resided in the Jinglan Hall. He wore a facade of nonchalance, yet could not suppress his urge to visit her. Before even entering the hall, he heard her voice, as if performing a solo, exuding an extraordinary sense of ease and laughter unrestrained. My lord, if it proves too challenging, perhaps it would be best to accept it. However, Jiasu, considering Lu Tianhao's apparent regard for him, felt compelled to speak up rather than remain silent and unhelpful, voicing his thoughts. He was genuinely curious to witness the nature of the individual capable of wielding such power before him. Even from a distance, one could see the flush of your face and the scent of alcohol emanating from you. Are you truly not drinking? Without further hesitation, he set aside his meat and provisions and stepped outside the tent alongside Jiasu, only to see a man hastily dismounting. It was Chao Xing, one of Elbu's 6 valiant generals. Zhu Zilong was somewhat surprised by the figures reported back by the Ming army scouts after their careful deliberation. The affair concerning Li Ningxi was orchestrated by Du Lanyi and Li Xiuzhu. Now that events have unfolded as they anticipated, they commanded everyone to remain, awaiting the summons of Li Hong. Regrettably, despite her diligent training in martial arts, she is not a prodigy. Otherwise, she would not be so helplessly witnessing the unfolding of events. The disheartening defeat suffered by several top-tier experts, including the esteemed Wuzuan Nanshan Lai, at the hands of an extraterrestrial adversary has instilled fear in many. This turmoil has deeply affected Lily, who, usually reluctant to socialize with classmates, has grown increasingly withdrawn and self-effacing. Such versatile spiritual treasures, applicable in both close and ranged combat, are indeed rare. Alas, the weapon spirit is too fragile. Once struck by the soul-devouring evil light, it collapses. Qin Chuan has no intention of refining it himself, so he entrusts it to the Wan Poison Corpse King, whose attacking power is comparatively weak. Among them, the late-stage Mahayana Baizhe clan member manifests a unicorn white sheep avatar, while 2 mid-stage Baizhe clan members exhibit a 2-horned golden sheep avatar and a dragon-horned purple sheep avatar, respectively, since he Jingxuan's fortuitous encounter on the island. Despite having long surpassed the prime age for martial training, his earnest attitude has garnered great admiration from the esteemed Yang Diao too, leading him to impart knowledge with increasing dedication. Their astonishing progress has made it hard for others to believe that Wu Shuang, after merely half a month's training, has achieved 3 distinctions. Gazing intently at He Jingxian, they hesitated to speak until he revealed a radiant smile, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. However, even with Shi Pingji receiving support from Shi Yudao, the Shi Xian faction remains unwilling to relinquish their power, resulting in a rebellion that was almost anticipated within the Shi clan. Chapter 33. Secrets hidden in my bedroom. You and your clothes are soaked. You've forgotten about the fishing pillow, and even the cotton doll is filled with cotton. Not a big deal. Nezha is just holding onto his pants, replied Yu Zhenhe. It's merely a doll, Yu Zhenhe insisted. Not happening. Nezha refused to let go. Well then, Yu Zhenhe said, feeling utterly exhausted, burying his head under the blanket. Nezha climbed down from the table, grasping the bed sheet to ascend. Lying beside Yu Zhenhe's pillow, fleeting words that had passed by were instantly corrected. Yet Sherry heard everything clearly, her heart racing, unsure of how to process her feelings. Another disciple in yellow robes expressed his thoughts. Unlike others who were merely astonished, he pondered how the opponent could battle across realms. His gaze remained calm as he contemplated until, in the final clash between Yin Feng and Zhao Bufan, he perceived a clue and arrived at a conclusion. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. He slowly articulated these 5 words, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Guan He exhaled softly, wishing fervently for Ning Hanwei to hurry and take a shower, after which she would remove the surveillance device. Thus, Yin Feng's journey in alchemy is still long. However, he possesses unwavering confidence. As his physical form continues to strengthen, the potency of his true essence will experience an exponential surge. Moreover, Princess Xu Ying is undoubtedly his biological sister. What elder brother would persistently withhold forgiveness from his own sibling? Although he may not display warmth towards her, deep within, he harbors affection for her. Today, The sun shines brilliantly, and Yao Chushi contemplates taking her mother for a stroll in the Imperial Garden at noon, ensuring they return just in time for lunch. Suddenly, he catches sight of the officer beside him, the sword at his waist igniting a surge of impulse within him. He rushes over, seizing the precious blade, preparing for self-destruction. Later, the palace maid fell ill from the cold, her legs severely frostbitten, and her hands rendered nearly useless. When Sualan arrived, Mai was busily tidying up the reception utensils on the long table, having shared disposable cups with the two visitors. This system guarantees excellence. How could these crystal cores be compared? The system was displeased, for someone dared to question its offerings. She beheld a spinning disc, akin to a wheel, inscribed with the words Wheel of Destiny. Upon uttering those words, it was evident that others might misconstrue her as having pushed Lin Qianxue. Yet Lin Qianxue graciously chose not to hold grudges. As the sovereign, the pinnacle of the feudal era, it is inconceivable for him to lower his head. Thus, it falls upon those of lesser rank to bow first. The emperor's path downward is indeed the rightful course. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan has already begun cooking in the kitchen. While Zheng Ling gazes at the array of bottles and jars on the bathroom shelf, all once luxury items before the apocalypse, now generously laid out for her use. The hot pot bubbles enticingly, and amidst their meal, Chu Yunxio's phone begins to ring. As professional players who have just concluded their match finally become aware of the happenings surrounding the micrograss team. Over the years, he has formed suspicions regarding the mastermind behind Yi Qingmei's demise. What remains is merely the acquisition of proof. The figures in black ahead remain oblivious. Engulfed in a haze of dust, and chaos ensues. Although a systematic combo has not been established, the evident advantage of sleeping through summer in this exchange is unmistakable, as repeated assaults accumulate in depleting Zhang Lolan's vitality. Furthermore, even in the absence of a hidden hand, there is still that watchful presence in the harem. The is murky waters, and he too is not exempt from this entanglement. In response to the calls from several individuals, the masked figures paid no heed, directly seizing Ouyang Yanran and dragging her inside. However, to reach Zhang Liang's current level of aptitude requires far less time than that of Gui Li, perhaps in 6 months, or merely a few. He could achieve it. Yes, Lin Ling is absolutely right. We ought to celebrate your joining us for the new year. Zhang Junyu playfully pinched Lin Ling's cheek, smiling. Returning, host, I am the multiverse comic system. You are the chosen one, and upon your traversal, the system was activated. The mechanical voice resonated within Zhang Liang's mind. As he stepped out of the room, Hua Jifu expressed no surprise. Clearly already aware of the existence of this disciple from the Lishan sword sect. What a predicament! Believing that departure would bring respite, one was taken aback to discover that such burdens persisted. Night Shadow rolled his eyes, quickening his pace once more. Under Su Dong's encouraging words, everyone raised their glasses in unison. Wang Min, whose mind had been adrift in fanciful thoughts, was abruptly anchored back to reality by Su Dong. After some contemplation, he resolved to seize any advantages available, for the nature of this system suggested that he might otherwise receive no rewards at all. The ancient temple stood in evident neglect, with remnants of walls scattered throughout the premises. Even the main hall appeared dilapidated, riddled with gaping holes. The night breeze stirred, causing the broken windows to creak ominously, evoking an atmosphere both desolate and eerie. As Meng Qi spoke, feigning sorrow, he secretly reveled in delight. Indeed, I am Ouyang Juefan, he declared, each word pronounced with unwavering courage. Moreover, Chao Da's recent endeavors had won the Buzzcut Fellows considerable acclaim, instilling in them a sense of arrogance that bordered on hubris. This expressway appeared newly opened, as evidenced by the freshly planted trees lining the roadside. It is noteworthy that Lin Jianfeng was a former national basketball player. In Li Mo's perspective, Li Jiping and he belonged to entirely different realms of talent. As he summoned the celestial shield for defense, the icy blade pierced through it, causing dozens to pass through his body with a chilling sound. The one who had once pulled her from the depths of despair, smiling as he imparted the significance of existence, had long since departed this world. Thus, Brother Zhao had arrived, and Chen Feng courteously interjected, I have some matters to discuss with Bai Zhe. I apologize for the intrusion. The voice of Lord Qitian resonated from all directions, as Bai Zhe, with hands forming intricate seals, conjured a 7-tiered pagoda that enveloped himself, shielding him from the peculiar moonlight. Chapter 34. I cannot see the peacock leave if you must. Who cares? With the commencement of the school year, Yu Xinhe found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities, yet stole glances at Nezha during brief respites. Each time, the other party gazed at her with innocent eyes, leaving Yu Xinhe unable to voice his inquiries regarding the sudden departure that day. Perhaps it was simply time's decree? Anqing University lay in close proximity to home, allowing Yu Junhe to return each evening. A large cardboard box occupied the living room, and compared to before, this packaging was rather distinct. Engaged in battle within the dimensional space, no matter the extent of destruction, it would leave the current world unscathed. Observing the 50-odd crystals emanating a faint azure glow on the counter, the clerk's eyes widened in disbelief. When had monster crystals become so plentiful? The sight of so many, seemingly of the same beast, was astonishing. Li Guolu expressed gratitude, slightly inclining his body towards Howard Eugene, embodying the demeanor of an English gentleman. With our own strength, we are fully capable of returning to Tianfeng Academy. We are merely taking precautions against unforeseen circumstances, remarked a human male from behind. His cold demeanor suggesting displeasure at the closeness between Ruoshi and Yefeng. The announcement from Song Jiu left Yuan Mingxue in a state of emotional turmoil. Observing her closely, Song Jiu was certain that Yuan Mingxue's feelings remained unchanged towards Luo Haochen, just as they had been in the past. When illness struck, there were always doctors to be called. On gloomy days, umbrellas were offered. Now, there was only the wet nurse. Illness was met with the wet nurse. And rain was also met with the wet nurse, a constant presence in and out of her life. As the strains of the Vienna Woods waltz filled the air, the attendees began to gracefully dance with their partners, and amidst the throng, Yuan Mingxue felt somewhat less conspicuous. Suddenly, all the martial artists and disciples from various sects were filled with fervor, brandishing their weapons with fierce determination, unleashing a torrent of battle aura against the disciples of the Pingdang sect. Hundreds of warriors raised their blades, spears, and various weapons, each emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, coalescing into a formidable surge of energy, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries directed at the blood god. He proclaimed, "Fear not, my good brothers. For in the hall of the underworld, rewards and punishments are always clear-cut. The 4 great hall masters and 5 guardians have rendered me tremendous service. I shall forever remember your contributions. Without you, there would be no hall of the underworld. You are its most esteemed heroes." The system stated that one life and one magic were not merely a matter of personal attributes. The situation remained perplexing to Chen Yitian, who ultimately decided to wait for time to reveal the truth. The following morning, Tang Yao awoke, and as he descended the stairs, he was greeted by an alluring aroma. Just as Lung Xianger was dismissive, the ancestral monument within the formation suddenly stirred, causing the entire Diwen mountain to tremble. Their spiritual power, tinged with a hint of purple, was more potent than that of ordinary martial artists. Li Yunfan had been carried out, unconscious from pain, while Guan Lin and the second elder hastily attended to him. Their eyes reddened with worry. "I do not blame you. You have your principles. Your assistance is already greatly appreciated," Xie Gaoqing acknowledged, understanding that business people have their own codes, which was why Bai Yuchuan had achieved such renown in the esports realm. Ling Fei, do not act foolishly. This world does not necessitate living for anyone but oneself. Lin Fan urged anxiously. At the moment the assailant aimed his hand at Yi Qiu, an alarm rang in Yi Qiu's heart, immediately recognizing the murderous intent. However, he could not stand idly by. In order to save Tang Yao, he had no choice but to break his own limitations prematurely. Is this person truly a fool? Is it not deceitful? He pondered. Without the demon blade to suppress the spirits, what will Colonel Di Ming do? The exact location remained unknown, and as Bai Yunyang stated, "You know my legs are not in good condition. I cannot venture out. These matters are relayed to me by others when they discuss them. Otherwise, how would I be aware?" Solomon moved, his hand sweeping with a force capable of shaking the very fabric of space, unleashing an immeasurable quantity of magical power towards the giant. The magnitude of magic wielded in such a casual motion was beyond comprehension. Recently, Bai Yunyang has been thoroughly inundated with responsibilities, juggling matters at the company and affairs concerning his younger sister. With the funeral of his sister now concluded, he must prepare for their father's memorial. As he gazes upon the retreating figure of youth, Lady Anluho gently pulls the hand of the Duchess of Dinghua, leading her into the inner chamber to sit down. The mournful howl of a snow wolf emanates from the back of the carriage, causing her brow to furrow. A fleeting glance at Shang Wanjin prompts her to redirect her gaze outside. The crowd follows Xia Jinyan's line of sight. While some, like Jingyu, had not previously noticed anything amiss, Chu Junlan and Hua Yeqing, now observing the distorted opening, feel a wave of discomfort. In hindsight, it is conceivable that Luer had not relinquished the family fortune, thus creating obstacles that led to Shi Miao's frail health during childhood. The awkwardness is palpable. I purchased a box of commonly worn triangular undergarments at a record speed, awkwardly clutching it behind me, my head bowed as I approached my senior. He disregarded my demeanor. taking the box from behind me and placing it into the shopping cart. After a prolonged departure from that shelf, I gradually lifted my head. I knew it. Lord Ho still accommodated me. Ing Shu, emboldened, seemed unperturbed. However, he is indeed fond of Su Leroy. The more she frets, the more it signifies her affection for him. Within the smoky confines of the internet CAF, the air is filled with the cacophony of clattering keyboards and courteous exchanges among teammates regarding their families. No, there are still some yet to arrive. The agent from Luze will require a bit more time. Qing replied earnestly. Chapter 35. My child seems to have secrets. Indeed, why would I deceive you? Oh, it burns. My hair. Kong Yi exclaimed. Child, do you need my assistance? No need. Nezha suddenly interjected, startling Kong Yi. It's not you being burned. It's me. Silence. Nezha snapped. If he cannot resolve such trivial matters, how can he ascend to the heavens? Nezha gazed at the grotesque figure beneath the tree. Suddenly, after speaking, Bo Shuawei withdrew her gaze from the window, allowing her smile to gradually fade, replaced by an impenetrable coldness and malice. So, are you going to inquire before eating? You've already taken a bite. Can I still consume this? After such commotion, Ing Shushu found herself devoid of any drowsiness. Sitting on the sofa, hugging a cushion in a daze, occasionally observing Pei Yin's reactions. Qing Gu imbued this coin with a drop of blood and a talisman, capable of attracting fortune and warding off misfortune. Coupled with the national emblem, a significant relic of the state, it possesses the power to suppress malevolent forces. At this moment, this coin could be considered a magical artifact, albeit one hastily crafted by Qing Gu. Have you made up your mind? Ultimately, Wu Fing coldly uttered a terse remark to Mo's Hang before making no further movements, seemingly departing silently. As a member of the 7 warlords under the king, the world acknowledges Mihawk as the most formidable swordsman, with every action he takes capturing the attention of the masses, especially considering his target is the pirate king, Whitebeard. Exiting the elevator, to the left lies the rooms where the bodies of Bien Chung and others are stored, while to the right is the resting place of the bald eagle. The pace remains sluggish. A strategy must be devised to establish contact with those in the doldrums. Gazing at the map upon the table, Sasuke felt a throbbing headache. However, during Sumi's kindergarten years, her newlywed sister tragically passed away due to illness, leaving Sumi an orphan overnight. My goodness, does this bead in his hand not equate to an elixir of immortality of millennial caliber? Lin Yi, astounded, gazed at the box held by the man below, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Steal from him? Do you truly believe that is feasible? Qi Lian felt utterly disheartened. Was this not an invitation to misfortune? Upon encountering this scene once more, apart from Lu Yuan, the others instinctively touched their necks, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. I worry your inexperience may complicate matters further, inadvertently granting Hu Qiansui an opportunity. Yin Zhen pointed out this harsh truth. How did your mother sustain her injuries? Contemplate carefully and recount to me in detail, omitting any embellishments. Lu Yu posed the first question with a grave demeanor. Yet, she had not anticipated that Yi Haochuan was remarkably astute. Sensing impending danger, he swiftly summoned his flying sword artifact and leaped, darting like an arrow through the window. He lamented his past choices, having relied on his father's affection to escape punishment, often slacking off during training, leading to his current inadequacy, forcing his beloved father to shield him from lethal attacks time and again. The poem states, the black-hearted boss Jiang Xiaoping, with a withered brain and 0 IQ. The dust to mortal's bone, a butcher's ground. Upon hearing dire news, one's heart shatters. She once believed her beauty was merely an asset, a captivating advantage. But it wasn't until she lost everything that she realized her sole weapon was herself, adorning herself to present to him for his indulgence. He recognized that beneath the mountain lay a terrifying presence. Evidently, the constraints within the souls of myriad demons stemmed from this enigmatic entity lurking below. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Orc Empire. How may we serve you? An elderly orc inquired, lifting his gaze. Last night, after parting ways with you, I stealthily infiltrated the Zhao residence, where Kong Xiaowu thoroughly elucidated the events leading to this moment. Jian Quan could hardly fathom that the suddenly formidable Zhao Yi was backed by a monster, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 36. My child is a bit naivey. The name Yuzhen rolls off the tongue so easily. Kai Kai sounds delightful. Unexpectedly, Nezha provided an answer that took her by surprise. I am older than you. Yuzhen fell into contemplation. Indeed, when they first met, Kai Kai was still quite young. So soon? It appears that Nezha has aged beyond her in just a few days. However, age signifies little. Child. Within the screen, Nezha Chi Bei began to daydream aimlessly, pondering that perhaps Lady Hundred Spirits understood him without the need for words, simply comprehending his gaze. I will assist. Xiao Han mistakenly thought she intended to create a new culinary delight, whereas Lu Qingxiao was preoccupied with contemplating the name of the shop. Such matters are, for those notorious for their debauchery, akin to a matter of life and death. The ancient Chongqing employed a strategy of retreating to advance. He was acutely aware that the Xiangqing Duke's manor had abducted Li Shi, yet he refrained from articulating this knowledge outright. The Sixth Path Immortal. Upon witnessing Chu Xuanqing's profound understanding of the history of the ninja sect, resolved to be succinct. Since you are already informed, allow me to briefly outline the current situation. After my demise, I intended to disperse my chakra throughout the ninja realm to safeguard its stability. However, within the ring lie countless celestial-class planets, including 10 sacred stars. You may dismantle them and utilize their essence to nourish your own planet, aiding its ascension to sanctity. A resounding gunshot shattered the stillness of the valley, echoing for an extended duration, causing Li Yuqing to shut his eyes tightly and cover his ears. Kakashi, wearied yet persistent, continued to sing, while Naruto leaned on Kakashi's shoulder, listening to what had become a monotonous din, waving at Rin and Obito. Under the relentless assault of hundreds of formidable foes, even a 20-turn true immortal ensemble would sustain damage. In essence, we need to enlist the Feather Serpent Goddess assistance and gather the gold from several cities, correct? A duo inquired. Breaking through it is no trifling task, particularly once the demon has fortified its defenses. One can only hope that the mental energy it employs here is limited, otherwise, Huiyuling would find herself bereft of confidence. Suddenly struck across the face. Witnessing De Hongfei's reaction sent a jolt through Yao Fuguang's heart. I wish to hastily observe this winter suite. Do you now comprehend? Shuang chuckled, shaking her head. After dispatching those suited men, Lin Tian approached Gao Xiaofeng and delivered dozens of resounding slaps, teeth and blood scattering in all directions. During his time at the overseas training base, first aid was deemed a fundamental survival skill, and Lin Dongyang was quite experienced in managing various injuries. However, given his current constraints, he could only administer preliminary treatment to prevent further deterioration. Regardless, Bei Mingzi had already pledged to take responsibility for her, so she decided to enter the 8th Prince's manor alongside Junshi today. She could not articulate her feelings. Did this imply that she was not as significant to her as she had hoped? Jiang Jiyue and her companions followed the mother tiger deep into their abode, which was nestled beneath a few large stones. Though small, it was just spacious enough for the mother tiger and her cubs. Dr. Yi, there is an emergency patient. Please take a look. A voice from the office door captured Qin Yu's attention. Yi Ranran observed with great satisfaction, leading both parties to agree upon the wedding date and various details. She might have assumed we approached her with intentions, especially as she stood before me, completely unadorned. The situation was quite awkward for me as well. Now, these endearing Liverpool fans are not only helping the players establish a goal, but also rekindling the confidence and spirit of victory that had previously been lost. Although Lin Shuren was not present, she still sent an array of gifts to Lien Yuyao, including remedies for wind-cold ailments, ointments for bruises, and assorted delicacies from Rui's studio, all of which would prove useful to Lien Yuyao on her journey. Chapter 37. I am here again. Nezha carefully placed the mirror in his room before continuing on his way. Yu Zhenhe watched him circle around repeatedly. On his 4th pass by the entrance of the 4 symbols, he could not help but inquire, "Where are you headed?" The Demon King is hosting a banquet. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. But the Demon King's palace is not in this direction, Yu Zhenhe replied. No wonder it took Nezha so long to find the peacock. It turned out Nezha could easily lose his way. They were still reeling from the shock when Lin Zhe broke through, now consumed by suspicion. Whether to compile or not was no longer significant. My time is precious. Will Dr. Su choose to resign, or will Pinkong dismiss him? Qiuzhan asked. The two proceeded to the fitting room to don their sister sets, puff sleeves, and a simple yet elegant white dress adorned with subtle floral patterns. Since his awakening, Grandpa had been taken every morning by special care to the lawn for fresh air, and on sunny days, he was brought out to bask in the sunlight. Yet, it was evident that the likelihood of a change of heart was slim, had he possessed any conscience. He would have abandoned his plans long ago during the nearly century-long trials at Changming Sect. When the impoverished can no longer endure, they will take up arms, slaying the wealthy to reclaim all that was lost. After laboring late into the night, Su Jigong, utterly exhausted, departed the screening room, leaving behind the ladder and tool kit for others to gather. At that moment, Princess Iron Fan, who had been toiling on the ground for quite some time, finally surrendered, unable to unravel Chun Feng's methods. She hastily rose and hurried to the kitchen. It appeared that when Hong Tian arrived, he had concealed his presence using the divine power of destiny, creating a virtual persona of the sacred martial god, which explained why it had gone unnoticed initially. The corners of the Empress Dowager's mouth twitched as she bit down on her molars to suppress the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She gazed into Offing's eyes, detecting cunning within, yet what could she possibly say? After an hour of combat, witnessing the valiant bravery of Zhou's naval forces, along with their overwhelming number of ships, Yamamoto Horiya discerned the futility of his position and promptly commanded a retreat to Ryukyu. A certain soldier spotted a defensive flaw and, exhilarated, hurled his long sword, which soared toward the heart of the target. Have they all departed? Feng Yufei first scanned the surroundings carefully before whispering the question. Your Highness, how can you, in such a manner, hope to fulfill the role of a nation's matriarch in the future? This is quite detrimental to your stature. Cold Jade, approaching like a specter from behind the crown princess, spoke slowly. Everything is at the discretion of the physician, Zhou Chu obediently replied, fully aware that in such circumstances, one must trust the experts. The instruments were from the 17th century. I had never seen their like before and was uncertain of their purpose. If that is the case, then I shall await good news here. Hu Xijing thought to himself, filled with joy, reflecting that his mission in Goryeo was finally accomplished. Indeed, Jun Yuan could no longer endure the ceaseless longing for Afra within the confines of his home. He resolved to venture out to pursue business. Before his departure, he meticulously arranged Junyuan's future educational endeavors and summoned Erica to engage in conversation for an entire night. However, in this task realm, there was little of significance to discuss. Achieving the status of a Deluo Jinxian was merely a matter of course for one of his caliber. At that moment, upon hearing Wei Jun's mention of this, Qin Xiaoyu was reminded of a vehicle from the future known as the POW, which bore a resemblance to American pickups, though it could never compare to the grandeur of a Raptor. With this in mind, you must heed my instructions this time. Wen Wan wished to offer him another chance. The once vibrant glimmer in her bloodshot eyes was now overshadowed by an air of desolation, reminiscent of their initial meeting, perhaps even more disheartening. As anticipated by his subordinates, within the desolate expanse of the withered ironwood forest, crows could occasionally be spotted perched upon the branches. Should these individuals manage to escape the zombie star, it could spell immense trouble for the Reaper organization. Chapter 38. I am infuriated. Yuzuna, with her eyes covered, felt her heart racing wildly. Nezha, yet at this moment, she could only cling to him. The descent accelerated, and she grasped Nezha's arm with all her might, terrified of plummeting. Finally, they touched down, but her legs trembled. Had it not been for Nezha's support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, she did not forget that it was Nezha who had brought her to this point. With a forceful push, Yuzin sent Nezha tumbling. Madame Wang slightly furrowed her brow, still seething with anger as she turned back to glare at Su Feng. Such a resplendent sky, yet beneath it stood towering bases, overshadowing the beauty with an overwhelming sense of dread. Qingyun sought to counsel her, cautioning that such actions could easily attract the attention of King Huai, who had only recently lowered his guard with great difficulty. Now, she was perilously close to self-sabotage. Liang Jiaoxu remained undeterred, straightening her posture, hoping that her efforts would not be in vain. Prior to the banquet, Gu Yefeng had already entered the palace for an audience with the emperor, who had previously conferred with him regarding the upcoming rewards. Particularly when Heisenberg proclaimed his name to the entirety of Greece and led billions of warriors onto the battlefield. At the Chrysanthemum exhibition, mere flower gazing was insufficient. Attendees desired sustenance and shopping, for where there are needs, there lies commerce. Momentarily, 30 warriors stood in formation before Clark, who turned to Heisenberg and inquired. If they could directly input their research findings, one day, their aspirations would surely awaken. This heralded a new existence. Akin to the moment when Sui Sui exclaimed upon donning her dress, she realized that this life was utterly distinct from the last, and she had transformed into a Lin one entirely different from her former self. 3 knights led a wolf steed before Alicia, kneeling on one knee with arms crossed over their chests. In an instant, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Yun's face, her sorrowful cries betraying her composure, while Shi Chen's eyes reddened in sympathy as he gently embraced the mother who had given him life. After a considerable time, as Su Yun gradually regained her emotional equilibrium, she noticed the dampness of Shi Chen's shoulder from her tears and offered a shy smile. The only troublesome aspect was that Carl could not control the experiences of Alicia that he dreamt of, nor could he directly inherit her memories and thoughts. What he could comprehend was limited to the events he experienced while embodying Alicia in his dreams. Turning to Su Muge's side, The chubby hamster finally unearthed the orchid it had coveted. Although muse dug slowly, he was meticulous, ensuring that not only were the leaves unbroken, but the root system was also considerably intact, appearing far more presentable than the one excavated by Heitan. The white cat continued its graceful stride, approaching the tree and glancing up at muse without any reaction before squatting down on the ground. Emperor Astana, a man who wielded a bloody knife, stained with the blood of kin, and who ascended the throne upon a mound of bones, bore titles such as fratricide, bloodstained tyrant, and the emotionless skeletal king, making him one of the most legendary sovereigns of the continent over millennia. The wealthy heir was fiddling with a plate in the monitoring room. After a few moments of tinkering, he extracted a USB drive and strode outside, simultaneously pulling out a pair of headphones to listen to something unknown. Historically, Taoism has been divided into numerous sects, with intense internal strife, making Chu Hao's phrase one family rather contemptible. He was well aware of Lu Nan's background, having encountered Jiao Ba and He Tan during the last advertisement shoot for the Grey Orb. It was rumored that there were individuals who collected slaves. He wondered if such techniques could be acquired. If not, he was disinclined to concern himself with such trivial matters. Chen Fei scoffed, genuinely irritated by Yang Qiong's disdainful attitude. At the very least, he was cognizant of his purpose for this journey. In the blink of an eye, Leo had seemingly transformed, negotiating with an air of composure. Chapter 39. I have found the common space. Flames engulfed the two monsters entirely. They opened their mouths yet emitted no sound. Grasping their throats, they gasped for air, their pupils slightly dilating, limbs flailing erratically, until their struggles gradually diminished. Soon, they were reduced to ashes, leaving behind two tokens. These were items bestowed upon them by the Demon King, which Nezha picked up as their pass to this realm. Yuan retrieved one. Unaware that apart from matters related to science, Albert was utterly oblivious, even unable to discern spoiled food in the refrigerator. The leaders of the demonic sect, aside from the one guarding the 5 gates, generally indulged in alcohol during the day. Today, they drank freely and boldly, immersed in the exhilaration brought on by the wine, and lulled into complacency, so that by nightfall, none felt the need to forego sleep. In the year 832 of the continent's calendar, the Integri continent appeared tranquil and serene. Yet beneath this facade, turbulent currents lurked. However, rules are rules. Xian would not allow the presence of a prodigious cultivator in the void refinement stage to undermine them. Once the rules are breached, a chain reaction ensues. When Wang Heihu charged into the formation, he beheld nothing. All the corpses had vanished. Within the formation, he was met only by towering walls, while the black-clad figures, who had previously been on high alert, suddenly relaxed. For assassins from the martial world stood back to back, facing each direction, and initiated a massacre against the heroes of the martial realm. An unnamed fury surged within Yang, compelling him to almost throw a punch and rush forward. However, considering his current identity and the frail body he inhabited, he chose to exercise restraint for the time being. The crux of the matter lies not in our beliefs, but in the reticence of other domain lords regarding the soul cultivators in the immortal domain. How can they trust you? Xian remarked. For the sake of Li Qing, he relinquished the opportunity to become the Ghost King during the trials, sacrificing his ascension to the rank of a high-level ghost general, and in 3 days, he would remain merely an inconspicuous mid-level ghost soldier in the ghost domain. Why are there so few? Upon witnessing the number of monsters on the Pegasus plain, Bing Lan furrowed her brow. 1,600 gold coins. Lung Muling was unaware of the exorbitance of her bid. All she knew was that she needed the Thunder Spirit pill and was determined to acquire it. If one were to ascertain who currently held the most prominence in the entire Tianfang County, it would undoubtedly be Yuan Tianqing. With his formidable prowess in the 5 yuan condensation stage, standing unrivaled among talents from all continents, making him a strong contender for the championship. Chengzi raised an eyebrow and glanced at Suoran. Though the memories had faded, the manner of speech remained unchanged. If Cheng Mo were to awaken, he would surely be elated, for she admired her remarkable master above all else. Is this your room? No matter how spacious the bedroom may be, it cannot conceal that it was hollowed out from the roots of a tree. Su Yiren felt a tightness in her heart, followed by a subtle bitterness. Ye Qinzi had never deeply probed into matters of the contract. Even when he had exposed her lies, he had not truly inquired further. Yet now, he fabricated a lie to allow her to appear without reservation. I can no longer bear it. The more I ponder, the more I struggle to breathe, and my hands and feet are gradually growing cold. Upon his return, he has been peculiarly kind to me, seemingly compensating for the distance between us. Could it be that he has indeed wronged me in some way? The man in the yellow robe stiffened, abruptly turning around, and when his face was revealed, it turned out to be Qian Mo Wuqing. The circumstances surrounding that car accident were inexplicable. The model had miraculously sustained no injuries, save for her face. Simultaneously, one could not help but admire Lu Yu. After the appearance of the blue ancient fairy, everyone bowed their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Yet Lu Yu not only dared to look her in the eye but spoke with neither deference nor arrogance, exuding calm and composure. The strength of his mindset was indeed awe-inspiring. The students in the purple Xianyuan Academy gazed at the bolts of lightning with trepidation, as if they themselves were the ones struck by the thunder. Regrettably, Xia Bangyi was exposed after pursuing for merely a few hundred miles and was politely summoned before Mo Bantao by Mo Mingtian. 9 sedan chairs formed a procession that arrived at a nearby crossroads, subsequently dividing into 3 groups, with each trio heading in a distinct direction. Prior to Li Qing's departure, the Zijin Shenlong had completed the arrangement of the Jiuzhou Guiyuan formation, which alleviated Li Qing's concerns considerably, with a month remaining until the date inscribed on the invitation. And given that a day in the celestial realm equates to a year in the mortal world, Li Qing still possessed ample time to undertake this endeavor. This individual appears to possess considerable promise, Hu Ba mused to himself, his gaze towards Tang Chuan undergoing a transformation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the 9 nether tower, causing the entire edifice to tremble violently. Li Qing staggered momentarily, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion paling slightly. Let them worship as they please. If one wishes to perish, no one can impede that. While Xia Bangyi was not one to turn a blind eye to death, he was equally not a foolhardy do-gooder. The audacious Xia Bangyi, alongside the stout fellow and old Qian, finally slowed their pace upon reaching the entrance of the military office of the general's mansion in Yuezhou, directly facing the main street. Yes, my lord. The figures swiftly dispersed into 5 groups, encircling the arena and unleashing a series of spiritual techniques, resulting in a dazzling display of myriad lights that eventually faded into oblivion, seemingly setting up formidable defensive restrictions. At that moment, Xia Bangyi had already pried open 4 or 5 bricks, revealing a patch of blood-stained earth. Clenching a handful of soil, he opened his palm to reveal dark brown earth, indicating that a significant amount of blood had once been spilled here, seeping deep into the ground. Behind him, a magnificent flower composed of over 20 petals, pure as snow, finally bloomed resplendently, quivering with exquisite beauty, seemingly enchantingly ting. In her moment of dazed contemplation, who could fathom what thoughts occupied her mind? At merely 28 years of age, Qiao Lijue ranked 7th in the Qiao family, earning him the moniker 7th Master in the commercial sphere. Di Renjie responded, "It is my duty to alleviate His Majesty's concerns." For others, such words might seem mere platitudes. Yet uttered from his lips, they were imbued with genuine sincerity. Kong Shangyi appeared somewhat flustered. "No, I mean, after much contemplation, I remain uncertain about what I truly wish to convey." "He has arrived?" Hua Yexing's expression betrayed no emotion, yet his heart stirred with a sense of surprise. This emotion gradually subsided, retreating into his soul, restoring the brilliance to his eyes. Chapter 40. It seems he has encountered a significant matter. Word has it that the Demon King's palace has been robbed. Who possesses such audacity? A waste token belonging to a snake spirit was discovered in the storeroom, and now the snake demon clan. TSK. On the street, 2 demons conversed, expressing their regret for missing the opportunity to pilfer treasures from the Demon King's palace, as they lamented. Nezha brushed past them and arrived outside the 4-symbol shop. The door was firmly shut, steam still rising from the tea. "We emerged, for we too required the Dragon Balls to rescue someone of immense significance to us. We had no alternative." Without a trace of hesitation, she retorted resolutely. Yet, Wang Yong decisively acquiesced. For the trials and tribulations endured by these individuals over the years warranted such a sacrifice. He pondered how to retrieve Wu Huan. Even if it meant resorting to a more forceful approach, he was indifferent to the method. The second Ghost General's pupils constricted, aware of Chen Guhong's formidable strength, yet taken aback by his sheer ferocity. No wonder he was designated by their emperor as the 3rd Sword Sovereign. Even in their absence, both felt a simmering resentment. They were obliged to await aristocratic star sorcerers akin to themselves. Despite their vast families and leisurely lives, certain obligations must be fulfilled. Returning home in a fit of anger would render their efforts futile. Calming his emotions, Qin Shao pressed onward through this ancient and desolate world, a scene shrouded in dust. "I will persuade the Zhao family to agree," Zhaoing stated with a respectful demeanor, neither subservient nor arrogant, as if the demon race had suffered a sudden defeat. The battlefield's dynamics shifted abruptly, and the coalition forces began a large-scale retreat. The inexplicable deaths within the demon army seemed to have ceased. Observing the coalition's hurried withdrawal, their concerns mirrored those of the Three Realms coalition, swiftly launching a counteroffensive, relentlessly pursuing. The only distinction lay in their new employer, the Righteous Army, which did not appear to be a detriment. After the departure of the Wang family from the War King's residence, Mu Qingyan felt disoriented. This was ostensibly a joyous occasion, yet it had taken such a turn. Our hospital was in close proximity to the construction site, hence we received primarily severely injured patients. I roughly counted and noted over 30 casualties. We must travel at night. Let me know if it gets cold, he said, wrapping a thick, oversized sheepskin coat around her. Hey, Rengu. Wang Zhe's voice boomed, for in the case of others, a softer tone would have gone unheard. With mother gone to speak with father. I turned and spotted Dongfang Yu and others busily engaged not far off, a peculiar warmth surging within me. With these individuals by my side, even if I were to perish in battle, it would not be overwhelmingly sorrowful. The big boss spoke not a word, yet his concern for Shi Xiaofeng was palpable. Shi Xiaofeng shook hands with Shi Disheng, yet remained silent. As the footsteps drew nearer, anxiety gripped me and several officers, fearing an enemy might burst through the door unannounced, catching us off guard. My life is quite blissful. Those who know me envy my fortune, proclaiming that I have endured hardship only to be favored by heaven. Blessed with 10 wives and numerous children. I find truth in their words. Regardless of whether my fate is divine favor, I am content. Well then, what is there to explain? It is merely that my uncle has taken a liking to you, pulling you from the depths of school into the abyss, Shen Tong interjected. As he stepped out the door, he swiftly employed the art of leaving no trace in the snow, heading straight for the Emerald Lake. Recalling the first time he encountered Feier, who was bathing in the lake, he could not help but wonder if she was there today. The more he pondered, the happier he became, wishing he could sprout wings and soar directly to Emerald Lake. He Jiu, in the Yongxiang Palace, was in a state of utter disarray, alternating between tantrums and laughter, causing both Inghe and Ru Huan to hesitate in approaching, leaving them to endure their master's antics. Unexpectedly, you possess a blade, yet I have rendered its edge ineffective. To what extent can your weapon truly stir upheaval? Mo Yufei intentionally broached this topic to provoke Huang Xiangzu, hoping to persuade him to lay down his sword. From the phone emerged not Wenran's voice, but the deep, resonant tones of Mo Xiuqin, devoid of any teasing, imparting an earnest atmosphere. He abruptly leapt up, violently cleaving the air with a raw, unrefined wave of earthy yellow energy. Such love is yearned for by many. Yet how few are fortunate enough to encounter it. Thus, they are indeed blessed. Once we descend, let us continue our contest. Feng Hongba revealed a melancholic smile, gazing at Guxuanger, and chuckled lightly. What are you looking at? A sudden, melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden aureole, interrupted his thoughts. People from the ghost realm? The reactions of the Lord of Shushui City and Qiu Shaotian mirrored one another, both incredulous that beings from the ghost realm would come to the human realm to wreak havoc. Within the Grand Hall, Wu Lingyu was engaged in discussions regarding the current situation when suddenly his eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, he vanished from his spot, startling those present. The flood not only instantaneously replenished the riverbed, but also expanded its original course several-fold. Boom. The entire ground collapsed, and had he been a moment slower, he might have been buried alive, becoming a forgotten hero of the Federation. Chang Guyuqing was a person who sought both face and substance. Tormented by thoughts of Chang Guyujiao, yet fearful of provoking the Zhuge clan. Living in such a tangled state was exhausting even for her. And there were the eyes of the King of Hell, deliberately sweeping over her, as if to convey that he was already aware of her identity. Chapter 41. I was startled. This is the totem of our village. A man suddenly entered, holding a bowl of kanji. Nezha remained unperturbed, setting down the quilt. There's nothing added, said Yuzhinha. Just call me Zhao Er. It's been ages since anyone visited our village. I'm not sure what you outsiders prefer to eat. If it's not to your liking, feel free to let me know. Nezha nodded as several individuals outside carried a frame past. What do you mean? What are these things? Bai Lingqing expressed her dissatisfaction with the man's reaction, her brows furrowed. Although simplified, it possessed only 1% of the power of the city captivating love, far inferior to the original, yet correspondingly, the burden was not as great. At that moment, the Carrefour employees extended their hands and moved the front axle, confirming that it was indeed movable. Nestled amidst towering mountains lies a vast circular lake, its periphery enveloped by layers of lush, towering trees, presenting a scene reminiscent of primordial forests. What if, In the absence of muse, one should inadvertently reveal their intentions. Lost in thought, Bai Lingqiang hurriedly summoned a taxi and made her way to Muxio's residence. With a sense of leisure, Ningyu, aware of the amicable bond between the original owner and Ningqin, ventured into the kitchen to experiment with some pastries, intending to present them as a gift upon Ningqin's return the following day. Indeed, she surmised that although the newspaper ostensibly targeted Yi Yanyi, it concealed a far more sinister agenda. Mu Kong, trembling, produced a check for 1 million, folding it carefully before presenting it to Ling Yun, who accepted it with a nod of satisfaction, leaving Mu Kong feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. With his acute sense of perception, Han Yi easily discerned that Han Hongyi was not in his separate quarters. The shock experienced by Liu Yaxuan and Ma Chong was akin to tumultuous waves, overwhelming and relentless, their bodies quivering slightly as they gazed at Ling Yun in disbelief. The expression of the fifth brother initially displayed shock, as if recalling a terrifying ordeal, before he trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth and slowly retrieving a remarkably sharp blade from his bosom. Consequently, the Wildcat team began to feel the mounting pressure, calling for a timeout, while the expressions of the Brown Bear team players were clear and devoid of anxiety, as if they were not the ones trailing behind. In contrast, the Wildcat team was shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty. Despite their lead, their flaws were becoming increasingly evident, with a single Westbrook pushing them to their limits. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Hao Ian staggering back several hundred meters before he could regain his footing. The dragon's sword, adorned with intricate gold dragon engravings, was gripped tightly in his hand, now encased in a thick layer of frost from tip to hilt. Upon arriving at the Chaos Wei City Public Security Bureau, Yang Qianfeng noted that the office building bore a striking resemblance to the old structure of the Jinchuan County Public Security Bureau, albeit taller and more spacious. The Jinchuan County Bureau had relocated to a new building, while Chaos Wei City's office remained unapproved for development. Joy and Hui Hui were huddled closely together beneath a large mushroom, uncertain of their next move, when a silver apple tumbled before them. It was the Guogua treasure, transforming back into a silver apple at the moment of its fall, followed by Zheng Zheng and Xian Xian, attempting to stack themselves like a human pyramid. After Su Laning entered the interrogation room, Yang Qianfeng learned about the progress of the other two teams' interrogations, which had yielded no substantial advancements, as the interrogators grappled tenaciously with their adversaries. There was no point in exerting effort, as it would ultimately lead to despair. My companions had evidently relinquished any thoughts of escape. Particularly concerning were the demigod beings possessing soul-manipulating abilities. They required no physical contact, as they could silently extract the secrets of distant individuals merely through soul infiltration. The buzzing void tooth seemed to comprehend the words of the four-cornered vulture, vibrating with excitement before descending directly, transforming into the fifth horn atop Wu Yu's head. Chapter 42. I discerned a hint of pretense in him. In an instant, the fire-tipped spear pierced the mouse. At that moment, Yu Jinhe believed he had been discovered. A filthy rodent, Nezha chuckled. Zhao Er's child was still alive, and Yu Jinhe sought a means of salvation. The medicinal pills sold in the shop should prove beneficial. Nezha gazed at the pills in his hand. Shall I give them to him? Indeed. In the room, the child lay on the bed, emitting sounds of anguish. Upon witnessing Li Haonan bow his head to consume porridge, she suffered a severe psychological blow, leading her to forsake her dignity and hastily wipe away her tears, joining in the slurping of the meal. Though somewhat congealed, it still possessed a pleasing flavor. Release this person, or you shall all await your doom. A chilling proclamation surged forth like a tsunami, crashing upon the group of male cultivators. The original warrior was unaware that Suja had previously encountered them without direct confrontation. It was merely a probing skirmish. By the way, Angela, are there any vacant palaces nearby? I wish to find one, Wang Biao declared. Like all conference rooms, the oval table was adorned with flowers, and at the center, a projection screen awaited the display of visual materials. However, Lin Shifan harbored a deeper desire to expand Honglin through his own capabilities. The elderly man surnamed, he initially managed to withstand the pressure, but soon his expression revealed a subtle change. Naturally, he did not employ the dynamic Superman login forum. Instead, he registered anew and accessed the black and white forum. Guxiang remained rooted in place, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching Su Zhe and Shi Tu. At this juncture, the tide of battle was unmistakable. The centipedes held the upper hand, with hundreds of shrimp succumbing to defeat. With your words, I have enough. Just as the phrase left her lips, Yuhi began to cough blood, a torrent of crimson spilling forth, gradually weakening her further. I naturally possess my own methods. Yunqi's eyes flickered with a cunning glimmer. The dark-humored Minter Wang Juefeng bore an expression of barely concealed astonishment. The yin-yang dual-birth formation, it must be said, indeed does not exist. It is merely a combination for breaking formations, not a deliberate study, but a remnant of the River S 5 Blades water fight formation. A chaotic array of reversed 8 trigrams and 5 elements that left even the most skilled at a loss. Gentle? I just saved your lives. Is that not gentle enough? Xuanwu had not exerted himself so vigorously in quite some time and was now gasping for breath. Of course, this is merely my current offer, beyond this door. I shall not recognize it. In truth, I would prefer the opportunity to engage in direct collaboration with your esteemed Chun, rather than merely signing a contract. Shun Yi boldly added. Fang Qishir, nicknamed Fox Demon for his cunning nature, coldly retorted, do you think everyone is as despicable as you? With a sweeping gesture of his arm, he halted Gao Yu. Abandoning Yu Air attempted to test the vehicle, which was indeed remarkable. It resembled a sphere, yet was exquisitely lightweight and foldable. When it encountered the wind, it rolled effortlessly, leaving the person stationary. Although it relied on the upward and downward forces of 2 individuals to traverse the land, it felt as though it glided upon water, remarkably conserving energy and ensuring smoothness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling inquired with a look of perplexity directed at Dugu Yin Fong, her mind swirling with confusion. This place is simply breathtaking. Mingyu could not help but exclaim, whether it be the undulating azure sea or the lush, verdant forests, both were the most splendid gifts of nature. Under my direction, Zhao Yingzuo was diligently arranging matters concerning the maintenance of the bar. However, for several consecutive days, Tang Jia had not been present at the establishment. Chapter 43. It seems I have been possessed in the village. Not a single mouse could be seen. Beneath the ground lay a multitude of mouse carcasses. Nezha stored away the magical silk and stepped onto the darkened soil, emerging onto the surface. A head popped out from the house. Have you finished? Nezha nodded. Behind that person, a throng of individuals squeezed out, erupting in cheers. Adults and children formed a circle, with Nezha standing in the center. A hint of panic in his eyes amidst the multitude. In the initial days, she managed to persist with her chakra training, but as the days progressed, she primarily visited Sasuke only at the conclusion of her training sessions. He lacked the ability and conditions to seize the elder's tail within such a brief time frame. Yet he could extend the duration required for the elder's disappearance. Shi Guangming approached Zhao Shi, igniting the water pipe he held, taking several deep puffs. Aixing, calm down. Su Yin wishes to rest. Guyu Rou feigned concern from the side. However, unexpectedly, Su Yin dismissed his words entirely, passing straight by him. Rather than relying on the Holy Hall and the wise emperor, it would be wiser to devise means to appease Yuan Guxing and Wang Yi, thereby mending their relationship. From the perspective of Su Hongmai or the Su family, the decline of the Taishan sect stemmed from a misalignment in direction, prioritizing fame and fortune over the essence of heart and technique. Having just transcended eternity, there was now an urgent need for evolution points, an energy siphon, and heavenly merit. This was the first time hearing someone express a desire for their family to enter. They would rather be managed by the Black Hand than seek assistance from the branch office. This was no longer a hit-or-miss tactic, although still somewhat unrefined. It was firmly grasped in his hand. A person so corpulent that even the undead would shun him. I cannot ascertain if there will be successors, but certainly there have been none before him. Upon receiving this news, Yu Qiong and Long Zhe were bemused. Could it be that Lan Hai single-handedly annihilated a squad of 9 members and repelled a leader amidst such terrifying circumstances? I comprehend everyone's concerns and thoughts. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced towards Director Gu and Yin Si. This time, Yin Si did not avert his gaze but instead squinted at him with a profound expression. In this instance, Zhou Hao faced 5 adversaries alone. Not only did Sun Yun remain unaware of how he broke through, but even he himself was oblivious. As the injury sustained was no longer confined to his back, the enemy had opened fire. Although it is said so, even the head of the family harbors no certainty in his heart. And what troubles him more is the complete absence of news regarding Lan Hai. Luo Yi glanced back, her gaze meeting Jing Zhichen's deep and arrogant eyes. Yet, within his profound and haughty demeanor, she discerned a hint of tenderness, compassion, and a yearning to draw closer to her. It bewildered me to fathom what could possibly compel a sister to so maliciously conspire against her own flesh and blood. At the police station to testify, Fan Yi donned a formal suit, a black jacket and black trousers, complemented by a black tie. Essentially, it was the standard attire one would wear to a funeral. The unforgettable moment when the captain of the second team defeated him and the other 9 in a mere breath left an indelible mark. The terrifying aura he exuded instilling a mountain-like psychological barrier in the 9 members during their cultivation. Demon warriors? Unnecessary. I merely stated that we are in the process of assembling our forces. These individuals are merely cannon fodder for this battle. Their potential is of no consequence. Morning Rain City languidly remarked, wiping the blood from his hands before proceeding to the next target. How intriguing, Simon mused. A faint smile gracing his lips as the notion of avoiding all contact with others shattered in an instant, replaced by a desire to befriend Luffy. Feng felt it unnecessary. The Lord does not concern himself with such trivial formalities. Moreover, the officials are presently occupied with pacifying the captives. I believe if the Lord were to learn that we have abandoned our duties to greet them, it would be quite unfavorable, Tian Feng reflected and spoke. Chapter 44, My Fragile and Sensitive Cub. Nezha pinned it once more, uncertain of the outcome. Yuzhinha tapped his head, pondering why he felt so fatigued today. Should he rest? They all presumed that the village's troubles had come to an end. However, when illness began to resurface the following day, Yuzhinha realized that the matter was far from simple. The cause of their affliction extended beyond mere rodents. What else could it be? Yuzhinha glanced at the white progress bar, now entirely filled. She never imagined that the man who had vowed to protect her eternally would strike her. Xiang, once a true monarch of the nascent soul, possessed formidable strength, yet it was evident that without comprehending the heart of illusions, even Xiang's superior mental cultivation could not penetrate the augmentation effects of the 1,000 illusions set. One thing is certain, the floral ancient market is a grander world, capable of broadening his horizons and enriching his spiritual realm with inspiration to satiate his inner desires. As for Zhang Lina's intention to usurp the original owner's warm jade bracelet, she sought clarity to avert any future repercussions. Now, regarding the second question, how shall we hasten our pace to catch up with the vanguard? Liang, filled with uncertainty, inquired. Knight Fenghua remained furrowed in thought, questioning whether she had made a mistake, taking a bite of the bun that refused to go down. Before long, Xiao Weiwan had dispatched several 4th-tier zombies, instilling fear not only in the undead but also astonishing the supernatural beings present, thus tilting the balance entirely in favor of the latter. Reclining languidly on the black leather sofa in the resting area, Lu Yaoqing rested one hand behind his back, with a pair of metallic-framed glasses dangling from his other hand. As he accepted the coffee handed to him by Luo Yuxing, who had bent down an offering, it appears that Bai Qingyin was either infatuated with the prince, only to be met with unrequited love that turned to resentment, or perhaps she was incensed after being recommended as a candidate for the role of princess by the crown prince, only to be rejected by the prince himself. Yi Fenghua nodded, contemplating how hasty and forthright that autumn temperament of hers was, especially in her camaraderie with Shujun. If she knew, it was tantamount to Shujun being aware as well, and if Shujun knew, then all the spies would be privy to the information. The supreme old lord hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Your clean vase is made of porcelain. Should it collide with the iron staff of the monkey, would it not shatter? This monkey had pilfered my golden elixir. Perhaps I should strike him instead." He then removed a diamond bracelet from his left arm and aimed to strike Sun Wukong with it. Of course, Trump's election was accompanied by a series of transactions and peculiar incidents. Nonetheless, he persevered until the very end. Moments later, the discussion regarding pricing was nearly concluded, but unexpectedly, the landlord required Xia Yi's identification card. However, during that time, he had been evading capture, changing his attire multiple times, and thus his identification card had long been misplaced. Well then, we shall take our leave. The vehicle had come to a halt, and Lu Hong nodded in acknowledgement to Grazia before guiding Zhang Mei towards the car door. "Is it your father who wishes for me to dine with you? Or is it you who desires my company at the table?" Qin Shen replied coolly. "Let us first discuss the animation market in Huagua. It is akin to the national football team, seemingly renowned and boisterous, yet its true capabilities are utterly lacking. Comparatively, it falls short not only against the United States, but also against Japan. As for quality, there is little to be said." Following the departure of the military, Xia Yi also ventured to the trade zone outside the city, preparing to locate the foster beast and embark on a journey to the Upper Kingdom. While concurrently studying the Frostmourne and the Snowdrinker, the Azure Dragon snorted softly, lifting its head slightly, its cheeks puffed in a manner reminiscent of a mountain sparrow. With hair like frost and snow, it exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Illuminated by the firelight, it appeared almost ethereal, save for the absence of a Taoist robe. The esteemed physicians, upon sighting the 9th Prince Long Yunmo, hastily approached to pay their respects. Long Yunmo returned the gesture with a calm demeanor, though internally anxious. He maintained an impassive facade. As Lian departed, he noticed another figure emerging from a nearby tent. This individual appeared disheveled, their face obscured by grime, yet their eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. In that moment, he comprehended that the elusive quality he had been seeking, the gaze and aura he had longed for, belonged to the esteemed Lord Yushi. "Are you deaf? I told you to leave at once," one impetuous youth admonished. A stranger adorned with a golden mask bore eyes that glinted with an eerie coldness amidst the night. Had it not been for the circumstances, how could Munuo remain so composed upon hearing the guard's reverent calls from outside? That very evening, Xia Jiqing selected her finest gown from her suitcase, expending her last 20 yuan on a taxi to the five-star hotel mentioned by Xia Ziyuan. They conversed at length, asserting that the revelation of their romance was of little consequence, for public relations was not an endeavor without merit. Liang Jia recalled the last encounter with Mu Jiao, which occurred prior to the film's release. Since then, she had been engrossed in variety shows and new productions, scarcely returning to Wanshi. "There exists no matter within the 6 realms that eludes my understanding," professed Yushi with a serene smile. "Undoubtedly, a colossal vessel cannot operate without sustaining some damage. Even the most modern sailboats of the 21st century cannot avoid this, at best managing to minimize such loss. Conservatively estimating, a speed of approximately 10 knots is anticipated." What has transpired? Upon hearing the jubilant cries of Hua Zimin, the crowd hastily emerged. Chapter 45. I have shrunk. Nezha slowed his breath, cradling his hands. Just then, someone arrived, and Nezha clasped his hands together. In front of the fisherman's pillow river, darkness enveloped him as he peered through a crack to observe the outside world. Stepping onto Nezha's fingers to extend his head, "Divine Doctor, I must attend to matters at home. I shall take my leave, ha ha ha." The newcomer, upon witnessing something, was overtaken by fear and fled swiftly. What is there to fear? Nezha pondered, harboring numerous thoughts. His inquiries surprised both Yingzhou and the abbot, for in previous contests, any means were permissible, even at the cost of life. "Moreover, my family as Xuanzhu has tirelessly sought physicians for your mother, neglecting our own affairs. Consider the silver you owe as compensation for Xuanzhu's efforts." The underlying reasons for Li Mei's urgency were well known to both her and Li Erlong. Furthermore, why would anyone dare to commit murder within such a heavily guarded auction, even if a firearm could be smuggled in? Could the assassin be assured of a clean shot at Luoyin? Li Gang approached, bemused, and seated himself upon a makeshift bench crafted from large wooden logs, casually tossing a dry piece of wood into the pot to stoke the fire. All else is mere idle talk. The countless past sparring matches between the two had yielded victories and defeats, yet they were merely exercises in skill. Their years of agricultural toil had not bestowed upon them considerable wealth. Like the villagers of Canwan and neighboring mountain hamlets, they toiled silently on their modest plots of land. The management team of the company resembled a thoroughly disorganized troop, devoid of any regulations or formal structure. It could scarcely be deemed a company, as it lacked a business license or tax registration. Sun Qian swiftly secured Sun Wuji, his gaze sharp and fixed on the slowly ascending helicopter, emanating an intense aura of lethal intent. Do Lin, leveraging his father's life as a bargaining chip, had crossed Sun Qian's threshold of tolerance. And what of Li Erlong? Observing Li Mei's dejected expression, he suddenly felt a pang of compassion. Zhou Yingxiong sat at a distance, his countenance grave. Indeed, during the moment of victory, he found himself a captive in this encampment, burdened by the shame of having abandoned his post at the main camp. Feelings of guilt were inevitable. Yang Wentian engaged in conversation with the officers nearby, masking the fact that he had not participated in battle that day. His long sleeve torn. A deep gash marred his arm, a sight both shocking and distressing. The flames still flickered above the wound. Nangong Lingyu furrowed his brow. It had been ages since he had sustained any injury since embarking on his journey, yet this time, misfortune had befallen him. With a surge of spiritual energy, he quelled the flames and alleviated the pain. Returning to class, Chenyu discovered that Zhou Yanran had already departed. Given that this was the only class for the day, Zhou Yanran had opted to head home after waiting for Chenyu for a spell. Every individual goes through a phase of unruliness in childhood. The 4 children of the Chen family were all exceptional in their own right. Tao Xiuying occasionally reflected on this, feeling a twinge of fear, uncertain how she had endured all these years. If this place could indeed shield one from the detection of death and angels, it must possess some extraordinary qualities. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Once Zhang Fan acquired this territory, he would transform into the one wearing shoes, while the affluent tycoons would become the barefoot. At that juncture, it would be uncertain who would be the one to strike first. As Chenyu spoke, Baigu began to entertain ulterior motives. Having already freed herself from Chunyu's constraints, Gu was unlikely to willingly submit to anyone's commands. After all, having signed a life-sharing contract, if she were to perish, he would not survive either. A cold smile crept across Yifeng's lips. When Dai Zhikong arrived, Chen Xiaoshan was asleep in the dormitory, having worked late into the night moving the studio. By the time he organized everything, Dai Zhikong had already reached the dormitory entrance. Chapter 46. I have steps of lotus blooming. Yu Jinhe held an apple, standing at the forefront of the formation, with each gem's placement carrying a special significance. There must be a connection among them. I have a solution, Nezha declared. Yu Jinhe turned and stuffed the apple into his mouth. Do not speak. Nezha's idea was straightforward, involving unleashing his flames throughout all the underground passages. Effective, yet it would deplete his spiritual energy excessively, making it difficult for Nezha to sustain. As the ball took flight, Chen Qing stepped forward decisively. The previously maintained distance with Yu Erden suddenly bridged. Her beauty was already notable. Upon reaching Lingjiang City, she caught the eye of an elderly foundation-building cultivator who sought to take her as a concubine. How could she consent to such a fate? Defiantly resisting, the foundation-building master had no choice but to attempt to abduct her. As dawn broke on the following day, Li Qingye and Ganxin joyfully emerged from their chambers, invigorated by a night of intensive training that had restored their inner strength. Initially, upon discerning the intentions of the crocodile demon, they contemplated a desperate resistance. However, after 2 or 3 attempts, they realized that not only was it futile, but inciting the wrath of the demon would only result in further casualties. The sniper scope of Qinjiu shattered. A bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a grotesque scar upon his fair and smooth skin. You are quite striking and agile. I propose sharing a bed, which would surely be mutually beneficial. What do you think? The production team was indeed merciless. This was merely a training session for the contestants. Yet the standards were exceedingly stringent. The morning's laxity was but an illusion, as the true challenge lay ahead. They donned a variety of costumes, representing disciples from various sects. Yet among them were individuals clad in disheveled attire, emblematic of the wandering heroes of the realm. I possess the art of divination. Xian Fan smiled knowingly, opting for silence as he proceeded toward the Suzuki Art Museum. As a quintessential assassin-type forward, Rossi excelled in all methods of scoring, including penalty kicks. The 2 penalties previously awarded by Aquafresca had both been converted by Rossi. The sheep is a treasure in itself. Its wool is inexhaustible. Its meat is consumable. And with just a dog, one can manage unbounded faith. Faith. Wu Fei suddenly gazed skyward, reflecting that aside from the Buddhist realm, which espoused righteousness and morality, yet rendered no assistance to the world, were they not the very ones who failed humanity? Was this indeed the path of the Buddhist realm? Observing the occasional glance cast back at him by Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang found himself perplexed. After a lengthy journey, he could no longer suppress his inquiries. She turned and sat silently on the edge of the bed, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Li Quan, feeling a sense of entrapment, recalled his father, who had seized the estate of such a corrupt official. He searched for the earthen abode of Dugubugue, but all that met his gaze was an expanse of desolation. With faint wisps of smoke rising from the distant cottages, the man wielding a camera led the procession at the forefront, his lips curved into a confident smile. Feishua, you may take the antique furniture from the Yan Shuili estate and sell it. Jiubao only requires the courtyard. Ling Huchan feigned ignorance of Tai Feishua's discontent. Despite not possessing comprehensive intelligence on Noah Allen, the mere fact that their king was the formidable Black Bat King, coupled with the knowledge that this was the lunar realm, sufficed to instill him with ample confidence. The 2 laid down their 6 paths of ninja tools, preparing to engage in a contest of skill without relying on such deceitful sealing tools. I shall commence now. You 2 prepare to act. Chen Mu inhaled deeply, channeling his internal magic toward Yuan Yi. When his subordinates reported the impending arrival of the chrysanthemum forces, Hua promptly organized a defense to thwart their advance. Then set aside her pretense, ready to personally persuade Duan Lang to escort his beloved to an utterly secure haven where they could relish a splendid life together. This was her domain, her kingdom. Chapter 47. We have succeeded. Yu Jinhe halted his steps. Nezha also turned back. The underground has its distinct advantages. Even the slightest sound can be detected. The noise grows ever closer, and Yu Jinhe soon identifies its source, the sound of water. Hadn't the rain ceased? Why is there still water? The lotus beneath his feet swiftly shifts, with Nezha closely following. The sound of water intensifies, threatening to catch up with them. Yu Jinhe activates the screen. Under such circumstances, Lu Yi, under his urging, has managed to shed his northeastern accent over the course of a semester. Initially, This child could hardly distinguish between the northeastern dialect and standard Mandarin, but now, aside from delivering lines with precision, traces of a Beijing accent have begun to surface. Wu Fan's body, once taut, gradually relaxes. Although he appears to wield his fishing rod with ease, it remains steadily suspended in midair, unwavering. What a remarkable girl. She has even ascended to the great vehicle. I admire this. The elder, who had been in a frenzy moments ago, suddenly pivots back, murmuring around the clouds. Who dares claim to be Wu Fan's fellow townsman? I am the true talent here. Who said that? Step forward. Zui Yongsu, upon hearing this, could not contain his displeasure, cursing vehemently, yet no one paid him heed. Maid Luan, still processing Lin Xian's words, was taken aback by Lin Xian's actions. Once he regained his composure, he could not help but vent his frustration, feeling deceived, as he was excluded from the scuffle. Oh, how did you train? He asked me with a smile, resembling a cunning old fox coaxing a child to reveal a secret. You sought me out. It was he who sent you. Wasn't he it? Wu Fan managed to utter with difficulty. Luo sure nodded. Although the southern Ma Dou soldiers in the first battle at the city fortress displayed some valor, they were powerless against overwhelming strength, even in the face of the depleted desert warrior forces. Wu Fan felt a chill in his heart. Had his actions incited discontent? No. If that were the case, they would have struck directly. Were they apprehensive of something? Consequently, she could not resist, and spat out the still unconsumed crimson wine. The moon goddess exclaimed incredulously, "How can this be? This is impossible." Jiang Ming assisted Wen Xinlan by procuring some food, as she indulged. He placed her legs upon his own, massaging them, attracting the gaze of many, yet he remained unfazed. The rusted blade had been ensnared by one of the paired hooks, and the one who wielded it appeared to be Manager Zhao, a woman who seemed only capable of wiping her husband's sweat. "I am entertaining guests. Handle your own matters," she replied, her smooth brow slightly furrowing as she regarded Manager Zhao. There, the scene was magnificent, with tens of thousands of celestial peaks standing sentinel, clustering together to form a valley, each peak resembling a dragon's head, a breathtaking natural formation. At the stroke of midnight, a figure emerged from the bamboo grove, revealing the already slumbering Chun Jinyu, his eyes ablaze with dark flames, his expression somber, concealing his innermost thoughts. Seeing the nameless man nod, Feng Ruxue felt a sudden joy within her, as if encountering this gentleman stirred a flutter of emotions in her heart. Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance. During the descent, Tianming produced a golden leaf and placed it in his mouth, firmly believing in Sherlan's words that this leaf served as an antidote. Thus, he had hidden it away early in the morning, initially contemplating that this scene could unfold without his involvement. Upon hearing this, I smiled faintly. To me, it was hardly a concern. I promptly uprooted the snow lotus from the ground, drew a dagger, and plunged it into my chest, creating a gaping wound. Immediately, I planted the snow lotus into my body as if nurturing it. Chapter 48. I began to explore the mysteries. His eyes were dark, yet a flicker of red glimmered deep within, akin to a tiny flame. Move a little closer, said Yuzuna. The small flame quivered gently, as if something extraordinary was occurring. Unable to restrain himself, Yuzuna reached out. His deep and bright eyes reflected his own image, and she seemed to comprehend something, suddenly giving him a forceful shove. Nezha sat on the ground, a trace of confusion in his eyes as he looked on. The great Luo Golden Immortal could only exert a fraction of their power to fend off the forces of the underworld, making it exceedingly difficult to seize any fruits of victory. On the red carpet, the whispers of junior students reached Lu Wanbi's ears, gradually making her aware that something was amiss. Yet she maintained her smile as she completed her walk down the carpet. It was true, regardless of the schemes in place. As long as she could escape, everything would be well, and any cost could be borne. Otherwise, if any feudal state adopted such a strategy, while they might stabilize internally, they would find themselves powerless to expand externally, which elucidated why Confucianism was not promoted across nations. Gu Qin's expression darkened, and Lu Wanbi beside her felt a sense of reluctance. This jade Buddha's hand would undoubtedly please the old master more than the pure gold longevity coins they had presented earlier. Nowadays, various sects had nascent soul cultivators emerging, and to avert a great conflict, these sects prohibited their nascent soul practitioners from engaging with the lower-tier cultivators. Chinching technology could only procure from Qualcomm or even Noah, incurring exorbitant fees for the use of technical patents. Gu Yiming considered this, downloading the system package attached to the post, as the installation process was exceedingly simple, a stark contrast to the complexities of flashing certain other feature phones. A peculiar sound echoed, and the Viscount and Viscountess beheld an elderly man, aged between 60 and 70. His hair a mix of black and white, garbed in a black wizard's robe, appearing in the room. Any student participating in the competition was permitted to request a temporary leave if there was a conflict with classes. This was merely one of the allowances. On another front, the lurking Kayako had spotted the approaching Naruto Uzumaki, yet the front lines were still engaged in verbal sparring, performing their customary intimidation tactics. In the present day, a new member has been added to the family of energies, the malevolent aura of spirits. This aura differs from previous energies, for it embodies the essence of utmost ease and gentleness, lacking the domineering nature of other energies, thus serving effectively as a binding agent. Should circumstances take an unfavorable turn, one must trust that a higher power has a different plan in store. Xiao Cheng cast a glance at Xiao Yangcha, then, drawing upon his formidable lung capacity, bellowed towards the lake's surface. Merely 20 miles beyond the city, within a concealed residence, an elderly man gripped a long spear, engaged in combat with 5 adversaries. Ren Lifeng and Gan Dali had staked all their possessions on Shun Longxian and returned to the viewing platform. The city itself was a stunning panorama of towering edifices, with streets lined predominantly with multi-story buildings, some reaching 6 stories high. Zhang Yu held deep admiration for Uncle Jiu's sagacity, wholeheartedly supporting this wise and valorous decision. Consequently, the location that first reported cases of the viral infection was mandated to undergo another examination. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had swiftly elapsed. Zhang Yu, who had not attracted a lightning tribulation for a full 2 months, now gazed at the pig of Tai Junren. He Baosheng mounted his horse, securing a wine pouch at his waist, and galloped away, unwilling to cast another glance at the grand camp. Jiang Hen, from the Jiang family, is indeed one of the true power holders in Huaxia. You cannot contend with them. Yu Shui, upon seeing Jiang Hen's determination to approach the Jiang family, hastily urged him to reconsider. In her view, despite Jiang Hen's commendable skills and potential influence, he could never be compared to the Jiang family. Ouyang Jin, in truth, harbored affection for that child, for humans are emotional beings, and gradual acquaintance inevitably stirs the tenderest parts of the heart. Senna smiled and nodded, filled with joy. Especially resonant were the words "a hero for the nation and the people," which struck a chord deep within Senna's heart. Since his youth, he had shed blood for his country, an endeavor of which he was most proud throughout his life. However, before him, Xingyue was indeed witnessing 49 long swords soaring chaotically through the air. The first order of business was to clandestinely meet with the 5 powerful demon kings hidden within the imperial capital, urging them to closely monitor the movements of a formidable demon emperor, with only 10 days remaining until Yin Li's birthday. In this brief span, those with intent would surely take significant action. Eliminating their covert influence was paramount. Xingzhu, be good. Daddy is right here with you. Will you listen to Daddy? Let us lie down and rest well, shall we? Daddy attempted to lay me down, gently supporting my head as I reclined. I have only been a deputy general for a little over 2 months. Where's the annual salary? Wu Di sighed, closing his eyes and falling silent. Wu Di, this matter is practically settled. The business card you desired will prove quite useful. Let us hastily head to Wang Fujing to purchase gifts, Li Dawei said, brimming with excitement. At this moment, Reining finally managed to untangle her chaotic thoughts and recalled everything. Observing Xingyue engaged in a struggle with AI Jin, she leaped forward, fists raised. Ready to strike AI Jin. Li Hui remarked, today, I have invited my esteemed brothers here to discuss my intention to establish a few trading posts at the border, facilitating commerce with the tribes beyond. I am eager to hear your thoughts, for I am well aware of your exceptional business acumen. The headquarters members gathered to celebrate Hong Zhao's lively birthday. As the hour of Shen arrived, they escorted Hong Zhao and Feng Wuchen to Qingpu port, where they boarded a vessel and set sail. Xing Yun remained oblivious to the fact that she had become a topic of fervent discussion, contentedly indulging in the desserts served by the panda attendants while eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Grand Assembly. She proudly spoke of Danzong, estimating the overall valuation to comfortably surpass 100 million. The true treasures were not the gold and silver wares, but rather 3 exquisite porcelain pieces, along with the jewelry and jade hidden within them. Sun Mingyao, filled with satisfaction, glanced at the foreign individuals discussing Jia Pen and Iri, reveling in their delight. Among the attendees, a 10th were from the Fine Arts Academy, all finding the event remarkably creative, applauding and cheering with enthusiasm. Many assumed it was a scripted performance, adding to the lively atmosphere with claps and whistles. Chapter 49. I was accidentally injured. Isn't that the item she lost at Chintang Pass long ago? She thought it was long gone, yet here it was. Yu Xinhe bent down to retrieve it, when suddenly, Nezha jolted awake. swiftly snatching back the bank card with one hand, while the other ignited in flames, surging towards her. Yuzhen's heart momentarily halted as the immense flames threatened to engulf her, the fiery tongues expanding suddenly, leaving her with no escape. She had never experienced such a visceral moment before. Just as she closed her eyes slightly against the bed, Qin Shuangjiang was startled awake by the sounds of firecrackers outside. She nudged He Jinbao to rouse him, lit incense, set off firecrackers, welcomed the earth deity, and offered a sweet soup of red dates and longan, bowing 3 times, thus marking the true beginning of the year. If there is anything in life worth commemorating, then the art of filmmaking is undoubtedly one of them. What of youth? Coming from a family of performers and having transferred to the same class as me, Lin Mu stated. Augustus, with a leisurely yet dignified stride, assumed the demeanor of an elder. Following the conclusion of military training, the dining hall no longer adhered to strict schedules, resembling an ordinary university cafeteria where one could select freely from a row of windows. In this era, school cafeterias were not yet held in high regard as they would be in the future, offering a variety of dishes for one's choosing. However, even with such options, arriving late often meant there was little left. Upon realizing this, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Freezing would cause cells to expand and rupture, rendering survival impossible if a human were to be encased in ice. What are you laughing at? Mandala's porcelain-white face contorted into a puzzled and strange smile. As Luo Yin urged the stunned Chang Hao onward, he flung aside the severed head clamped onto his shoulder, the crimson blood staining his black casual attire, deepening its hue. I must go take a look, she thought. It had been quite some time since the Lunar New Year, and she had yet to visit, which would be an awkward matter to mention. Bai Qingqing, upon her initial trial, found herself unable to part with the attire, and now, having finally donned it for real, she gracefully twirled before the mirror, admiring her reflection. If even the barrier established by Lien Yunhao could not withstand the rampant energy, then the barrier forged by the two of them would undoubtedly be ineffectual. He immediately halted, his sword-like brows knitting slightly as his gaze swept across the surroundings. Quickly discerning the source of the sword intent, which lay concealed within the sleeve of Zaiwanzi's right hand. After Su Chen spoke, he exerted a slight pressure with his hands. But to their astonishment, he still could not pry it apart. This is essential, Tai Xin chuckled, gripping the collar of Marshal Tianguang, and with a flick of his wrist, a layer of luminous radiance enveloped the marshal, propelling him forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. As his solemn voice reverberated, a golden hand struck against the primordial shield. Lao Gao sighed upon witnessing Guahui disregard his advice, and without further ado, he strode toward a larger flightless ostrich. Despite being 70 years of age, he still bore nearly 200 pounds of weight, and he feared that without a bigger ostrich, they might struggle to take flight. This indirectly led to the subsequent collapse of the hospital where I was situated, trapping Chi and me inside, where we encountered countless infected rats. In an instant, the celestial star array was activated, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, emitting resplendent beams of light that transformed into ripples, spreading outward in all directions. However, Yishou was far from the disciplined and obedient officer that Xu Yanran was. He was determined to force his way into the rescue room without hesitation. The geographical classic Shan Hai Jing from the Preqin period referred to this place as Yuz, meaning a lake abundant with water, while the western side was the throat of the Silk Road, once the site of the flourishing ancient country of Lulan. Chapter 50. I was set up at the pinnacle of the most luxurious hotel in Anqing, beside resplendent vines. A golden pot awaited, surrounded by an array of ingredients. Oh my, why does this pot seem so new? I pondered. Is such formality necessary for our dormitory gathering? Shunan had heard of this hotel and was fortunate enough to visit once during a banquet, yet he had not heard of any hot pot service. Moreover, the ambience hardly resembled that of a casual gathering. In ancient times, there existed numerous types of sedan chairs, such as the grand red bridal sedan for newlyweds, the official sedan for dignitaries, and the civilian sedan for wealthy families. He recalled someone who once specialized in suits in whose city, having learned from foreigners, later settling in the capital and seeking his medical advice. From a distance, Yun Haoyu observed this scene without comment, finishing the last morsel of dessert in his hand before ascending to the second floor. The 3rd and 4th battalions remained on guard, while the 1st and 2nd battalions would accompany me to support the Special Operations Battalion. Zhong Wei led 1,000 crossbowmen onward. As I gazed upon the white-robed warrior amidst the throngs of adversaries, he stood resolute, undaunted by the peril surrounding him. With an aura of divine might, he lunged forth, wielding his gleaming silver lance with unparalleled finesse, causing the multitude of brigands to recoil in fear. Rest assured, I have stationed a squad there, armed with 2 machine guns. Should they dare approach, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise, Su Zhan declared as he descended from the beams above. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, signaling the end of the day's toil at the mine, the towering walls, though illuminated, cast no light into the depths of the cavern. Apart from depositing her savings, she intended to seek out Yuan Fei, urging him to scout for suitable locations to establish a restaurant. Seizing the opportunity, Shen focused on the steep slope ahead, channeling his strength into a formidable strike. Tang Shun, wary that Lin Wei might covet the tomatoes plucked by Cheng Liang, urged her to the living room with a pair of chopsticks. The skies over Silver Sand Ridge had irrevocably changed, never to return to their former state, leaving 3 peculiar guests to shudder in the chill. Witnessing this scene, every guard felt a shiver of dread creep into their hearts. Could a mere mortal accomplish such feats? One guard, who once had a rubber baton brought down upon his head, sat on the ground, terror etched upon his face. With a gasp, Ji Ruoxue coughed up blood, retreating step by step as the spiritual formation began to flicker in and out of existence. The anguished cry that resonated struck all present with a sudden heaviness, plunging their spirits into an abyss. This was also one of their trump cards. Possessing such power was commendable, for the combined might of the 3 equated to that of a preternatural state, a phenomenon unfathomable to the outside cultivators. Upon hearing Xiaxian's words, the 9th princess immediately wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, her demeanor darkening. Kai Yin, too, found little motivation to linger in the company, as she felt profoundly disappointed by their conduct. Xiaxian, unwilling to neglect Kai Yin, sought to reassure her before speaking up. Father, I shall personally attend to this matter. Wang Bang immediately volunteered, believing such a significant affair could not be entrusted to others. He felt compelled to undertake the journey himself, yearning to go. Were it not for Wang Engxi's esteemed position, once Yin donned the attire, it accentuated her figure and beauty, elevating her allure to extraordinary heights. The shop assistant's praise was sincere, for the garment seemed tailor-made for her. Have you truly fallen to the point of coveting another's heart? The Emperor Baixian had long been aware of Shi Shengma's intentions, as he sought the heart he had lost, fixating instead on the demon god's heart. In the end, Daniao Dong was still inclined to assist Lady Tang, unable to restrain his grievances without expressing them. This unfortunate fellow, our dear Tang Jing, will undoubtedly face severe tribulations in the future. Listening to the exchange between Mo Juanli and Mo Qianshang, Yi Wuqing felt an undeniable joy and refrained from interrupting, allowing Mo Juanli to speak his heart. Chapter 51. I had a quarrel. I cannot fathom why the gentleman suddenly requires this. Where shall we procure it? Let us search. If we cannot find it, we shall depart from Lianan City. Several drug dealers hung their heads in despair, lamenting their inability to procure their wares. Fearing they would meet a grim fate if they failed, they resolved to sell all their herbal remedies today and seize the first opportunity to flee. What purpose does the herb serve? From the moment they entered, they had been vigilant, and at this moment, upon noticing Song Ji's gaze, they instantly comprehended that the thief who pilfered the medicine was concealed within the inn. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, observing his apparent indifference, suggesting he had no interest in these matters and thus would not expose her. Subsequently, Li Shun once again applied medicinal liquor to Lin Sini, this time with a notably gentler touch. Lu Liang had forgotten the price per pound. Regardless, the 3 platters were brimming, and even at half price, it would still amount to over 70 yuan. Nangong Ingxue arose and, taking Ing Ying's hand, prepared to board the vehicle when a blue Bugatti conveniently pulled up beside them. Beneath the grayish sky, he glanced upward, the fog obscuring everything, rendering both heaven and earth indistinguishable in their drabness. Lu Jianchun's fingers trembled in anger. Strictly speaking, he lacked the authority to dismiss Lu Liang. Indeed, every time Qin Yu effortlessly evaded scrutiny, the elder's sharp tongue often left even Ai Li at a loss during moments of sarcasm. Guanzu felt his blood boiling. Years of grievances endured under his father's reign found an outlet in the presence of the police. Ling Zhuzi had encountered the great lord of the heavens. Ling Zhuzi's pride was selective. In response to Wang Zhan's pretense of permanence, he displayed an arrogance that suggested he regarded Wang Zhan with utter disdain. I implore you, Zhan. That jest is far from amusing. If you were in China now, I would be in space. Mo Wushuang laughed heartily, vowing she would not be deceived today. She had fallen for Zhan's tricks too many times in Paris, where he had persistently played pranks on her, and she had always been taken in. Father, Han Mingzhao exclaimed anxiously, fearing that if the topic turned to romance, his father would relentlessly pressure him. However, Han Xingyan remained unperturbed, continuing the conversation without altering its course. A Biao and the others cheered for Li Changkong, while the Blood Wolf Alliance members appeared somewhat flustered, bewildered by the sudden display of strength from one they had pursued. The Mountain Alliance? Where did this come from? Nevertheless, their power was indeed commendable. Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me, what has happened to the Emperor? Yin Yu demanded, irritated. She longed to approach Morong, Yin, but found herself unable to draw near, her mind too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with Bai Qinggong. The two took a taxi to the county's criminal police team. Upon entering, they spotted the scythe-headed figure making his way out, muttering to himself. Huan Shi suddenly appeared, standing confidently beside Qin Yuan before Fa Hua, seemingly assured that Fa Hua would not take any adverse action against her. Initially, it was manageable and fatigue was absent. However, such labor was undeniably no mere stroll. Firstly, one must constantly keep an eye on the seed drill, while occasionally tending to the ground beneath, ensuring that any loose iron components are firmly secured. Shuling, would you care to accompany me? Nietzsche remarked with a sigh, noticing the bewildered expression in Shuling's eyes. He extended his hand, and for reasons unknown, perhaps due to their similar ages, Shuling nodded and slowly reached out to grasp Nietzsche's hand. 20 days later, Li Changkong emerged once more from his seclusion, and a cacophony of roaring sounds echoed through the Jilwan sky, reminiscent of a monstrous beast's growl. A diesel generator, positioned beside a green brick house, vibrated vigorously, its erratic movements strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 52. Someone seeks my life. Fortunately, it was merely a city lord, whose stockpile was nowhere near as vast as that of a demon king, consisting only of a small corner of supplies. Yuzhenhe acutely realized the necessity of acquiring a storage artifact for Nezha. At this rate, his abode would inevitably become cluttered. At that moment, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. Yuzhenhe dismissed the call as a nuisance. The caller persisted, ringing again. Yuzhenhe hung up once more, but the individual remained undeterred, continuing to call. Later, Mizhu brought along soldiers from Linzi City, who were subsequently dispatched to the front lines of Yenzhou. The total troop count under their command hovered around 23,000. Would Hu Baiyi's attitude matter? Her concern lay solely with her diary, and she was not without understanding. However, just as they confirmed the contents of the diary, a sudden flash of light illuminated the surroundings. During this one-show festival, they had originally come to pay their respects, for the Emperor of Dongwu sought entertainment, and thus they felt compelled to comply despite their reservations. Tong Lishan consumed a spiritual fruit and inquired, Deacon Du, is that surname Yuan truly a third-grade alchemist? Encountering a third-grade alchemist in his 20s in Donglu City struck him as peculiar. Shen Lianqing chuckled, recognizing that Xue Tao was an astute individual who understood that should he employ the imperial soldiers to prevent her from taking him away, it would amount to conspiring against the state. Ha ha. Emperor Qiyuan laughed deeply, for he realized the warmth of the person in his arms was intensifying. Noticing this, he purposely extended his tongue, teasingly licking her earlobe. The advisor appeared lost in thought, reminiscing about the illustrious and arduous history he shared with this guild. Yuan Ge felt an uncontrollable restlessness within her, her eyes becoming glistening with moisture. Hearing Emperor Qiyuan's laughter, she cast a sidelong glance and, lost in her own thoughts, sat up, shedding her garments with pristine care. Run, run, run. Struggling to advance, Su Erdwa felt as though his chest were ablaze. His stamina was indeed more abundant than that of the average person, yet when compared to the tireless abominations, his endurance seemed laughable. Where should I go? Xia extended his consciousness across the vast mountain domains, where towering peaks overlapped, the horizon stretching infinitely. Mind your own business, Xia Yitong retorted defiantly, well aware that the world's most beautiful elder sister would not come to retrieve her. I have known him longer than you. Hua Hua shook his head, feeling a lack of common ground with the individual before him. After some contemplation, he decided to prepare part of the fish as sashimi and the other part for a soup. This cautious approach from the contact might have evaded their surveillance, yet, unfortunately, he encountered someone even more meticulous. Although he had heard the commotion and was aware that Fu Yuanjin had arrived, he still felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. When the Chu family relocated to the capital, some of the original servants did not follow due to family obligations. Thus, upon arriving in the capital, they had to procure a new batch of servants. A bloodstained war spear pierced through the void, hurtling towards Qin Xuan with such force that it sent shivers down one's spine, rendering the spirit nearly paralyzed. Su Qingqing nodded in agreement. She shared a similar level of courage with Sua Jiaming and had no desire to experience any fright. That place was unlike any other. Merely venturing there signified an intention to break through. The first step involved utilizing the peculiar ancient land to temper one's physical form and forge one's primordial spirit. This was where cultivation commenced. Ling Jinfei wore a solemn expression. Once the Zhu family departed, Lin Qian dismissed a few maids, lifted his robe, and sat across from Rong Jin, shaking his head with a sigh. The Gu family remained oblivious to the good deed she had performed the previous night, rising at dawn as usual to attend to their respective tasks. Young master? Which young master? Qin Yin queried, looking toward Yuan Yin, who appeared equally perplexed. Hui Yuan let out a soft sigh, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to exit the elevator, leaving behind a smile that was both sardonic and humorous, causing the remaining adults in the elevator to blush furiously. I knew it would be like this. Brother Feng Ling can definitely control himself, and she remarked, linking her arm with Dao's, her face alight with admiration for Feng Ling's earlier display against Long Yi. What can you do to stop me from selling? She added, playfully poking Song Debao's chest. Just as Song Debao was lamenting the lack of porcelain to strike, he stumbled backward, losing his footing and tumbling down 2 flights of stairs. The club had paid exorbitant fees to bring them in as coaches, not for their prowess in playing, but for their ability to help athletes overcome their subconscious barriers and maintain a fluid, yet stable formation on the field. The mute chef, Qian Qian, GMO Qingyi, and GMO Mu Ling all bowed respectfully. Summer Ji had come here undoubtedly with something to convey. Yet what purpose did it serve now? Yilu had already perished. This formidable figure from the Great Qin had delayed for several hours in retrieving the antidote from Huayang Palace. Confronted by the suddenly menacing Nezha, De Xiong was filled with terror. He grasped Nezha's arms, attempting to break free, but soon felt a dizzying sensation clouding his mind, rendering him immobile, forced to endure Nezha's grip on his neck. However, for reasons unknown, despite waiting in vain, no one arrived. The situation in the southern Great Wall was somewhat better. As a crucial defense zone in southern Zhongshan, troops were not easily dispatched to avoid luring the enemy away. 10 golden divine dragons burst forth, their passage igniting the very fabric of space, causing the ground to erupt with ferocious gales. Despite the vast expanse of the Bismarck Empire and its numerous soldiers and warriors, it possesses a crucial vulnerability: mineral extraction. Each year, the empire's yield of mined resources is remarkably scant, and its domestic metal industry remains underdeveloped. His gaze instinctively fell upon Lin Yu, a profound sense of relief flickering in his eyes. Jinger stuck out her tongue. Yes, grandmother. Yet her eyes remained brilliantly radiant, fixed intently on Mei Yu, as if her silence would render her words untrue. Chapter 53. I have been deceived. Who, if not the priest, sought the immortal herb? Nezha was fervently eager to uncover the identity of this individual and discover who else intended to harm her. Though she understood that ordinary people posed no real threat, merely contemplating such a notion felt unforgivable. Nezha forcibly restrained herself, halting her steps as she fixed her gaze on the bookworm, yet it uttered not a single word further. The individual had only requested the immortal herb, revealing nothing else. Who could it be? After providing him with her location, Jiangxi drove to a spot near the restaurant, securing a parking space in the vicinity. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, coughing blood profusely, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed towards the direction behind Yi Kuan. His throat constricted, feeling an unbearable heat and dryness. He gratefully accepted a cup, draining most of it filled with honeyed water, yet it did little to quench his thirst, leaving his throat even more parched. Xie Yuan then contemplated swiftly incapacitating second master. With his strong backing, Song Yunyun's chances of successfully inheriting the family business would significantly increase. In the first round of the competition, Jiang Qingzi maintained a slight lead, resulting in a narrow margin that allowed him to overtake. However, in the subsequent contest, from the outset, someone pulled far ahead of him. Simultaneously, a domineering gale swept through, enveloping every corner of the chaotic city. Feng Lingtian's golden-winged rock did not flinch, pressing on towards Bai Zi as he raised his arm to unleash a dazzling brilliance. Turning to gaze at Yi Kuan, who sat cross-legged upon the demon-summoning Springs rock, Zheng Hao's expression softened considerably, viewing him as one would a beloved younger brother. Ruan Zhongyi set forth. 2 horses trailed closely behind Ruan Xuan, eventually intercepting her after 3 miles. But with a resounding dragon's roar, a colossal shadow soared overhead. Prowling with fierce intent above them, it was the Night Lin. The piercingly cold snowflakes were utterly genuine, prompting a collapse of emotions filled with humiliation. The traveler trembled, rendered speechless, as tears and snot streamed across his frostbitten face. Although some magicians hesitated, adopting a wait-and-see approach, for others, this was utterly intolerable. The physical prowess of the artificial beings far exceeded that of humans, and before the eyes could even register the imminent threat, the attack had already reached Jiangmu. The god of war, renowned throughout the realm, stands as one of the 3 esteemed candidates of the Divine Feather Army, wielding the legendary bloodthirsty, unharmed bow. A descendant of the Shadow Elf dynasty, she possesses a noble bloodline that allows her to commune with the world tree on a life essence level. After nearly 5 decades of slumber, her prowess has significantly waned. Nevertheless, she remains an emblem of harvest and death. At this moment, on the arena, she faces off against the first member of the superpower team, a lean man clad in a fitted vest. This individual, of medium height, exudes an aura of danger, brandishing a sharpened triangular military dagger that makes him appear quite formidable. Upon closer inspection, Meng Charan felt a sense of familiarity with Jiang Ku, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. The hasty retreat of the American team elicited a chorus of jeers from the audience, leaving even their own supporters questioning whether they should rally behind another team. Kusanagi Kyo, exasperated, had initially intended to ease the tension of Nikaido Akamaru, only to find him discussing his romantic escapades, leading Kyo to tune out Akamaru's incessant chatter and shift his focus to the arena. Li Yin gazed upon the expanse of verdant grass, his heart filled with awe. The newly sprouted pasture was lush and vibrant, with snowmelt from the Chilean mountains converging into flowing rivers that traversed through. Yi Zifen downed his drink in one gulp, idly toying with the glass in his hand, as a melancholic tone escaped his lips. Chapter 54. We have succeeded. The driver swiftly initiated the vehicle's ignition, having been behind the wheel for many years and understanding that a driver's foremost duty is to drive. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, a journey that would typically take 10 minutes was completed in merely 2. Upon arriving at the locked door of the Yuan River, she was vindicated in her suspicions. Nezha had deceived her. The scene displayed the Demon King's throne room, where the Demon King lounged in repose. Propped up by his right arm, Nezha stood below, flames erupting from his spear. Mo Shaoxing had been dispatched by Kong Dingyu to serve as a liaison for the elite agents of the Flying Tiger Brigade stationed in Shenyang, working closely with Comrade Haishan. As the situation escalated due to mounting conflicts, foreign cultivators gradually became involved, and some neighboring nations seized upon territorial disputes, resulting in a series of territorial incidents. Li Ji remained unaware of the private deliberations within the Pang family. However, upon encountering the sisters Pang Chunyang and Pang Chushua, he was met with their family's resolution. The remaining races in the Pangu Star domain had long since lost their former ambitions and the spirit of resilient struggle. I'll find a way, Tong Ling declared curtly, immediately immersing herself in her tasks, dismissing the matter of the bank from her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the elderly woman, incensed after Zhang Riyun's soft yet cutting remarks, bellowed and summoned Zhang Riyun back. Undeterred, Zhang Riyun calmly inquired what further matters the elder wished to address. Fortune smiled upon them as they acquired 2 pieces of system equipment and a considerable amount of materials, as Yao Huahua giggled delightfully. In the face of the Wheel King's furious outburst, Yin Changsheng did not cower like others. Instead, a faint smile graced his face. After some time, the old man placed several fresh fish on the stone to roast and brewed a bowl of fish soup. Although the elder possessed remarkable lightness of foot, his culinary skills were undeniably lacking. The soup could hardly be deemed delicious, yet it bore a peculiar saltiness that puzzled Zhang Riyun, who wondered where the elder had procured the salt. After a dismissive snort, the black-clad enforcer of the law enforcement hall, Master Zong, surprisingly refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the two. It was understandable that disciples within the sect feared him, but how could these two, regarded as exceptional talents, display such expressions? Did he truly come across as so unfeeling? Chu Muching had ascended to half-transcendence, while the 3 major second bodies approached the threshold of transcendence. Coupled with the formidable figures within the sect, the Jietian city had become a treasure of transcendence, elevating the fortunes of the entire Jietian sect to unprecedented heights, surpassing any force throughout history. Lu Yin recognized that if she did not strike hard today, Zhang Jinxin would not let her off easily. Thus, she resolved to deliver a significant blow to settle the matter. Ji Qingmei's complexion remained pale, resembling one on the verge of tears. Li Yang had promised to assist her in concocting a blood-cleansing pill, and now, discovering she had been deceived, her heart ached profoundly. Han Yujun traversed the sect, hearing the voice of a disciple from afar, secretly grateful for heeding her father's advice. Having reached this point, not only had she lost her job, but she had also forfeited Lan Cheng's trust, enduring torment and tribulation. In that moment, Hu Lingna completely broke down, collapsing onto the ground. Li Yin paid no heed to the officials' indignation. Despite their claims to represent the common folk and merchants, they were fundamentally self-serving. They hoarded grain and engaged in the illicit trade of official grain supplies. Liang held a ball directed at the hoop, while Lu Chun looked down upon him from above, his arms outstretched, spanning over 2 meters. Before long, 3 peak martial emperors arrived in unison, bowing respectfully to Li Hongshuan. They were the elders from the Wanbao Pavilion's council. Ming Luo roared with fury, unleashing a torrent of might from within, intent on shattering the chains. Chapter 55. A day trip to the hot springs. Yu Zhenhe lifted her sleeve to sniff, her sense of smell having already dulled. Regardless, the matter had been resolved, and she wished to return to the hotel for a bath. The fabric of her clothing was an unknown material, entirely resistant to stains. She had witnessed the blood of the demon clan splatter upon it, only to slide off effortlessly. The demon clan thrived on violence. Surely, their blood could not harbor any viruses? I shall head to the house first. Yu Zhenhe focused her thoughts, but there was no response. Dream Xia, do you think that by pleading with me, I would grant you freedom? Would I fulfill your desires? The anger in Yi Feng's eyes was laced with an icy chill. However, this blow could not possibly drive Ziyun Yuan away, and Luo Xingyu had already reached her limit, yet the situation remained unchanged. Lin Fengzi narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. What benefits might you gain if you were to annihilate the powers of the other 3? At this moment, Du Guhong had already formulated a plan in his heart. He was eager to see what this individual could possibly gain from the situation. Following Dantai Luying, Mo Jiuqing took a seat at a nearby table, pouring wine for Dantai Luying with a sense of duty. The astonishment of Li Shusi was beyond verbal description. If one were to consider the gravest of injuries in the world, it would undoubtedly stem from those they hold dear. At that moment, Li Shusi could most profoundly empathize with Yu Baochan's sentiments. Her ethereal form intertwined with the glistening cold light of the snow osmanthus, merging with the vastness of the starry sky, leaving Li Shusi in a state of fluctuating warmth and chill, deeply etching this sensation into her very bones. She understood that this was the connection between her and him. Though Mo Jiuqing anticipated that this person's appearance would be extraordinary, he was taken aback to discover that he was indeed the prominent figure spoken of by Lulan Hao, regretting that he had not been informed in advance. Bai Chun, I have returned. Guess what I have brought back? Lu Mingxiao exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that Hua Baikan was in the hall. Indeed, I have obtained the Sea Dragon's legacy. It will not be so easy for you to kill me, Yang Lang declared with a cold voice. Others may not have sensed the celestial force entwined around Yun Mengshui, but he could perceive it. Though faint, it was terrifyingly powerful. It is known that practitioners of dark and bright energies must approach their enemies to inflict harm, with a maximum range not exceeding 20 meters. But what of the Anglo-French coalition? Their rifles could strike targets up to 700 meters away, and their cannons could reach distances of 2 to 3 kilometers. Feng Qinya had already contemplated this, though there was little he could do. Resting here for a night was far preferable to exposing his identity. The teachers and students present, faced with such a scandalous inquiry, did not erupt in laughter. Instead, they all nervously turned their gazes toward Yifeng. The leader of the Fire Feather Divine sect, clad in a robe of fiery clouds, approached Yan Yunxing, flanked by a cadre of elite disciples, among whom the most conspicuous were Yi Ran and Alan, who had come alongside Yan Yunxing. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong and Rong Yu sighed in relief, finally diverting attention away from themselves. They exchanged glances filled with sweetness. I recall that the technique mentioned that such a situation could be quelled by using inner strength to calm the internal turmoil, Li Chun thought, his mind much more agile than Ling Jianjun's, recalling the knowledge imparted to him during that dream. Once activated, should one forcefully breach the formation, it would return 100-fold of strength to the intruder. Yan Yunxing gripped one side of the spiral tightly, allowing him to better suppress it with the primordial force. Under the simultaneous assault of their demonic clan, the demonic forces proved formidable. Astonishingly, half of the vast eastern extreme star domain had already fallen into their hands. Su Qingdai, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, raised her eyebrows in surprise, casting an unexpected glance at him. When Lin Feiyu heard Li Mingyue's voice, he instantly comprehended the trouble the demon spirit had alluded to. Over the span of 3 months, merely 9 teleportation arrays had been breached. Yet the cost incurred surpassed that of the previous 12 arrays. Chapter 56. I encountered something terrifying again. A flicker of astonishment crossed Nezha's eyes. Akin to encountering an immense surprise, an overwhelming joy clouded his mind. He had not anticipated a response, nor did he wish for her to realize that this emotion had always been clandestine. From the moment he became aware of his own thoughts, he found himself immersed in guilt every passing moment, contemplating the acquisition of some chaotic artifact or demonic tool, Anything that could provide concealment would suffice. Are you serious? Nezha's voice was both gentle and resolute. However, at any other time, she would not have been this way. Yet, before him, she was. Was this the tragic and absurd jest of fate? At that moment, the portly vice president heard that Qianjin intended to take in this slothful individual and nearly erupted in cheer. Although Cabra was a first-rate bounty hunter, his actual worth was hardly comparable to that of a mere bounty hunter. He was entirely a freeloader. Yet, perhaps she was genuinely calm about it. For a mere Felix could hardly be deemed significant in her eyes. As the island drew ever closer, they had yet to encounter a single trap. In the previous battle before the Yanhuang palm was unleashed, Jun Shuang's displayed prowess had already reduced Dai Ondua's chances of victory to a mere 50%. Yet, Jun Qing now claimed that this was merely a warm-up. As dusk fell, Mu Yin slowly opened his eyes and languidly stretched. Hong Wan was nowhere to be found. Leaving her alone in the courtyard, his actions made it abundantly clear what he intended to do. No. She continuously retreated until her back met the wall. Jun Shuang, seemingly unconcerned, shrugged, and as everyone observed that she appeared genuinely untroubled, they ceased to inquire further. I need money, do you believe me? Crystal tilted her head, a faint smile playing at her lips as she half-jokingly remarked. They were to represent the entire 12-winged Angel Legion, boarding a plane to fly south to the southern plains of the mainland to participate in a grand training event alongside 2 other legions. Li Hui and Li Ao succeeded in their strike. At this moment, witnessing the retreat of Soul Devourer and Dragon Slayer, the duo began to unleash a relentless barrage of spiritual sword chi towards them. The onlookers were rendered speechless. After all, you are a divine healer. Must you debase yourself to seek treatment from others? Even now, they remained skeptical that this youth's medical skills could surpass those of the renowned divine healer. In their eyes, he was merely a boy. No matter how formidable his skills might be, in terms of age, he could never rival the esteemed divine healer. A torrent of crimson vitality surged within him, boiling with an intensity akin to a volcano. Even from a distance of several meters, one could hear the sizzling sounds within. It was feared that placing a hand upon it would result in instant burns. It had been previously stated that the 300-year-old ginseng, hollowed out by pests, was already considered a top-tier valuable item. Please, come in. The languid voice of Chu Hongyun floated over, clearly indicating that she was asleep. As the manager of a garment factory, she surprisingly dozed off during work hours. After secluding myself for 50 years, I finally reached a level of enlightenment that I could acknowledge. Just as I concluded my retreat, I overheard the conversation between Huang Yin and Zhu Zhou. Once again, I found myself tormented by your antics, pondering whether I should join your revelry tonight, or simply retire to a room for some rest. Luli chuckled. The group encouraged one another to drink, their spirits already elevated to a state of inebriation. Liang Mingjie, feeling utterly despondent, grimaced and continued to drink, oblivious to the happenings around him. As the vehicle traversed the city streets, a familiar figure caught my eye near the plaza. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find it was Lu Rong. One day in March, as was my custom, I rose early at dawn. Despite still dreaming of Earth during these days, I had entirely embraced my new identity, having accepted the adage, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Dudu, hello, Grandpa, this is Liang Dong. How did you find the performance earlier? Upon answering the call, the person on the other end was none other than the esteemed leader. With the play concluded, it was time to collect a bit of compensation. Chapter 57. I found my haven. His innocent expression elicited a chuckle from Yu Jinha. That little mischievous thought grew more pronounced, transforming from a mere seed into a black hole. Would you like to sleep here? Yu Jinha gestured to the blanket on the floor. Nezha glanced over, his Adam's apple bobbing, his ears gradually turning crimson. No, thank you. Really? If you stayed here, you could see me at night. And if I desired a drink, you could attend to me. Yu Jinha teased, poking his chin playfully. Suddenly, Yi Xuanhuan appeared to grasp something, his gaze incessantly sweeping over Qiu Ruashi. He sensed a flicker of unease, recalling the words of Elder 7, which weighed heavily on his heart. Regrettably, Jin Jiao had forgotten that the 2 brothers were disciples of the supreme Taoist ancestor, having encountered countless heavenly treasures in their lifetime. Yet, when had they ever lost their rationality over a single treasure, even if it represented a path to enlightenment? Unlike the events of the Fengshen, where most formidable Deluo-level beings remained unscathed, seeing Feng Jie safely stored in his storage ring, Li Ziyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Feng Jie contained, he could finally unleash his full potential to confront this formidable Tong. The elderly man spoke with concern, fatigue evident in his eyes. A person of his stature should not exhibit such emotions before an outsider, yet it seemed he truly regarded me as a close confidant. His recent actions likely aimed to subtly influence my transformation. Should I eliminate Lu Yiming, it would not only deprive Yi Xuanhuan of a formidable ally, but also diminish his own threats. Li Er was willing to believe the veracity of these words. Truth be told, since our initial encounter, marked by conflict and subsequent losses, I had gradually come to understand him better. Though this understanding lurked beneath a dark and tumultuous surface, Yi Xuanhuan was not mistaken. Even if he refrained from taking Yantianyi's life, Yantianyi would undoubtedly remain a source of trouble. Are you surprised? In truth, I prefer not to reveal myself unless absolutely necessary. However, you, Li Chong, have pushed me too far. If you wish to marry Yue Ying, you must first pass my test. Yi Yongxin remarked with frustration, lamenting that had his powers been fully restored, he would have charged forth to slay Li Chong without hesitation, even if it meant igniting a full-scale war with the Li family. The spectators gasped in awe. Who was this individual that could dispatch a late-stage nascent soul practitioner with a single strike? Additionally, at the bottom right corner of the healing spell icon was the numeral 1, indicating it could only be utilized once, while the disease-cleansing spell bore the number 10, signifying it could be cast 10 times. The lingering effects of the mutated indoctrination were still present. The Void Lady had placed immense trust and reliance on herself. Or else this time, she might have found herself in significant trouble, perhaps even necessitating a retreat back to the main world. Lu Xian knelt, bowing deeply as she spoke. Master, I indeed know their hiding place, but I shall not disclose it to you. Yang Rui had initially prepared for contingencies. With only 6 days remaining until the Abyss System's reckoning, his foremost priority was to earn a single Abyss coin. Chloe continued to gaze with her captivating cerulean eyes. The aura of thunder within her had dissipated, and her body was inevitably succumbing to rigidity. Aside from Chu Yun, who had already witnessed Li Weidong's ruthless tactics, the others displayed expressions of fear, silently pondering where Chu had found such a merciless executioner. Surrounding them were motion sensors, electrified metal nets, and drones patrolling the area. Naturally, these individuals belonged to the Su Medical Center, yet a throng of reporters awaited outside the entrance. Around the entire underground city, the blood of all the deceased converged into a blood pool, becoming part of its ominous design. Who would have thought that the fiery red garment would not burn her? But rather, it sought to shield her from the encroaching darkness with its radiant glow. Chapter 58. I must become the city lord. He waited for an extended period and finally, as the sun began to set, he received his answer. Yet, he had not anticipated that the new city lord, someone he believed could rival Nezha, would turn out to be a frail young girl, seemingly incapable of even crushing a chicken with her bare hands. You seek me? She inquired languidly from her elevated platform, stifling a yawn. This is the income from the city during this period. Please review it, City Lord, he said, slightly bowing as he prepared to present the documents. Xie Yonghua was taken aback. He had been present since yesterday. His phone turned off. Lan Shuowei understood that if she did not engage in a little persuasion, their future encounters would likely be fraught with tension. I have been unable to overcome my inner turmoil. I cannot accept the heinous acts I have committed in the past. Tong Ran's hands trembled as she repeatedly called his name, blood staining her hands as she cradled his head, urging him to look up. Mo Nanju's eyes twitched, and suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Jolin Tsai, upon hearing the news, felt her anger dissipate significantly. In this day and age, one cannot afford to be at odds with money. The fog that had long clouded my vision began to lift, revealing a figure approaching from the distance, becoming increasingly distinct. However, after Chung Xinyan shot him a glare, she chose to disregard the pitiful expression on Zhuolangxi's face, failing to notice his woeful countenance altogether. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the side door, and Mo Nanju turned to see Lin Meijia emerging in white mourning attire. Did you not watch that video? The cold youth scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Zhang Xiao. In truth, the three gorges are nearly interconnected, yet, from afar, one might perceive them as a singular expanse, while a closer inspection reveals that each island is indeed separated. I leaned in closer and saw that Gu Weian had already penned over 10,000 words. At this rate, my own capacity to write was diminished. Gu Weian glanced at the untouched cups of white peach oolong milk tea on the table, retrieved one, opened it, and handed it to Ji Xia. Taking my phone, Gu Weian magnified the screen for a moment before suddenly scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Is Ji Xia still brooding over past events? Asked Mother, recalling how they witnessed Su's plight firsthand. Yet Tu Shan could do nothing to intervene. Today, Li Liangfu was thoroughly vexed, unable to vent his frustrations on Li Gang. He instinctively directed his wrath towards other merchants. The swordsman, once favored by his uncle, now turned against himself. Could it be that he had conspired with outsiders, plotting betrayal? A few days ago, Zhongbai managed to muster some resistance, but as time wore on, most of the Jin troops had lost their will to fight. Jiang Jingping and the others were entirely focused on the photograph, leaning in closer to scrutinize the details. No, without Lian, how could I earn such a fortune? I owe my gratitude to Lian, said Qili, hastily taking her leave, for every moment spent in that place felt like an ordeal. In fact, Yi Haochen possessed some medical knowledge, yet his current state was one of destitution. Even if he had a remedy, he lacked silver needles and the means to procure medicine. Boats passed continuously, and Su Muqing caught sight of a vessel gliding past theirs. Yet, to regard Xiesun as anything more than a mere brute, possessing only a fa devoid of substance, was beneath him. Whether in the past or present, Sheng Yi remained unconnected to that old affair. Yet, why did he always appear alongside her whenever a lead was uncovered? He was her second partner in her career, and she had once naively believed he would become her second friend within the industry after graduation. By 8:55, the project team S2 groups had mostly assembled in the conference room. Chapter 59, The Cause of the Dam Break, My Encounter with the Dragon. Why are these two so leisurely? Yuzhen flicked his finger, forcefully sending the Nezha figurine back. Nezha grasped her wrist, asking, "Is there something on my head?" "No." Yuzhenha struggled to break free, and Nezha slowly released his hold. "Indeed, there is." Nezha became more certain. Long ago, he had observed Yuzhenha gazing at the space above. Sometimes, he would chuckle quietly, and at other times, he would utter words that provoked Nezha's ire. The fierce Longquan San Shao lunged forward at that moment. Having previously failed to capture Gao Yuan, and having caused Wang Chao's lower body paralysis, San Shao faced the wrath of the entire Wang family. If he did not redeem himself this time, the three brothers would find it impossible to survive in Haiqing. After several long sighs, Wang Changfu reluctantly revealed a bitter smile, producing a pack of low-quality cigarettes from his pocket. He offered one to Fat Brother and another to Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng did not refuse, accepting it into his hand. Wang Changfu ignited the cigarettes for both men before lighting one for himself. The head of the Li family surveyed the wound on his arm, his expression dark as thunder. As the master of one of the 6 prominent families, he had just faced a setback. If he did not restore his dignity, how could he continue to hold his ground in the realm of medicine? Qin Xiaoyu's phone incessantly rang, and after a prolonged period, there was still no news. Yin Ruai must have begun to grow suspicious. Otherwise, she wouldn't be calling repeatedly. Cousin, sister-in-law, Beichin Jioga entered the room, greeting the two before taking a seat across from them. "I could easily spare your life, yet you must reveal who set you free. Only then will I not only spare you, but also reward you." The voice of Jiqiu Qianxiong carried a soothing undertone, softly and seductively spoken. "Please, everyone, take a seat." Chu Mei forced a smile, inviting all to sit. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not act against her guests. "My dear, on such a splendid occasion, let us retire indoors for some rest." Gao Yuan, sensing the dissipating suspicions of San Wang, seized the opportunity to lead the way inside. Earlier, Yi Zhilan had already called, but he was reluctant to answer, and now she persisted in calling again. Qin Xiaoyu had no desire to pick up. Yet, Yi Zhilan was undeterred, dialing repeatedly. They certainly could not betray their master. Yet how could they stand idly by and watch their brethren, who had stood by them for millennia, perish? The Wang family's attendants surged forward, and some even approached Mei Jijiang, leading Shuiji to helplessly smile and intervene. "You're back? Is he all right?" The cigarette dangling from Han Weifeng's mouth fell onto his leg, but before it could burn him, it extinguished in an instant. This night was unusually quiet, as though the world had surrendered to slumber. Emoshibe walked for a while, feeling that the food in his stomach had nearly digested. Finding nothing of interest, he prepared to return. However, he suddenly sensed a subtle change in the wind behind him. In the depths of space, a purple seed plummeted into the Juyo spirit spring with a soft splash, sinking into a profound slumber. "Is it beautiful?" With a subtle lift of her skirt, Emoshibe twirled gracefully before Mu Feinin, delighting in the sight of her dress swirling about her, shimmering like a newly risen moon. "By the way, Brother Jian, I still do not comprehend that heap of things you mentioned. How did you ever come up with such a name?" While tidying the boiler alongside Jian, Xiao Xian suddenly recalled Jian's previous eloquent speech. Her curiosity piqued as she pressed for more details. Perhaps Wang Jin has already dispatched someone to obliterate the evidence. It would indeed be peculiar if anything were to remain. Emoshibe scoffed coldly, although she had yet to ascertain whether Huang Jin was behind the actions at present. Aside from the Eastern factory, there were no other grievances. Who else would pursue such ruthless extermination? Chapter 60. My inner conflict. No way. Yu Jinhe pushed him away with a palm, her anger surging in embarrassment. What a pity, Nezha remarked with a smile. Hearing his laughter only fueled Yu Jinhe's ire. Even in the rain, she found herself walking alongside him, seemingly yielding more ground. Glancing up, her vision darkened as she beheld two small figures nestled together on the bed. Asleep. She had thought Nezha was merely jesting, yet it turned out to be true. I am leaving. Do not follow. For days, she wished to avoid Nezha. Anxiously awaiting the arrival of Quan Yi and Lu Shang with their troops, the spectacle was indeed reminiscent of a cinematic scene. Before long, the robust man returned with a fierce demeanor, followed closely by 4 armed men. Because of your incompetence, we might very well perish here today. Mu Ling's fury was palpable, her expression one of intent to strangle him. In her previous life, she had encountered the youth once, fortunate enough to see him in the hospital just before her demise. Ying Fei crushed the 7th-grade yellow talisman in his hand, unleashing a blinding flash of silver lightning that crackled and hissed. At that moment, Zhou Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the specter of the true hound's remnant on his wrist, akin to discovering a miracle. After a dispassionate voice provided a hint, Zhou Yan was ecstatically surprised to find a pure, transparent healing elixir had indeed materialized in his grasp. At this juncture, the corporeal form of Shuhuan Tunyan dissipated, transforming into a swirling mass of black flames, exuding an aura of devouring. In truth, Yu Sheng wished to offer one more piece of advice. Her understanding of Song Fanqing was still rooted in 9 years prior. How could she possibly know what Song Fanqing had become after all this time? The elder of the corpse puppet sect commanded the zombies and corpse kings to surge towards Lin Feng. These zombies were of limited strength, primarily first tier, with many being utterly ordinary and even lacking any rank. The flames dancing in the fire pit within the tent cast a warm glow that could dispel the chill upon the skin. Yet it could not alleviate the frost within her heart. Conversely, Luca had been burdened with concerns for the past few days. Her spirit seemingly drained regardless of her endeavors. This scene weighed heavily on Wu Yu's heart. This news further unsettled everyone. They were all situated at the center of power, and such events bore significant implications. On the positive side, it could lead to advancement, yet on the negative side, the consequences remained uncertain. Reflecting on the situation in the southeast province, Inai Huanyun was engulfed by a foreboding premonition. Having listened intently to the phone call, if Oyen still fails to comprehend the implications of Outing's worries, he would undoubtedly be a fool. Mi Xianger, in a state of urgency, hastily rose to summon a doctor. In the blink of an eye, 2 medical personnel rushed in to examine Yun Jingting. The noble-born Empress Do ascended to the status of Empress Dowager, her father, the esteemed scholar and leader Do Wu, having served as a general. After deliberation, they decided to enthrone a 12-year-old Lu clan relative as the new emperor. Gu, the student, has truly grown increasingly audacious. Shintache's voice, neither too harsh nor too soft, elicited a chorus of derisive laughter from the crowd. If given the opportunity to choose once more, he would rather have kept her at home than expose her to the so-called world. As Duan Weiqi continued to wander, he encountered a security guard and inquired whether he had seen an old box near a certain parking space. The guard replied he had not seen it. But upon noticing Duan Weiqi's dark expression, he inquired if there was anything valuable inside. Once Yu Qingzhou had erased all traces of Ouyang Shu and his companions, Qin Chuchu's emotions began to stabilize. They were eager to understand how the venerable Qin Shan managed to confront such a demonic army. Of course, their gaze also included Yun Chang. It was neither the sensation on his face nor the murmured words of Lu Lanyin that roused Shang Jingxing from his slumber. Rather, a flicker of azure flames danced in his eyes before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 61. I fell into a trap, the beauty trap. Who is it? As Yu Jinhe prepared to pursue, Nezha grasped her wrist. Ordinary people, Nezha explained without releasing his hold, instead guiding her hand down his arm. Under the cover of darkness, with no one around, it was the perfect moment for a rendezvous. Yu Jinhe stole a glance at the little figure, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why was he still clinging to her? Could it be that he truly was? Her conspicuous gaze drew Nezha's attention, prompting him to frown. What are you looking at? No need for concern. Just return early. There are many eyes on us outside, and it would be troublesome if we were photographed, Zhongqing cautioned, worried about his safety. Setting aside the year-end bonus for now, his salary alone amounted to 180,000 a year, far exceeding his current income. Mina had begun traversing various bars in the city, earning her livelihood through divination since her arrival 6 months prior. Although Qin Chuan could not understand, He was aware that a Wolf King was orchestrating strategies from 100 meters away. 30 tasks in 6 months, averaging 5 a month. The crowd was instantly astounded by the revelation. The performance stage at the mall entrance had been cleared away, replaced by a red carpet strewn with petals, extending toward where the two stood. What has happened? The calm voice of her father brought Lu Shi's heart to rest. He had always been her invisible yet formidable support, standing like a mountain at her most vulnerable defenses. The mere thought of his presence banished her fears. With a decisive strike, the obstacles before him vanished. Yet, within a mere 200 miles, practitioners of the Control God realm were hastening towards him. Ling Feng raised his gaze, selecting a direction. Gripping the Ming Che sword with its blade inverted behind him, he cast a spell to draw the still trembling Yuxintian, propelling them away. A certain portly individual discarded a cola beside him, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, resolutely vowing to embark on a weight-loss journey. During performances, the actresses would deliberately employ malicious tones in their lines or exert excessive intensity in their gazes. While such candidness may seem honest, Ning Shui and Ning Yu found it utterly embarrassing to voice such sentiments. The equipment worn by the Swiftbird cavalry even made Marquis Farrell envious. Clad entirely in 6-legged crocodile vine armor, equipped with exquisite curved sabers, iron oak round shields, refined steel one-handed spears, U-reflex bows, and crossbows. Their gear rivaled that of the Sword Mantis cavalry in quality. Victor was intimately familiar with elven bloodlines. His creation, the Silver Moon secret form, although not universally effective for all elves or half-elven nobles, significantly enhanced the likelihood of awakening the Moon Elf bloodline. This form was tailored specifically for Victor and may not suit others. As everyone awaited, when the clock struck 8, the sensation experienced upon entering the pit resurfaced. The scene before him blurred like paint spilled on a palette, gradually coming into focus. Earlier in the afternoon, Cheng Yun had informed them that the video had arrived. She refrained from uploading it, preferring to wait for Ning Shui and Ning Yu to return for her to operate it herself. Marcy lowered her head in shame, casting a furtive glance at the smugly grinning Caligula, only to hear Victor speak. Mozgov's height of 27 feet 1 inch and weight exceeding 270 pounds did not aid him in jumping higher. Whiteside, with an advantage of a half-arm's length, swiftly intercepted the basketball, directing it towards Edison, while dispatching troops to clean the battlefield and preparing supplies for transport. Zhao Tiehu also ordered the dispatch of a squad of soldiers to commence operations against the local tyrants, forcefully knocking on the doors of those staunch traitors. "Old Chao, it's bad, it's bad," Tao Sanxing exclaimed in a panic, his words tumbling out in haste. It appeared that this operation was poised to commence without delay. Sighing, they began to prepare in earnest. Chapter 62. I am about to attend to serious matters. Passing by the gates of the Lord's mansion, adorned with crimson lanterns and various items strewn across the ground, their path was obstructed. Exiting through the back door, they ensured that the others in the Lord's mansion remained oblivious. Now, with nightfall upon them, they wished to enter through the main entrance of the Yuzhen River, only to find the front entrance cluttered with various offerings, beast pelts, lit incense, and some unknown meats. For the common folk, these meats were already a luxury at home. Yet, Qi assured them that she had indeed pulled down the trousers of several unfortunate children led by Zhang Hake and spanked them. Despite the low murmur, Meng Aimin still heard it. He lowered his head, glaring fiercely at Meng Yi. Countless golden scales unfurled, their sharp edges slicing through the air, conjuring a tornado that reached the heavens and the earth. Although Liu Bei's actions led Liu Zhang to feel deceived, having contributed both manpower and provisions, Liu Bei's willingness to sacrifice Zhang Ren for a mere strategist was a grave concern. Merely 2 days had passed since he last encountered the holy mark of Shui Wan, and he had once again drawn upon divine essence. Yin Fuhai nodded in agreement, reflecting on his 5 to 6 years at the school and the various teaching issues he had observed. The treasure map of the God King is extensive. Without sufficient strength and preparation, any reckless involvement would only lead to self-inflicted troubles. After all, Grandfather Huang must hold significant importance to him. Yet the motive behind this current action remains unclear. In the face of a moment that could be overwhelmed by countless firearms, Shui Jing seemed oblivious, remaining calm and unperturbed as ever. Once they completed their formalities and exited the waiting area, they spotted Meng Aizhong from afar. However, Xiao Fan's astonishing performance in the martial arts arena had undoubtedly captured the attention of the Duke of Zhou, compelling him to secure first place in the next examination to maintain that favor. Otherwise, his prospects for a turnaround appeared bleak. It must be said that Gua Hongniu was quite astute. At least, after such a blow, certain truths would inevitably surface. After sitting for a while, Abin felt his phone vibrate. He rose to leave, as the jarring noise rendered normal conversation nearly impossible. So he descended to meet the call from Wang Xiaoluo at the entrance. Hearing the slightly mournful tone, El Nanren was notably moved. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the officer would display such understanding and concern for the larger picture. Siyu opened the door and said, "Understood, Aunt Zhao can go ahead. We will be there shortly." I hadn't finished organizing my things when Siyu rushed over to invite me to dinner. Xiao Yuanhan commenced with the most vigorous strike, intent on accomplishing much without wasting unnecessary time on this individual. Even AI Gu was uncertain whether an Ai Yan'an was merely toying with everyone or genuinely wished to visit the grave. However, contemplating the notion of informing their parents about the existence of dark-type ability users could indeed motivate them to train harder, lest they find themselves targeted by such forces without the means to protect themselves. If feasible and not conflicting with Zizai Wujigong, wouldn't it become an invaluable aid for cultivation? Although over the years, this Prince Li had gradually withdrawn from the front line, the old tiger had not necessarily lost its bite. When Ruan tightly gripped her chopsticks, feeling a heaviness in her chest that made it difficult to breathe. Zhang Jianhai was violently propelled several yards away, landing several feet outside the arena. He managed to twist his body midair, flying a few more feet before finally stabilizing himself, gradually halting his backward momentum and beginning to descend. Having only awakened his initial abilities 2 days prior, he lacked systematic training time for even the basic manipulations. Relying solely on his innate talent and family background during the recent skirmishes, utilizing both the Qinggang Qi and water woofing. Chapter 63. My prejudice upon returning to the city lord's manor. Yu Xinhe took a hearty sip of water, reflecting that she ought not to engage in such endeavors. Attending school would have been far more beneficial, or, at the very least, gaining 2 years of internship experience at a company. Failing that, she could have joined a research institute instead of enduring this ordeal. Nezha, the last to tally the numbers, sat across from her and poured another glass of water. "Shall we not continue?" he inquired. "That simply won't do. We have come this far. To retreat now would be akin to cowardice." Yu Xinhe understood this well. No wonder he possessed such financial clout and connections. His mere appearance overshadowed all the entertainment venues in the capital. Be cautious and avoid causing trouble. What does Elder Kong mean by that? Liang Yu asked curiously. However, since Matsumoto was her sister, she decided to enlighten her, considering it a moment to clarify her doubts. On his way back, Lin Huan meticulously selected the necessary items, purchasing them collectively upon arriving at the abandoned factory. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the void, exhaling a breath of desolation, causing countless dragon blood trees to wither. Yang Tao smiled slightly, believing himself to be radiating warmth. Yet, both Cape and Aaron felt as if they were caught in the biting winds of winter. This fellow showed no restraint even towards the sanctity of the church. His demeanor suggested he was thoroughly prepared. Midway through his entire form was an aperture designed to accommodate the human physique, enabling the operator to insert their entire body into it. The entire process was broadcast live, stirring up a tremendous upheaval across the vast land of China. Thus, the shadow instructor monitored Fengqing for 3 consecutive days, and on the 4th day, Fengqing finally made a new move. However, his thoughts diverged from the ordinary. While most might ponder the implication of 100 billion for Lu Yuan, it simply meant another chance to revel amidst chaos. When one leans on a mountain, it may crumble. When one relies on others, they may flee. In critical moments, one must depend on oneself. Zhang Runin, while apprehensive, also felt a sense of anticipation, hoping this setback might transform her into a renewed version of herself. Director Bai, we should take our leave. Considering the time, the academy competition should be approaching, right? Just as Mao Hong assisted Liao Yingdan onto the armored vehicle, Cheng Ran approached, handing several magazines to Su Xia. Over 200 rounds should suffice, right? His expression remained remarkably calm, as if the previous night's awkwardness had never transpired. Ruan Liwan finally came to the realization that she had to conceal her emotions while Ji Yu was distracted, yet she never anticipated that Ji Yu would seize the opportunity. However, the vapor he inhaled was not as abundant as that of Bai Sisi, and with his elevated cultivation, he managed to suppress the surging desires, maintaining a semblance of rationality. But what difference did it make? He had already thoroughly comprehended the terms of the Yi family's contract. The contents merely stipulated that the Yi family would be at the beck and call of the royal family for life, forbidding any acts of defiance or treason. Upon eliminating the puppet, Huang Fulang and the Buddha's disciple hastily settled into a meditative posture to recuperate their fighting spirit, evidently drained from the previous battle. "Who are you?" Li Xiu'er gazed in astonishment at the stout, ruddy-faced youth before her. In the guild hall, Adventurers were busy examining posted quests, exchanging information, and forming teams. In her youth, she had been the belle of the school, with her father elevating her above numerous suitors, treating her like a princess. Although she was uncertain of the truth behind his words, an inexplicable desire to assist him welled up within her. She wished to alleviate his sorrow and prevent him from being discovered by his senior brother. Jing Man fell silent, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her clear, water-like eyes, obscuring her innermost thoughts from anyone's view. The janitor took a deep breath, startled by the situation, feeling as if she were part of a film, fearful that it might implicate her. She was merely following orders after all. Chapter 64. Our loss of control, what did he give you? Yu Jinhe felt an unsettling premonition. I haven't seen it yet, but he said it was what I desired, Nezha replied, standing nearby as a dense shadow loomed over them, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Yu Jinhe braced himself with one hand, pushing forward with determination. Do not take advantage of this solitude to act recklessly. His gaze fell. His long legs curled beside him, his tone tinged with grievance. Nothing. Just 2 words. Yet Yu Jinhe could not help but feel a pang of compassion. He needed to consider not only his own actions, but also anticipate every possible response from the other party. Not a single misstep could be afforded, lest all efforts be rendered futile. In the depths of the 7th palace, 2 monks clad in colorful robes continuously scanned their surroundings with their spiritual senses, their expressions revealing deep concern. Lu Chun would never consent, instinctively pulling his grandson close, knowing that without his approval, even the agreement of his parents would be moot. However, having spent considerable time together, perhaps there had been significant changes, especially after he donated bone marrow and underwent a transplant with Lang Lang. Her heart seemed to be gradually transforming. It seems my brother-in-law has a valid point. Yet, even as spouses, one cannot forcibly restrict another's personal freedom, can they? Lawyer Yang, Officer Gao, what do you think? Pei Jinting's lips curved upward as he deliberately tossed the topic to the 2 men beside him, his eyes gleaming with a sense of preparedness. The son of Qin Zheng had long coveted the Qin family's mines. It is likely that he had already placed numerous hidden pawns around the unfortunate Qin Ming, biding his time to seize the mines. Let us ride the carousel, and then play bumper cars. Pei Shireen forced a smile, trying to maintain her spirits. The Wang steward mentioned by these individuals was indeed the one who conspired against the unfortunate Qin Ming. Surprisingly, even after witnessing Qin Ming leap off the cliff, he remained uneasy and sent his subordinates to search everywhere. Amidst the bustling street, Nanshi smiled faintly. Such a promise was sufficient to fortify her against the biting cold. However, as Pei Shireen and her companions swiftly retreated, Du Jinglan's subordinates could hardly conceal their disbelief. Yet, they remained vigilant, their guns trained on Pei Shireen and Jiang Yueqing, oblivious to the snake lurking in the distance. The previous night, the king had declared an examination of martial skills, and he dared not defy this command, mustering great resolve to rise with Lu Yan's assistance. Young master, you truly ought not to subject yourself to this, he remarked. You are merely 12 years of age, while Mr. Tom has already thrived for decades. Fortunately, such dire circumstances did not transpire. After half an hour, soft footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the dungeon. Wait. Before Wan Ling could finish, Li Xiaoyuan interrupted him. He had never heard of the realm of cultivation or ancient alchemists. He was, by all accounts, a novice in the art of cultivation. Upon arriving at the newly established office, the next day, someone promptly delivered a report. At this moment, Shangguan Yunrao felt as though her very organs had been forcibly displaced. The pain was intolerable. Gazing at the ever-enlarging bronze cauldron, she sensed a shroud of death enveloping her being. Naturally, such topics could only be broached in the absence of outsiders. Should a passing visitor overhear, it would certainly lead to complications, as the subject bore hints of racial discrimination. She had heard Ouyang Meyer speak of the breakthrough pill, a potion that facilitates ascension beyond the Dan Yuan realm, half of which was controlled by the imperial family of the Great Qian Empire, while the other half resided with the Great Qian Alchemy Alliance's branch. Even the treasure-gathering tower and the underground black market sourced their breakthrough pills from these 2 entities. Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter. Next time the shop upgrades, I hope there will be more delectable pills available. After a brief slumber, Yu Jinhe found her wounds nearly healed. After a quick tidy, she stepped outside, while Nezha sat by the bed, gazing at her silhouette through the window, suddenly breaking into a smile. For reasons unknown, he felt that Yu Jinhe still had something to share with him. She had fervently assured him that sharing a bed was the epitome of intimacy, yet he could clearly see her underlying hesitance. After all, yesterday, Ruofeng directly captured a staggering 100,000 prisoners of war. and arrangements for these captives took them until late into the night before they could settle them outside Jiangbei City. There, a young man clad in white dismounted from the mighty lion and approached Ruofeng wielding a whip. The crown prince pondered Shi Min's words, finding them exceedingly reasonable. If the talented scholar from Chu could indeed be at his service, his chances of success would significantly increase. I beg you, let me take her place, please. I can no longer endure this agony, Xiangxiana pleaded, as she seemed to view death as a welcome release. Regardless, the efficiency of inspecting the cattle farm roughly every 20 minutes was already quite satisfactory. Of course, it had crossed her mind. Bian Yuer was still a very loving mother. However, her child had a cruel and merciless father. Humph, how dare he question my master? Such audacity, exclaimed a disciple of Danwang Valley, his sleeves subtly adorned with 3 silver crescent insignias. Given the current instability of the realm, any hasty attempts to measure land and redistribute it could potentially plunge the entire nation into chaos. The warship, merely a dozen zhang long and several zhang wide, appeared insignificant compared to the vast river of the underworld. Yet, when compared to a human, it was a colossal entity, especially as it emanated an inexplicable aura of authority, subtly connecting with the various realms, causing many to be alarmed and retreat in disarray. All right, please address the questions on the note one by one. Wu Yong initially intended to commend her, but fearing she might misconstrue his intentions and create unnecessary trouble, he refrained. Hey, move aside, make way, I said, dragging the mop in front of the sofa, deliberately blocking her line of sight. I followed him to the lounge, where he promptly poured me tea, providing impeccable service. Subsequently, I retrieved the business card that Milan had given me earlier and dialed the number printed on it. Is that considered a compliment? I glanced at Fong Ting before continuing to breathe in the fragrance of the hyacinths. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Hongyi led 3,000 soldiers through the path of the underworld, swiftly taking cover in the mountains. As the night grew deep and silence enveloped the world. At the moment when everyone was at their most fatigued, Li Hongyi issued the command to attack. Suddenly, thousands emerged from the southern mountains, catching the western off guard. The abrupt shift was startling. Just moments ago they spoke of Shaoan, and now the conversation had turned to Li Honghu. All eyes turned in astonishment toward Li Honghu seated below, who remained pale and silent, offering no rebuttal. On the return journey to the camp, Guan Yu winked at Cui Dakuai, saying, "Thankfully you arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have truly suffered." Cui, with a goofy smile, replied, "Even if we had arrived a bit later, it would have been them who suffered. This is the rule of admission in this era and the fundamental principle of survival." Wu Shi intended to adhere to this rule wholeheartedly, aiming to establish a good reputation in this time, ensuring that his future endeavors would proceed smoothly. Even if the matter of the fight cannot be concealed from the public eye, the colleagues would refrain from addressing it directly. Feng Che's forthrightness was indeed strikingly candid, almost novelly straightforward. Jun Shui extended her hand and took 2 steps forward. Upon the third, her hand grazed an invisible barrier that could be felt but not seen. In Chapter 66, I am truly astonished. Nezha's gaze suddenly followed the direction of the departing Yuzhen River, and he dashed forth. He had never moved so swiftly in his life, his body transforming into a streak of light, sending feathers scattering from Dog Egg's back, while his wings clung tightly. Fearful of falling, suddenly, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted ahead. Nezha was unable to reach the scene in time, as the Mingtian Ling surged forward towards the Yuzhen River. If the Demon King had managed to escape the Demon Locking Tower, he must have regained a significant portion of his strength. Since the parties involved had spoken so openly, what more could Alan say? He promptly accepted Sada Ranzuko's invitation to be shown inside. Good heavens, it was so shocking that it caused an onlooker to wet themselves upon seeing Boss Pei's trousers dampened, eliciting uproarious laughter. When Jiang Shu hesitantly expressed a desire to visit home, Sun Feng readily agreed, prompting Jiang Shu to depart for the Magic City without delay, leaving Sun Feng to rely on Li Li for continued training. Long Yuan gazed at the talisman in his palm, filled with questions. The ancestors had descended. Even if they were not in their true forms, they were not to be trifled with. What was happening now? First, let us indulge in some wine. Then we shall find lodging, Zhou Tu replied swiftly, not genuinely desiring to drink, but rather seeking to gather information from the many cultivators present at the inn. Indeed. What do you have to say? Lu Lan endeavored to maintain a calm expression and steady tone. What heinous acts had they committed to provoke both national security and the old guard to mobilize for an arrest? It seemed improbable, especially since she had been evading Huang Fuyi all along to prevent him from finding her. Your actions perplex me, human. The title of Dark God is one you have bestowed upon me, Are you attempting to insult me? The Lord of the Undead remarked coldly. Huh, with her eyes closed. Was she in anticipation? Xieyu's heart soared with joy as she observed for a moment. When she still did not awaken, she slowly inched closer. As she approached the heart-shaped bed, she suddenly leapt, aiming to pounce upon that soft, alluring figure. No one had anticipated that Xia Lingyue, who had jovially declared her intent to follow Gui Gui back home just half an hour ago, would now meet a tragic end in this very place. Shin Qi pursued from behind, bending down to place the pair of slippers at her feet. This issue would not be resolved quickly. Allowing the police to delay would inevitably lead to leaks, which would be detrimental to the group. Moreover, we are currently unable to grasp all the evidence of Shin Shihan's wrongdoing. Shin Qi spoke unhurriedly. Furthermore, I have long since grown accustomed to such matters. They are not of great concern, and you need not worry excessively. Previously, during the alchemy competition, the undeniable prowess of Bai Li Hongzhuang left no room for contest. And with the incident involving Ao Lingxiao, nearly everyone became acquainted with her. There is no need for an immediate marriage. I propose we become engaged first. And as for the wedding, we can postpone that for a while. Qi Longbing remarked with a smile, leaning forward as a hint of mirth graced his brow. He felt content with the current circumstances, convinced that Tang Guo would not disappoint his heartfelt intentions. Naturally, in the future, he aspired to consider their happiness more profoundly. Wishing to bring her abundant joy, this was the thought that lingered in his mind. However, as these reflections coursed through Qin Yi's heart, an inexplicable wave of irritation surged within him, prompting a disinterest in further engaging with the principal. Lingxi, well aware of this sentiment, nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders. Harboring skepticism towards any religious beliefs masquerading under various guises, except for the Flying Face sect, which was merely a whimsical notion she concocted to deceive Yunha. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that this individual seemed to have become utterly enthralled by it. Chapter 67. The troubled demon king. The commotion in the rat's den finally subsided, allowing Yu Jinhe to exhale in relief, wishing such disturbances would not return. Suddenly, a colossal stone came crashing down. As Yu Jinhe attempted to evade it, the Mengtian Ling surpassed her speed, seamlessly penetrating the stone. The soft silk then secured around her waist, gently pulling her down to the sole resting place within the Demon King's hall. Observe closely, Nezha said, tilting his head slightly, as the light from the flames illuminated his jawline. Thank you, Shangjia. Yin Sheng's expression remained eerily calm, as if he had foreseen the events, drawing the attention of many onlookers. 8 months prior, it was during the match between Yunda and Hertha Berlin that Yang Baiqi made his appearance. The searing heat that had enveloped the world dissipated, and the resplendent golden light faded after its brief bloom. Before Wu Yixian, the drought demon returned to its normal stature, languidly seated upon the throne. The unperturbed gaze of the demon subdued the hesitant figures cloaked in black, compelling them to bow their heads in reverence. The underlying message was clear. Yang Baiqi was originally unaware of the customs, yet the Southern King had swiftly imparted the ways of conduct to him. In the span of over 3 months, he had arrived within the precincts of Tianshui Palace, now at the very edge of the Divine River domain. The horrors of war and the stench of smoke descended upon this land, leaving countless mortals to suffer and perish. Ah, this will surely bring us joy. All that we have sown together, through our own efforts, will bear fruit, Shi Qiu asserted with conviction. In the 20th minute, left-back Alaba surged forward with the ball. As Noboa advanced to apply pressure, Alaba abruptly halted and pivoted, passing the ball to Tiago in the center. At this moment, his body was drenched in sweat. However, it was not merely perspiration, but rather a foul-smelling, murky liquid. The divine consciousness swiftly traversed northeast, sweeping through the spacious buildings, extending far without encountering any peculiar individuals. Chun-Shi felt a sense of bewilderment, yet the approach of those individuals remained palpable. As noon approached, the gathering was imminent, and the wedding ceremony was scheduled for the afternoon. Thus, they opted to forego lunch, opting instead for light refreshments to quell their hunger. Cui Ying longed to step forward but lacked the courage. Only upon the return of her elder brother did she find a modicum of confidence. In this village, numerous stray cats and dogs roamed, yet the majority of its inhabitants were members of pyramid schemes or deceitful sects akin to that of the Taoist con artists, with scarcely any respectable villagers in sight. Even those few residents were often of a belligerent disposition. Zhao Yuwu dared not retort, begrudgingly rising to depart. Hastily returning to her courtyard, upon seeing her mother's presence, she bit her lip, choosing silence as she retreated indoors. However, the vampires and werewolves, oppressed by the Vatican, were often conflated with the church, and due to their relatively weak status, The bloodline often targeted them as objects of aggression, seeking to retaliate against the Church. Thus, the Eastern Orthodox Church bore considerable blame for the misdeeds of the Vatican. Had Prince Yuan been at the Yuan princess residence, then Yu Yiqin would not be at the Wei Guogong mansion, but rather engaged in significant discussions with Prince Yuan. Dai Dong perked up his ears, listening intently. But as the first words blared from the loudspeaker, his brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Qi, witnessing her facade of strength, felt a pang of sympathy and then turned his gaze toward the heavy truck that had met with misfortune. The striking red hue instantly reminded him of the peculiar vehicle that had been tailing them earlier. In such moments, if they were to host guests, their role as mistresses would grant them considerable advantages. Upon landing, the spherical barrier stirred a slight cloud of dust from the ground, and Han Hai directed a luminescent orb into his palm, illuminating the surroundings at first glance. Entering were a steward from the Li family and several young individuals responsible for welcoming guests. Seeing the flurry of activity, Li Xiong's brow furrowed. With so many guests present, the stewardess' fluster was a grave embarrassment to the Li family. Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, disregarding the strange stares of early risers, and took a moment to regain her composure. To exhibit her injuries to her close friend, she intentionally refrained from changing into her usual attire, donning a bathrobe instead as she opened the door. In the partial exposure, her bruises on her neck, thigh, and arms were revealed, while the swelling on her forehead and the scar at the corner of her mouth were particularly conspicuous. Lin Haojie sensed by Yao Ting's unusual demeanor and ceased his pursuit of conversation with her, instead shifting to the other side of Voling. Using her as a shield between himself and Bai Yiting, prepared for any outburst she might unleash. Certain sensitive areas require special protection. Liang Baoguang spoke firmly, with an unwavering demeanor. In summary, the incident involving the Weasel clan was steeped in numerous hidden truths. Gue Mu sighed, his gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yet he refrained from divulging too much to Naruto. Danzo had already been vanquished by him, and Sasuke had little opportunity for vengeance, with the only possible target being the nearly invisible third Hokage. However, after several encounters, it became increasingly evident that Wu Qi had been meticulously controlling his own damage. Despite the surging hatred, Wu Qi consistently managed the threshold, ensuring that even under critical circumstances, his next skill would not be compromised. The exceptional sound quality of the headset led many to question the authenticity of the television station's official audio censorship. After Xiao Long finished speaking, he closed his eyes, resting his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of resignation as if awaiting death. Chapter 68. A moment of serenity safe at last, Nezha said with a smile, steadily rising with the fiery spear in hand, as all the items within the Demon King's hall were shrouded in darkness, and the lotus flowers vanished completely. The body of the Demon King turned to dust, carried away by the gentle breeze. The rats beneath also began to settle into silence. "You're quite impressive," Yuzhinha remarked, gripping the mixed sky silk and pulling with force, catching Nezha off guard, who stumbled and nearly fell. Yet, his body was suddenly lifted by a luminous white light. In the depths of Lianyun Mountain, the demon race was subdued by Lu Yi and Ling Yu, who did not summon them for assistance. Those who came did so of their own volition. The formidable sword aura and inscrutable strength instilled a sense of terror in Huishan, as an overwhelming pressure rendered him breathless. "Master, I truly did not mean to," he said softly. "You could have pushed me away. After all, you bound me with clouds last time, didn't you? You may find it hard to believe, but my sixth sense has always been remarkably accurate," Tang Rao said with a smile. Behind the carriage, Han Feng and Han Shuang rode on either side, their expressions grave and their bodies tense, ever alert to the slightest rustle in the wind. "Fear not," he continued. "I have come down the mountain primarily to find the murderer of my disciple and avenge my unjustly slain student. As for your Yin family, I merely seek a transaction. You provide the funds, and I shall represent you in the Martial Arts Alliance competition, securing the top position for you," Emo Shui Miao declared. It turned out that the golden crow formed from Qin Xiaoyu's golden crow stone was merely a fiery crimson. At this moment, it shimmered with a dazzling white light. Zhong Sun had once been a treasure of Fu Yin, and since we had not encountered Fu Yin, our understanding was limited. Yet, all treasures possess a common trait, a fear of the separation of their essence, Zixin remarked gravely. At this moment, Chu Yunlian's thoughts were elsewhere. She merely nodded, placing her trust in Anren, and spoke candidly. Qian Imo missed her target, a shadow of fierce malice crossing her eyes as she glared at Chu Yunlian, as if she wished to tear her apart. Then, I stealthily approached another bodyguard, and before he could realize my presence, I had already dispatched him. Each flower I manifested represented a part of my strength. marking a significant advancement in power. Without further ado, Chunlang swiftly sought out Su Xiao, who had just concluded a motivational assembly for her senior students preparing for the college entrance examination. This remote bar, modestly adorned and seemingly unremarkable from the outside, exuded an air of peculiarity. Had it not been for Coulson's prior mention of the establishment's distinctive beverages, Natasha might have suspected they were afflicted by some bizarre psychological ailment. Observing Wang Xueka, whose malevolent affliction had reached a state of festering decay, it was evident that his condition would soon culminate in catastrophic failure, sealing his fate. Ordinary patrons typically contributed a mere handful of coins, occasionally as much as 20, yet instances of generosity akin to Hanmo's lavish offering of 1,000 were exceedingly rare. In their earlier days at school, when he first began his relationship with Dumei, he had insisted I take the lead in their endeavors. Even after they had been together for some time, their dates invariably included my presence. Nonetheless, their demeanor towards us remained remarkably amiable. Perhaps out of concern for our fragile mental states following our harrowing experiences, I reached out to Lu Qiaojun, who assured me there were no issues. As a patient, he was obliged to accommodate the doctor's schedule and would ensure an early return. The final task at hand was relocating all the dogs to establish their new residence in the abandoned factory. However, I found myself more intrigued by a boy named Bao Yuyun, whose name struck me as vaguely familiar, though I could not pinpoint the reason for this sensation. The ethereal fairy smiled gently, nodding as she assisted Lin Xiuyu to her feet, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and beckoning Lu Zhuer, Zhou Lanxiang, and Liang Hongyu to come forth for introductions. In Chapter 69, I found myself in a precarious situation as the Qian Kuan circle manifested, piercing through a monstrous entity, leaving a gaping wound in the chest of a humanoid rat. Yet, in an instant, the surrounding rodents swiftly filled the void. Every assault against it was effortlessly neutralized, akin to cotton that could be shredded by any force, only to rebound to its original state. What manner of creature is this? The fisherman's pillow evaded the rain of falling rats from above. Soon, another rodent, towering over her with limbs thicker than her own, approached. In that moment, amidst the endless abyss, the newly integrated worlds were sparsely populated. This is precisely what I wished to convey. The ghost spoke with a heavy heart, despite his calm demeanor. I could perceive an unsettling anxiety brewing within his gaze. The vast bamboo grove, with its swaying shadows, was lush and verdant, the mountain winds rustling through the bamboo's tops, producing a gentle rustling sound. Since the ghost, Lan Xin, and Wang Zhiqing, who had succumbed to the dog curse, awaited the antidote. Our conversation was brief before we made our way home. Upon sensing the rich energy permeating the air of the world of One Piece and observing a distinct power system unlike that of the Marvel Universe from my vantage point above the Sky Island, I was halted in my tracks by a shout from behind as I approached the sect gate halfway up the mountain. Are we merely exploiting one another? Yet, I held no disdain for such a relationship, the youth remarked as he ventured into the forest. The figure clad in black nodded respectfully, bowing slightly before vanishing in a fleeting moment, leaving behind only an ethereal silhouette that dissipated with the currents of air in the grand hall. An elder opened his eyes and, upon extending his palm, witnessed a jade pendant soaring into his grasp. After scanning the pendant's interior with his consciousness and confirming its contents, he nodded in approval. Together, two esteemed elders performed a ritual to lift the restrictions, thereby unveiling the hidden paradise. In midair, Shun Tianyu found himself utterly disoriented, flailing helplessly as he struggled to adapt. Thus, despite Yi Chunqing's myriad of grievances, she was compelled to acquiesce to the reality, submissively accepting her role as an auction item. Just as Sada Mawako entered the ramen shop and placed her order with the owner, Chuhi fortuitously stumbled into the same establishment. Bu Yaoqian was resolute in his desire to curry favor with Chun Mo. He bore no resentment, even if Chun Mo were to offer him nothing more than a mere black magic bullet. Mu Chun had just deposited a flyer into the designated box and was about to mount her bicycle when she was abruptly halted by Ma Qiujuan, who adamantly refused to let her ride. Transforming into a nimble cat, He traversed the rooftops, but all the windows on the second floor were tightly sealed, leaving only the ground floor with any openings. He understood that Akiyama Marino was merely involved with a herbivorous man, thus he felt reassured. However, the situation with He was different, as Akiyama Kozo did not believe Akiyama Eri could withstand the allure of the individual before her. Simultaneously, as he uttered those words, the expressions of the renowned healer Tai Xian and the craftsman Yu Shihong turned ashen. Ji Tianxian had no intention of rescuing Gao Chang'e, viewing it as a mere waste of time that would only add a burden. Observing the approach of pale gray flames, Bai Xiui's countenance darkened significantly. After a moment of contemplation, the crowd nodded in agreement and, under the guidance of their president, proceeded in the direction of the flight, shattering the tranquility of the road where they had been leisurely strolling. What had originally been a meal for 6 or 7 had, due to the presence of Mi-Pei, transformed into a feast for over 20. Lan, the attendant, had discovered a massive tree in the mountains, which, once felled, was crafted into beams and a grand dining table large enough to accommodate Mi-Pei's substantial appetite. He gazed at the map, feeling a flicker of recognition. Yet he could not immediately recall where he had seen a similar illustration. In any case, it seemed inconsequential whether one was present or absent. With that, he turned away and opened the door to the infirmary. During a recent vacation in the mountains, he unexpectedly encountered Lingjiang, initially believing it to be a twist of fate, only to realize he had been the subject of a prank. With a single shot piercing the head of a member of the Feiyu tribe, Tian revealed a malevolent glint in his eyes as he regarded the 3 remaining members. Upon witnessing this scene, Yaoguang could only weep uncontrollably, and the members of the God-slaying brigade were equally moved, sighing in sorrow and shedding quiet tears. You must go as well. The current Tian is but a shell of his former self. We must find him, she shouted to the other individuals of the source god realm. Chen Qingji and Gu Changqing conversed within the private room, while the waiter gradually served the dishes. Observing that in Peiqing no longer mentioned past matters, Ban Yuehui retracted her troubled expression and focused on guiding in Peiqing. If General Yudalialu believed that these stocks were worth investing in, how could Long Yi's scheme today possibly be a deception? Should it be possible, Annie would prefer to transform into a mermaid, eternally united with the Azure Sea. The guest house in Yuzhou City is quite renowned, yet it is not an upscale establishment. Rather, it is frequented by common folk and enjoys bustling business. At this juncture, Principal Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears, indicating that the tragedy began at this moment. Those deceased former ministers of Xianghua would not accompany him in death. Those living restorationists still scorned him. All matters must be gradually accepted. Every opportunity could be slowly explained, which truly filled her with profound regret. The Devil's Crossroads on Take Road, notorious for its exceedingly high accident rate, is famous throughout the mountainous city and even the entire nation. Heh, it was broadcasted on Tokyo television yesterday, garnering a viewership exceeding 2. Zheng Ke proudly touched his nose. Although it was not easy, her apparent concession led grandmother to lower her guard. They were not without opportunities. Velis disregarded the monster, fearing it might rend the man to shreds out of jealousy. While various ailments seemed to proliferate with a trend towards youthfulness, the average life expectancy continued to rise. You are such a fool, still daring to mock us. Can't the generator be placed underground? Besides, if there is nothing of great importance, why must we turn on the streetlights? If you don't believe it, go run a few steps in the yard. It would be a miracle if the sentries didn't turn you into a sieve, Wang Qian remarked sternly. Chapter 70, Missing Without a Trace. Nezha had but one objective, to depart from this place. Countless rats scurried on the ground, while another swarm hovered above, interspersed with a rat-assembled demon king. It resembled a colossal maw, devouring all in its path, leaving desolation behind. The demon king's palm brushed against his garment, as Nezha channeled all his magical prowess into the wind-fire wheels, becoming a streak of light. Yet the demon king pursued relentlessly, with waves of rats surging beneath. Nangong Yen halted before the city gate, solemnly surveying the cannonball overhead, and commanded his aide beside him to release the red signal smoke, warning the troops to halt. Indeed, dealing with such a level of vengeful spirit was not taxing for Xie Jilin, nor did it warrant such extensive measures. Over a decade had passed, and they had truly crawled out from that man-eating place, step by step arriving at the bustling capital, mastering their own destinies. When Siyu's expression shifted in shock, the man he had encountered was none other than the legendary Li Jinan. However, he had no time to ponder further, as ensuring Gu Sheng's safety to the conference was of utmost priority. He Lanxian meticulously combed through ancient texts and integrated methods from the Miao region to tailor a concoction of herbal remedies and acupuncture for her. However, this process proved exceedingly painful for the mother-to-be, and with Jean Jelly only 3 months into her pregnancy, He Lanxian harbored deep concerns about her ability to endure. Given that their backgrounds were not vastly different, it ultimately came down to one's capabilities, for the position of Empress could only be occupied by a single individual. 17 rubbed her weary eyes, feeling a profound disappointment that Linglong would resort to such insidious means to harm herself and Yonger. It dawned on her that Linglong harbored deep-seated jealousy towards her, a realization that had eluded her until now. The lady's beauty was indeed unparalleled, and even as time passed, she remained unchanged. It was perplexing that she felt such self-doubt, perhaps a consequence of her overthinking during pregnancy, as Cin Xianshi tactfully remarked. Upon hearing Linglong's words, 17 felt as though a colossal stone had lodged itself in her heart. She breathed heavily, tears involuntarily spilling from her eyes. Following this, a passage was inscribed in the tomb for 500 years, returning to the ancestral clan, with cities and temples, scarcely recognizable. Good, good, good. The guards at the entrance chatted idly from a distance, presenting no obstacles. Escape seemed effortlessly achievable. The two exchanged pleasantries in the courtyard. And through a conversation with Ge Xiaoyan, Yang learned of the refining conference, a friendly gathering organized by the Jiuling clan for young artisans, featuring both prodigies from their clan and promising talents from other lineages. Yes, let's teach that shameless wretch a lesson. Wu Dazhuang and others rushed forward, tackling Shintu Chong to the ground in the corridor for a thorough beating. This implied that aside from Tian Xiyuan, there was another member of the Tian family with comparable prowess. One of the two men bore an icy demeanor, while the other exuded a roguish air, marked by a distinctive scar across his face. Yet amidst this, the narrative seemed absurdly ludicrous, yet one could comprehend the rationale behind the actions of the old man and his grandson. Jiang Xia was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He had never encountered the notion of spiritual energy possessing vitality. A cacophony of sounds echoed as numerous disciples frantically surged onto the stage, each seeking an opponent, while Chun Ming and her companions found themselves without a single adversary. The primary issue lay in gender. I am male, a true man, and if anyone doubts this, they should preferably sleep with one eye open at night. What other purpose could there be? It was solely to aid Su Che in avenging our Yuan. The elderly matriarch of the Qin family seethed with indignation. Li Huili sought out the principal and contacted the Education Association to verify the authenticity of the leave request. With the narrator's hint, he was not surprised that Ito Nobuhide would seek his assistance, yet the subsequent words from the latter caused his expression to shift drastically. A gentle voice resonated, though soft. It roused all those in meditation, who awoke in confusion, surveying their surroundings. Chapter 71, The Pathless Road. How can you allow him to wear clothing? The flesh will surely decay. At the very least, it must be washed with warm water. The doctor instinctively reprimanded, having never encountered such ignorance. But upon seeing the woman's cold expression, which seemed to threaten his life, he swallowed his words. The sight does not resemble that of a demon tending to others. The physician examined the wounds of the two individuals. One bore a knife wound that could be treated, though the outcome remained uncertain. The other, the last in line, was the seemingly simple-minded Zheng Heizhu, who was inherently cautious and suspicious. Even in this moment, he refrained from rushing to the forefront, as years of experience instilled in him a subtle sense of unease regarding today's events. Murong Quan's thoughtfulness warmed Chang Sun-yu's heart. Once, he had been as cold and distant as Wei Yifeng, and though he still bore that demeanor, his kindness towards her as his wife was undeniable. To witness his smile and tenderness was perhaps the greatest privilege of being his spouse, a glimpse into a side of him that others could not see. Forcibly breaking the seals on those ethereal rings, he extracted all the spiritual essence contained within. Is this truly the case? Would he still come? After Chang Sun-yu's words, Meng Fenghua's spirits lifted considerably. Were it not for the obligations of his sect, he would have undoubtedly chosen the fourth option without hesitation. However, the world often imposes constraints upon one's choices. As the king and queen of Yin graced the occasion with their presence, she felt honored and naturally arranged for them to take their seats. Tonight's guests were all relatives. Upon witnessing the royal couple seated, they followed suit in hierarchical order. Only Princess Jincheng, pregnant and recently bereaved of her husband, did not attend the banquet. A sharp and unparalleled force surged forth from the tip of the bone spear, causing the hardened shell to shatter instantly, blood erupting forth as the spear penetrated deeply. I extend my greetings to you, Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor. I believe the citizens of the Empire would be quite eager to purchase tickets to view the artifacts you have graciously donated. The tavern keeper filled Hu Feng's cup anew with thunderbarley ale. Observing this, the guards braced themselves and boldly declared, "Do not blame us for our disrespect." With that, the guards lunged towards Chang Sun-yu, who stood behind Nangong Shaoxian. Lin Dong's expression grew increasingly stern as a mysterious force surged through the space, ultimately enveloping the black arrow. The chaotic hue that had surrounded the arrow quickly retracted under the influence of the cyclical fluctuations. The recurring dream, which remained inexplicable. Si Wenyang raised an eyebrow, appearing quite astonished. After Zhang Ruofeng and the others disembarked, They were about to enter when the doorkeeper hesitantly approached to block their path. Chi-Chi seemed to share the same sentiment, and as time passed, both individuals continued to evade the issue of their meeting. Yun Mu found himself defeated by this theory, simultaneously realizing that his relationship with the proprietress was becoming increasingly entangled and complicated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingji paused momentarily. Though he was unsure why Lin Mu suddenly posed this question, he still responded. The current proprietress had transitioned from being very angry to merely quite angry. Comparatively, the situation had improved considerably. The ignition firearm, a technology that was 1 or 2 centuries ahead of this world, yet he believed it could indeed be created. Yihua lay against Lu Yihua's chest, murmuring his name. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of her heart, imbued with a certain melancholic emotion that Lu Yihua found difficult to articulate. We shall address this guest. Venom cradled the ancient iron face and turned it 90 degrees to the left. The master is not a toy to be played with. The roar of black and white reverberated fiercely within the vast cavern. Yi Yi's brow furrowed deeper as he observed the smug expressions on Xie Yu and Luo Jun's faces, contemplating whether to deliver a decisive blow that would end the man's life once and for all. The weather was chilly, and he wrapped his robe tighter. As Su Jin approached, Rongyun swiftly embraced her, whispering sweet words that evoked envy from those nearby. Yet, Lansei firmly placed his hand on his chest, where all was tranquil, devoid of any heartbeat. Otherwise, with the elder Zhao's guards resorting to gun violence in public, the entire Zhao family would face ruin. Qin Yan, accompanied by Grandpa Zhao, Grandma, and all the evidence, arrived at the press conference venue, where Abin convened the nation's most influential media, including several international outlets. Although they were friends, Zhou Hai had reminded him to take good care of them, yet Chu Chu felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. This time, upon learning that several close friends wanted her to bring back items, she seized the opportunity to explore while searching for their needs. If no significant repercussions ensued, they might be relegated to scapegoats or exiled, still retaining their lives. Otherwise, their entire family could face a dire fate. Despite the presence of Su Yan, who had transformed into a ghost in the bathroom, there remained a glimmer of hope. Staying there was unequivocally a dead end. At this point, Lu Yinsong would certainly suffer greatly if he survived. Nearby, He Junyi wore a cold smirk, recalling Yi Jinping's lethal techniques. Having witnessed Yi Jinping eliminate a formidable opponent at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, the speech was brief, but its conclusion sparked fervent discussions among the Allied forces, emboldened by the Federation's unwavering resolve to resist. In truth, Lu Yinsong's prowess should have gone unnoticed by their master. However, Lu Yinsong failed to consider the presence of Foundation establishment experts from the Lin family at that time, compounded by his distraction as he pondered other matters. The sword light shimmered and descended gracefully, striking the luminous sphere. The immense force of destruction erupted explosively, causing the entire white fireball to disintegrate into countless particles. With a surge of thought, Chu Mingqiu directed his internal energy towards his fingertips, and to his astonishment, it effortlessly traversed the palm that had previously resisted, reaching his fingertips. He divided the internal energy into 2 streams, both overcoming the palm, but upon reaching the second joint, they stubbornly refused to ascend further. With each adversary felled, a strand of malevolent sin would manifest within, impossible to eradicate, and with Qin Shi's current capabilities, there was no remedy for this plight. Chapter 72. I have slept for ages. After Nezha departed, he instantly entered the house. Eager to see how the fishing pillow river fared, he took a step forward, only to hear a rustling sound. He furrowed his brow and immediately moved toward the direction of the sound, wondering how it was possible for anyone else to be here. The noise emanated from the storeroom, and he stood at the entrance with vigilance, the Qian Kun circle emitting a faint glow. His fingers pressed against the doorknob, gently pushing it down, as Nezha abruptly entered. The scene within the room revealed that Jia Kunshan was indeed somewhat anxious, bearing a countenance akin to that of someone watching a team utterly fail. Liang Hongjun was panting in anger, while the elderly lady beside him wiped her tears, and his second son, Liang Qingkai, retrieved a disc from his bag and handed it over. At that moment, Yang Yuan remained rooted in place, her injury having been hastily wrapped by Shun Qingqing with a piece of cloth. Perhaps an excess of happiness and contentment might provoke the jealousy of the heavens. This recent car accident involving Yi Qingyin served as a stern warning for him. Compared to her safety and smoothness, everything else was mere vanity. It was then that Xia Qiner began to grasp the gravity of the situation, her body involuntarily staggering backward before she collapsed onto the sofa. Jun Tianhing's gaze tightened, a sinister, cold laugh escaping his lips. Jun Mozhang had indeed returned with reinforcements. Individuals like Li Wuji, lacking in skill and unable to unite their comrades, found it exceedingly difficult to secure a military contract. Long before Gu Ruoshi faced an assassination attempt that incited the wrath of His Highness the Cold King, which prompted a rigorous investigation into the assailants, he had already concocted an excuse to remain within his palace, seldom venturing out. However, the anticipated shock did not materialize. As Xin Ning lifted her gaze, she found Lin Leilei's face adorned with a look that seemed to say, "Is this it?" Upon turning her head, she noticed the same expression of confusion on Yao Kue's face. The vendor selling steamed buns rushed to the steamer, wrapping 2 large meat buns in oiled paper before handing them over. The vast majority of workers in the outer districts traveled daily to these 2 areas for employment. It could be said that without Mingjiang Heavy Industries, the situation in the outer districts would be even more dire than it currently was. Lin Yi specifically moved a chair to the balcony, intending to bask in the rare sunlight. Lighting a cigarette, he watched as the smoke gently ascended, seemingly wishing to frolic with the white clouds. His combat power had astonishingly surpassed 60 million, akin to a surreal dream, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming excitement. As long as he desired, nothing was beyond his reach, capable even of conjuring wind, fire, thunder, and torrential rain. If such powers could be wielded, perhaps he could resolve any disasters occurring in the world with a mere flash of white light. In the midst of his inner prayers, Tu Cuckoo was oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze cast upon him by a young man beneath a brown robe. However, after being stared at for an extended period, Tu Cuckoo seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head. "What I am about to say must not be revealed to anyone," Chun Fan said with a smile. Even though he was already at the last stage, Chun Fan could still feel the warm gaze directed at him from behind. Su Xiling, looking down from above, showed no fear even when faced with numerous elders of profound cultivation from the Danaray Hall. In the distance, individuals gradually awakened, the fortunate survivors expressing their astonishment at having narrowly escaped death, while others, perplexed and fatigued, chose to depart without lingering. A dark thread crisscrossed her side, suturing the wound, resembling a centipede coiling upon her fair skin. Although Li Julie did not explicitly state it, she hinted that Li Shunlin might be contemplating a temporary departure from the entertainment industry. Could it be that this fellow intends to stay? Pan Yu hastily departed after setting down provisions, neglecting even to enter the military camp of the Wuxing army, having merely observed the city defenses and fortifications before returning to Binzhou. Di Qing was soon to arrive, bringing with him the emperor's sword, allowing no room for complacency. Lost in thought, after yet another clattering train had departed, Qin Yuan began to earnestly contemplate his second title, benefactor to others and oneself. Richard, unfazed after receiving a blow, tilted his head and spat out the blood that trickled from his cheek, punctured by his teeth. The 4 figures were Death, Vladimir, the Phantom Emperor, and the Moon Goddess. The saint did not accompany them this time for reasons unknown. When I arrived, it had been over a month since the outbreak of calamity. A world filled with so-called corpses, where the survival rate for humanity was less than 20%, with countless lives extinguished every moment. In the Northern Song dynasty, the people fought valiantly against the Jin army, yet during the same period, merchants from Bingzhou shamelessly exported strategic materials for a profit of 200%, betraying their country. Continuous promotions, combined with previous connections, had truly immersed Wujiakin in a sea of joy. Despite Arsenal losing their midfield shield, they maintained a score of 20 at halftime. As the Arsenal players entered the tunnel, Richard noticed that Kolo Tour's legs were trembling. Who could know how many meters he had run during the first half? After some idle chatter, Qin Yuan learned that Sun Ru had a twin sister who also suffered from the same ailment. Watching the 3 depart from view, Ling Yin chose not to turn and enter the house. In the next moment, a flash of movement revealed a voluptuous figure entering the courtyard, none other than Qin Ge, a devoted fan of Kakashi. However, the raging flames would not grant Qin too much time to lament or regret. Almost as soon as the thought arose in his mind, he was swept up, drawn back toward the colossal fireball. Moments later, Qin vanished entirely into the vast sea of flames. Chapter 73. I have returned to Zero. Nezha paused. His powers momentarily halted. Yu Zhenhe searched for a suitable weapon, the Qianquan circle drifting toward him, nudging against his palm. He picked it up and hurled it toward Nezha. But his aim was poor. The Qianquan circle landed nearby, then bounced up, striking Nezha on the shoulder. I did not intend to destroy your belongings. Nezha opened the door. The magic supporting Yu Zhenhe followed closely behind her. Nezha weaved through the blossoms. Though 2 solutions presented themselves, neither felt reliable. Having already lost their eldest son, his parents could not afford to lose another. Indeed, it would not happen. It was merely the grotesque appearance of the monster that prompted his choice to ignore it. Otherwise, it would have been dispatched long ago for daring to sabotage his endeavors. The dark mist chuckled. At that moment, Li Danyang suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. As a whip came hurtling towards him, he calmly sidestepped, his body moving like a flash of lightning across the sky, effortlessly evading the strike. Fortunately, the Exorcism Alliance had few members from the Chuanjin sect at that moment. 30 bottles of exorcism spray were barely sold out, with each person having just 2 bottles. A similar scenario unfolded in the Qing Tian dynasty, the Demon Alliance, the Beast dynasty, and the Buddhist Pure Land, as today marked their offensive against the Silent Night Empire. Break! Jiang Dong shouted, his voice intermingled with the vibrations of the 6-character true word, causing the illusion to vanish instantaneously. The torrential rain of arrows shattered upon contact with Jiang Dong's physical form. The old hedgehog was battered by the sound waves, his body riddled with black cracks, resembling fragile porcelain that would shatter at the slightest touch. As for Lu Yu, the Ghost Emperor had initially focused on him, but due to the actions of the Beiwang King and Jiao Wu, he lost track of Lu Yu, which was indeed a significant regret. Unable to endure the weight of Lu Jinping clinging to him any longer, Zhu Erxiong would have struck him down if not for the pain in his backside. Ensuring the happiness of one's beloved is the greatest joy. Thus let us part ways. I have been content with the time we shared, so you may go. Xia Han, suppressing the pain within, finally uttered these words. Indeed, the Shadow Organization would not be foolish enough to target the Holy Clan, as it could potentially lead to their own downfall. The Holy Clan's nature was too obstinate for any form of communication. I have pondered a name for the child you bear. It shall be called Water Ballad. Very well, it is a lovely name. As long as you are pleased. Lianer, let me assist you back to your chamber to rest. The wooden cart rolled to a halt at the steps. And when Ruan's gaze swept around the hall before finally settling on Murong Yunjing's face, perceiving his son's confusion, Wu Laosi explained that their parents were trustworthy individuals, and these children were all grateful souls. Meanwhile, he held a skeptical view. What did it matter if they were peerless masters? If they were foes, they would still be met with the same fate. And Yin felt a wave of terrifying murderous intent flash past him, yet he managed to suppress it. Master, how did I perform just now? Barbara leapt onto Zhang Zhe's shoulder, playfully seeking praise. In the blink of an eye, several star domains had passed. Returning like this made him sigh inwardly. For it seemed the peculiar device connected everywhere, truly a relic of travel. A hideous, twisted scar marred her neck, although the wound had healed. The scar bore witness to how fatal the injury had once been. On the way back, the oppressive sun lingered at the rear of the vehicle, silent and unwilling to engage, consumed entirely by thoughts of the miner. Shaking his head, Anyun pulled out a chair and seated himself at the dining table, reaching for a chicken leg and tearing it off with ease. Ziyuan, having followed Ruoshui for some time, had acquired the skill of horseback riding, progressing from novice to adept. If the lady truly harbored concerns, then Hexiang could venture out of the palace shortly to report this matter to the lady of the house and ascertain her perspective. Hexiang reassured her. It was nighttime, and with the chill of winter enveloping them, they would remain oblivious to my presence. I simply donned the hood of my coat, crossed my arms over my chest, and walked boldly behind them. Hong Lianjia's rise was attributed to the support of the black group, which had provided him with a capable aide, thus facilitating his ascent. Damao lay sprawled in the corridor, his cold gaze fixated on Jean Fugui, as he slowly retrieved his phone and made a call. Her words implied a desire for Yi Feng to comprehend her true gender, cautioning him not to be beguiled by the male protagonist's visage. Was she perhaps concerned that she might not fulfill her promise, hence returning to Chang'an to see if she could assist in tracking down her adversary from years past? Just as I had surmised. Not only Zhang Ba, but also Tang Yun was aware of the situation, and I suddenly felt a wave of absurdity wash over me, realizing I was like a puppet, manipulated by others, still oblivious to the reality at hand. Despite this acknowledgement, the truth lay starkly before them, leaving Luo Ying no choice but to reluctantly accept the undeniable facts. The operation was deemed successful, and Zhang Zhihua began to honor his initial promise. However, Lu Jiejun felt no joy, his thoughts lingering on the moment of departure earlier that morning. Apologies for the interruption, but the esteemed prophet wishes to invite Mr. Alan for tea, came Teddy's voice from outside, tightening Alan's chest with unease. In the distance of Clysis, Zhang Shui held a note in her hand, quietly shedding tears. Observing the hopeful expression on that foolish girl's face, I thought to myself that if I were to deny it, I might as well consider ending it all. Since Shenro, this enchanting creature, had presented herself, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Yang Ming could not let such a rare chance slip away, and he had to act decisively. I hope the lady refrains from mentioning this matter to others. Upon seeing that the funds had been sufficiently gathered, Qin Moyu felt a sense of relief. However, he was apprehensive about another issue, the possibility of Dugu Yao spreading word of this affair. Although he did not know who had sent the message, Luo had ceased to allow himself to forfeit any opportunity to locate Lin Ming, even unbeknownst to himself. He realized he could not bear to be without her. Chapter 74. I arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yuzhen shook his head, saying it was nothing. After all, this person had rendered a favor to Nezha, and moreover, the demons here disguised themselves as ordinary beings, refraining from any aggression. Yet, she gently tugged at Nezha's garment, urging him to remain vigilant. Though these creatures lack substantial offensive power, their sheer numbers create a troublesome entanglement. Do you possess any surplus spatial artifacts? Xiao Lu inquired directly. None, replied Yuzhen, as she strolled towards the flower thicket. Particularly, her profound cultivation level was unfathomable, evoking a sensation akin to plunging into the vast cosmos, rendering one unable to extricate themselves. Haha, Zhao Jing, you old rogue, surely you possess more than just that mouth of yours? It is utterly laughable. If you lack evidence, you might as well concede early. I shall not make it difficult for you. All I ask is for your departure. Lu Xuan found herself nearly bursting with laughter upon hearing his words. Gao Guxing was acutely aware of her physical dimensions, and with her adept skills, she crafted a beautiful corset and a pair of loose trousers in no time, utilizing the lightweight bone needles of the Wusun people, far superior to those of the secretive tribes. A fireball soared past, near the combat aircraft, with the two pilots almost feeling the searing heat wave within the confines of their cockpit. Let us go. Jihan swiftly dispelled the control over Wei Yun with a cauldron, then activated his ultimate move, the Nether Prison. Within the royal chamber, as the current sovereign's blood brother, the status of the Duke of Ind was particularly esteemed, overseeing the imperial ancestral temple. The figure of Ing Pulai Jia blurred, vanishing from sight before the two could react. All desired fighters were congregated in a clearing amidst the forest, surrounded entirely by trees and flowers, devoid of any structures. Suddenly, Sheng Wanhong let out a thunderous roar, launching a sharp arrow that pierced the air and detonated amidst the enemy ranks. Naturally, let us enter together. Wang Jinyan observed Wu Yuyan's hurried steps, realizing she had rushed over upon hearing the news, and felt a newfound sincerity towards her. My lord, these rebel leaders are accompanied by ship girls. Even if we manage to clone these rebel leaders through our technology, what shall we do about the ship girls by their side? It seems they have all been vaporized by the fleet, the officer awkwardly replied to Carl. However, judging by these traces, they have not returned for quite some time. Zhang Qianfeng nodded in agreement. Everyone wore expressions of mockery, as they believed nothing could surpass Bai Mingsu and Lin Ling. Eagerly anticipating a spectacle of Jian Lin Ing's folly, let us venture to that giant pit. After all, we are kindred spirits. If they can lend us a hand, it would surely be beneficial, Xiao Linger decisively concluded. Han Yu was engaged in conversation with his mother, his elegantly chiseled profile radiating a captivating glow under the setting sun. Suddenly, sensing Qin Rant's gaze, he slowly lifted his head, their eyes meeting in the air. He smiled briefly before lowering his head once more to continue speaking with his mother. Jiang Liyue raised her head, her eyes suddenly filled with immense determination. In that instant, she had resolved her course of action. The religious Emma people, after encountering the starry skies, remained quite concerned about the tales of spirits and deities. Outside Nagato, by the celestial city, Izumo ascended to immortality, while Shinano sank upon departing the port, and Musashi was shattered into pieces. Yamato sank off the coast of Okinawa, with planes filling the skies. As for who remained of the navy, it was the Yang Yen No. 8 ship. Seeing the two individuals remain utterly unmoved, she sang once more. Master Lu fell into a daze, the wrinkles on his face deepening, as if in an instant he had aged several years. Top the pot. Nonsense. Do you recall that sudden meeting? Kenneth inquired. Zhang Yuanhao's heart raced, although he had no immediate use for it, once he successfully established his foundation. This vial of spiritual liquid could aid him in swiftly solidifying his current realm, saving at least a month or two. It was only then that Wang Jin noticed Jiang Da, seated in the center, seemingly the one in charge. What a loyal and steadfast minister. I am Jia Su from Wuwei, pleased to make your acquaintance. A deep and magnetic voice emerged from behind the screen. Gujia. Sun Yu's methods may not be overly sophisticated. They merely rely on numerical advantage to deal with these individuals. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Hua Yin assisted Xiang'er daily in stabilizing the magical power within her body. During those days, Xiang'er's health remarkably improved. Huiyan's internal energy transformed the magical power within her. And after absorbing it, subtle changes began to manifest in her body. Gluttony pointed to its mountain-like physique and remarked, upon seeing that corpse, it could not help but drool. That body, exuding an enticing fragrance, was a true test of its restraint. Had it not been for Bai Sen's prior orders, it would have recklessly rushed forward to embrace and devour it. Brother Jian, you have one. Han Wei patted Dian Wei on the shoulder. Casting a gaze filled with complex emotions, joy mingled with helplessness. Bai Sun was no longer lost in confusion or doubt. Confidence returned, becoming his motivation and source of renewed effort. The protector Wang spoke until his throat was parched, finally taking a large sip of water before continuing. Su Jiu'er nestled within Yan Yunxiao's broad embrace, inhaling not only the familiar scent of elegant bamboo, but also a uniquely male fragrance, neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, yet possessing an undeniable masculine charm that evoked an involuntary infatuation. Yet, it was precisely this that caused Xiao Yi to feel an unsettling anxiety, as if something truly significant was slipping away. Gu Lin shook his head. Only then did Luo Qingfeng breathe a sigh of relief, draping a cloak over Gu Lin to conceal the bloodstains. The southern border king sighed deeply. At that moment, all irrationality became reasonable. The silent false regent, angered by Gu Lin's injury, revealed his identity through Luo Qingfeng. She hoped to devote more thought and energy in the first year, fearing the unforeseen. Once the time for harvest arrived, she could finally relax. Yet for now, complete assurance eluded her. Yan Yunxiao harbored shadows of the fire scene, and coupled with his current emotional turmoil, he feared a relapse of old afflictions, which could lead to disaster. After all, the entire palace buzzed with news that the late imperial concubine, Su, was now the apple of the emperor's eye. Basking in his favor, who would dare to court misfortune? Chapter 75. I shall investigate the demons beneath the mountain. In the next moment, two streams of magical power gently supported her, one belonging to Nezha and the other to herself. Nezha grasped her wrist with a slight force, appearing visibly angered. Yuzhenhe felt a pang of guilt, contemplating that it would be better for one person to fall than for two. She lifted her gaze, seeking to discern whether Nezha was genuinely upset. She recalled that ever since she awakened, Nezha's ire had not subsided. Oh well, there would be another opportunity to placate him. Your fourth aunt, supported by Jin Yang, rose from her seat, and the meal was already laid out on the table. There, Dr. Lu, well versed in the antidote, cautioned fourth aunt against feeding the eldest young master again, for the antidote itself bore toxicity, causing her eyes to well with tears. Unable to bear the weight of his words, the incessant clang of metal echoed like torrential rain upon the earth, as Niefeng wielded his jade ruler with impenetrable precision, swiftly countering all of Hao Lu's offensive maneuvers. Faced with Niefeng's sudden onslaught, Hao Lu seemed unprepared, gritting his teeth to fend off the attack with his whip. Regardless of the obstacles, I shall forge ahead. You all wait for me here, Yun Guo declared resolutely. You are a villain, the most despicable man in existence. Qiu Jing exclaimed, raising her hands to strike Chen Yidao's sturdy chest repeatedly. At that moment, the disciples of the Taihu sect beamed with smiles, firmly convinced that Zhao Haodong would clinch victory in this competition. To their astonishment, the person they had yearned for appeared right before them, looking exceptionally handsome. Amit Ba observed intently for a prolonged period, finally discerning some hints, realizing that Tongtian's abilities were intertwined with spatial forces. After a thorough reflection, Amit Ba also noted that Tongtian's peculiar abilities had diminished his own attacks significantly compared to before. Within the realm of chaos, Yi Qinghua practiced day and night, oblivious to the passage of time, absorbed in her personal growth and progress. Yet, a sense of anxiety plagued her, compounded by the fact that the Su residence was now guarded by the Imperial City's elite troops, each member possessing formidable skills, making her entry seem daunting. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the Qinglong stone let out a thunderous roar, and Feng Li's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a change. He had never anticipated that the intent between the two would gradually weaken. He then noticed the vibrant tiger ensnared by the dragon armor, which was undergoing a transformation. A fleeting cold smile crossed Ajio's lips. After 2 years of neglect, why had they suddenly thought to change her courtyard? She recalled overhearing the maid's chatter in the garden yesterday, a glimmer of cold light igniting in her eyes. She exchanged a glance with Mama Luo, who mirrored her sentiments. Yet, the Prince of Wei was not as fortunate. Despite the heavens favoring him, he was overshadowed by 2 elder brothers of both noble and long-standing lineage, leaving him with little opportunity to rise, destined to remain a virtuous prince at best. However, he found the door locked tightly, unyielding and impenetrable, the windows sealed shut, forcing him to approach the balcony where Shangguan Yao resided, seeking a way to capture her attention. Ning Xiaoyong remained remarkably composed upon hearing Su Lulua's praise. Yet his demeanor shifted dramatically when she inquired about the identity of the elusive Duguxia. The south wind courtyard lay not far from the county seat. Lush yet profoundly sordid. Guwen's gaze narrowed as he ventured into that place. Su Ran offered no response, her gentle eyes fixed upon Su Mo Yen, seemingly captivated, quietly observing her bashfulness and ire. As the server brought the dishes, Su Mo Yan's mind wandered. Even after the server cleared the table, her thoughts remained adrift. After completing her evening rituals and nestling beneath the covers, she continued to ruminate. What if I say no? Shangguan Yao's smile dripped with sarcasm as she defiantly met Lei Xiaoming's gaze, striving to bolster her resolve. The melancholy threaded through her words sent a shiver through Ajio. When did the typically optimistic Zhao Ke succumb to such despair? She never envisioned that one day she would find herself reduced to such a fate, perishing in flames here. Wu Yu shot him a glare, exasperated with her brother. Was that even a question? With wide, hopeful eyes, she awaited his reply. Is this what you call taking note? Watching the blissfully ignorant Jia Sadeo, who remained oblivious to the situation, he could only let out a quiet sigh. Soldiers resting in the military tents gradually awoke. Beginning to prepare their meals, the air filled with curling wisps of smoke, making it impossible for anyone to discern that this was a hastily marching army. Though he had yet to speculate on what lay beyond the door leading to the second floor. Yi Qi was certain that anyone who carelessly ascended to the terrace and attempted to enter would encounter a remarkable surprise. Blue Moon Forbidden Technique. Raising his hand, Qin Huangtian swallowed 2 healing pills, gritting his teeth as he uttered a few words. His knowledge of the Blue Moon sect was evidently substantial, as he recognized the technique. And this only amplified the astonishment within him. He could not fathom why Lin Feng possessed such a skill. Huang Fu Yiner displayed a knowing smile, instinctively moving to stand beside Duan Xinyan, silently indicating her willingness to be with him. As the crowd watched and commented, referencing the earlier plot, it felt akin to viewing a serialized drama, engrossed in lively discussion. However, the moment Agassi appeared, the commentary abruptly ceased. For Lutier at this moment, the loss of any black-clad, sword-bearing priest was an additional burden. Moreover, he could not overlook the more pressing question of how the opponent had breached the shield of conviction. Having spoken, she turned to leave without waiting for Chu Qingyang to inquire further. A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Qingyang's eyes, and in the next moment, realization struck him as he opened something, his face illuminating with excitement moments later. Duan Qinyan felt helpless, turning away. Having always believed that Bai Yuhua's actions that day were merely impulsive, she never anticipated he would return with such fervor. Qingyun remained vigilant, suppressing his frustrations at the border. And to this day, not a single soldier had been dispatched, let alone a single strand of hair sent over. The sons of the Song family all exhibited a similar demeanor, their mindset distinctly different from others. Among the 5 brothers, Song Yuqian stood out as the most accomplished. Yet he also bore down on them the hardest. On the day of his birthday, a stroke of fortune occurred. Had it been confirmed that the auditory assessment could not be accurately scored, then House's weakest aspect would not affect the overall results, perhaps even enhancing the outcome. Chapter 76. I searched and searched. Nezha approached, probing for his breath, only to discover he was merely asleep. The 2 households were separated by a mere wall, yet Mr. Wang slept soundly despite the significant events transpiring next door. Yuzhen felt a twinge of envy. It seemed that having poor hearing was not entirely disadvantageous. As she walked beneath the window, her feet crunched on wooden debris. She picked up a piece stained with a hint of demon blood. Yuzhen had encountered too few demons to discern its origin. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie. I just had tea at home. On such a hot day, you should relax in the shade. Is Uncle Yi not home? The second young master, noticing that Yi Luowen had yet to emerge, made small talk to fill the silence. Around 7,000 battle guards had already returned to their previous defensive line. They refrained from assisting Lu Cajon, instead remaining behind the fortifications, quietly observing the battle ahead. Their inaction allowed the stone guardians to remain motionless, having cleared space. Regardless, they had navigated the most perilous and easily ambushed bend. The path ahead was now a straight shot, allowing them to accelerate out of the forest. Even if bandits were to strike, escape would be feasible, prompting everyone to exhale a collective sigh of relief. Having spoken, Zhou Ming reverted to his previous state, continuing to sleep, leaving Zhao Jiaqing with only a tranquil, elongated silhouette. Zheng Nan chuckled heartily, recognizing this as no laughing matter. Chu Zichuan was simply a person of Asian descent, and such sentiments, detrimental to harmony and societal image, warranted a severe reprimand. From where did you glean such an introduction to elves? Why must they be categorized into wood elves and high elves? They appear quite similar to me. Angel inquired curiously, having heard Xingyang's remarks. Meanwhile, Su Xing, Su Han, and the others were taken aback. Even the tearful Li Wen ceased her sobbing, her tear-filled eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Ming, bewildered by the unfolding events. Although Xingyang had no desire for fame, the circles would inevitably draw him in, for gold shines brightly no matter its surroundings. There existed a considerable disparity between the local official and the lord. When Li Xian saw the final clause, he realized that if Lu Kehong did not return in 50 years, the entirety of the territory would directly belong to him. Faced with such a monumental temptation, Li Xian could no longer remain idle. It was surprising how, in what felt like merely a fleeting moment, it had already become 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Hadn't it just been said that there was no need to rush? Why then, did they now seem so eager to depart without waiting for the night to fall? How has your day been, Bai? It has been a whole day without seeing you. Yursher was not in a hurry to ascend the stairs to wash up. He dropped his backpack and rummaged through the fridge to find a drink for Bai, casually inquiring. Indeed, for a child raised in the vortex of power, it is not difficult to discern what Bai Jingyan intends to do at this moment. Unexpectedly, the young master has awakened and insists on utilizing that spare blood source. Much to Lei Yang's dismay, observing from a distance were Princess Xiyu and Yi Jingyan, left speechless. Is this sword practice? It feels more like madness, bordering on insanity. However, Yao Cixi was unaware that this time it had nothing to do with Lu Yong. Lu Yong merely watched as Song Xian experienced a hilariously absurd scene. How could he not find it utterly amusing? All right, you will emerge soon, and within 10 days, I shall assist you. Lingwei spoke while walking away, a smile gracing Chu Tianxiong's lips. Hold on, please, I wish to inquire about the outcome of the East Gate General, Chu Tianxiong said, chuckling softly. Han Yueqiao, while speaking, revealed a radiant smile, yet Meng Ping, upon seeing Han Yueqiao's smile, felt a sudden chill in his heart. Chapter 77. I have been discovered. No. The fisherman's pillow river must be returned. If she truly consumes it, what difference is there between her and a murderous demon? They are already dead, and I fear these demon cores may be discovered by the Demon King, which is why I have kept them hidden. You handling this is not only a favor to yourself, but also to me. The fisherman's pillow river felt a flicker of temptation. A fox demon should be quite beautiful. Truly? Xiao Lu opened a box filled with an array of demon cores, some resembling jewels. Tang Jian lifted a cup from the table, taking a sip while leaning back, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Zhu Lantia felt a hint of shyness, but in truth, the dress accentuated her enchanting figure. And the diagonal black stockings adorning her long legs, and the sleek black ankle boots further enhanced her poised stature. Sujio wandered through Ili City and discovered that it now seemed divided into numerous factions, with relationships intricately tangled and exceedingly complex. This interstellar mercenary team was initially disinclined to undertake such assassination tasks. In their view, what could military battleships possibly do? They were well aware of the power of these ships, a certainty beyond doubt. Shui Ringue rode his white dragon steed, leading the Shui family army, only to find that Dongzhu's Shiliang army was already on high alert before him. Now, apart from a meager trace of magical power within him, he bore no difference from an ordinary human. If the ones arriving were indeed from the divine court of truth, would that not spell his doom? When she turned around, following the sound, and spotted a flying carpet quietly hovering in the thunder-fighting arena, upon which sat a youthful member of the demon spirit clan. He wore a casual smile, seemingly amused, watching Wenqi with keen interest. The monks of the Weasel closed their eyes as the water level continued to rise. Ultimately, 3 massive whales lunged towards the center, turning the surface into a dark abyss akin to ink. Once Shuchuan sank, he did not resurface, not even creating a ripple. Li Yuyun and the others arrived at Vanguard City, designated number 1351, through the teleportation array. Hao Tianxian addressed the disciples, reiterating this statement, a recurring theme during competitions, aimed at both testing their resolve and minimizing casualties. Jiang Fan had already resolved to carry the flame dragon sword with him henceforth, both as a precaution against unexpected events and to avoid leaving the sword alone in his chamber. Although Shijue Tian's mastery of formations was rather mediocre, he was unperturbed by a direct confrontation. The trio of mechanical puppets formed a curved wall, shielding Lin Jing and Shijue Tian, rendering the formation's assault ineffective. Changsheng harbored no fondness for the people of West Asia, mainly due to the corrupt and unsporting nature of their football, which utterly eclipsed Chinese football. Officer Aaron fell silent, having learned from Bu Zhang's identity that he was at least at the 8th level of the harmonization stage, whereas they had yet to reach that level. Fortunately, they were aware of Bu Zhang's profile, recognizing him as someone who could be swayed by benefits, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. A torrent of formidable divine energy struck the surface of the Holy Spirit sphere, which spun continuously, radiating dazzling light, yet remained unscathed. Watching Lu, standing closest, felt a heaviness in her chest, acutely sensing the disparity between a 9th-layer chi refiner and a 2nd-layer chi refiner. Unable to retreat without losing face for the Hua family, she stubbornly persisted, but under the immense pressure, her vision began to blur, leaving only the will to endure. In the distant, dark boundaries of the cosmos, within the eternal abyss and the enigmatic Juma black hole, some cosmic deities were stirring restlessly. Chapter 78, My Little Indulgence. What she desired was unclear. Was it something imbued with magical power, or merely a taste of his essence? Yuzhenhe was uncertain. She gently lifted her head, her face slightly flushed from the earlier commotion. I apologize for my earlier haste, Nezha said, setting aside other demon cores, neatly placing the box, and adding a cup of water atop it. Demon cores should not be consumed recklessly. I understand your inability to resist, but I shall keep an eye on you from now on. Yuzhenhe pressed her lips together. Today, in her debate with Guan Ning, she had dismissed the type of textbooks and teaching methods established by Guan Ning's school, striking a nerve regarding Guan Ning's Confucian principles, which led to an intense verbal backlash from him. All along, she had been envious of Lu Qingxian, deliberately making things difficult for her. Yet Lu Qingxian had never instigated trouble. After being relegated for so long, Lu Qingxian had become the head of the kitchen. If she had wished to cause trouble, she would have acted long ago instead of waiting until now. Suddenly, Dong Yinshan signaled to Rong Zhan with a glance. Rong Zhan cast a fleeting look towards the doorway, then pretended to continue the conversation while swiftly vanishing outside. He Xiao, in a fit of exasperation, paced back and forth within the room, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, clearly quite agitated. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently reaching an unspoken agreement. She held no trust in her, otherwise, he could do whatever he wished, always respecting her choices and desires. Jeff was said to be away dealing with family matters, but would return soon. Bo Yi calmly interrupted in Mu's words, leaving Yi Xuanli somewhat incredulous. He suddenly took the initiative, fiercely capturing her lips, claiming her entirely as his own. Later, when she attempted to tease him, he was not the passive type, and coupled with the stress of the money laundering issue, he felt overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated releasing his pent-up frustration, several shareholders arrived, reporting a significant drop in the company's stock and mentioning his sister's impending divorce, urging him to intervene. Good morning, Meng Nan. I smiled at Meng Nan as I walked to my seat and began organizing the textbooks for today's class. He embraced me once more, wrapping his arms around my back, burying his face in my hair, and murmured, "You're such a fool." The art of seduction through feigned indifference is a common tactic employed by men. How else would they capture your heart? His voice was deep and melodious, laced with a hint of alluring intimacy. The crowd fell silent, though they had their reservations regarding Lin Chao's recent antics, referring to them as a clumsy display of martial arts. Amei chose not to engage, lacking the inclination to quarrel. Her sole focus was on fulfilling her responsibilities. Her boyfriend's severe illness weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her with little room for other thoughts. All right. Zhang Byron suddenly realized he was at a loss for words, finding himself unable to articulate anything beyond this phrase. Observing Lin Qing's anticipation for Mu Li's return, Cheng Cheng felt a flicker of happiness, recognizing the strength of her parents' bond. The police officer appeared to be quite lonely, and Su Junhua chuckled, typing 4 words, forth from the left, and sent it off. In a drunken dream, Lin Chao's father began to mutate. Should he succeed, the fate of both father and son would undergo a monumental transformation, escaping the mire of Guoguxiang and soaring to new heights. He locked his arms around my waist from behind, swiftly flipping me and pinning me against the wardrobe, cradling my head before descending for a kiss. I was taken aback as he pressed forward, claiming my sweetness with a fervor that was both intense and exhilarating. As his voice faded, Feng Wuqing suddenly sensed a terrifying presence swelling around him. The events unfolding on the river of the celestial demoness spring were still unknown to many in the Fenghe continent, and even the lord of Qingyi City could only speculate about its connection to Fengchun. Chapter 79. I have discovered a substitute. Having slept soundly until dusk on the banks of Yuzhen River, I abruptly sat up, scrambling to my feet and rushing outside. The sky had darkened, and that creature had undoubtedly claimed countless lives. Unhurried, Nezha approached from outside, cradling a bowl of soup in his hands. "Did you make this?" Yuan inhaled the fragrant aroma. It was neither too salty nor too bland, surprisingly pleasing to the palate. The soup contained merely 2 leaves of vegetables, devoid of any meat, resembling nothing more than water boiled to simplicity. Could this truly be the result of such uncomplicated ingredients? Before him stood a young man with a pallid complexion, seemingly of a similar age, yet bearing a countenance steeped in gloom. Instead of wielding the customary staff of a mage, he grasped a dagger, and his attire was not that of a sorcerer clad in robes, but rather a short jacket resembling that of a laborer. As the icy droplets fell, Guahonglei and his subordinates, mostly clad in blood-stained armor, dismounted from their steeds to seek refuge from the wind. Bai Shui strained to twitch her brows, forcing her eyes open just briefly to glimpse Chang'e before slowly closing them again, as if he did not recognize her at all. Moments ago, when the white light had appeared, he felt as if he had glimpsed a shadowy figure. If he was not mistaken, it was the spirit of the artifact. Guahonglei dismounted, tossing the reins and whipped to his adjutant, his expression grave, striding purposefully towards the wagon bearing the injured. Then, 2 immense thoughts permeated the void, spreading and enveloping all. This rendered Qin Lai and Yi Xian utterly incapable of evading detection, even amidst the countless branches of the ethereal space. Furrowing his brow imperceptibly, Jiao Dou pondered in confusion about what Naruto was doing here, having brought them to this place. It seemed strange that he had not shown up for over a day. "Are you implying that I would perish at the hands of that dandy, who would collapse at the slightest breeze, or at the hands of that effeminate figure in green?" Half of the group could no longer contain their murderous intent, feeling their dignity trampled upon, and at that moment, a true man of the martial world would draw his sword in fury. Zhou Jianqiu looked at me gratefully, nodded, and then drank a large bowl of liquor, not even tasting a morsel of food before lowering his head and exiting. The caretaker from Brazil sighed again, untying the exquisitely wrapped ribbon before Suzhou. Qian Yaling felt a surge of suppressed emotions within her, her nerves taut. Li Yi placed his hand on my back, merely gazing at me in silence. His smile having vanished, I could distinctly sense the shift in his demeanor. Could it be that he was overly sensitive? I had merely teased him a bit, yet he reacted so strongly. Qingbai Yun revealed a hint of ferocity, watching the fray below with an air of utter madness. The intense pain caused the muscles atop their heads to begin twitching, and at that moment, applying a layer of black earth from the Miao village would formally complete the ritual. Regardless of whether it was spoken tonight, it would eventually come to light in the coming days. Meng Jingyi's condition could not afford to wait. Xiaoheng naturally had his own plans, as he would never pass up an opportunity that could prolong their time alone together. A potent male presence enveloped me, shrouding us in darkness, rendering us unable to discern one another. Only the steady and powerful heartbeats between us resonated clearly in the silence. He was busy all day today, yet even amidst the busyness, his mind was filled with the silhouettes of bygone years. The couple shared the same bed but harbored different dreams. The power was usurped by Lady Ho, and they were also in peril of being buried alive. Reflecting on his first encounter with Jun Ruomo, Gu Mahuai felt a sense of helplessness. On the day of Ling Zhao's wedding, she had fallen from a cliff, and although she had not suffered any fractures, her injuries were considerable. Because of that incident, she did not stealthily follow him inside, but after a while, unease crept in, prompting her to wander nearby. As for the events of those years, although he had yet to uncover the truth regarding her involvement, he must have his suspicions. Mushi and Xiaoluo ascended to the highest tavern at the dock, where they could behold the scenery from the ship in its entirety. Chapter 80. I search and search. Ah! A distant scream echoed. Yu Jinhe immediately rushed towards the sound, but a hand encircled her back, pulling her back, and though she thought she was accustomed to such proximity, her heart fluttered at the sudden closeness, the voice whispering in her ear, "No rush." The officials also heard the commotion and hurried towards its source. Did they not fear the demon luring the tiger away from its mountain? Yu Jinhe observed the scene, thinking, if you want to laugh, just laugh heartily. There is no shame in it. Lin Qingping followed behind, shrugging in resignation. The prey had appeared. Lin Qingping abruptly halted, her gaze fixed intently on a tree before her. Su Jiming pressed a kiss to her forehead, then nonchalantly exited the kitchen with a pair of chopsticks. A terrifying light of destruction flickered in his eyes, distorting the very space around him, as if the very fabric of reality would shatter beneath his claws. Su's mother had begun cooking long before dawn, preparing a lavish spread that surpassed even the feasts of New Year's. Chu Feng observed keenly, inwardly scoffing at the theatrics. The earlier display, though fierce in appearance, merely served to temporarily seal off the aura of the sky-piercing tiger. Sheng Chunshan descended the stairs and seated himself on the flowerbed of the live-streaming base plaza, the piercing night wind cutting against his face with a sting. If you are sincere, I believe you should know when to draw the line. We must consider whether it is time to maintain some distance. I also wish to avoid any embarrassing encounters with her, Yin Yin remarked. Another reason her husband provided left the baby unable to retort. He said, "This game symbolizes our love, with no conclusion each night. And every morning is not a fresh start, but merely an extension of yesterday." Lin Qingping moved with the wind, her Chongling sword drawing forth the surrounding gusts, igniting the unextinguished flames into a raging inferno. Jingzhe felt anxious but could not compel a patient to awaken and respond to her queries immediately. The leader was tall and robust, a stark contrast to the slender Lu Tingfeng, appearing twice his size, with someone already injured. Jingzhe dared not contemplate the implications of continuing in this stalemate. Half an hour had elapsed when El Xiaofan finally gleaned a considerable understanding of Jiang Yuan's current situation from Mr. Su. At this juncture, Li Zhan's lips quivered slightly, and tears trickled down his wrinkled eyelids as he trembled, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at his face. He then turned to glance at Zhou Yaodang beside him, his eyes brimming with affectionate concern. His words were few, and he appeared even more desolate than before, perpetually wearing a stern expression and devoid of smiles, resembling a peculiar uncle. When the clock struck 11, the transport aircraft had arrived at Dongxing Airport in Beijing. Through the aircraft's window, soldiers were seen patrolling the airport grounds. Wu Mo, unwilling to wait for him to finish speaking and reveal his name, dashed forward, capitalizing on the advantageous momentum that diminished significantly in the presence of that individual. Lu Tian worked during the day but could rest well at night. Her mother-in-law remarked that Lu Tian needed to work the next day and thus should not compromise on rest. Since the birth of their child, Lu Tian had been sleeping separately. In the dead of night, the train had only just entered the borders of Taizhou, and scarcely a soul was in sight along the way. There was no need for Lin Hao to articulate this. The old squad leader naturally understood. And if Lin Hao chose not to speak of it, he would remain silent as well. By the stream, Li Changxing prepared his first barbecue in this realm. Having gutted and cleaned the birds, strung them on a branch, and fashioned a makeshift stove from a few stones. "The next steps are up to you," Ron declared, but soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. The presence of a dark shadow was detrimental to descendants. Witnessing this family endure accidents frequently only reinforced the terror of such a shadow. It was only after a wise man suggested relocating the grave that this family, teetering on the brink of the underworld, was saved. Gu Bo felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, and chose not to dwell on it further. Perhaps, with the advancement of his cultivation, there would come a moment when he could discern the path to the Tao and seize it. "What are you shouting about? If you hadn't insisted that your methods were the only way to resolve the approvals in Huaxia, will we be facing such issues today? Why are you raising your voice at me now?" Lu Jia retorted loudly. Junior brother, do we have any of those carts?" Qin Hichin inquired. Sun Jingyi shook his head. At this point, the group began to engage in fervent discussions, and it wasn't long before two students organized everyone for a focused dialogue. Although he thought this way, he felt an overwhelming trepidation that prevented him from mustering the courage to venture out and investigate. Yet, upon entering, he felt as if he had plunged into a quagmire of particularly viscous nature. Wu Ji was also retreating. Su Ping and the others combined their strength for a final assault, one that was far beyond what Wu Ji could endure. Had it not been for the sun wheel and the dragon pattern armor absorbing much of the force, how could Wu Ji have survived the onslaught of four formidable experts? Even if he had narrowly escaped with his life, his current state was far from favorable. However, this area was quite remote, devoid of surveillance cameras capturing any evidence. However, according to the information provided by the informant, there were just over a dozen motorcycles, yet now not a single one remains. Have those individuals fled in haste? Had it not been for Qi Yun's exceptionally high cultivation of the purest energy, even though his meridians did not fully connect all 108 channels, his accumulation of true energy was profound and ceaseless. It could continuously expend and recover, but it seems he had long since depleted his energy and could only retreat. As Jiang Xie assisted Zhu Ge into a room and laid her mother down on the bed, she emerged once more to prepare a kettle of water for Yi Qiu, who needed to drink, as well as for her mother to take her medication. The fleet of the Clamor people surged chaotically into the ranks of the Allied forces. They consistently failed to reach the designated positions set by the headquarters, causing the strategists to furrow their brows. It is well known that the Clamor troops lack training and possess low combat efficacy, Yet it was unexpected that they could not even execute such a simple tactical maneuver. Chapter 81. I know what kind of demon it is on the darkened street. Constable Zhao clutched his sword, trembling as he ventured deeper. His body felt foreign. Instinctively moving forward, a stark contrast to his previous patrols, which had never invoked such dread. Ahead, the darkness obscured the path, prompting him to halt, paralyzed by fear. The surrounding silence was haunting, punctuated only by the sound of his own heartbeat. The moon was obscured by dark clouds as Constable Zhao gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. A sudden crack beneath his feet rendered him rigid. The appearance of a guardian reminded him that these formidable figures had always been attentive to the movements within the secret realm, especially since he had once created a significant disturbance. A fist struck the floor with tremendous force, creating a pit half a meter deep. Lin Cheney reveled in the surge of power, perhaps even greater than that of boxing champion Tyson. The expression on Xie Yu's face before death was grotesquely terrifying. Blood staining his 7 orifices, his visage contorted in a manner reminiscent of a malevolent specter from the underworld. Upon witnessing her brother's tragic demise, Hulaina felt her hatred and murderous intent swell uncontrollably. At this juncture, the host wiped the sweat from his brow, overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the war god. Unable to even dare glance in his direction, Gu Haik, lacking patience, seized his collar and pulled him down, kissing him directly. Despite having practiced diligently for over a decade, each time she picked up the instrument, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. Lin Cheney continued, "This is heart-refreshing tea, harvested from the leaves of a tree known as the heart-refreshing tree." Meanwhile, they had naturally arrived beside Su Si, observing the clash between Cheng Darren and Li Min with the curiosity of onlookers. "Are you from Mingqiu?" She did not perish? The emperor, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. Although Ji Tianyun spoke with an outward calmness, turmoil surged within him. Ancient Junxi, prostrate beside a heap of ashes, opened his eyes. A flash of silver and pure white light shimmering before fading into silence. While this was not the first time Yi Qingxi had embraced her, she had genuinely felt unwell at those moments, giving little thought to it. When Barn first appeared, his form retained the posture of a downward sword strike. Once his figure solidified, he forcefully swung the Mingyan blade in a horizontal arc. At that moment, the air in the training ground was filled with a mournful atmosphere. As the spectators looked on with sorrowful expressions at the Southern Tang prince in the stands, the youth remained silent, his gaze tranquil. However, the emperor distinctly perceived the flames of hatred flickering in his eyes. The following day, Feng Yue awoke early. The pain from the medicinal effects rendered her unable to sleep well. Regrettably, times had changed. The sword immortal lineage, once synonymous with formidable strength, had managed to shed the stereotype of being impoverished during an era rife with conflict, evolving into a position of considerable wealth, where their assistance was contingent upon the highest bidder. You cast a glance at the exquisitely beautiful yet cold-faced Yu Lingwan, seemingly taken aback by her intense reaction. As Wang Tianjing spoke, he heard the sound of engines from other vehicles approaching, and it appeared there was more than one. Concern began to seep in. The road here was too narrow, leaving no room for passing. What could be done? Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart, Gong Chue said, shaking her head with a TSK, as she linked arms with Yi Sheng and strode ahead. El Fei followed the elder into the courtyard, aware that it was best to speak candidly in front of someone of his stature, especially since he had previously collaborated with her grandfather, a connection that certainly held some significance. At that moment, Ming Shirin charged forward to initiate a tower defense, while Xiao Luo unleashed a flurry of attacks beneath his legs. Taking a moment to inhale deeply, the aroma was utterly enticing, akin to a lingering melody that stirred the appetite, causing Lin Suxin and her companion to smacking their lips in appreciation. Seeing this, Luo Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he no longer had to masquerade as Qiao Anyang and could reveal his true self. Should the names, slogans, spokespersons, and marketing plans for the new cosmetics be arranged in advance? Having seized a rare opportunity for redemption, Li Yuling would not let it slip away easily. Shi Yang would be leaving shortly. His purpose for being here was to finalize the company transfer with Xia Lu in person. Now that an agreement had been reached, there was no reason to linger, though he understood the entirety of the situation. Parting with a company he had built through hard work left an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Opening his computer, Yang Feng swiftly navigated to Baidu and searched for the legend of the sword and fairy, yielding hundreds of thousands of results with just a click: television dramas, films, and more. On August 18th, he had no intention of returning to Shanghai. Instead, he planned to visit a special place, the village of Shirpan in Anhui province. where he had previously celebrated Du Bingchang's 25th birthday. That occasion marked the first time Feng Yin had broken through to the realm of earth fire, with fireworks illuminating the sky and bringing tears of joy to Du Bingchang's eyes. Within the immortal city, turmoil ensued, as fierce battles raged across various regions. The three major clans frequently dispatched prominent figures to sweep through different territories, frantically pursuing Dao Ling's trail. Only in critical moments do the three brothers gather under the cloak of night, and the words before them are undeniably the most lethal temptation. Apologies, but I have an aversion to spicy food. Ingwe shares this distaste for heat with her mother, while her father and the twins relish it, even within a single family. Taste preferences can diverge significantly. Dowling dashed out, quite astonishingly, yet the surrounding crowd remained undeterred, continuously unleashing various formidable weapons in a furious onslaught. Elder Bai lamented, finding the human alliance manageable, but the Shanhai Pass was an entirely different beast, especially with the 10 realms already having awakened. It is said that enemies are drawn together. Upon entering the palace gates, Salintu and she made their way toward the Qianxing Palace, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Feline, led by Warina, her face stained with tears. Jingqian, rather than meticulously analyzing her expression, was captivated by her curiosity and eagerly opened the box, revealing a translucent, orb-like object. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a luminous pearl. Could it be that Jingqian possessed such an extravagant item? Chapter 82. The Wolf Demon. At that time, Nezha was frail and diminutive, standing in the demon's ceiling tower like a pitiful little creature. Any random demon could easily bully him. After hesitating for so long without a response, Nezha assumed she had acquiesced. The thought of sharing what was once exclusively his ignited a mix of anger and grievance within him. Do you wish to take him along? For what purpose? Are you responsible for his protection? Yuzhen retorted. Both of them pursued relentlessly by the Demon King, and now they were to bring along an ordinary one. Once the exterior of the eyes was formed, Baiha cast the heart of the mountain into the mix as the eye, merging the two into a singular entity. In the northern woodlands of Britain, ravaged by wind and snow, barbarian assaults surged like relentless tides. Apis was compelled to halt the retreat and establish a camp on the spot, fortifying against the barbarians' frenzied attacks. Victory! Bruno gazed at Lin Feng, who lay on the ground, and a smile finally broke through his dazed expression. What just transpired? Chongqing's voice quivered. For someone who had scarcely left the laboratory, this was his first experience being so near to death. It seems that to elevate the domain and achieve a fundamental transformation, one must create something that significantly enhances human strength. This was the solution Zhu Yue envisioned. 10,000 soldiers lay prostrate on the hillside, none standing guard, merely waiting for death. 2 days prior, Minling had attempted to send supplies up, but the Yuan army remained vigilant, leaving him powerless. The fallen Parthian cavalry continued to multiply. By the time their cavalry commanders sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. Reporting to Selena and issuing commands, it appeared that the entire Parthian cavalry unit was destined to perish here. Consequently, the commander of the Parthian cavalry issued an immediate order for a full retreat. Just as Octavia was imparting wisdom to Treatise, Apis and Teltyra arrived unexpectedly. Since the conclusion of the civil war, Apis had become a frequent visitor, a testament to his concern and compensation for the Octavian family. In a realm ruled by a demon lord, every breath and heartbeat is influenced by his presence. Their notions of good and evil are dictated by him, and the essence of truth is determined through his judgment. They worship the demon lord as their deity, view him as their progenitor, and recognize him as their sovereign. The resurrection process he undertakes is far from the ease he professes. Beneath the tranquil facade lies a treacherous path that demands his utmost caution. Seated not far from Gu Yejin, the live commentator gazes in astonishment, repeatedly reviewing the footage on his computer. Are your eyes deceiving you? That is evidently a screwdriver, Zhao Zheng interjected, swiftly taking the tool from Qin Lang's hand before she could react, succumbing to his professional instincts. Song Qingyue captured a photograph of a cookie and posed for a snapshot with Ji Xinqian, subsequently posting it on Weibo. As a star of the interstellar music scene, he attracts countless fans eager for his updates. Yet, Song Qingyue is not inclined to share his private life or post frequently. Gazing into the enigmatic depths of Shun Huangjiu's dark eyes, I glimpsed a reflection of my own pitiful self. Ji Xinxian chuckled at Shitsun's prompt reply, surprised that such a busy individual would notice Song Qingyue's tweet so swiftly. This suggests either a cordial relationship or an unusual attentiveness towards him. All right, I see. Lan Yao spoke in a tone devoid of inflection, yet to Tsang Yin, it resonated like heavenly music. Upon hearing this, Shi Guifei felt a wave of relief. As long as Qingjia was not sent to the palace to share her affections, she remained indifferent to whom she married. After all, the Shi family had her support. And as long as the emperor was not provoked, significant turmoil was unlikely. Why should she concern herself with her sister's marital affairs? Chapter 83. My store has upgraded. Seated on the ground, Zhao the constable felt utterly despondent, reminiscing about his days with old man Wang, drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had contemplated sharing a bed with Wang, fearing that a wolf demon might emerge at night to devour him. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Having survived daily encounters with the demon was a stroke of luck indeed. You are truly fortunate. Previously, you cared for him, and he intended to repay your kindness. But he couldn't bear to take the heart, Yuzhinha remarked. The crux of her strength lies in her remarkable progress. Within just half a year, she had ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess, a feat that is virtually unattainable without exceptional circumstances or methods. After a moment of pressure, Lin Shen cradled Li Kursan's adorable face, gently pinching her rosy lips. Yet, it was precisely her excellence that led to her realization of trouble the moment she was submerged. While in the water, her physical advantages were rendered ineffective, and the greater the force she exerted, the more resistance she faced from the water. Zhang Yang nodded, pleased with the development. Once stationed, leveling up would no longer be feasible. Yay! Ya Shizi exclaimed joyfully, pulling Zhao Jinglong to bow to Minghai Zhuangji. As Tang Pozi recalled the sharp gaze of the eldest madam and the frigid countenance of the eldest young master, a shiver coursed through her. After some contemplation, she decided to first take the breakfast to the kitchen to warm it up, intending to awaken Auntie after her return. It appeared that the wind escape technique of Kikyo was somewhat inferior to that of her opponent, suggesting that the adversary's mastery of ninjutsu surpassed Kikyo's. This time, it was they who initiated the confrontation, not us. Zhao Fei sighed, recounting the series of events in detail. It would be a miracle if Su Luo could hold off until tomorrow. The night was deep, and the employees were busy reveling, leaving her with no one. Teng Yike, employing child labor would be illegal, so only Lung Yuxuan remained. The contrasting elements of ice and fire were truly tormenting. I shuddered and hastily swam to the shore. Meanwhile, in response to Yi Xiong's inquiry, Yi merely shook his head slowly before uttering a few words. Yi Feng's domain was being ruthlessly ravaged, and in an instant, it seemed as if everything was dissolving into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had been sent flying several dozen feet. His body unable to withstand it any longer, ensnared by endless chains awaiting his demise. Despite having once been a supreme being, and having been dead for so long, how could he be so impoverished? Jiang Dongyu looked disdainfully at the spirit money. There was a fair amount, yet what use did he have for it? Once 40,000 years passed, he would depart. In the imperial palace of the Lingfeng Empire, Emperor Lingfeng was in a towering rage, while the ministers below remained as silent as cicadas in winter, awaiting the monarch's coming. Kuan Xuanyan's demeanor was gentle, yet she maintained her vigilance in her heart. The ambush against them in the Serpent Man Valley, though a scheme of the Nether race, was executed by the Serpent Man clan. It was evidently impossible to expect Su Wei and the others to suddenly lay aside their grievances. The test results indicated a repetitive confirmation. Let us go? Keep an eye on the children, Zaire, Yinner, we are leaving. Upon seeing the old lady walk away, Mu Qiu led them forward, as if passing through a membrane and vanishing from sight. The crowd was startled, yet they understood it was merely an illusion. If one truly became a puppet, they would be a mere shell of a human, their soul destined to suffer grave injuries, controlled by another, which was equally shocking. Initially, their eyes were blinded by a bright light, followed by the explosive sounds of energy colliding. Seizing this fleeting moment of blindness, Yang Hao vanished from his spot with a flap of his wings, while behind the crowd, Xiaofeng's gaze flickered. How then could she exact vengeance for the 15 lashes? As long as 30 lashes were dealt, who would dare provoke her again? Chapter 84. I found the flaw. Yuzhinha forcefully pinned him to the sofa, fiercely stating, how many lives do you have for me to toy with? One. Do as you please, Nezha replied, kicking the doll aside. His arm draped casually over the back of the sofa. His fingers traced along his throat, gliding gently to the side until reaching the vein. Here, Nezha pressed against the back of his hand, moving downward until reaching the area of the heart. Yuzhinha felt the powerful heartbeat, as if pressed against her. Su, alas, I have failed you. I promised to accompany you on the path to enlightenment, yet here I am, unable to fulfill that vow. Zhang Tianxi's words trailed off as he coughed up blood once more. To disturb the old witch and diminish her powers, Zhang Tianxi settled by the water's edge. They were aware that since their father ascended to the position of ruler of the celestial realm, things had altered. But they never anticipated that he had been secretly harmed and cast into the vortex of time and space, his position usurped. The operations of the company are highly regulated, with upper management each bearing their own responsibilities, leaving me without concern, said Maji. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the paths suitable for the warhorses grew increasingly narrow. For the sake of their safety, Luli ultimately commanded the main forces to halt their advance and clear a more even path first. Behold this. Ming Skulls replied without a word, extending his hand, revealing two objects nestled within his palm. Before witnessing this, it was difficult to comment. I shook my head, fervently praying that it would not be related to the realm of ghosts. While the 5 points demanded were not excessive, I could readily entrust the water fur to you here. However, my father had advised me to ensure I witness its burial. Lu Qianqing understood that having access to information about their opponents before a battle would undoubtedly grant them a significant advantage. Thus, he listened intently. What? Does Brother Yao believe that here at the National Studies Palace, Lu Ming's standing surpasses that of our inner chamber? Chong Lin mocked. Xiao Jianjun was released only at dawn. His eyes a deep shade of bruised blue, a clear indication of a sleepless night. Now, he remained silent, his countenance darkened. Their dynamic resembled that of an ordinary couple, save for the fact that they had never shared a bed. Observing Su Jiang's troubled expression, Su Han immediately took the burden upon himself, leading them to the kitchen. After changing clothes, preparing to take a taxi to the old residence, a Porsche suddenly sped by as they attempted to hail a cab. Jiang Mu stiffly turned her head, and Jiang Qianrao's expression touched upon memories she wished to forget most. This arrangement pleased him immensely. Should further disputes arise, it would undoubtedly incite greater discontent among others. Enjoying the favoritism at home, he was treated like a slave by his elder brother, yet now, as merely a cousin, he had the audacity to speak to them thus. Yuru resided in a family housing unit allocated by the factory, which was relatively spacious due to the presence of 2 workers. The dual-sword man's thoughts were somewhat erratic. His response took everyone by surprise, yet it was devoid of apparent flaws upon first listen. Whether or not he had military achievements mattered little. After nearly a year of training and having traveled thousands of miles from Chang'an, it would be utterly humiliating to return without having drawn his sword. Su Dingfang represented the collective will of all the soldiers heading south. Seeing this, the Yintian dynasty felt a pang of sympathy. He handed her a pillow to embrace, and, noticing her discomfort had subsided, he quietly stepped outside. During the New Year's family banquet, Li Ku, amidst casual conversation, shared his insights on the impact of convenient transportation on various prefectures of the Tang dynasty. In the wake of this discourse, Li Shimin resolved to expel his 3 sons, who were on the cusp of adulthood, from Chang'an. Initially, it was presumed that Yi Ziyuan sought to impose punishment upon him, causing him undue anxiety for an extended period. However, Zhou Xian simply smirked, rendering his concerns futile. Chapter 85. I have weapons now. It was said that their lofty ambitions made it rather challenging to secure their cooperation. Previously, Xiao Lu had rescued a child from their clan, earning their mark of gratitude. Yet, the matter concerning the Demon King was of such magnitude that she could not assert certainty. Let it be known that I shall merely summon them. Whether it proves effective remains contingent upon you. Their clan was notorious among the demons. They were unyielding in their reluctance. And even the Demon King could not compel them to act against their will. As a dutiful servant, she was compelled to follow her master's directives. She took the wheel, instructing her 2 bodyguards to assist the elder into the vehicle, and drove towards the entrance. Feng Bingying possessed fair skin, an attractive visage, and a graceful figure. Her complexion delicate as a spring onion. Yet, her pallor was ashen, her demeanor restless, her gaze erratic and lost, betraying a sense of agitation. Why was the call disconnected? Tina pondered, gazing quizzically at the telephone in her hand. Xiexiong remarked, what era are we living in? If the law does not prohibit it, then it is permissible. Nowadays, the village chief, the clan leader, and even the law itself turn a blind eye, yet you choose to intervene? Do you truly believe you can impose your will? Huang Quan refrained from unleashing his spiritual essence here. After all, Fang Taiming was a master of soul techniques, having cultivated for several centuries. A hasty attempt at absorption could result in unforeseen consequences. He retrieved a jade slip, transmitting a thread of appreciative consciousness, thereby concluding a karmic connection. However, he was left unaware of Xiao Di's fate thereafter, and whether the jade slip could still establish a link with her. Firstly, those who neglect their duties shall be dismissed outright. Those responsible for bringing in relatives shall be terminated without hesitation. The ethos of Lingjiang is that the capable shall govern. Any form of nepotism is intolerable, for he is investing in business, not supporting families. No, I mean to say, I shouldn't have concealed my outing from you. Yuli hastily corrected herself. They could hardly fathom that, at such a close distance, Miller could still evade capture. When they saw Miller absent from the center, it was already too late to withdraw. The bullet had left the chamber. In stark contrast to the cool, dark cave, the mine became increasingly sweltering as one descended deeper, the temperature rising steadily. By the time they reached approximately 10 zhang below ground, it felt as though midsummer had arrived, despite it being early spring. Yet, it was too late. She had merely dodged the critical point of Yi Fei's attack, but the sharp strike still pierced her shoulder, inflicting a staggering damage of 9,234. Regrettably, the soldiers from Shaanxi were singularly intent on returning to Guangzhou. After defeating Sun Chuanting, their immediate choice was to press onward into Guangzhou, leaving only a subordinate, Bai Wang, to manage affairs in Xianyang, while the officials in Hunan and Shandong were rendered nearly ineffectual, lacking proper military support, and frequently falling victim to attacks, hence failing to establish effective governance. Lian Hua's cheeks flushed crimson as a sudden force was exerted upon Lu Feng, propelling him forward in an instant. Of course, Fu Li was well aware of the standings in the Penglai ranking competition. To his astonishment and delight, Penglai had remarkably advanced into the top 50. Regardless of the role luck may have played, this was an undeniable fact, one that could not be altered by the opinions of others. Upon this declaration, the atmosphere was charged with tension, and Zheng Ningyu was visibly startled, exclaiming in surprise, while even Yi Bufan appeared inwardly astonished. Such a statement indicated that the matter would likely not resolve peacefully, and he secretly sweated for Ling Xian. Undoubtedly, the winds had yet to fully dispel the forces of the demonic path, though they were not far from it, as the Wuzhigong was actively seeking a cultivator named Penglai, and the sects of the demonic path were somewhat aware of this. Initially, Chapter 11 bore a stoic expression, remaining unfazed even when Penglai hurled insults at him. However, upon hearing the words of 12, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, which could be interpreted as astonishment, albeit barely discernible. Chapter 86. I have returned. It had been such a long time. Yu Zhenhe was eager to depart in the coming days to eliminate the Demon King and thus resolve the pressing issues on her mind. She calculated the time, realizing that 10 years felt like merely a year to her. If Nezha's magical powers were to increase swiftly, perhaps they could even expedite their return. Are you occupied there? Nezha inquired. Yu Zhenhe nodded, affirming that she should indeed return. Delay could jeopardize her very existence. As they walked side by side along the railing of the painted boat, several piercing gazes were cast upon their backs. While licking a candied hawthorn, she continued forward, and Su Yu and Tang Shan were still surveying their surroundings, eventually spotting a large truck dedicated to selling clothing and shoes. The great ancestor proclaimed that without investigation, one lacks the authority to speak. Similarly, without conducting proper inquiries, one remains voiceless. Lumio, come in, Wang Tian called, gently holding a piece of fiery red jade, addressing the still kneeling Lumio in the grand hall. It was at this moment that the old turtle arrived. The old turtle had hastened from the polar glaciers in less than half a month upon receiving instructions from Bushuang. A week prior, they had engaged in a brutal internal conflict within the Sunflower clan, initiated by a sudden attack from the elder's lineage, prompting a vigorous resistance from the branches led by Huaiyue. And Lan had not detected any anomalies with the doctor. The screen was flickering due to insufficient power, appearing somewhat charred. For the Scions, the key to transforming into Super Scions lay in achieving a certain quantity of cells within their bodies. The method to enhance these cells was straightforward, maintaining a calm demeanor, a challenging feat for the combative Scions, yet not insurmountable for those residing on Earth. Suyu felt that she had done nothing wrong. She had merely visited the production team a few times. However, Luo Yingdi's attitude towards her was markedly different. Traversing the dark night, Lan and his subordinates finally arrived at the royal city of the Nido clan. After completing 2 coal buckets, Xin Xing made his way directly to the wolf den, only to find the doctor inside, which dashed his hopes of secretly crafting a totem. In a corner, Xin Xing's gaze flitted around, observing the newly arrived 7 individuals, each adorned in exquisite attire, while he appeared disheveled, unmistakably a refugee. Guadaji, feigning a trip to the restroom, slipped out to the entrance to report the afternoon's events to Mahan. Are you threatening me? Su Xianyuan raised an eyebrow. His tone remarkably calm. He was curious to see what they could possibly do to him. Meanwhile, Lung Rufing's heart was far from tranquil. As the effects of alcohol began to wane, the emptiness and solitude he had felt for years seemed to vanish today, replaced by an unexpected sense of fulfillment and joy, akin to a beautiful rainbow appearing in an otherwise cloudless sky. Although dealing with the Jiazhong clan was not particularly difficult, Their reputation for throwing tantrums and creating chaos was well known. However, Boss He was different. She had believed that their long-standing cooperative relationship, combined with her previous assistance to him, would evoke some sense of loyalty from the other party. Nonetheless, remembering Zhu Yang's unwavering assertion that she could cure Xixing gradually dissipated her discontent. Only Xu Yingxue remained listlessly playing on her phone, half-heartedly echoing her father's words. The life force ignited to burn away the excess impurities in the blood, leaving only the purest essence, subsequently nourishing the vital energy, while the life force continued to purge impurities until the newly formed vitality was devoid of blemishes. By the way, the daily task of consuming 100 gene of meat was waived, the whitefish man gestured. In truth, the creatures of the Misty Mountain held a somewhat similar perspective towards the beings inhabiting the enclosed Gem Lake area. Zhang Yun had undergone various experiments and discovered that he could only gain extraordinary points after slaying beings with souls. The stronger the soul of the slain creature, the greater the extraordinary points attained. Zhang Yun's expression shifted slightly as he rose, leaving with an apologetic remark, striding toward the exit. As for those crops that Li Qingming inquired about, such as garlic and ginger, Lu Chang was also unaware and had not heard of them. Perhaps they existed in the wild, but not in the market. Regarding poultry, Lu Chang clearly explained why only chickens were present this time. However, and he scrutinized Mr. N. He appeared to be in his 30s, certainly not yet 40, and she mused that by the time she grew up, he would not be much older. Many workers toiled without food or drink for an entire year, earning a mere 3,000 yuan. If one were to farm, they might not even earn 2,000 in a year. Now, how is it that some people needed to toil for 10 years, without eating or drinking, just to afford a watch? Miss, I called out, intending to hold an umbrella for Han Feiyue, only to be pushed away, sending both her and the umbrella tumbling into the snow. Aside from Penny, the head of Kate Spade, she initially contemplated speaking but inexplicably sealed her lips. A confrontation was inevitable. Although the cattle and sheep possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, their offensive prowess was exceedingly weak, comparable only to a late-stage yin-yang, insufficient to inflict harm upon the collective. As the meal progressed, the earlier oppressive atmosphere dissipated. When Anna and the others inquired about Shenyu's whereabouts, Su Yi merely offered a vague reassurance that Shenyu was well and urged them not to worry. Li Shuang, have some fruit, it was freshly picked over there. Mo Wushi approached, presenting a large leaf adorned with a medley of red and green fruits. Mr. Su, we truly cannot continue. Under Niufan's authority, we cannot endure even a single day, Song Rue lamented. Initially, when he heard Chu Jiangli mention her name, he naturally associated it with the peony on the sign and the character Chu, thus comprehending that the sign bore her name. Tian Jiawu's expression darkened considerably. It appeared those individuals harbored murderous intent, aiming to eradicate them entirely. Previously, they dared to act against an imperial envoy. To them, Tang Yufei was merely another envoy. Comrade Alexandrov, the artillery division has taken position and is preparing the battlefield. In 10 minutes, we will provide fire support for our infantry comrades. Major General Aliakul announced. Chapter 87. My moment of happiness, all right. Little 6, prop yourself up. She suddenly found something being fed into her mouth, leading her to wonder what it was this time. The weight of her body lifted unexpectedly, even surpassing her previous magical energy. She managed to utter 2 words through her teeth. Thank you? No need for thanks, Nezha responded. Noticing Zhao Air in the room, Zhao Air immediately rushed out, exclaiming, No, I don't need it. A branch sprouted from his head, reminding her of the weary expression he had worn those days, which she felt responsible for, stirring deep emotions within her, both gratitude and a sorrow that was difficult to articulate. She had originally planned to reside in the Peninsula Villa in the future. Now that she was of age, she believed her father and the others would surely consent. In truth, the reputation of the virtuous and graceful consort had spread throughout the palace, who was unaware of the gentle demeanor of the consort, her uncontentious nature, and her refusal to vie for favor or fame. Was it really as such? Sin Kursin, upon hearing the news, could not help but revel in Princess Xnr's vexation as she sat beside her computer, her teeth grinding in frustration. Glimpsing at the clock, I noted that it was still early before 7 in the evening, so I hastily tossed 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes to the pair. The cigarettes had been left in my car by the third brother, and I had largely refrained from smoking since. Later, his political achievements reached their zenith, leaving no room for further advancement. Thus, he resorted to leveraging external forces. Han Sio frowned slightly as he entered, traversing the garden before stepping into the main hall, where many were gathered, initially engrossed in discussion until they fell silent upon his entrance. Take care of Wuyong for me. With that, his figure vanished, and a massive red dragon soared through the sky, commanding the attention of all present. Enemies must be vanquished, and comrades should support one another. The ambiguity between friend and foe is indeed most distressing. He suppressed his inner impulses, unwilling to divulge the news of the potential presence of the Ming Emperor in the opposing city to anyone. Su Sheng, startled and coughing intermittently, was on the verge of screaming when Lin Yunxiao swiftly covered his mouth and led him away from the Wei family's territory. Even when a person's head is severed, death does not occur instantly. The body may descend into a frenzy of destruction before true demise sets in. Tianqing Yuan remained silent, ravenously consuming the contents of his bowl in a half-dazed manner. In the basement of the monastery, Leo Masters, alongside Mr. B Clan's Kexima, who had been dispatched to the southern continent. Lavia from Silver City, Histal aboard the Future, and all the extraordinary beings who had passed through the listener phase, received the divine oracle from the master. The illusion, devoid of the Heartstone's power, though still infused with the cosmic energy condensed by Wang Yang, had undeniably diminished in strength. Meanwhile, Lin Yunxiao, engrossed in his cultivation, remained unaware that someone had already set their sights upon him, eager to witness his downfall. Naturally, one could not indiscriminately consume or eradicate lower-dimensional beings. Principles and rules must be upheld, such as annihilating evil while preserving goodness, lest one exhaust resources and disrupt the delicate balance of existence. The hierarchical system adopted a meritocratic approach to elevate the capable, thus avoiding the scenes of incompetence and brutality prevalent during tribal times. Although he had procured ample noodles, fine salt, and various seasonings, any new entrants must continue to venture forth in search of sustenance. It appeared considerably safer now, unlike before when darkness rendered everything indistinct, and no one dared to emerge. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to the three factions, two teams had been locked in a standoff not far from their position for some time. Ning Chu furrowed her brow, the green glow suspended in midair, now revealing itself as a short sword. As the principal figure leading the sacred sect as assault, Yu Yangzi naturally garnered Dao Xian's attention. Master Yin regarded the small amount of ice cream in his hand as more precious than life itself, unwilling to let it be wasted. Chapter 88. I miss him a little, that said. Yu Jinha harbored doubts about his words. The salaries of these two individuals could be measured to the second, with strict regulations governing their breaks and meal times. A trip to the polar regions could take 2 months. Could their company allow such an absence? The steward has gone to prepare the necessary items, if anything is needed. They can communicate with him. Yu Dad glanced at the time. Yu Jinha had no particular desires. The steward would diligently prepare everything they required. All right. Tomorrow I believe I won tea bring disgrace upon my master, so I shall go. After saying this, Xiaoling glanced at Long Qianjue before returning to her true form. The emperor has exerted himself. Over the past 6 years, Ziyue's preferences have changed significantly. It would be best for the emperor to return her. Lan Ziyue gently declined, unwilling to accept any gifts from Nangong Qinxuan, who must relinquish his affections for her. Very well. I shall instruct El Zhangming to allocate another contingent of soldiers to escort you to the royal mausoleum tomorrow. As for Bo Fu, he shall remain here for the time being, as I wish for him to meet the envoy from the state of Chu, Ji Gongwen remarked. Her tone was calm, yet within her typically reserved chestnut brown eyes, an unprecedented eagerness stirred. Do Ran was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent, not casting a single glance at Xiang Yi, completely disregarding her presence as if she were invisible. Upon hearing the words of the East Sea Dragon King, the North Sea Dragon King was prepared to respond. But just as he was about to speak, a Demon King approached swiftly. It was Lan Shuyu, Rongxi said, waving her hand, prompting the distant Lan Shuyu to come closer. The next day, the sky appeared overcast, heavy clouds loomed on the horizon, and the air felt sticky and damp, exacerbating Rongxi's already irritable mood. The oppressive humidity was quite displeasing. The eunuch stationed outside the palace doors recognized Yusin and was about to announce him when Yusin halted him. He could no longer endure the shrill voices of these eunuchs. Shunho waved her hand and tightened her shawl, feeling that today was unseasonably cold for summer. 2 swords flew back to land behind Lu Hong, blood seeping from his chest, with droplets cascading from the blades. Xiaogua glanced at Donghua, chatting while playfully kissing the phone screen, caught between laughter and restraint. Lu Hong slowly withdrew his sword. The blade of the Jingji sword gleaming in a deep azure hue, resembling the reflections of mountains and lakes upon its surface. For instance, Stark would be unable to contend against the Angel Delvin. Aside from Jian Fuzi, who might hold a sorcerer at bay, the rest would face slaughter. Although Fong Tang had been inseparable from Yunnan, everyone was aware of her transformative changes. Ultimately, It was the Knight of Glory who invoked the mightiest power to transport the entire royal capital into the spatial rift, sacrificing his life and all his strength to successfully halt the relentless rampage of the Blood Demon clan. The title of Thousand Slaughter might have led to a skill mutation, not merely due to excessive killing, but likely also because of the inherent inclusiveness of his sage profession. At that moment, Qiuhua's phone rang, prompting a hurried rush to the balcony, which silenced the entire room. The hanging basket method was symmetrically constructed from the main pier, and after pouring the zero block of the main pier, a hanging basket was installed for symmetrical construction on both sides. Regarding high quality and potential resources, the mere appearance triggered Li Jun's past crisis awareness, prompting him to seek to acquire numerous large, promising companies. Only by seizing more could he secure his position within the entrenched elite for a longer duration. Clad in a Taoist robe and hat, with the demon-slaying sword in hand, the venerable Taoist set forth with great vigor towards the temple's entrance. However, regardless of their demeanor, their fate had already been sealed, with their feet bound and hands shackled. They could not struggle significantly and were obediently cast down one by one. Moreover, as a time traveler, he is acutely aware of Lu Qian's true nature. Yet this knowledge must remain concealed. At this juncture, he has not obtained any substantial evidence against Lu Qian, nor does he find it necessary to confront him overtly. The stark warning that is projected before him is an unprecedented notification form that Soya has never encountered, giving him the impression that the system is overly eager, employing rather desperate measures to capture his attention. The chilling essence of this icy realm not only affects Fa Xing, but also has implications for Master Ziyang. Wusong declared, "I shall go at once." He turned and strode out, not sparing a glance towards Pan Jinlian. In the ensuing 3 years, she either immersed herself in rigorous seclusion within the Locking Ghost Tower or engaged in relentless combat within the Sunluo mass grave, entirely forgetting her partner. Hikari immediately understood. Years prior, he had visited that universe with Ace, and it was clear that Ace's preoccupation lay with Zaki, or perhaps Feiyu. The relationship between Wusong and Pan Jinlian is no longer a secret among the high-ranking officials of the new Forbidden Army. Thus, when Wusong returned with Pan Jinlian, they were warmly welcomed. By now, it was already evening, and when Huanzhang had taken the lead, arranging a banquet in the military to honor Pan Jinlian. "No need to rush. Take your time. I shall await the esteemed couple outside the scenic area." And Zhejiang's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, showing no signs of pretense. Yin Ling awakened to discover herself and Jin Feng at the pinnacle of Misty Peak, the gathering place of the half-beasts. The purple spirit purifying water, a special elixir from the Alliance of Cultivators, possesses 3 remarkable effects: purifying internal impurities, refining cultivation energy, and breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, making it exceedingly precious. He Tingting led the way while reporting her achievements over the past month to Fengli. Once the spider leader regained his operational capacity, Fu Yin returned all the weapons confiscated from him and departed with Shire. Combat in water is distinctly different. The presence of resistance and buoyancy mitigates the severity of injuries sustained from hand strikes or foot kicks. "I have prepared food for you, along with new clothes. I heard them say that last night your attire seemed to cause a slight tilt of the head from Linghu Ningyuan." With her gaze fixated on the parts of Li Siyu's body concealed by the door. Chapter 89. I had an argument. What is the meaning of this? Upon returning, the caregiver discovered the removed needle and, without waiting for Yuzhinha to explain, pressed the bedside bell. Doctors and nurses rushed in, armed with emergency equipment, ready to administer aid. To their surprise, they found a living person. Yuzhinha felt somewhat embarrassed by the commotion, thinking that perhaps he did not require hospitalization after all. "What do you think? Do you believe I am the doctor, or are you?" The voice belonged to her sovereign, the Ice Phoenix, who, upon hearing this, hastily set down the box and stepped back, her blue eyes filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Isn't the refinement of medicinal pills supposed to commence from the basics? How can one start directly with advanced essence pills? What is so strange? Yang Jian furrowed his brows and inquired, for he, having risen from rebellion, harbored no belief in the bizarre. His utmost faith lay in the weapons of his hand and the might of the millions of troops of the Sui dynasty. Lin Shuai, already choked with emotion, lamented the fate of Qiu Lin, now rendered a shell of his former self. "You should rest for a while. There's a sofa inside where you can lie down," suggested Deng Xinglin, appearing somewhat fatigued, having devoted the past few days to caring for Ziqing. Guan Lu immediately rose on her toes, draping her arms around his neck, her supple form pressing closely against him, unwilling to allow him to end the kiss so easily. As a side note, I apologize for the prolonged absence of updates. I was hospitalized with pneumonia and needed considerable time to recuperate, which hindered my ability to write. At one point, I feared I might have contracted avian flu, which frightened me greatly. As expected, the two merely bowed in a gesture of courtesy, and in that moment, Yiwu seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Qiu-Lin, who was knocked back several meters. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries, though he was incensed. The man's legs were secured in place, rendering them immobile, causing him to curl his upper body into a tight ball. I shall escort you home. Suwa Exine hastily seized the moment to express her thoughts. Yet, despite her words, she dared not draw closer to Bai Xiaobai. If a cultivator were to excessively involve themselves with the lives of mortals, it could become a heart demon for her and her brother, adversely affecting their cultivation. Lin Fan had been meditating on the ground to recuperate. However, the severity of his injuries rendered self-recovery futile. Just as he had begun to relax, having witnessed Ji Wushuang's slay Gang, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The alteration of the land's nature in Taohua village required approval from the Land Bureau for planning, potentially allowing for public auction. The reporters, displaying remarkable understanding, promptly cleared a path, facilitating their passage. I shook him off, clutching the talisman paper as I sought out Maisie, intending to affix it to her. Yet, Maisie extended a cold, ghostly hand, gripping my neck tightly. Danqing retrieved the iron fan, and, taking advantage of Mo Xian's unsteadiness, swiftly closed the distance, swinging the fan in wide arcs, compelling Mo Xian to retreat repeatedly. After several consecutive attacks, he suddenly changed tactics, crouching low to execute a sweeping kick. This was the first time Bai Xiaobai and Gao Yi entered. Their astonishment was no less than that of the previous two. After a long while, the black fine hairs were completely removed, and I felt utterly drained, collapsing into his embrace. The temple entered the chaos forest through the teleportation array of a forbidden area, lying in ambush near the trial grounds to assassinate participating disciples. Li Yuanda, piecing together the events of recent days, surmised that this letter must have been penned by Man Tuolin for him. Of course, the author was not her, but rather someone writing in accordance with her wishes. However, he lacked evidence to prove that the letter was sanctioned by Man Tuolin. Nenmuching paused, having just heard the disciples of the Yin family refer to her as the future young mistress. For a fleeting moment, he felt anger, believing that Yin Zhan had wronged Huaxia. Yet, upon calming his thoughts, he realized something was amiss. Yin Zhan was afflicted with a love curse. Even if she were fickle, she would not choose such a moment to express her whims, given the pain of backlash she would endure. Chapter 90. I want to learn she had previously promised to present Nezha with a birthday gift. At this moment, Yu Jinha was utterly devoid of thought. What birthday gift? It was gone. If only they were less acquainted, she might have realized that Nezha was merely jesting. But she knew. An hour ago, she felt an incessant yearning to see him and was acutely aware of her affection. Just as her feelings surged, they abruptly ceased. At that moment, a servant approached Princess Yuping, reporting, "Your Highness, there is new news from the palace." Upon noticing guests in the hall, he withdrew his neck and promptly covered his mouth. Hearing Bardak's words, Beerus smiled faintly, believing them to be profoundly accurate. The dragon scales should indeed be within. Yifeng glanced up at the starry staircase connecting to the void, his expression solemn. "Hey, what is Lao Zhao thinking?" Bai Yang remarked, gently nudging Zhao Guodong, rousing him from his stupor. Sensing the shift in Bardock, Komi Mi's cheeks flushed slightly. It was the first time a man dared to approach her so intimately. Though she ought to have been incensed, inexplicably, she felt no revulsion, only a hint of delight. After breakfast, as Night Shadow ascended the stairs, Jiang Qiuer was descending. As the president of the company, rising early had become her habit, and upon seeing Night Shadow, a faint blush graced her cheeks. The shopkeeper, around 30 years of age, was in his prime, agile in movement. He reached out, seizing her flowing hair and forcibly pulling her back, capturing her arm and tossing her onto the piled fabrics before leaping atop her. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaodong, having refined some of the energy bestowed by Yantian, sealed it within his internal organs before opening his eyes. "I am curious as to why you consistently oppose me. Is it because my power disrupts the balance of the universe?" Bardock coldly regarded Whis as he spoke. "Could you share your story?" Ever since Mao Xiangri and Xia Yuho wed, only they remained in the courtyard, while Huadao Baihe had moved to the military camp after her marriage and had not returned since. He certainly did not harbor a secret crush on Nze. He merely felt a peculiar stirring upon seeing the young man, long deemed dead by the Soul Society. Delectable dishes were served, 4 courses and a soup, not overly extravagant, yet vibrant in color and aroma, sure to whet the appetite. "Princess, the state of Chu is taking advantage of our Qin state's perceived vulnerability. I cannot swallow this humiliation, Lu Wu declared bitterly. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. This is palace protocol. Seeing Chu Yu's cold demeanor, Chu Yuan grew anxious. All right, let us set that aside for now. Pray tell, how far have you progressed? Chu Yu extended his hand to Chu Yu, beckoning her to his side. As the splendor faded, dreams intertwined with the sound of Zen. The moon remained silent, and an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in the air. I concur with the perspective of the elderly. The gentleman wields both authority and strategy, and we must proceed with utmost discretion. Moreover, the city of Pingling is currently grappling with the assault from our formidable forces, likely overwhelmed and unable to attend to their rear. Someone audaciously echoed this sentiment. Anmi's expression remained composed, and upon witnessing her demeanor, Jin Feng's previously anxious heart found solace. Remove her eyes and cast them away. Today, all the rotating guards shall receive 50 blows from the military staff, Gao Yin declared, pointing at the ground, while the critically weakened Yang Wunyang, having lost too much blood, expressed her impatience. Master Zhang's round eyes widened in astonishment, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Just as Yao Beibei was on the verge of collapse, a sudden, melodious chime resonated from the celestial realm, liberating itself from her grasp and soaring into the heavens. Chapter 91. I recognize the peril. Is this your answer? In the office, Teacher Chen set the assignments aside. You instructed me to complete it, but did not specify its correctness, Yuzhenhe murmured. Teacher Chen, incensed by her shamelessness, begrudgingly allowed her to pass this time, stating that he would consider previous incidents as if they had never occurred. Yuzhenhe exhaled in relief. The ordeal was finally over, and acquiring the leave note was easy. Yet the challenge lay in the unpredictable nature of her time away. At some point, she felt compelled to clarify that, in such a perilous environment, it would be best to avoid conflict with Master Lisong. Didn't you mention someone was coming to fetch you? A voice called from behind, accompanied by the presence of a cigarette. Who else could it be but Qin Tian? Yueqing repeatedly commanded, yet the lion-headed giant remained indifferent. Having always held herself in high regard, she had never encountered such disregard, which exacerbated her already grave injuries, causing a surge of blood to rise in her throat, spilling from her lips. This scene ignited a fervent battle spirit within Bilson. As the sound of horns echoed from behind, Luo Jun reluctantly delivered her, nonchalantly returning her hands to the steering wheel and swiftly driving away. The Yin family harbored serious suspicions that this prank was orchestrated by the royal family, intentionally meant to vex them. However, the circumstances did not align with the royal demeanor. If the intention was to execute a plan, it would undoubtedly target a prominent figure. So why capture a seemingly inconsequential Yin Xiao? Yet, she dared only to entertain such thoughts privately, as she could no longer confront Luo Qitian as she once had. His words from that fateful encounter had deeply wounded her heart and shattered her unguarded trust. Under the powerful conviction to protect Mu Zhan, even the grievously injured Mo Xiaodai proved to be too much for Chun Sheng to withstand. However, having only recently become acquainted with Yang Ruo, she was astounded that he could discern her ailment at a glance, clearly indicating his exceptional nature. With whom? Wang Qi inquired softly, observing his distress. Yang Ruo wrapped his arm around his waist, offering support. As for Zhen Beiyu's whereabouts, Ning Rong, responsible for the defense of Xiang City, did not place much emphasis on it. Upon hearing that Su Lai had driven Zhen Beiyu out of Xiang City, he ceased to dispatch anyone to investigate further. Her struggles only served to heighten his emotions, compelling him to lean closer and stifle the vexatious words. Is she ill? Should we summon a physician? Typically astute, Su Qin failed to grasp the gravity of the situation at that moment, her concern prompting her to approach Mu Yuli, only to be intercepted by Nan Li Chun. The young man, upon hearing those words, grew paler, forcefully pushing aside several onlookers as he sought an opportunity to flee. Just moments prior, he had resolved to refine one of the 3 strands of imperial fortune to facilitate his ascension to the title of War God. Upon hearing Shang Shun's explanation, Shang Dai's expression shifted to one of dawning realization, and he subsequently gave Shang Shun an approving thumbs up. Indeed, the inner disciples were markedly different. Even someone of your lesser standing surpassed the outer sect's top contender, Kai Dongfeng, by a notable margin. Lin Feng mused to himself, recognizing that although Kai Dongfeng held the title of the outer sect's best, a confrontation with the formidable fatty would likely yield a closely contested outcome. While it was true that his employer possessed a notoriously irritable temperament, he would never allow his subordinates to endure humiliation at the hands of others. Unintentionally lifting her gaze, Song Shishi caught sight of Sheng Tingchen staring at her with an expression of bewilderment, causing her smile to vanish in an instant. After collecting the storage bag from Old Lei, Lin Feng cast a fireball, reducing the corpse to ashes, and naturally, the prisoner immortal array was also taken along. Of course, the team did not ponder whether Lin Yi had changed due to the old man's appearance. They understood his character well enough to know what actions he would or would not take. The audience chuckled again, for with the advent of modern smartphones, discerning one model from another, disregarding brand insignia, was no simple task. In fact, even if presented with the detailed specifications of a phone, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 92. My dazzling exit Yuzhen. He swiftly adjusted his posture, seizing Nezha as he took flight, swiftly entering the spatial realm. The floor soon bore a crimson hue. With the wound refusing to staunch, Yuzhen he frantically shoved pills into his mouth, urging, "Eat. You must eat." Blood continued to flow, and Yuzhen he's mind buzzed with overwhelming terror, a tingling sensation coursing through his body, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Why isn't it working? Nezha opened his eyes. Under the dim light, Yu Honglai's words prompted Wu Qian to recall similar sentiments expressed by the leader of the Lingbao sect. Osher Lang. Beneath the deepening night, within the Lord's residence, Nankong Qian and Jiwan Air sat together on the stone steps outside their chamber, gazing up at the moon. Regrettably, due to the falling celestial fire, the radiant moon and twinkling stars were obscured by the brilliance of the divine flames. Leaving Jiwan Air resting her chin on her hands, staring vacantly at the sky, unable to see anything beyond the firelight. As Qi Xingzi spoke, all eyes turned to Zhang Senfeng, who was startled, wondering if Qi Xingzi had discerned something. After the Supreme Emperor concluded his remarks, he solemnly handed the jade seal to the new emperor, symbolizing the transfer of power. By the way, he must have been confined by your Yin family's main branch. Do you have any information? Wu Qian inquired. Alas, is this Shiqiang truly so feeble that he may be vanquished in mere moments? Xia Qingqing expressed her indignation, still lamenting Zhao Yan's unfortunate fortune. He has a sister and 2 disciples. Aside from that, there are no reports of any family. Xia Yu remarked. Get out of the way, do not obstruct my path home. If you delay my return for a midnight snack, I shall stew both of you for Qin'er's supper. Xiaohou Haotian bellowed at Wu Qian and Qin Jumei. I once beheld the third master and his wife during their wedding, yet at that time, the bride was veiled, and thus, I could not discern her appearance, Miss Su stated. Unlike William, Habak, and Yuki, Stura appeared to be of a more taciturn disposition. He did not mock Miaoyar, but simply addressed her quietly. This reflects the essence of her inner nature, accustomed to being exalted. She found it irksome that all who encountered her bowed in deference, some even prostrating themselves. She secretly yearned for someone to harshly dominate her, to humiliate her, to disregard her royal status, and to chastise her with severity. Furthermore, there is another piece of intelligence. It seems the 4 prominent families of Rongqing have been quite active, frequently liaising with the dark web. Among the foliage, Luo Yi captured a segment of code. Although it remains partially uncracked, we have already acquired 2 crucial keywords. Angela spoke with an air of mystery. Wang Yuyan was taken aback. There would be no opportunity, at least not while she donned her jeans. General Jiang? Wang too glanced over, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his countenance radiated an aura of menace, rendering the might of any higher-ups as mere ants before him. As it attempted to burrow into the bottle, I hastily pressed my hand over the opening to prevent its entry, for I was still unaware of what lay within that vessel. The golden retriever sensed my goodwill. It ceased its struggles and instead lay trembling on the ground. This time, Qin did not employ her fingers to channel celestial energy for healing as she had in Baichao Pavilion. Instead, she tossed a bandage into a bowl and drenched it thoroughly in white liquor. As for the second steward, rather than joining the surrounding onlookers in laughter, he grew increasingly somber. He did not expect Xiao Tian to utter such words, truly believing him to be easily deceived. Gu Haixing could discern that Sun Yiru still harbored resentment over being forsaken by her own mother. The 3 of them, upon hearing the ghostly language infused with dark energy, experienced a surge of fear, compounded by their already weakened mental state in the underwater realm, making them far easier to control than on land. Chapter 93. I forgot. The Demon King was ensnared in place as a brilliant white light erupted from his being. His body shattered into countless fragments, cascading from the sky like stardust in a dream. His neck felt as if bound by an iron ring, unable to produce a sound. The air he exhaled tinged with the scent of blood, yet devoid of pain. He pondered, is this all an illusion? She is a celestial being, surely. She possesses some means of preserving her life. Escaping from the clutches of the Demon King, she believed she could manage. Xiao Ruyun harbored a profound fear of Han Qingwan. fully aware that the latter despised her. However, due to her habitual aloofness and infrequent departures from her chamber, their encounters remained scarce, allowing her to lead a relatively comfortable existence over the years. Chung Xie scoffed, his expression devoid of emotion as he strode towards the elevator, coldly remarking that he was leaving. The morgue was equipped with surveillance. He stationed himself in the monitoring room, scrutinizing Ouyang Ye's every movement, yet Ouyang Ye remained motionless, his eyes unwavering. All were cognizant of Wei Qing's identity, thus they observed the unfolding drama with a sense of morbid curiosity. Fortunately, the two individuals who arrived were mere ordinary folk, prompting Tang Su to breathe a sigh of relief. Dealing with two commoners was a trivial matter. The pressing concern now was how to neutralize them without causing harm to Lin Sichuan. A thin blanket slipped to the floor, the sheets wrinkled and marked with numerous ambiguous stains. Had they not been stained by blood, the evidence would have been more discernible and easier to collect. Qi Ye's body stirred once more, his foot crashing onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. His figure materialized before another youth, his crimson eyes glinting with a terrifying and heart-stopping murderous intent. Since Zhou Feifeng returned from Lin Village, his demeanor had remained notably despondent. Tang Su had been preoccupied with Lin Sichuan these past few days, thus he had overlooked Zhou Fei's transformation. After the passage of a brief tea time, rhythmic metallic clanging resonated from the forging room. The master and apprentice each showcased their most refined forging techniques, vying to establish supremacy. However, for the industrial-era ocean liners, the sudden emergence of a hurricane remained an uncontested natural disaster that humanity has yet to subdue. Lin Feng gently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire appeared, none other than Nangong Qingshui, the patriarch of the Nangong family. Yet, compared to his former self, he seemed considerably aged. His face etched with wrinkles, and his hair, now speckled with gray. It was that rascal Chen Kaixing who injured General Liu. The situation is quite intricate. I shall explain it to you in detail on our way home after work. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. Following the establishment of the elder responsibility system within the sect, Li Bin could allocate suitable individuals to the respective sect halls according to their talents, enabling them to manage daily affairs. In instances of significant dilemmas beyond his capacity to decide, he would consult the sect leader Li Bin. Although no one was aware of the contributions made by Nangong Shui, Qi Qi, and Mu Chu, they were indeed part of the equation. Finally departing, the medical cloth cleaned his hands as he rushed to the patient's side to initiate intubation. Pressing her lips together, she glared in frustration, while Awei dared only to glance back at her from the doorway before being chastised away by Shi Cheng. Yang was taken aback by how composed the elderly man remained under such circumstances. It's merely a matter of opening the head, you fool. The Shun Ting acupoint is right above your forehead, do you understand? The black orb elucidated. During this period, they casually opened the coffins to inspect them, discovering that the skulls within were affixed to the coffin lids with branches from the Yinwei tree, courtesy of the necromancer. Despite the stringent controls in place, the atmosphere remained vibrant, bustling with a myriad of visitors, each bringing their own joys and sorrows. Within the dimensional compass, similar sentiments echoed, allowing Yi Feng to naturally articulate the distinction between singular and fused personas. Employing every trick her grandmother had taught her, Marguerite found her efforts met with indifference. Unwilling to succumb to an ambiguous fate, her persistent harassment eventually prompted Robert to relent, offering a hint. She should seek out Rob Stark. After a moment of silence, I inquired about Wang Yu's acquaintance, Chen Haodong, wondering why he seemed to instill fear in everyone. However, Yi Lin observed the scene with a prepared mind. Displaying little astonishment, he understood that the Fu family was predominantly comprised of malevolent practitioners, and having previously witnessed Fu Lei's speed, he felt no surprise. As long as he could keep pace, he was content. When Su Chen's right kidney was struck by Lin Jinyan, it felt akin to being struck by a speeding train. Utilizing the compounded weight of the dual sword, coupled with an explosive display of martial prowess, he hoped to deliver a lethal blow to Long Lan. Where had that creature vanished to? Upon witnessing the demon's sudden disappearance, Song Zheng was taken aback, discreetly retrieving several high-level spirit talismans from his storage compartment, preparing for any unforeseen occurrences. At that moment, Tian Yu was seated on his bed, having just played a few rounds of the game Honor of Kings, which had familiarized Hamor with the system's dynamics, although Hamor found the battles within the system rather juvenile. Yen Jingshu escorted her to the school infirmary to address her swelling. When the ice pack made contact with her head, she felt a sharp pain, yet Gu Liangxi had already learned to swallow her grievances and suffering in silence. refraining from voicing her discomfort. "What are you doing?" Gu Bei was suddenly pushed, caught off guard, feeling perplexed by Hisheng's actions, his tone laced with irritation. For a moment, I was truly at a loss regarding the meaning of the final journey, as I watched Zhou Chuan and Lu Kai cross their arms, curious about what antics they might conjure. She could hardly have anticipated that he would choose such a location and time to end their relationship. I was unaware of my third uncle's name, so I boldly referred to him as Old Su. Of course, if one were to delve deeper, Old Su bore an additional connotation, pointing directly to the family head, Su Yitian. In the grand hall, a surge of tumultuous flames erupted, centering around Qin Cheng's body. Chapter 94. I went to see the Aurora. Yu Zhenhe opened his phone, checking each message of goodwill. At the top was a message from Teacher Chen, who also took the opportunity to mock her abysmal classroom performance. Yu Zhenhe contemplated deleting his message but remembered that she would still have his class next semester, reluctantly replying with a thank you. Recently, Yu Zhenhe had not encountered any mishaps, and taking advantage of the summer vacation, the steward had prepared a plan for their journey to the polar regions. On the mobile phone, within the dormitory group, a series of gunshots rang out, leaving everyone bewildered. All they could hear were the anguished cries from the city walls. Those who had intended to ambush Ling Yue and Mo Wuchen were now lifeless. Atop the Tokyo Tower, after the enormous demonic flower shed its petals, a similarly colossal blood-red tumor emerged at the pinnacle, pulsating with a rhythmic glow reminiscent of some monstrous heart beating. She dared not contemplate the gruesome reality. The thought was far too terrifying. As siblings of the same mother, if they harmed the Prince of Ming, would the Crown Prince not seek retribution? Most importantly, the anti-corruption campaign was a double-edged sword for every official, including Wang Peng himself. Before the last word was uttered, dark clouds suddenly engulfed the sky, and soon, rain fell like yellow soybeans. Wang Peng pressed his head down forcefully, while his hand cradled Mo Fusang's chin, compelling her to rise on her toes to meet his kiss. Upon witnessing Lux's rejection of her suggestion, Eva chose to remain silent. The Archangel was currently concealed within the Kingdom of Scandinavia, a nation traditionally neutral like Ob, despite its recent alliance, which the royal family had persistently disapproved of. Although the Forgetting Worry Palace did not belong to her, Ling Yue, Morong Yi was Xiao Min's man, and it was for the sake of rescuing her second brother, by Yanxiu, Qi Hong, and Xiao Min that he had entangled himself with the gates of hell. The rivalry between the two princes for the throne had already drawn the involvement of two other nations. If this led to war and caused the citizens of Shiming Kingdom to become displaced, he believed it unnecessary to disregard the lives of the common people for the sake of a throne. Should the search fail or his subordinates be besieged by the local forces, relying on the remaining personnel and armored vehicles to retreat safely would not be insurmountable. After all, could two legs outrun pairs of wheels? Wu Kai followed Su Wan to the threshold of her bedroom, and upon seeing the scattered remnants of clothing within, he felt a profound guilt for the harm Su Wan endured in his pursuit of vengeance. From the remnants of fabric, Wu Kai could vividly imagine the events of the previous night. Captain Terry, perceiving the crisis in the center lane, maneuvered to fill the gap. Ronaldinho gradually slowed down, suddenly seized by an impulse, his body lurching leftward to forcefully break through. Upon reaching the shore, Kabuso discerned the direction and led his team towards a massive sandstone formation. Boom! As Lanya stepped forward, before even making contact with Long Tiankong's body, he was sent flying, blood staining the earth, a sight too harrowing to behold. The Olympics, revered for its promotion of peace, captured the hearts of the world. Yet, on the Olympic stage, the allure of war could not be overlooked. The phrase "before the military moves," the words have already begun held true, as media from both countries commenced a barrage of mutual attacks long before the clash of arms. The captain carefully circled the vehicle, confirming that it was indeed the one abandoned in the town of Yamashita. Regarding such a greeting method, there is no need to pay heed to this individual, yet I can faintly surmise the origins of this group. However, it is indeed somewhat awkward for the gatekeeper Shader that the esteemed mage remains silent in response to his inquiries and self-introduction. Although the police have arrived, prior to this, some enraged fans hurled bricks at the bus, leaving it utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 95. I arrived at a marvelous place as dusk deepened. A flash of lightning struck, accompanied by a fierce wind that whipped the clouds into a tumult. Yu Zhenhe grasped the handrail, gazing out the window. "It's all right. Don't be afraid," her mother, Yuma, softly reassured her. "I am not afraid." Yu Zhenhe truly was unafraid. Her courage astonished even herself. She ought to have been terrified, collapsing into her mother's embrace, and feeling a sense of panic in the face of death. Yet, unexpectedly, she felt none of that. Instead, she calmly contemplated a solution. Hongling cast a pitying glance towards the direction where Mu Yexiao had departed, uncertain how to respond to Qian Jujiu, as she too felt somewhat bewildered. Qin Su was engrossed in conversation with Shi Mu Yang, entirely oblivious to the intimate posture they shared. Not a soul in the entire prison paid him any mind. This old fellow scuttled about like a mouse in a corner, his gaze furtively scanning the surroundings. "Damn, I'm still quite handsome," he muttered. "Speak. What is it that you desire?" Li Hongwu was a sharp-witted individual, and attempting to deceive him was a fool's errand. "My lord, perhaps we should opt for some lower-tier secret realms to explore. There's no need to engage in such ventures, after all. This is a notoriously perilous location in the universe," Aluba quipped. The speed of instantaneous movement, combined with the mastery of the violent divine King's hammer and the frenzied praise, unleashed the full power of these two treasures, rendering Kong Mangong incapable of finding a worthy opponent. Therefore, upon learning that the original position of Mu Yexing had been so easily dismissed by the emperor, General Liu entered the palace in a fit of rage to seek justice, only to face humiliation. A netizen on Weibo remarked that in the entertainment industry, every step taken is akin to walking on the edge of a knife. A moment's misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall, leaving one estranged from their family. Qin Su could not suppress a laugh, her lips curling into a smirk as she gestured. Isihong suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if a cold winter wind had swept in through his collar. It was she who had proposed the marriage, yet when the moment truly arrived, she hesitated profoundly, as if being coerced by fate itself. For this reason, Lin Fuer had ceased to resist many years ago. The power of faith is an immensely positive force. The four close attendants of the King of Wei were present, although this esteemed master might not be the most skilled in martial arts. His adaptability and kindness earned him the favor of the king. "I know of a place where the water is abundant in spiritual energy, an expanse vastly larger than this water surface. Would you care to join me there to dwell?" Yang Linglan tentatively inquired. Qin Haoshuan twitched his lips. However, at this juncture, there was truly no alternative but to continue searching. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the creaking of the courtyard door being opened from the outside. A figure entered, lifting her skirt, followed by several maidservants carrying lanterns in a single file. Those from the Zhao residence below also spotted the individuals transporting goods from the mountain. Among them were those who had accompanied Zhao Su to Wanshan City. Thus they recognized Huang Si. A shout was exchanged, and the two parties had established a connection. He was evidently furious, yet utterly helpless. While his heart seethed with anger, his mind remained remarkably composed. He understood that he bore the responsibility for the lives of many. Despite their provocation, he did not wish for them to perish before him. Above him, the ethereal and indistinct bell of the cavalry stirred to life, one eye reflecting the swirling galaxies, the rise and fall of great stars, the ever-shifting cosmos, while the other conveyed a sense of timelessness, a moment that felt eternal. She was acutely aware that Ding Su had no connection to him, and she knew all too well how his elder brother had perished due to a lack of funds for medical treatment. The one sent to retrieve them was Deputy General Dong, familiar to those who had previously encountered him in the main hall, including the master and the baker. Yang Jiu did not recognize him, but lacked the inclination to inquire further. Chapter 96. "I dislike this place." Yu Jinhe turned and fled, with Ji Yu trailing closely behind. "Do not fear. Once the demon reveals itself, it cannot survive long within the city," Ji Yu assured, maintaining a leisurely pace. Upon glancing back, Yu Jinhe saw no sign of the demon and felt a surge of curiosity, wondering what a monster truly resembled. "Why do you persist in following me?" Yu Jinhe quickened her pace. "Young lady, I am a demon hunter," Ji Yu replied. Yu Jinhe halted abruptly, a sudden flush of color washing over her face, rendering her momentarily speechless as she gazed at Zhong Xinkong. Having served for many years as the regent, Shan Ruoshui's influence and connections had permeated both the court and the bureaucracy, making it exceedingly simple for him to manipulate matters concerning the imperial examinations. Old Madame Xiao lowered her gaze to her shoes, seemingly oblivious to Shun Changji's reasonable request. Nan Xia had yet to accompany Lu Chunhao to the center of the hall when she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort that rendered her speechless. Having known each other for only a few days, Alan had been keenly aware of all her actions. Such an elder was indeed worthy of trust. Long Zhan bit his lip and nodded resolutely, expressing his gratitude with a noble gesture to the assembly in the hall, his heart brimming with emotion, filling the room with warmth. However, she had always been determined to succeed in her endeavors, confident in her capabilities in this regard. It was rare to see him refrain from defending himself, instead sitting silently with a stoic expression. Within this tumult, apart from Jun Qinghua, Jing He, Shui Feng, and Heli and Songhai were also encircled. Su Yujing nodded as the two sat beneath a large sunshade, fishing. Yet, it seemed that despite the passage of time, there were no fish to be caught. In an instant, their thoughts turned to the distant relatives of Jin Yongtao, pondering who among them might be connected to Mr. Qin. In this skirmish, Liang Jingxing and Su Yang emerged triumphant. While the scandal surrounding Su Yang concluded with the prince of the Han family wandering among the common folk, and the Mu family resorting to unscrupulous commercial attacks. The elder's words were like a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope within Qi Ran, restoring some color to his gaze. What was this? Truly soft. Li Mu fell forward, yet felt his face enveloped by something soft, prompting him to nuzzle against it, finding it rather pleasant. In truth, he did not wish to be so generous. However, he feared that the formidable adversary would persist in demanding the forging techniques. As he drew forth a second flying knife, preparing to launch it, the cat swiftly denied him the opportunity, leaping into a hole over 2 meters above the ground with a resounding meow. This constituted a violation of regulations. The administrator contemplated refusing, but Li Mu tossed a stack of federal currency before him, amounting to 30 or 40,000. It was likely that the Sanjin Emperor never anticipated that casting the husky into Qi Ran's room would yield not the desired outcome, but rather a complete failure of his plans, resulting in both loss and defeat. The grilled fish was the most delectable Su Yang had ever tasted. The fresh fish adorned with a delicate layer of honey, complemented by chili oil, cumin, and fragrant scallions and cilantro. The smoky haze within the enchanted mirror's ice crystals remained still. Even after a time, it was impossible to discern the situation inside. Yi Songjun was genuinely concerned that the two would linger outside too long and be seen by others. After the higher-ups had suppressed the rumors regarding him and Su Yang, he had reminded himself that, as a proper soldier, he ought not to be a fixture in the headlines of entertainment tabloids. He pressed down the rear cover of his vehicle and locked it, leaning against the car body as he lit a cigarette, not particularly eager to smoke, but rather holding it and observing the curling wisps of smoke. Well, since you all wish to engage in battle, I shall do my utmost. However, should we exhaust all our means and still be unable to contend with the cornered beast, I shall opt to withdraw, Zhu Keqinger declared. In Chapter 97, Chen Wuyong, having witnessed the battle against the demon race, knew that the war god never concealed his strength. He recognized the hue of this lotus. Yet, he had not anticipated its appearance in this small, unremarkable city of Wu'er. Lord Fong, infuriated, raised his sword once more, preparing to strike. The sword swung wildly, making it difficult for an ordinary person to evade, yet she remained unscathed. Chen Wuyong did not intervene. Having already offended her, death seemed the safest option. Without a vehicle, Du directly instructed the head of the Du Group's Las Vegas branch to send someone with a car to follow behind, responsible for the transportation of the jade. Have the Feng family members been located? And what of Li Yi and Lao Dan? Have they made contact? I inquired, aware that the individuals present knew of my relationship with Li Yi, thus rendering further explanation unnecessary. Indeed, in this world, men whose appearances are more charming and beautiful tend to be more perilous. How infuriating it is that he just employed the allure of his good looks, shifting all the trouble onto her. I genuinely have matters to attend to and hope you can grant me leave. Avoiding his inquiries, I directly articulated my desires. At this moment, both individuals comprehended Yi Feng's intentions entirely, and gazing at Chun Liang's clouded expression, they felt a surge of excitement within. The most jubilant were those who had placed substantial bets on Kong Minghua's stall, which failed to secure the championship. The results of this year's Gambling King competition had emerged, with number 1 and 360 tied for first place. She then began rummaging through her treasure bag, where the peculiar old man had bestowed upon her numerous elixirs and medicinal herbs, along with a purple-green cauldron. Pan Haodong had firmly resolved that upon unlocking the 3rd level of the Fortune Tower, he would appoint Feng Nualan as the guardian of that space, entrusting her with its protection, thereby offering her a sense of security, while also compensating for the romantic debt he owed her. His mastery over these matters was second nature to him, which was one of the reasons he could indulge in such opulent treasures. As the Shun family's innate talents were rather lackluster, prompting Shin Kaishan to devise such methods to reverse Shun Wansen's fortunes. Kai Xiang was one such individual, having come from Deshun, who served in the palace with a steadfast dedication. Thus, he employed it directly, in the comfort of a cozy room, cradling the exquisite Han Xiang, while utilizing a disposable clairvoyant device to gaze at the magnificent starry sky above. Upon hearing Huang Zhong's resounding call, the Southern Yang soldiers glanced towards the source of the sound, their hearts swelling with elation, for they had finally survived against all odds. The troops' morale surged as they roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" raising their weapons and charging towards the Hanzhong army. Following a tremendous impact, a chilling roar erupted from the depths of the earth. The blood-red arm remained undeterred, striking fiercely towards the 8 trigrams formation. The two mighty beings unleashed their full might, forcefully repelling the arm beyond the array. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei was taken aback, pondering whether that girl Luo had become so enamored with her culinary pursuits that she inadvertently set the house ablaze. At that moment, the bright sky suddenly darkened, as if shrouded by a massive black cloth. The following day, the rat arose early to sharpen its teeth, careful not to awaken Li Tian, maintaining a considerable distance. The Grand Manager of Fengyun's sect, Bai Fengqian, was an exceedingly enigmatic figure within the martial world. Few had encountered Bai Fengqian, yet not many were unaware of him in the realm. Before Cao Cao had fully completed his arrangements, he boldly commanded his troops to break free from their confines. This audacity alone commanded respect. The shadows illuminated by the talisman paper indeed began to dissipate, leaving only swirling malevolent energy within. Mo Ren activated the ghost shadow step, sweeping past those dark energies, absorbing them into the vacuum of her device. Ever since Tang Hao became a warrior, he had faced dangers exceeding 5-fold. Yet he understood that the more perilous the situation, the greater the opportunity it presented. Perhaps this time a treasure will be unearthed, granting Tang Hao the power to defeat Yang Meyer and her companions upon his emergence. Chapter 98. I shall revolt in the resplendent crimson and gold hall. Draped with white curtains, a hand reached out, gently lifting a corner. A pair of spirited eyes appeared. The space was vast, adorned with multicolored gemstones hanging from the ceiling, and intricate patterns embellished the walls. Each design resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. Upon her return to the modern world, she intended to replicate this architectural marvel. A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside, resonating like a drumbeat against her heart. The grand door swung open, and Lin Jiao approached, lifting the fabric of Wan Hong's garment, revealing a multitude of scars, both blue and purple, crisscrossing across her back. Some wounds had only just begun to scab, faint traces of blood still visible. After a frenzied night, he sensed a significant surge in his inner energy, as if his strength had ascended to a new tier. The lights in the captain's quarters gradually dimmed, the electrical devices succumbing to a loss of vitality, casting the space into darkness. Subsequently, the battleship's power surged, enabling it to navigate upstream against the current. Evidently, Su Jiangwo, Rong Liang, and Xiao Hua in the office were all aware of the contents of Jiao Wei's paper, to the extent that even the usually stoic Su Jiangwo couldn't suppress a fleeting smile. The princess never anticipated that I would still appear before her. Haidang, unafraid, smiled at Yunichu, who gasped, appearing weak and powerless. Just as Zhong Kani had surmised, Wu Ming, lying on the grand bed in the room on the opposite side of the wall, was indeed thinking of Zhong Kani, albeit with thoughts that diverged from hers. At that moment, as Haitong's figure bobbed in the boiling water, Yun Ichu, hidden behind Prince Jean, was startled, her complexion paling as her legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground, her back drenched in cold sweat, and her lips turning white. Hee, you two lively treasures. Xiao Hua chuckled as he retrieved a prepared red envelope from his pocket, just as he was about to extend it to Qi Jibin when he was halted by Ling Zhan. In that instant, the violet-black defensive shield of Qin Guang shattered like glass, developing numerous cracks. Yaosheng Island had long been submerged in seawater, often serving as a nesting ground for sea creatures, displaying a plethora of chaotic markings. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, the students by Cedric's bedside turned their heads in unison. On that day, Su Changhe had also been injured by Jun Ya's sword energy. Ultimately, he escaped from the Dark River and went into hiding. The Zhong and Jiang families now shared a fate intertwined in glory or ruin. Jiang Hong, even if not for himself, had to act for the elder of the Jiang family. The chief led all the officers outside, leaving only Shi Nanlin and the middle-aged man in the interrogation room. Their eyes locked. The man wore a fierce expression, as if he intended to devour Shi Nanlin. As she stepped down the stairs, an abrupt figure collided with her from behind just as she placed her second foot down. She widened her eyes, her body plummeting, instinctively shielding her head in an instant. The circumstances they investigated were identical to those documented in the files. However, Lord Li executed the inquiry with remarkable diligence, making this outcome entirely expected. The hammer voiced a complaint, feeling quite helpless, and thus elucidated the reasons to Rong Yi in detail, fearing that the girl might disregard him and carelessly choose a cultivation method before departing. Upon hearing this, Imperial concubine Xiao swiftly turned around and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. Rong Fei's head jerked aside, the hairpin in her coiffure clinking melodiously, and her body swayed into the embrace of Granny Qin. After listening to Lei Wujia's words, a displeased expression surfaced on Xiao Sei's countenance, merely eliciting a cold snort. Although Su Limu said nothing, the slight downturn of his lips betrayed his discontent. Bai Yao's tone was already tinged with irritation. Her garments billowed without a breeze, swaying dramatically and producing a rustling sound, while a chilling aura emanated from her, palpable and pervasive. The surrounding flora, influenced by her imposing presence, leaned outward, their stems and leaves dusted with a faint frost. Chapter 99. I discovered another side in the midst of their tussle. The pillow vanished. Yu Zhenhe slapped his palm against his chest. To his surprise, the softness of his clothing allowed him to feel the muscle beneath. Regaining his composure, Yu Zhenhe silently withdrew his foot. Was he truly on the brink of death? Which war god would tolerate another's tyranny over him? You treated me that way first. He sighed heavily, panting slightly from the exertion of earlier. It was precisely due to the request of Su Huang that Feng Zhu temporarily relinquished his plan to suppress Ning Zhe with the laws of the realm, leading the ancestral dragon to also take a step back. Perhaps it was the smile of Sun Jian that affected her, or perhaps it was her words that gradually restored the ashen-faced Kalia to some semblance of color. Her firm grip on Sun Jian's hand slowly relaxed. Behind this defensive line, 3 soldiers bearing longbows were extracting feathered arrows from their quivers and planting them into the soft ground before them. Flanking them were 2 light gray bulldogs and a red-spotted mutt, all standing with tails erect, barking fiercely into the distance. Not long into their journey, Yang Yishuan's expression grew increasingly grim, pale enough to instill fear in Zhang Yu. Yang Yishuan could no longer endure. His stomach was in utter turmoil. Neighboring countries responded with alacrity, eagerly deploying their armies into the borders of their allies. Engaging in combat against the mutated entities with their fighting prowess was akin to delivering a meal, insufficient even for the Holy One's needs. Fortunately, they were not the main forces in this conflict. As they matured, even if they departed in the future, they would be capable of fierce combat independently, avoiding the pitfalls of underestimating the enemy that could lead to significant casualties and loss of ground. Li Yi desired nothing more than silence, with this medical record as proof. His identity as an injured party was firmly established. The situations of Jiang Shan and Gu Yuanchao were undoubtedly more severe than hers. After all, they were older, and having spent the night at the hospital, it was likely they could no longer withstand the strain. The awkward conversation within the sterile room persisted, as the doctor and Luo Yingnan endeavored to convey their goodwill through simple vocabulary and non-aggressive gestures, while the brown-haired man continued to gesticulate wildly, uttering incomprehensible phrases. With Yu Etian as an immense support, even in the presence of 4 formidable sorcerers, Yi Xin felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Yet, at this moment, Yu Etian felt a profound sense of insecurity. Therefore, the magical crystals contained within the invincible 7-degree golden ring were all of exceptional quality, each possessing its unique characteristics. Only Dui remained amidst the now barren land, where the weeds had vanished, leaving the earth as smooth as ever. This scene left Shi-Sa and the others in silent awe, feeling inferior in comparison. The antiquated cooperative medical system, constrained by the limitations of its era, has become significantly restrictive in contemporary times. While the system itself is commendable, the evolution of society necessitates its reform. The elderly individuals who fled felt the overwhelming force of energy behind them, lacking even the inclination to glance back. Although the scenery here differed from the grand vistas of the Caesar Palace, it was indeed the true sanctuary of the first formidable figure of Caesar. Behind them, Jin Ningxiang smiled without uttering a word, keeping pace with Yi Chun alongside the Tai, Su ancient dragon. In days of yore, the 7 saints engaged in countless conflicts, each intimately acquainted with one another. Upon hearing the Lion Trojan King's words, Supreme Treasure could only cast a reluctant glance towards Mount Shu before stepping aside. The vast universe continued to collapse, with vast distances disappearing and countless lives extinguished, rendering the tally incalculable. A tempest of unparalleled magnitude surged through the heavens and earth, where even immortals could not find their footing amidst such ferocity. Moreover, during the Battle of the Gods in the Yin and Shang dynasties, Yun Zhao's performance validated the words of the primordial supreme. In the past, when he had yet to master his control over time, he had suffered defeat at the hands of goddess Yun Zhao, a singular failure within his lifetime. Chapter 100. I cannot think of anything else. Nezha appeared preoccupied with other matters and did not accompany her back, while Yu Zhenhe was more than eager for him to be occupied. Before he found the person he sought, it was best if they never appeared. Within the palace, Yu Jinhe sat cross-legged upon the bed, mimicking a pose from a television drama. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt a peculiar sensation within her body. "Drink your porridge first," came Nezha's voice from above, startling Yu Jinhe. "That's the demon emperor. My emperor has returned. My emperor has returned." The second largest faction in the realm, the demon clan, rejoiced as the reclusive elders emerged from their domains. James, an expatriate mercenary, was well acquainted with numerous individuals within the national government and military due to his association with Chenade. Malanda had already consented to the revisions, and upon Angel's return to the fifth layer of competition, the staff no longer hesitated, promptly adjusting his interval to 5 minutes. However, the emotional chasm between Angel and Isabella loomed large, creating an insurmountable divide. Yang Lele gazed incredulously at Gunyinhua, questioning whether such words could truly be uttered by a soldier of the People's Liberation Army. Suddenly, the door of a nearby shop burst open, and a middle-aged man wielding a war hammer charged out, heading straight for Nwena. The fervent officers, long eager for battle, could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing that Sano Taro had finally declared an offensive. They yearned to rush into combat without delay. As they traveled a short distance, Yang Yishuan's complexion grew increasingly grim, pale to the point of alarming Zhang Yu. Unable to endure any longer, Yang Yishuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, discussing their plight seemed futile now, as their ranks were nearly decimated. Every hero who had arrived at this school had proven no match for the monstrous beast, and what awaited them next was perhaps death itself. Deep within the northern underworld, the northern illusion city lay shrouded in mystery, with thousands of ancient pyramids exuding the aura of time, standing like sentinels. Each pyramid emanated a chilling, malevolent energy. "No, you cannot perish. A deceased sacred beast serves no purpose. It is absolutely unacceptable. Xiaoyan, you promised to complete the mission. How could it have come to this?" Dreamheart began to reproach Xiaoyan. This was undeniably a profound irony directed at Song Duanwu, a character who was outwardly aloof, yet inwardly fervent. Seemingly tough, yet surprisingly tender. From the very beginning, Zhao Gan harbored a premonition that the person referred to by Achilles was, in fact, himself. Yet, he forced himself to doubt, for in his heart, this kind old man with a perpetual gentle smile was not only his savior, but had also enlightened him on many matters regarding advertisements. The Lin family exchanged glances, suddenly aware of the critical role Guolin played in the recovery of the Seven Stars plane. At times, it is indeed challenging to conjure up eloquent and profound terms. The three sat by the river for quite some time, racking their brains but failing to reach a consensus. "Brother Xiao, do not take offense. He can be rather ill-tempered, yet he is fundamentally a good person. We are merely curious, nothing more," Buguai attempted to mediate. Subsequently, the crowd began to chatter animatedly, each contributing to the lively discourse. However, amidst their conversation, they remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the movements at Akleman's door. The commotion caused by these two indeed consumed a considerable amount of time, and when Song Duanwu emerged from the changing room after settling the bill, he glanced at the worn clothes he had discarded, ultimately packing them into a tote bag. Xia Haitong shook her head. Wallowing in self-blame was futile. It would be far more productive to contemplate potential remedies. Everyone present was unaware of the true nature of the situation. Yet they all understood intuitively that the emergence of this dark vein was not a favorable development for Lu Qianmo. Chapter 101. I encountered an illusion. The porridge you drink does not contain my blood. Nezha discerned her thoughts and explained, pulling her into the room while firmly grasping her arm and closing the door behind them. "Is that something else entirely?" As Yu Jinhe pursed her lips. The substance was neither blood nor saliva. What else could it be? She wished not to dwell on unpleasant thoughts, pressing her hands against her head in frustration. At that moment, Nezha produced a bowl of porridge. With her back turned to the past, Yu Jinhe, despite finding it delicious, had lost her appetite and casually sought a topic of conversation. A chilling aura surged forth, evoking nausea, as the wails of spirits echoed across the heavens, akin to countless steel files scraping against one's soul. Peng Ying, astonished, gazed into the room, rendered momentarily speechless. "Father, let us handle our own affairs. Arthur and I are comrades." Randy scratched his head. With a sword in his right hand, he struck down forcefully, accelerating his descent, and with a resounding thud, he crushed Feng Riyun's head. Among the crowd lay a resplendent pit, within which countless divine stones shimmered brilliantly, their radiance blinding. "It is futile. Having offended His Highness, there is no escape." Upon witnessing Xiao Han's repeated capitulations, the demon prince's expression turned delightfully pleased. In the dimly lit room, there was only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, creating an atmosphere of stark simplicity. The red-haired creature was tightly bound to the chair with celestial ropes, unable to move, staring blankly at Peng Ying and the elder, his eyes glinting with a cold, frenzied light. Feng Yunwuxin departed from the puppet arena, clutching the recently acquired 910 taels of gold, contemplating that earning money was not overly difficult. If he merely underwent trials at the puppet arena daily, hundreds of taels of gold would be assured. Guru was furious but found himself at a loss for words. The realm of cultivation was inherently a brutal feast of the strong upon the weak, and the actions of the beast's sovereign were, after all, not entirely unjustifiable, merely worthy of disdain. While in the air, he unleashed bolts of lightning and golden divine fire from his hands, striking down towards me with ferocity. The dreadful energy fluctuations emanating from the stellar primordial spirit compelled all present to fix their gazes upon Qin Tianji, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. After the appearance of contestant 035, he appeared utterly unremarkable in comparison to those before him. In the days leading up to entering the secret realm, he had diligently studied much about spiritual herbs, and thus, the peculiar plant remained vividly etched in his memory. Shun Lanxian rested her fingers on Shun Feinian's wrist, which was as pale as a lotus stalk, while Shun Feinian gazed at her curiously. Xia Zhaowu found a 5-star hotel near Beijing, and after retrieving the room key, she escorted She to the 10th floor. Shen Yuyao pointed at the elixir in the bowl, introducing it to Mu Ci, whose smile faltered as he expressed his difficulties. Kongwei rode on horseback, curious to see if the body of Captain Bao had been discovered. If not, she and Yu Zhu would be the first to find it. However, the scene was devoid of any trace. Captain Bao's body was no longer present. Of course, what benefit do I gain from helping you? Shui Yingying does not engage in unprofitable ventures. Upon confirming that Su Zhe had no intention of countering, Zhao Kuo's gaze hardened as he lunged forward, striking directly at Su Zhe with his right palm. However, as they were disciples of their own sect, it was inappropriate for them to voice any objections. They promptly summoned 2 elders to escort them away for treatment. The sect leader Yan, a man of approximately 50 years, bore a resemblance to Yan Dian and Yan Er, and was indeed Yan San, the 3rd son of the Yan family. Lin Mo, let me go, you beast. Just watch how I will destroy him, Sui exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In such moments, it naturally transformed the current situation into a genuine partnership between Changmin and Tian Dashan. Chapter 102. I am not afraid. Yu Jinhe withdrew her hand, rejecting his touch. She was acutely aware that it was merely a dream, and the things within it were illusory. Yet, the vividness of the dream rendered it impossible for her to disregard. Leave, Yu Jinhe commanded. Her palm began to radiate warmth, the fiery mark emitting a faint glow. Nezha's complexion turned pale as he remained motionless by the bedside, resisting the force of the contract. With this binding, Nezha was compelled to heed her words. However, each time he beheld Lyra's smiling face, he found it impossible to harden his heart and revert to his true self. As Qing Wu regained her senses, her right hand was abruptly grasped tightly by the man, while her other hand was firmly held by Xianyuan Tinji. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Wait for me at home, Li Hao said with a smile, playfully squeezing Wang Xiaomin's cheek. For Li Hao, nothing was terrifying. He was resolute in his strength. The rain is pouring heavily, and it likely won't cease anytime soon. Perhaps we should find a hotel to stay in, Yang Leffen suggested, his thoughts remaining innocent, oblivious to any ulterior motives, as the individual in question was purer than distilled water. Zhao Tian's excitement surged, coming from an official family. He understood that changes in policy signified a redistribution of wealth. If Hainan were to become a province, its real estate would undoubtedly soar. Someone is approaching. It may be the puppet master. Regardless of what transpires, remember to stay behind me and refrain from speaking recklessly. I will handle everything, Guo Feiyu stated as he harnessed his inner strength to break free from his restraints, pulling by Luoshi behind him for protection. Although he could not open his eyes to see, he had encountered this version of Vivian more than once and had long since memorized it. Klitschkov wore a weary expression, yet he endeavored to maintain an air of sharpness. Scanning the assembly, he declared, "Comrades, I have gathered you here today, as you must be aware. Our nation has experienced a significant calamity." Whoosh! 2 streams of sword energy sliced through the air, violently crossing at the spot where the young man had stood moments prior. With only air around, the powerful sword energy merely stirred up a cloud of dust. Accompanying the sword energy was a familiar silhouette. Heirloom. The leader of the Dark Church inquired curiously, what heirloom could possibly catch the eye of the God of Light? After all, Anything that could catch the eye of a deity as exalted as the god of light could hardly be regarded as worthless. Brother, I wish you well. Meng Yanqi approached Meng Yanqing, raising his champagne glass to gently clink against his, producing a melodious chime. A fleeting glance at the trembling Lier on the ground caused Mu Yun's initially angry and worried expression to gradually revert to a calm and cold fade. Yet, within his sharp, hawk-like icy gaze, a flicker of unease lingered. The garden was adorned with extraordinarily beautiful laurel blossoms, and one could scarcely find another laurel garden in the world that dazzled so magnificently. Gradually, she began to feel drowsy, her words slipping away as her consciousness drifted into a semi-dazed state. Her body grew increasingly feverish, and she emitted faint gasps, lost in a haze, muttering indistinctly. As Nie Yukoin advanced step by step, cornering the armed assailant to the threshold of the suite, one might have believed he was subtly indicating a desire to strike decisively. Ao Tian longed to rescue his beloved, but the adversary was also a practitioner of the arcane arts, wielding artifacts whose offensive capabilities he could not ascertain. If his reckless impulse incited the bodyguard into action, it would spell disaster for him. Despite Xiao Haoyan's formidable martial prowess, he was presently a sovereign, surrounded by layers of guards, their vigilance impenetrable as a fortified bastion. Chapter 103. I remembered their more, thrice daily until finished. After speaking, Nezha managed to smile, forcing his countenance to appear more agreeable, and added, "Is that acceptable?" "Very well," Yu Xinha acquiesced, acknowledging that in this place, an abundance of magical power was advantageous. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Nezha was agitated. Without granting her an opportunity to inquire, he departed shortly thereafter, leaving her alone with the seven-colored flower in the palace. Alas, while dreaming occasionally was tolerable, excessive dreaming could indeed disrupt one's sleep. "Do you have any leads on the hidden traitor within this family?" Zhu Xingzong inquired. When Lu, having not heard Xiao Jingyan's words, paid little mind as they deliberated whether to have egg and chive, pork and scallion, or corn and pork dumplings. If Qiu Man were to engage in a brawl with them, Xia Sang would remain unperturbed. However, her sudden transformation rendered her incapable of feeling anger. For a fleeting moment, Yin Gunisi sensed a murderous intent emanating from the perpetually smiling youth before him. Yet, he lacked the authority to decide. Despite being the director, he remained merely a humble worker. The Huang squinted at the rusted nameplate, struggling to decipher the faded letters. Shortly thereafter, from behind the surging waves, a colossal crimson monster emerged. The court intrigues of the Yashi kingdom were equally fierce. "I assure you, under my protection, you shall not suffer a single harm." A multitude of issues weighed heavily on the mind of this middle-aged man, yet he found himself with little time to ponder them. She stood there, utterly bewildered and disoriented, particularly overwhelmed by the ultimatum issued by Qiu Bai. The pressure was immense. Xia Ming maintained a demeanor of composed dignity, yet in the eyes of Yu Qingzi, Xia Ming's behavior seemed a blatant challenge to his authority. Coupled with Yu Qingzi's existing grievances against Xia Ming, this provoked considerable ire within him. The repeated slaughters of the persuaders among the practitioners instilled a deep-seated fear of Yang Qi, leading them to secretly label him as the new demon. Shi Ruozhou imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, strategies for maneuvering through intricate situations, mastering the art of manipulation, discerning the subtleties of human nature, and how to wield intimidation effectively. "I see no fault in my words," she reflected, her meticulous nature rendering her sensitive to nuances. It perplexed her why any remark of mine would cause her discomfort. "Must I reiterate each phrase for your benefit? You have the leisure, I do not." The sight of the long-nosed man grew increasingly envious, a wave of frustration washing over him. How could this be? People often remarked that the formidable Prince of the Moon was merely the madam of a brothel in Fengtai City. Yi Xian, alone and undeterred, harbored ambitions of teaching this arrogant fellow a lesson for daring to suggest his surrender. A Ping had yet to retire for the night. Seated on a stone by the door, leisurely smoking while conversing with Fan Ming. Upon hearing certain words, a collective gasp rippled through those present. The implications of a lack of water in the desert were too dreadful to contemplate. He even speculated that perhaps Chun Ji and his companions had survived and traced their way here. The sudden recital of poetry by Xia Ming startled the sunbathing tourists nearby, drawing their ire. His muscles swelled and throbbed, exuding an intense aura of danger that surged uncontrollably from within him. "Your disciple has perished due to inferior skills, yet you seek to blame us?" retorted the elder of the demon sect, just as Feilong presumed that Qian He Zhonglang would abandon his mad scheme. He was taken aback to discover that Qian He Zhonglang had completely lost his sanity. The number of individuals had been halved yet again. This situation resembled that of longtime classmates who, despite years of camaraderie, never truly accepted you, as evidenced by a memo that always bore your full name. Chapter 104, My Tragic Journey. There was something amiss within her, and Yu Junhe could distinctly sense it. Do you understand? Nezha inquired, placing her palm upon the mark on her forehead. The lotus flower, which had already been halved, now lost yet another portion. What is there to comprehend? Yu Junhe retorted, dizziness overwhelming her as her breaths quickened. She recalled the meals she had consumed during this time. Beyond the initial porridge, there had only been clear soup. Shopping is merely shopping. It matters not to me. As you stated, a man cannot refuse. I am formidable in bed. Will I concern myself with shopping? If you possess the prowess, then ensure I cannot engage in bed today. Damn it. I am all in, Li Xiaofan lamented with a sense of helplessness. As they approached the angel planet, Bailey decisively activated her cloaking state, keenly observing her surroundings while searching for an opportunity. The ethereal silhouette of the 1,000-foot flame sparrow surged forth, carrying an endless torrent of fiery might, seemingly intent on incinerating the heavens. Ji Ju met her unyielding gaze, his hands clenched tightly at his side, as if striving to suppress something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. After finishing the fish soup, he retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it directly, entering a state of cultivation while the primordial Yin energy still coursed through his body. The reign of Hongjun over the celestial realm had persisted for several million years, and being cast down from his pedestal was an unparalleled blessing. What did you say? You've been to the heavenly court? Green Oriole's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Xiaofan, her expression akin to witnessing a ghost. When affairs become complex to a certain degree, they may coalesce through some unseen mechanism into a coherent structure capable of independent thought. Yang Fangfang and Yang Lu were equally bewildered by the scene before them, rendered speechless and hesitant to approach. In the absence of others, the two engaged in candid conversation, shaking their heads in melancholy, and erupting into raucous laughter during moments of joy, dissipating the gloom that had lingered over them for days. Before them lay a square jade seal, intricately carved with a fearsome beast totem, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Since meeting Granny Hu, though she often displayed her temper, Lu Yinxue had never seen her expression so terrifying. Her small eyes blazed with fury, the scar at the corner of her eye rendering her visage even more fearsome. As time quietly passed, after a considerable interval, Yurong finally emerged from the cold palace, carrying a food box, and returned through the gates she had closed behind her. There were reasons for this that were not easily explained. You need only understand what you know now, Ning Xiao remarked. Ning Xiao caught sight of a white hem, faintly recalling its ethereal allure. Prior to this, Xiaoho had not spoken thus. The second prince coldly remarked that with the Eastern Factory personnel nearby, one should not be too reckless in their efforts to protect her. He instructed others to proceed. Yes, I shall summon Lianer at once, the servant replied, hastily departing. In the evening, Xie Tianbao returned home from school, exhilarated to see Uncle Gu had also moved into the new residence. The Qin brothers soared back to the underworld, plotting how to unleash their poison into the demon realm. In the shortest time possible? Cao murmured, seemingly entrusting the lives of his entire clan to him, yet possessing ulterior motives. The level of the fire escape technique, a storm of chaos and might, rivaled that of the ultimate escape technique, the great fire extinguishing. At this moment, it was unleashed by Senju Hashirama, its range and power approaching lethal levels of destruction. Listening to the admonitions of the scarf girl, yet feeling inexplicably elated, I could not fathom why her hand, and mine, brought such comfort, surpassing even the sensation of holding Mu Meiqing's hand. Chapter 105. My knight, who do you say the heavenly emperor is? Yu Junhe gazed at the golden Dan before him, freshly extracted by Nezha. The treasures of the celestial beings are indeed remarkable, far surpassing the effects of any demon clan's Dan he had previously consumed. Unfamiliar with the situation, Nezha was in the process of extracting the immense power contained within the golden Dan. It was far too potent to absorb all at once, requiring at least 3 separate attempts. He treats you well. Perhaps you should inquire at the heavenly court? Yu Junhe leaned on the table, his fingers grazing its surface. As he watched the retreating figures of the two, Mu Shuyuan felt an odd sensation rising within him. A peculiar notion that he ought to mourn for the ghostly brigade and the wandering souls. The bodyguards, numbering over 10, were all robust and honorable, yet they remained motionless, exchanging glances in a stalemate, as the young master had not given any orders. Ning Snian's words instilled a sense of shame in Ning Wenxiu. Indeed, after years of leading the Ning family, he had lost much of his integrity. Observing Ning Snian's upright posture, He couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Wasn't he once just as he was now? Hand in hand, Ning Ming and Xian Shi exited the school, reminiscent of the times when Xian Shi was a student there. However, back then, it was Ning Ming who held Xian Shi's hand, and now the roles had reversed. Mu Chao, upon hearing Lan Dongshi's words, cast a timid glance at Yi Tianyu and, nervously, took a seat with a bun in hand, uncertain of how to proceed. She was accustomed to serving others, not dining at the same table as her master. She had arrived with great confidence, yet in such a short time, the atmosphere here had overwhelmed her. Yi Tianyu noticed the calm demeanor of Hui Yujia, yet remained unaware of the trials Hui Yujia had endured. The emperor merely spoke of a gentle kiss, and this was what he referred to. After taking a refreshing bath, the two dressed anew. As they donned their garments, Xiao Wanxi could not help but voice her grievances toward Wei Limo. However, it seemed that the kitchen did not frequently prepare such meals in her time at the palace. She had only dined on 2 occasions, once before the new year and now, making it a total of 2 times. Were there truly no other formidable experts present? Someone even more powerful than her grandfather? Yi Tianyu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Lan Dongshi, hoping to decipher something from his expression. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Ultimately, this batch of elixirs yielded excellent results, producing 6 complete essence-gathering pills. Among the previously exploded concoctions, 3 intact body-refining pills remained, bringing the total to 8 essence-gathering pills and 5 body-refining pills. Under normal circumstances, with her severe injuries, it would be impossible to recover within such a brief span of 2 or 3 minutes. Could it be due to Suchi? Mu Ningyo finally grasped the situation. After concluding the call, she hung up promptly. Meanwhile, Lan Ruo was still in a state of confusion, so she summoned Christine and Xiao Qi to relay the details of Mu Ningyo's phone call. Let us wait and see what he intends to do before acting. At worst, we can claim we were coerced. The Rift Hall is not worth jeopardizing ourselves over some trivial matters, Sun Zizi remarked, furrowing his brow as he communicated telepathically. Tian and I felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such tender consideration. Even the cultivator who had intended to confront Wang was now awkwardly bowing and apologizing, his heart bleeding inside. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from within the city, followed by numerous cultivators emerging with respectful expressions. Han Ling had been by his side, while Hao Zhuo was stationed outside the operating room, guarding the 2 severely injured Dragon Soul members alongside Li Xiaofei. The remaining 3 palace eunuchs exchanged forced smiles before dispersing. Lang Fei seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at Cui Jian's head with his dragon claw. Should this claw make contact, it would undoubtedly obliterate Cui Jian's skull. She slowly lifted her head, wiping her eyes, only to find the enchanting face of Qing Jiu adorned with a hint of sorrow. Chapter 106. I have discovered the beginning. Wait for me, Nezha said, clutching the mystic heaven silk as he stepped outside. The two had larger objectives, with the heavenly court engulfed in turmoil. Nezha's unique status meant that Yuzhen he did not accompany him. In the sky, Nezha looked down upon the mountains. The heavenly court occupied the most extensive territory, with each deity owning their domain. Even neighboring deities required celestial cranes for travel, lest they waste too much time on the road. A streak of red light dashed across the sky. Several conversing deities remarked, "Chu Yang, you have truly gone too far." Lei Heng and Yi Haifeng felt utterly stifled. They had never been threatened in such a manner, yet the situation was firmly in Chu Yang's grasp, leaving them utterly powerless. In excruciating pain, Chu Yang collapsed to his knees before Feng Wu, drenched in sweat, incredulously staring at her, unable to comprehend why she treated him thus. How could she be the princess of the Stone Kingdom? I had heard no whispers of this. The assembled crowd, including the 4th and 5th elders, engaged in conversation. Old Master Hua, what you say is unwarranted. I have never concerned myself with such details, Lu Bo remarked. Nevertheless, I have indeed come here for a matter of significance, which is nothing to be ashamed of, so there is no need for avoidance, Li Yu said with utmost politeness. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, quickly regretting his earlier inquiry, and opted to pretend he hadn't heard, pulling Qi Long away. How could this be? Prince Feng recalled disdainfully kicking Jiang Heng aside that day, leaving him to fend for himself. Yet now, witnessing his demeanor, it was as if he had undergone a complete transformation, exuding an arrogance akin to his own. He's merely a divine emperor. There's nothing to fear. The members of the Demon Valley, known for their formidable physiques and astonishing recovery abilities, swiftly rejoined the fray after wiping the blood from their mouths, launching a relentless assault with dozens uniting their strength to forcefully repel the divine emperor. Due to the considerable expenses incurred in recuperating their health, they found their finances dwindling. Consequently, Yilkai felt her condition improving, contemplating whether to have Elena exchange some money before heading south overland. Taking it slower was inconsequential. The paramount concern was the safe arrival of the child in her womb. Unexpectedly, he admitted it directly, and Zhao Qingran, who had mustered her courage moments before, felt a twinge of discomfort. With the bidding of the wind-cooling moon, a temporary tranquility descended upon the auction house. Li Tianfeng surveyed the scene, his heart racing with anxiety. Could it truly be that he and his companions would acquire it for a mere 10,000 gold coins? Although Su Miao's identity was dubious, it could not have been entirely fabricated. Qin Yuanfeng had meticulously traced the lineage of their ancestors to concoct such a plausible excuse, leaving the Kong family unaware, believing it to be a distant relative from an unknown land. Just as Teng Shuejian was about to speak, the sound of a fierce altercation reached the ears of the two. Clad in full gear and gripping a sniper rifle, Li felt no thrill. Rather, he remained composed and steady. The overall architectural style of the Shui family estate not only merged northern and southern architectural designs, but also absorbed elements from ancient European structures. If this were merely his conjecture, the coincidental appearance of the Huang family at the San Juan knife shop today further solidified his suspicion. Heavy iron chains hung from the gate, each chain requiring the strength of 100 robust slaves to pull it open. Upon Su Da's return to the encampment, he suddenly recalled how Fong Lang had brought him to the marshal's residence, feeling immense gratitude and a desire to repay the favor. Gao Chuan's performance today contrasted sharply with the philosophy of Atletico Madrid, resembling instead the products of Santos and Barcelona's youth academies. At this moment, even breathing was a torment, yet the chilling sensation that seemed to seep from his very marrow was unbearable. He gritted his teeth and stumbled towards the house, which held warm clothing and the precious 200-year-old sea cucumber he had painstakingly acquired. Chapter 107. I in the Celestial Court. Nevertheless, it was imperative that Nezha remained unaware. The Heavenly Emperor wielded formidable powers, and given Nezha's temperament, the odds of victory in a confrontation were slim. Yuzhen has sampled a pre-processed golden elixir, savoring its divine flavor. However, with only one remaining, Yuzhen hesitated to consume it entirely. In the blink of an eye, the pile of golden elixirs before her had transformed into a mountain. Yuzhen stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. A wave of flames surged forth as the audience, amidst their curses and discomfort, awaited the grand conclusion of the evening. Qin Yin casually tossed a pill to Su Tianan before taking flight into the vast void. The old tortoise submerged itself back into the pond, gradually sinking away. Did even the divine turtle abandon its watch? Jia Qianqian gazed tearfully at the turtle that had once again submerged, despair enveloping her. Could last night's jest have turned into reality? Were she and Long Jie truly destined to become a pair of souls in the underworld? Do not presume that by slaying my foolish brother, you can look down upon us from the southern wilderness heavenly gate. To speak frankly, within the inner sanctum of our southern wilderness heavenly gate, my brother Ao Hua ranks second to last. Were it not for our father and Ao Xia supporting me, he would have no right to be arrogant at all, Ao Tong sneered. The 22 racing cars were compelled to engage in fierce competition under the treacherous road conditions that made even walking a challenge. The outcome was, as one might expect, rather predictable. The match was rife with an array of blunders and collisions, ultimately devolving into a contest where merely finishing guaranteed points. I possess the means to send the crown prince of the Li nation back to his homeland, for I can rescue Long Jie. Jia Qianqian's enigmatic smile hinted at deeper schemes. Should further investigations ensue, it is highly probable that his vast underground network would be laid bare. Truly, such is the prowess of Ganing Fan, who, even in the presence of the immensely influential Mandy Charity, exhibits no reservations. It is well known that the Mandy Charity Gala is steeped in utilitarianism, with both the organizers and participating artists harboring distinctly defined objectives. Yet, he alone dares to speak so candidly. You are remarkably carefree and unperturbed, yet your heart is not malicious. Shilin finally smiled. In this league, where supremacy is dictated by strength, Su Jishan must indeed be even more formidable. Thus, the god of abilities, surpassing Su Jishan, signifies a being that transcends all realms of cultivation. The peculiar shadow was far from ordinary. It swiftly morphed from the silhouette of a bobcat into a slender serpent's form, plunging downward with a sudden thrust, directly penetrating beneath the floor of the room. Inside was nothing like the ancient exterior. The marble floor gleamed, the walls were pristine white, and opposite stood a series of windows, each occupied by a cloaked divine attendant, above which loomed a colossal electronic screen densely inscribed with rows of Chinese characters. Just as Jin Shanbao instinctively uttered this name, a figure flickered before him, and he became instantly oblivious. However, this very action only intensified the fear and dissatisfaction among the already apprehensive disciples, prompting Luo Qianma, the most capable assistant to the sect leader, to reach her limit. The sharp claws elongated with the tiger demon's movements, transforming into a foot-long blade that glinted menacingly on the back of its hand, directed at Qi Yubai with a fearsome glimmer. Upon entering the dreamscape, Bing Lan first connected the dreams of the two individuals, then crafted a dream space to transfer them within, finally allowing herself to breathe easily. Anything that piqued his interest must possess extraordinary spiritual energy or be a magical artifact. Making the search relatively straightforward, one need only seek out areas abundant in spiritual power. You recognize this, Lord? The corpse demon furrowed his brow, discomfort washing over him at the laughter of the mysterious soul. After a moment, he coldly declared, "No, you are certainly not him. Who exactly are you?" His inquiry was resolute and unwavering. Chapter 108. I have been targeted in the courtyard. A seven-colored flower ensnared this individual, swinging him back and forth through the air. Release me, or I shall take your life. The seven-colored flower was thoroughly enjoying itself, boldly boasting even in this predicament. Having been so thoroughly beaten, he must surely be their enemy. With this thought, the flower swayed even more vigorously. Yu Jinha emerged, freeing the tendrils, causing the blossoms to nearly brush against her face. Beaming radiantly, I've helped you teach him a lesson. Who is this person? However, upon seeing Gu Shuirua, her eyes widened in shock, and the notebook in her hand nearly slipped to the ground. Although it is only natural for everyone to recognize Hu Nyang's goodwill, his visit this time is undoubtedly to stir up trouble. It is unlikely he would provoke all the sects indiscriminately. Rather, he aims to gather those without threat to bolster his own strength. To speak candidly, why not mention the cost of this vehicle? Tao Xiuying interjected, interrupting her husband. The curious Qin Meng was eager to discern what Jin Qian and Ayea were engaged in, yet he hesitated to inquire further given Jin Qian's reticence. Trailing behind with a sense of frustration, Dr. Song Pingyun, well-versed and knowledgeable, excelled in addressing the myriad ailments afflicting the families of his patients. Xiao Dong maintained an air of nobility, conversing with neither deference nor arrogance, akin to two acquaintances exchanging pleasantries on the road. On the fourth day of the competition, he encountered a disciple from the Xuanqing sect, a peaked celestial immortal, who ranked favorably among the 64 participants. Nevertheless, he was ultimately dispatched from the arena by the exquisite swordsmanship of the four great extremes. Upon arriving in the valley, Zhang Chen realized that his previous assumptions were misguided. It was not the difficulty of hatching the fire phoenix egg, but rather his improper methods that had led to failure. He could only consume soft, easily digestible food, avoiding meat entirely, and told his grandmother that his stomach was unsettled. This was not a sustainable solution. If he lingered too long, she would inevitably grow suspicious. Che Lingyan remained silent. Li Yulin observed her with a smile, but the movement seemed to aggravate his injury, causing him to frown. The cultivators meditating in the sacred retreat sensed the earth tremble beneath them, yet none were willing to cease their practice. For those fortunate enough to enter such a hallowed space, every moment was of immeasurable value. Upon hearing Su Jiaya's words, Jian Dusan's eyes twitched slightly, forcing a smile. Su Jiaya, the Grand Bishop, I have heard that the Thunder Emperor has arranged a marriage for you and Huaxia. Much of his prior success in resolving complex issues had relied heavily on a set of nameless acupuncture techniques. This has nothing to do with His Majesty the Beast Emperor. Your fame has grown recently, and I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange, Guang Yuan remarked. Master? At the thought of the master, Xiang Shuahai immediately understood that, given the master's prowess, he would indeed be aware. A fierce wind surged forth, rendering Jiang Feng unable to open his eyes. The eagle, dazed by the explosive impact, was about to crash to the ground. In a flash, Jiang Feng vanished, utilizing his star power to cushion the eagle's fall, which landed heavily, sustaining injuries but surviving nonetheless. Selling at a loss only to resell amounts to no profit at all. However, with Tong Tian, this was different. A single yuan could be found on the forum, entirely unnecessary to seek elsewhere. Additionally, with the names of Tong Tian and Fatty as guarantees, there was no fear regarding the authenticity of the strategy. A cold glint flickered in Elder Duanmu's eyes as his form transformed into a streak of black lightning, aiming directly at Zhang Tianshi. With the addition of skilled fighters under Situ Kong to the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted, forcing all mercenary groups back to the port. If unforeseen circumstances did not arise, they would be unable to advance further into Tianzhu. The contents within are classified materials, meant to remain concealed from public view. How could they possibly be exposed in front of so many witnesses? In such circumstances, Kong Yud and his companions, having just captured Lizhou, found their options for further expansion entirely constrained, relegated to the confines of Dengzhou and its surroundings. Chapter 109. Have I become the Heavenly Emperor? The fisherman's river had long since traversed 800 miles, as if it were on an automatic course, relentlessly pursuing her. It circled the entirety of the heavenly court, the decree of the Heavenly Emperor still trailing behind. Her magical energy was utterly depleted, her throat parched, and a wave of nausea surged from her stomach. At the southern heavenly gate, the fisherman's river leaned against a pillar, gasping for breath. The decree could pursue her endlessly, yet her stamina was not infinite. The decree reappeared, and she dragged her legs, which felt as heavy as lead, in a desperate flight. However, he was acutely aware that this could very well be a scheme devised by Wang Shishing to frame her, which is why he had spoken so provocatively. The gambler collapsed immediately, rolling back and forth while clutching his leg, as the lighting within the room flickered erratically, as if the electrical current were unstable. Following that day, Jiang Erdi became the village pariah, enduring scorn and ridicule for several days. In contrast to Pei Zitian's silence, Pei Xiao and Pei Zimiao both held their bowls of water before speaking. The virtuous consort is unable to bear children. The initial scheme to frame your mother, reducing her from consort to a mere talent, was all to usurp you. How could you now acknowledge the thief as your mother? Do you truly honor your own mother? He glared at Lu Qin in indignation. Upon receiving the business card, Yuan glanced at the name Chun Hui inscribed upon it, and politely exchanged greetings. After he departed, Uncle Han approached, resuming his customary examination of Jiang Xuan's pulse, discovering it remained steady and strong, her complexion even more radiant, and he reassured her gently. A rather crude paper gourd, crafted through a simple paper MCH technique, was typically made during moments of drowsiness at night. Qin Ruoyin bit her red lips, feeling a mix of shyness and an indescribable sensation, yet there was no trace of aversion. While she was preening, an overripe fruit unexpectedly soared through the air, splattering messily upon Qi Baoyan's head, causing it to ooze down her forehead, prompting her to leap in shock. Feng Ling was rendered speechless. Yao Huaya was sharp-tongued and skilled in verbal dueling, capable of countering his every word, leaving him with no choice but to silently continue his meal. Within Dun Palace, preparations for Princess Kanyang's distant marriage were in full swing, the affairs being managed with both urgency and poise. Beyond the palace walls, a waning crescent moon cast a gentle glow upon the high and low households of the capital, enveloping the scene in tranquility. To some extent, Mu Yiqin might align with her interests, yet this unity would only be temporary. He was no sage, merely a member of the human race. Sacrificing for humanity was a natural expectation. His calm remarks carried the weight of everyday occurrences, as if he spoke of the ice goddess's actions without a hint of reverence. Every nuance of the unfolding events was anticipated by Li Shusi, yet an ineffable weariness lingered within her heart. It must be said that Helian Tao's cooperation was exquisitely seamless. Indeed, the individual known as Hong Xiao, referred to by him as Uncle Hong, was anything but an ordinary aide. Strolling leisurely through the garden, she felt no urgency to seek out Mu Lingfei, for given that fellow's temperament, he would hardly wish to linger in her presence. Let us momentarily set aside Wang Guifu's conversation with Zhang Ku. The bankruptcy and merger coordination meeting of the Jinjiang City Trade and Development Bureau commenced as scheduled in the conference room on the 4th floor. Even those standing within the confines of Ice and Snow City, observing the competition, could sense the palpable oppressive atmosphere. The summit of sword inquiry was vast. Though not comparable to Ghost City or Demon City, it was nonetheless as expansive as two Qingguang cities. At the foot of the massive sword at the summit of sword inquiry lay the center, where various families were placed according to the distribution of their lineage in the underworld, thus positioning the Luo family at the periphery. No, we neglected to examine the roof. How could Zhao Yang, such a meticulous individual, overlook it? Upon entering, he had failed to inspect the roof of either the storage room or the cold storage. Was there some sort of taboo surrounding it? Chapter 110. I want to take him home. If you want to give it to me, I shall take it myself. Nezha rasped. Yu Jinhe pushed him away, gasping for breath. His recent actions had become increasingly outrageous, rendering her incapable of refusal. She began to suspect Nezha had undergone some form of training during her absence. Did I forget something? Yu Jinhe inquired, deducing a rough outline based on the existing clues. Unpleasant memories could be forgotten. They were inconsequential, Nezha closed his eyes and envisioned Feng Ling and Qi Fei, leading a group of about 100, lying in ambush outside the guest room. Lu Shougong's heart brimmed with fury directed at Qin Yang, just you wait. Once I am free, I shall ensure you do not have an easy time. Lu Shougong silently cursed Qin Yang before unleashing his power. The second elder was equally astonished. Certainly. No one would dare speak ill of you before Duke Duan in Haikao. Had you offended Duke Duan in the capital? If your nephew displeased Duke Duan, when he returned to the capital, a few ill-chosen words before the emperor could severely impact your prospects. However, Lu Dadi understood that subduing Yun Feiyang was an absolute impossibility. Your brother went to congratulate the Rui Wang. Why has he not yet returned? Come with me to the front and take a look. Now that the two shared no barriers, united in their quest to dispel rumors, Lu Xiangxue would certainly seize this opportunity to showcase their closeness. What had become of the mercenaries who had previously visited Building 6, including Arnold, who resided within the painting? Having made their arrangements, Ling Xiao chose to activate the scroll, and thus all 6 heard the same system prompt. My lord, there is no need for you to find this too cumbersome. For once you obtain our Dark Moon Tower membership card, you may use it for any purchases at any merchant in the Black Market Alliance. Quan patiently explained. The merchants envious of her business were of little concern to Lu Xi. Should they dare to disrupt her affairs, she possessed ample means to deal with them. Tian Yu unleashed a strike at a towering tree, and in an instant, countless azure silver vines ensnared the majestic 100-meter-tall trunk. Yao, shall we venture out with the sisters today? Xin Yu adjusted her school uniform and stood up, preparing to leave. This year marked her eligibility to enroll in the academy, making it her first journey outside the sect. A minute later, the prison warden knelt before Qin Wu, drenched in cold sweat. I have met you, Heavenly Martial Battle Sovereign. Why do you wish to bring me along? I am merely at the Gathering Qi realm, Ling Feng remarked, somewhat taken aback. Whenever I deliver vegetables to the Wui cafeteria, I can conveniently bring some for you. The prices will surely be lower than at the market. Gai Lian asserted confidently. The evil emperor, Qi Mei, received a new right hand at the Cliff of Waves, reborn under the path of cultivation, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance, and within 8 years he emerged, determined to challenge the spectral foes. It seems the Qin Yuan sect has devised a method to break this seal. Let us see what you can put in, Yunze suggested. Gai Lian nodded in agreement. All right, after dinner, we shall go watch a movie, and let's pack a saltwater goose to take home. The one at the alley's entrance looks quite appetizing, and I have never tasted it. Indeed, she had not had the chance to savor a saltwater goose in this era. Yet, no one was willing to believe her, not even granting her the opportunity to explain, hastily condemning her. Convey my orders. Xing Tian shall be the commander, and you two will serve as vice-generals. Select the elite from the Flying Bear army to venture into the mortal realm, ensuring its protection. As the last phrase, laced with mockery, escaped the lips of the first great demon emperor, even the most composed sage could not suppress their ire. A fiery sword materialized in his hand, the crimson flames staining his attire and hair a fiery red. Chapter 111, we encountered. Yuzhen he dared not speak. Introducing a boyfriend to everyone around is indeed a significant process, even under pressure. Yu Gong Yishan, rest assured, even with him, you remain the most important. 3 identical phrases appeared on the screen. Now that is more like it. Innocent Mother Mosquito. Today at school, I saw an incredibly handsome guy. In my lifetime, I have never seen anyone so charming. A captivating television drama is naturally favored by all. Its incessant broadcast, regardless of the channel, would inevitably lead to weariness. Gradually, her ethereal beauty began to dissolve into illusion under the refinement of her magic, while her primordial spirit solidified. In dealing with Healing Yi, before Wei Xiao and Fu Yunran could confront her, Healing Yi caught Wei Xiao off guard at the evening banquet. In order to locate this remnant, it is imperative to harness the power of the innate divine position. It was also mentioned that the United Family should establish a security team to safeguard the lives and properties of its members. Remarkably, despite his fiery temperament, Chen Jifeng managed to maintain order in his unit and was overseeing several significant projects. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a QR code was unexpectedly presented to him. Glancing at the clock on the bedside, he noted it was already past 7 in the morning. After some contemplation, he gently called for Yu Qiongjiu. In the underworld, there is no distinction between day and night, nor do the seasons change. Everyone present, except for Jiuyu, was aware of this fact. Mizuta Kocho, Hisakawa Takashi, and Takeda Terunobu hurriedly descended from the Arrow Tower to report to Ashikaga Yoshihide. Concurrently, Iwaki Tomatomo commanded over 1,000 Sanho troops to launch a fierce assault on the main gate of the Nijo Palace. In front of Gao Yang lay a bowl of egg noodles. Adhering to his request for a bit of meat, Zhang Hu added a piece of braised pork, though the lean meat intended for the meat sandwich had been removed, leaving only a piece of skin attached to the fatty portion. Meow. If only she could bring her beloved Huahua back to modern times. Would those foolish individuals still obsess over cosmetic surgery to the point of not recognizing themselves in the mirror at midnight? The mountain wolf and his 10 or so subordinates instinctively tightened their legs, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they braced for what was to come. Chai Jin, while ushering everyone into the private room, arranged the seating for guests and hosts alike, expressing gratitude to his elder brother for the previous incident, referring to the matter of Chao Gai's rescue, which most were oblivious to. Ultimately, with the assistance of the law god Wan Jin, a divine array disguised as a teleportation formation was finally completed. This divine array alone consumed a vast quantity of rare magical materials and engaged over 400 formation masters, taking more than 10 consecutive days to construct. Now, they awaited the law god to take the bait. Father, I must truly defy your wishes this time, Li Yuan said, bowing respectfully to the elder, then turned and slowly departed. It was previously agreed that he would return home for a meal, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Could it be that I have once again entered the jade tablet of the demon child? Observing this peculiar phenomenon, Lingyan pondered. Fortunately, the entire enemy player faction had gone to the rear to assist in transporting rocks, leaving the defenses here remarkably sparse. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rescue Huiding so easily. Due to the sparse Han population, the Han people living on the plateau were quite united. Around 7,000 to 8,000 individuals, leading a stable life under the guidance of their clan leader and village chief. The clan leader, revered as the deity of Nachitai, managed all affairs. The Ming army rarely ventured into the living territories of the Han on the plateau. The living room lights were on, and there were faint sounds emanating from the room. I stood frozen for a moment, utterly at a loss. The first thought that crossed my mind was, could Lu Sudong have brought someone home? Chapter 112. The grand finale. There were few people by the lakeside. Yu Zhenhe disregarded his request. Where have you been these days? At the hotel. Nezha responded, one hand tucked in his pocket. Where did you get the money? Yu Zhenhe inquired. Without an identity, it must be quite difficult to survive here. Moving things, Nezha replied. That day, his roommate saw him arriving with a vehicle from outside the school, engaging in some physical labor. Typically, he received cash payments at the end of the day. After a day's work, living in a hotel, the distinction between cultivators and ancient martial artists becomes evident. The latter unlocks their own treasures, honing themselves into a physique comparable to a magical artifact, while the former harnesses spiritual energy to invoke Taoist techniques that resonate with the rhythms of heaven and earth. Subsequently, he followed Wang Feng's instructions and took the money away. As for how Wang Hu would deal with him, that was beyond Wang Feng's concern. Presently, Wang Feng had reached a level where he could emit internal energy from his body, manipulating airflow, which was characteristic of the Qi refinement stage. Even Lin Tianfan, a master of the martial master realm, was nearly overwhelmed by immense pain, almost fainting. He hurriedly untied the kite on his back, scanning the surroundings for the shore, only to find that the water in this murky area seemed to absorb all light, rendering visibility non-existent. With Qin Xiaobao's assistance, this prince shall gain formidable strength. My forces will soon advance north to Shangxi, and Qin Xiaobao will lead the White Pole troops to train the new soldiers. Prince Zhu arranged for a new army of 60,000 to garrison Sichuan, while the remainder would return north to Shangxi, dispatching Zhu Quan with 20,000 cavalry to quell the bandits in Huguan. The atmosphere at the scene made me feel as though they were not there to welcome me, but rather to intentionally create obstacles. 3 months later, the spaceship carrying Ogner crashed onto the surface of Meijiali, and Baron Betty was the first to arrive at the crash site, being the first to discover Ogner. Furthermore, his opponent was a nascent golden core cultivator, Shimin Qing. This time, he had truly sustained injuries. He recalled the previous encounter when Shimin used the so-called dominating blade, and the rebound force had caused him a minor injury. However, this time was genuine harm. Shindai City had undergone 5 major renovations, the first at the dawn of the Alliance's establishment, the second on the 10th anniversary of the nation, the third to prepare for seismic events, the fourth mandated by the 33rd Prime Minister, and the final renovation during the century-long war. I had heard Elder to speak of the Shabo technique long ago. It is a defensive maneuver, the exact opposite of the offensive step. If left unchecked, not only would it fail to accumulate popularity for the competition, but participation in the event itself might also be jeopardized. Is this really feasible? Jiang Xianju pondered. Though somewhat intrigued, she lacked the courage to proceed. After listening to Principal Li's words, Feng Tian felt a sense of clarity within. Indeed, life is fleeting. How should one spend their days? Destiny often entails trials, yet not everyone possesses the courage to face them. He awkwardly glanced at Lu Anjing behind him, and then locked eyes with the male officer, offering an explanation. This troublesome affair consumed an immense amount of his effort, as he toiled from dawn until dusk, pausing only briefly for a meal at noon. Well then, splendid. Thank you, dear sister-in-law. I shall send someone to take stock shortly, and I will bring it over when I come to your home for dinner this evening. Yuan Mukin was overjoyed. If he could exchange it now, he would not need to make another trip to the Kyoto base. Thus, an indirect succession ceremony took place within the Jun family, solidifying Jun Maching's status as the heir of the Jun clan, while simultaneously stifling some of Jun Jianhua's underworld influence. Gu Dao, now 30 years of age, has dedicated 2 decades to the hacker profession, with his most renowned operation being the infiltration of the renowned internet company Aladdin's Lamp, where he left his mark before exiting.